You everything I'll ever need, all the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses. You got to use it and lose it. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Take it, jump, baby. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life. Hey, you better get up, get yourself in gear. Like Michael said, you got to look into that mirror. Get up and live your life right now. 'Cause you can't win the game if you ain't in it. You ain't got time for excuses. No more, no more. You got to use it and lose it. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby, tell me why you ain't living your life. No, no, no. So get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Just live your life. Come on. Oh, I'm feeling good. Oh,
Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. into my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Just
this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning to all of you tuning in at this very nice Sunday where you're getting ready to watch some great Dota 2 here, brought to you by DreamLeague Season 24. Today is day 3 of the second group stages, and that means we have another 4 best of 3 coming your way. And it's also like 3 days in, so we kind of are getting a better idea of how the teams are doing, and it's getting more and more important to get those wins in. Let's see how today is going to play itself out. Gonna be a good one because we got the PogChamp Pandas. That is coming our way right now with the PogChamp Pandas. Very good morning also to the people joining me in on these couches and chairs. Jenkins, how are you doing? Should I be worried?
Uh-oh. Tell me Team Spirit's the best team in the world or I'm going to blast you.
Great. Good morning to you as well. So I should be worried. Let me take this.
Yeah, take it away.
There's one more bullet.
It's at the bottom.
I'll just leave it.
Has my name on it.
Okay, well,
Later.
another time perhaps. We'll see. Oh, and how are you doing this
Yeah,
morning?
I'm doing good. Doing good. I'm looking forward to another crazy day. We had a bit of a shorter day yesterday.
We
overall.
did. Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we go back to nice long ones, just because it's really funny to watch the later shifts suffer.
Well, we didn't have a short day.
We did not.
We did not.
that's
We
good.
had
We had
a
a
very
good
long
distance.
one.
We had a long day.
We did. We got the two BO3s going
Yes.
for the
But
whole
you could
way.
tell the energy levels that were there. Yesterday, because they ended early, did you hear the music?
Yeah,
Did
it
you
was-
see the energy?
I do
saw that.
think.
I did
okay,
see that.
Just to check this, PogChamp Pandas, when the days, 2 days ago, when super late, you guys don't stay here until 2 a.m., do you? How is the microphone working?
Yeah, should be right.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
No, we don't.
No, you don't.
We do live here. We don't keep playing.
You're just sleeping behind on the couches or something. Just at the drum kit. All right.
Panda cave.
We should actually put
The pandas sleep
pillows
in a cave?
No, they sleep anywhere they want
No, they
to.
sleep in a tree, don't
I've
they?
seen them in trees.
Yeah.
No, and then they fall out of trees. Pandas are not very bright. Sorry.
Oh.
That's.
Whoa.
Sorry, guys.
But these are the
come on.
PogChamp pandas.
Maybe not in the morning, okay?
All right. So I actually have something for us to do today.
Oh.
But before we get there, we do need to, hit on some things. So, for example, let's take a look at where we are right now with the ESL Pro Tour, the EPT. This is all part of a larger plan to get to the Esports World Cup, and DreamLeague Season 24, Owen, is the first stop of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Jenkins, when you look at this, could you tell me how many points there are to give away in total?
Absolutely. This is 100,680 points that are going to be going out here. But if you also include the points that are coming from the group stages, because the better you do
That's
in
true.
groups
Don't
of the
forget
different
those.
Yeah,
tournaments,
don't forget
it's
those.
Don't forget those.
120,680 points that are going to be given out here.
Can't end in an 80. It has to end in a 20.
Or sorry, 20. 100,000.
Wait, what do you mean that's turned into 20?
Read
He
the
just did
last
80.
number.
No,
The
no,
5,
no, no,
8,
no.
5
This
plus
does
4
not
is 2.
include the group stage points.
That doesn't
Yeah, but doesn't
include-
change the last number because the last number, they don't give enough points for it to reduce to 10 decimal.
Yeah, the
There
group,
you go.
the
I
group
think
stage
I
points
believe it
too.
all. Thank you, Fog. Very much appreciated for that.
That's the most useless information. It's like when you gank mid and then you press spells wrong, and then the guy goes like, "You should have hit your spells." It's like, well, no shit, Sherlock.
I was just doing basic math.
Yeah, basic math was happening. Let's also do some basic math when we look at yesterday's result. We have 4 series that we saw played out. The last 2 were indeed
Look at that.
duos.
Very stompy.
And yeah, they were not our best series ever. That's very true. We did have some top tier series before that though. Bet Boom Extreme was hype, but I think the hypest one of yesterday, Fog, was Spirit versus Tundra.
Yeah, and I think we got to see the clear separation of Sven versus DK as well yesterday. Sven is just the better DK. Satanic showed it off in both of the games that they won, if I'm not mistaken.
Other way around. DK won.
Sorry, DK versus Sven.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
DK is just the better Sven, and yeah, it's incredible. I mean, Satanic, they've shown how good it is. We even saw other teams start to adapt to it. We've been asking for it for months. Finally, we're getting to see the teams play it, and it looks pretty crazy strong. But yeah, the showing was very good in particular. I'm really enjoying watching Spirit. Like,
Yeah.
Satanic is just, he is really, really good, and he's really young, so.
It's very cool. We can see here the standings as well. Spirit still undefeated, even though both of their series were very hot fought. They did lose their first game and then came back in the series after that, or in the games after that rather. Paravision and Spirit undefeated. We got a bunch of the 1-1s, and it's time for Extreme and Liquid to really start winning, Jenkins, because this is not looking the way we are expecting to see them, as those standings on the TV are wrong, but that's a day old. It's all good.
I did not expect Liquid to be in this position. Maybe Extreme makes a little bit more sense when we're getting into the top 8, considering some of the strange picks that are coming out for them.
Sure, yes.
It's a question of when you take these like high risks in your draft, is this going to work going forward? Are you going to define the meta? I feel like the patch, there hasn't been enough letter patches. We need a major patch before you're going to really see these heroes coming out. So I figured at a point this would happen to those gentlemen. However, with Liquid, they won TI. They did decent in BB Dota. I think the series that they got eliminated in was one of those like super late game, anything could have happened series. So I definitely I expect that they'll get some series wins coming up.
And Liquid also did some weird stuff, right? They did Jungle Huskar yesterday.
Didn't work out.
Support
against
Huskar,
Falcons.
right? So Boxy was playing that. So we are seeing teams like trying stuff out at least. Things are varying. And maybe we're seeing a new carry. Pure played the carry Magnus.
Yeah, he did.
They looked good.
Oh, they'll
And
do it again.
he brought
fast.
back a Dawnbreaker as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to actually have a couple more of these that maybe are going to trickling into the pool.
Especially with the mids being really high damage dealing heroes like Storm, Invoker, people
TA.
playing like right click,
Attacker style.
Yeah.
TA mid,
Yep.
like you can definitely get away with these side lane semi carries.
We got to talk about some other standings as well, because I would like to take you back to the first group stage 1. We are looking at Group A, and Group A, as you can see at the very bottom. So we talk about the EPT points a lot. And we know that every rank gets their own points. And as you see at the bottom, Nigma Galaxy and Downs, they were tied. And they also 1-1 against each other. And you got the whole Neustadel thing happening. where one would be above the other. And if that doesn't figure it out, there is another way of solving these problems. And that problem was solved. Now, I show you this one because I didn't want to spoil anything. You see Enigma being higher up than Nouns. And that is because Sumail, in a 1v1, a smashed copy. It was not even close. It was not even close, and it was also too fast for us to get a replay because it happened in 2.5 minutes.
So there we go.
But we do have for you the other tiebreaker. We had Tundra and Waska also being tied. Dark Mago and Lorinov did play a 1v1 so that we knew which one would get the points. Because in top 3 you get points. In Group A you get points. So we are gonna, for the first time, it hasn't been shown yet. So this is our 1v1. At some point it will come on the big screen, guys. The first couple of seconds are just boring and they'll just walk around.
I can't believe they missed this.
I think Lorinov should win this
They
one.
can't see it.
They can't see it.
No, look at that.
They'll see it in a little bit. We're actually gonna just talk about it and commentate it.
Hi.
So we got a commentator team on the couch.
I mean, this is definitely a pretty interesting one because I don't really think of SF as a Dark Mago hero. This is just not him. This guy's like tiny,
do you see
Kunkka,
Lorinov as a shadow fan?
more than Mago.
He played it at BB Dacha.
Yeah, definitely much more so than Mago.
He actually did fine against Kiyotaka. It was a very close match.
Yeah, and here it is on the big screen now as well as the ward wars are going on.
Oh, you're usually not allowed to sentry in 1v1s.
I think he's dewarded 2 obses, right? He got the earlier obs as well.
So they're playing with sentries then. Okay. Does that mean you can also deny sentries for extra CS?
But you're saying that was a rule in 1v1s? You can use
At
sentries?
BB Dacha, you could not use sentries. You could not
Oh,
deny wards.
that's very specific.
Yeah,
I don't think
It
that
didn't
was
used to
usually-
be like
no,
that. That
that's
was not a
usual.
standard 1v1 rule.
I just
you
don't know
could deward
exactly
if you
what
wanted.
the,
It was
what the-
risky.
I mean, 1v1s are more interesting now because I think blood grenades just add higher kill threat in 1v1s, which didn't exist before. It used to just be like sometimes farm fests, which would be really boring, but now it's like they just go for kills because they have the Shadow Mire
Lorinov
spell with blood grenade.
He has two blood grenades
Oh, Radiant lost.
versus 1.
They lost. He lost, GG.
I thought you said Dark Mago wasn't your Shadow Fiend
Yeah,
player, but he's
Lorinov
uphill. The uphill misses maybe.
I mean, you could tell if when the way the creep waves met, Dark Mago was going to have this. And the dewarding as well. I don't know. He just...
Next level.
This was domination.
Well, keep in mind that it has to be
It's
2
2
kills or tower.
Yeah, but it's over.
Get
There's
one
no
kill.
way he comes back from this.
Oh,
Oh, we did this a bit
Oh,
too
he
slow.
got the
Oh,
XP.
that's not
Oh,
good.
okay. That was a bit of a throw.
Do you wanna? Does that count as a kill? I think it does because this definitely says
Yeah,
one kill. can
yeah,
be-
absolutely.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, that was...
But he just griefed
He just griefed himself.
He griefed himself big.
That
I mean,
was-
it was
I
clear what he
told
wanted to do, but he needed to do it quick.
That was a Dark Mago
So
type
Lorinov
play
doesn't
right
get the XP when he TP's back in.
Yeah, but it was first blood versus not first blood, so he gets a wand.
Sure.
He's still going to win.
Don't we already know who won or no?
No, but that's the point. We're watching this live, bro.
I do. You don't.
Okay.
The one interesting thing at BB Dacha in the 1v1s we saw was a difference of like going Wraith Bands or going for Bracers. And it seemed like Bracer was the more advantageous thing. I think that's what Kiyotaka did. And most people didn't finish their complete wands, actually. So this is interesting.
That's actually surprising. I guess like it's not super value to waste the gold on upgrading it yet, but
It's like one stat.
sure.
And
Yeah,
then
you don't want to go full.
No, not upgrading it.
lots of mangoes too, and
I would
also sending out more blood grenades.
Would make sense though for bracers because just like HP pool, right? You just want HP pool
You want
as
to
high as you
tank
want.
the razors.
Yep.
That's honestly why the blood grenades are good too. It's very efficient in terms of HP that you get.
Yep. Always carry 2 blood grenades if you're support, or at least 1.
Where
Mago.
we saw a lot of the kills happening
Mago's owning.
was whenever somebody hits the power spike where they have the next level in raise. Like if they get 10 more XP or whatever, and then they can go for a kill at that timing.
Dude, Mago's playing this really well.
To add some more context, there's 75 points that are being distributed with this best of 1.
Oh, that's actually pretty high. Hey, Mago, I love how aggressive he's playing. Trying to keep the shadow race
Lorinov
stacks
is
going.
struggling.
He really is.
This is rough for him, especially considering he got that opportunity where he gets the XP from Margo dying under the tower. He's not getting any CS.
I mean, now he's got a huge disparity of damage, right? What, 8 souls to 17?
No, sure. I mean, it only gets harder.
Yep.
But no, he's having a rough one here, Lorinov.
They both have a lot of regen. 3 mangoes versus 2. Lots
Yep.
of 1 charges.
Got salves on Margo.
Yep. Although
It's both have.
Lorinov does have a fairy fire. That can make the difference in one of these 1v1s.
Is it also that the longer the 1v1 goes on, the less impact the first blood would have had? Or is that not the case?
That is definitely the case.
Yeah.
Because there's a soul cap, right? It's
Yeah.
actually Dark Mago that has the fairy fire, by the way.
Yeah, it is. But he's gonna hit 6 first, and once you hit 6, you get the double bonus from your soul damage, or triple. Sorry, it goes from 1 to 3. So he's gonna have a huge damage advantage based up his eyes. Yeah, it's. I don't know why it goes from 1 to 3. I'll be completely honest with you. That's one of the things that I thought was also gonna get maybe changed, but maybe we'll get that eventually. But that plus the presence aura thing. Sure, they're going Shadow Mire in 1v1s, but.
Why did it always turn into Shadow Fiend 1v1? Why not a different hero?
Pride Cheever.
Dota 1.
That's just the classic, isn't it?
Yeah, but why is it the classic? What about Shadow Fiend? Like,
because just the nature of the hero, right? You've always had kill threat with the raises and just the nature of the passive and stacking up souls. You're 2 right clickers that start with pretty low, relatively low, at least back in the day, even lower right click damage.
Exactly.
So it's just the opportunity to outskill your opponent.
Oh, he's level 5.
Is really good with these heroes.
Mago's got a huge advantage right now with this bracer too.
He has 2 stacks of the Shadow Mire too. He can maybe get the long raise if Lornoff's not careful.
Oh, he actually just might. Okay, he gets out of it for a second, but still.
It's going to have to take a big mess up from Dark Margo to lose this. He's smashing it.
Yeah, he has a big window here where he can kill him. Level 5 versus 4. Okay, no, it's gone.
He's got raindrop. So he can actually play super aggressive.
Raindrop Bracer.
I mean, there's no way Lornoff can win a fight versus him straight up now.
He's going to block it in Clarity. He's not going to Clarity, actually.
I thought he would too. He has a lot of Clarities coming out too. He has another one coming.
He's going to Mango instead.
Planning for like a 30-minute game or something.
Clarity would have been way better there.
Maybe he wants to wait until he's also solving.
It's just tough to always say. 31-11, 19-3.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Oh, he's allowed to jungle.
Wait, what? I guess that's allowed.
I guess that's allowed.
And
they're picking. Wait, what? These are interesting rules.
Yeah, the rune stuff is like, we should have put that in the rule book.
Because usually it's like at least some of these things that are removed, but I guess like everything's allowed.
I would imagine they clarified the rules with the players before they played it.
No, for sure. Yeah, both of these players are definitely following the rules.
Yeah.
These guys know how to 1v1. If they're being told they can get runes, they're gonna get runes.
Yeah.
And they're gonna stack.
Yeah.
In jungle.
Who wrote the rule book, Jenkins?
I'm a 1v1 expert. I would not allow jungling.
I wouldn't either. It's free souls for SF.
Makes the CS weird because you know it's little golems are not equivalent to.
Honestly, with these mechanics, this might let Lornoff win.
He might.
The fact that he knows that whatever rules or lack of rules there are, you can jungle. This might actually get him the win.
There's some super hype plays that you can do with Requiem with the triple race combos. Both players are probably going to taunt it. He's almost 7 on Mago. But Lornoff's actually pretty much caught up after jungle. Not fully on net worth, but.
What does he have coming out, Curry? Oh, he's also going Bracer. The boots advantage might give Mago some kill threat here. Although not if Lornoff just goes and keeps jungling.
I mean, Dark Margo's not doing any jungling.
Yeah, go get the regen rune too. which I'm sure usually is not allowed.
This is, it's just everything goes this 1v1 mid.
Okay. Buy Blade Mail, go Dominator.
A little bit different. Well, that you could have done in the normal one. But obviously, they wouldn't.
Usually you don't get to that
You wouldn't
point.
want to do it.
No, you don't get.
If you did go Dominator, you could take the tower and then you win.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like good strat.
Oh, he's gonna get Skelly Boys. That's gonna give him a
He's
CS
stacking.
advantage.
Yeah, this is usually.
I mean, but at this point, obviously, CS and the jungle generally are less value.
But when you're double, this is more value.
Because he had a rough start in the lane. You know, if you weren't allowed to jungle, he would have just lost.
Yeah, and now you can get neutral items, which you can't get if you're not.
No, he put it in. He put it away.
Oh, did he put it?
Oh,
okay.
Oh no,
no neutral items.
Or he did. Oh no, never mind.
No, he has a.
I mean, now he's got a 200
Got
HP
seeds.
difference because of the Seeds of Serenity.
Sitting in the
That's
seat.
just weird.
Even if Dark Margo didn't know that you can jungle, he's surely going to see this neutral and he's going to be like, I got to go get jungle creeps.
He's going for.
Ooh.
I think he wants to go get a neutral now if you're Dark Margo.
I can go get a
Yeah. Well,
that helps too.
Oh, he's got him. But there's a ward already down for Lornoff, so he'll see
Lornoff's
this
going to know.
coming.
He's gonna Requiem. He's gonna Requiem.
Can't quite get the angle.
Who's
That's
got
an interesting
Now-
one.
Lornoff
Oh, Lornoff gets a Requiem just before. Oh,
He has to.
He got the range.
He can't let Lornoff get him for
They
the
both
raises.
only have the short raise.
Lornoff
so-
can get out. I think Lornoff actually is kind of ahead. It feels like he's almost getting ahead soon.
He is now. Like, if you look at these two with the build they have,
He can
it's more,
Verdant
it's
Dale
more
again.
likely that Lornoff gets a kill.
Get the haste and kill him.
Is there a haste?
There's a haste.
There
That
is.
could be GG. I mean, that is GG. You get the haste, it's game over, right?
Yes.
You just kill the other SF.
That blood grenade, pretty painful. As well.
Here we go. He's low on HP. He doesn't have
can't
any
use it.
regen on him, so he
He
can't
can't
really
abuse
get
it.
He's got a
aggressive.
salve coming in the curry.
Yeah, if only he might still try for it.
Oh,
And
he's
gonna have it.
Ace.
He's got
Ace.
it. That was nice, actually.
All right.
Honestly, it's kind of good the Dark Margot one because Lauren.
He should have won.
And not that again. I'm pretty sure there was no rules, so he was allowed to do what he was doing. But you know, which fair play to him. You know, you go to the jungle, you make the most of
course.
it. But there was the justice in the end that the jungler lost. And Dark Margot, he just, even though he didn't need to, he stuck to the classics and stuck to the lane. He
Yeah,
won.
He clutched
no,
it
no.
up.
On one side, you have like
The
there's
jungle.
a lot of different 1v1 rules, but on one side, one person goes for the runes that normally are oftentimes not allowed. On one side, one person
True.
goes for the jungle. So both, you know, getting a little bit of an aspect there.
I mean, I don't mind that there's no rules. I think that's kind of like, you
It
know,
is like true 1v1.
do what you can.
Like just
do what you can and
good luck with
1v1.
it. Yeah.
Well, mid's never really a true 1v1 these days.
No, they don't. So this is very refreshing.
That's why I like the Dark Mago. He's a 1v1 purist.
True. Maybe we should add some supports in,
Yeah.
and then maybe an offlaner,
oh,
a
a 2v.
carry.
We should do that.
And we should.
Just play the full match until you kill the throne.
No.
I think that's it.
That's,
I think that's
we
the
could
best
do
way
that.
to do
Let's do that
1v1.
next time.
Yeah.
That was pretty exciting, though. I don't know.
that
Dark
was
Mago
fun.
just super aggressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dark
That's pretty
Margot,
hype.
he did play better.
He did play better.
All.
He
Lauren did a good job of showing us how to recover, but when it came to mechanics and just outplay,
Dark Mago
fair
did
play
it.
to Dark Margot.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were second and third. They were tied for second and
Yep.
third. Second got 150 points. Third got 75 points. So at least, you know, Thunder doesn't get left empty-handed. They still get 75 points, but obviously the 150 points going to us guys. It's very cool. Also, already a heads up, we will be about 10 minutes delayed for the start of our first match.
My bad.
What have you
So
done now?
I just want to put it out there. If you still want to have time to make your tea, this is the moment. Tea or coffee. You know?
Did you forget to join the lobby again?
He's
No, they
thinking about it.
might have remade it.
He really thought about it. He-
No, he's in.
No, I
he's in.
joined.
We're in.
Did you get in?
No.
Because I was in before you. I don't even think you're in.
No, I'm in.
You guys.
I think I'm in.
You
They're not delayed because of us.
No, but also,
I think.
you guys are still on the couch. You're gonna be at your
Wait,
computer
sorry,
way
what's
before
that?
the game actually starts.
Oh, production's telling me you need to go log in. Your headset's not working.
Wait, let me check. No, his head's.
It's just working. All right, good. But that does give us a little bit more time to dive into what happened yesterday because I tried to rush over a little bit because I wanted to get to the 1v1 and obviously it was a very long one.
Yep.
But it does mean that we didn't talk too much about yesterday's games and there were a lot of unorthodox picks that Fogged already mentioned. I want to talk a little bit more about what we saw in the first series of the day, Extreme versus Bedboom. I think that because we talked a lot about that at the start of the day yesterday, and we obviously heavily criticized Juggernaut, Owen.
We didn't get any though.
We didn't get any, and they still didn't.
But I think we will today. Because, you know, Arme, sure they lost the first series with Jug, but then they lost the second series without it. So Arme's saying, look guys, Jug's not the problem. Let me try it again. Let me run it back. So today, we're going to get Arme back on
He
the Jug.
did look more comfortable on the Jug than he did on some of the other ones. I got
Oh,
the
no.
Alchemist at least, but this one was like, I don't know. Batboom just cooked and it looked beautiful. Pure just owned this game super hard. So
I mean, the Warlock pickup, I want to know, are we going to see Warlock more often? Because with we're talking a lot about tempo, and this was one of the highest tempos we've ever seen set.
It would. I feel the problem with Warlock for other teams is you just really got to know what you're doing, just not on the hero, but in terms of what you want to do as a draft. Like, this hero can look fantastic and do crazy stuff with these team fight wombo combos and how much the fatal bonds and such adds up. But in a bad game, it can look really useless. So I don't think we're going to see everyone rushing to pick Warlock.
I want to see more than Magnus. I really do.
I think Mag's honestly not a bad hero. I don't understand the Warlock. I'm trying to understand it as a concept. I feel like Pure in the interview, he was intentionally withholding information.
Yeah, he was having a laugh.
there's
He was
something
having a bit of a
there.
joke, yeah.
One thing I found pretty interesting, though, is that he went the heal and Fatal Bonds, right? So what I noticed is a couple of these games where I'm seeing like the DK safe lane, he has this innate regen where he can just stay in his lane, doesn't really care about harassment. With a Warlock and a Magnus can just sit versus pretty much anything because he's getting Shadow Worded. So maybe it was just some sustained kind of thing on
The
top
thing
of
is, though, like,
combo.
I feel like conceptually the reason that's good for DK is because you can leave him alone, and then the support can leave. Like usually
True.
people will pick with DK with Enchantress or Clockwork or some hero that can go through the portal and like make rotations. Whereas with Warlock, you're just sitting in the lane. And like Mag, honestly, at a point he just empower cleaves out the wave. So I'm not criticizing it. They obviously won. I'm just trying to understand it as a concept. Like this, it's too fresh, and obviously they're withholding information. They don't want to like leak their strategies.
I mean, if the meta is just right now, the meta is really just team fighting. It's fighting constantly, right?
Yeah.
That's where Warlock can thrive. Fatal Bonds is probably one of the best abilities in order to just constantly fight. So
It's just the ult is such a long cooldown.
Yeah,
That's
but
the-
you're not
the only-
fighting. Like, if you have another hero like Magnus or something that does all the damage, like that can bring the team fight aspects of otherwise the rock, then Warlock is only needed for the Fatal Bonds, and it's so expensive to itemize against it that it's like you're just gonna have to deal with it, especially with so many tanky boys.
It might also be something that only works against extreme, because Magnus breaks defensive postures, right? He skewers people back. You get out of position, he RPs you. It's like you can't just do what extreme normally likes to do, which is sit in a defensive posture on the map and farm. Not that we saw him doing any crazy skewer backs, but then also if they're gonna bait some guy forward and then take a 5-man fight, and then they do that into a Warlock, that's much worse because Warlock is the best counter initiator in the game.
I don't know. The thing about, for Magnus at least, is he seems like he's one of those match farmers. He farms at the pace of an Alchemist. He farms at the pace faster than these Lunas. He farms at the pace of these, maybe not DK, because DK is crazy, but he's one of these super farmers, and he also does the same thing where he only puts 1 point in Shockwave. He gets stats. He's universal. He benefits off not having to get extra points in that extra ability. So I don't know. When I was looking, I was like, wow, Pure's 2,000 something, and he used to do this, right? Last year we saw Magnus mid carry, was played in all these roles.
That's true.
So seeing this get played more, I was looking at his damage. He's a 3,000 HP Magnus hitting for 300 plus, and all of his items just feel super beneficial.
Maybe that's the idea. Maybe you're right, because we were also talking about Primal Beast and Earth Spirit, and how when Bracer got nerfed, people are looking for new ways to have these extremely high HP heroes running around. People are going treads on Earth Spirit just to get more HP, to get past that threshold where you just can't kill them. Well, everybody was with the bracers. But now you can't just be like a Crystal Maiden running around 3,000 HP. You have to pick specific heroes. So DK comes back into the meta. And maybe that is why the Magnus works as well. I like that theory. That's a good one. Doesn't explain the Warlock, but I like the Magnus theory.
Maybe that's also why we saw Dawnbreaker carry coming back in.
Same thing. Just incredibly high stat gains.
Yeah. I hope we get to see some of that today. I just was thinking a little bit ahead. We can take a look at the schedule to see what's coming our way, because there's one series in particular that I think this conversation is very applicable to. We're talking a lot about team fights and about how that's important. Waska Betboom. Guys, that's a treat. I feel like both of these teams are very good at fighting. I know Waska didn't do too well yesterday, but if you are putting them in a brawling game, I think, this is still going to be a good matchup.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I think, as you said, after the rough series yesterday, they're going to be really hungry to get back in and give it a good shot today. I think it's not going to be easy. I think Betboom are very tough. I think there's absolutely a chance they do get 2-0'd again, unfortunately, for Waska. But there's always potential for upsets. We've had a couple, so it will be definitely one to watch there coming up later this evening.
Yep. Any series in particular standing out to you, Jenkins?
I guess just on the Waska and Betboom series, I feel like these are the two highest clutch percentage team fight teams. I would say in terms of executing a perfect team fight, Falcons is probably that team, Prime Falcons. But Waska and Betboom both can do really crazy stuff and win fights that they otherwise shouldn't. Maybe from a poor laning stage, they'll win a fight because Kiyotaka is rolling in on Earth Spirit, rolling out 10% HP, rolling in again, 10% HP. It's surviving just on that fraction of his HP bar. And I think both teams are really good at that. We talked about these South American teams and how they are so good at playing around these repositioning heroes better than any other region in the world. And they have historically won games off of team fighting. So I think that's a 2-1 series. I think because they're just so similar in terms of how they win games, I think no matter what, it's going to be a brawl.
I'm looking forward to Tundra Falcons, personally. Just because I think, I'll say one specific reason, because I think cores tend to overshadow supports. I think the supports in these matchups are actually two of my favorite ones. I think they've been playing super high skill. I think Whitemon sometimes does get overshadowed how much he can do in these games to just
Everybody's
set up
always
his cores.
talking about 33.
Exactly. I just like talking sometimes about these supports because I feel like crit and snaking, they do insane work for Falcons a lot of times. That sometimes it's like, oh, Maureen's a god, you know? And it's like, well, these guys are doing a lot too. Then for Tundra, we have Whitemon doing crazy things. Saxa sometimes going 0 and 10 or going 10 and 0. So I don't know. I feel like that one's pretty fun for me.
Yeah, it's a good one. I also want to clarify that I know some people only get their information from other sources, for example, Wikipedia. they have the wrong schedule on their Liquipedia. So keep in mind that it's going to be Extreme versus Spirit as our first series of the day. So yeah, just wanted to make you guys aware of that. We're going to let you get ready. I have been told, Jenkins, that Kezu has prepared something for us, and I have no idea, but we are requested to join the table.
Please come over here.
What did you do?
No,
Leave the
I don't know.
You guys need to start the game.
No.
You guys go start the game.
Okay,
Jenkins,
we're
We're going to start the game.
We'll start the
Let's
game.
go.
The game.
All right.
Nice work. Great job.
Good work,
great
Kezu.
job there, Fog.
Thank you.
Kezu, what did you do, man? What's going on?
Well,
Hey, Lacoste as well, by the way.
No, we
Hello,
don't
good
care
to be
about
here.
him. Why
Kezu
are we
didn't even
acknowledging his
acknowledge that I
presence?
was here.
Because
Jenkins.
he unplugged my mouse every time. So annoying.
So we will not start with the tech segment, but
No.
because there's a lot of time, I want to show some interactions. So we heard yesterday that someone on Reddit found out that the Storm Shard is bugged, and I indeed want to show how big of a deal that actually is. So
5 blue versus 1 red. Continue.
So if you are a Storm Spirit and you cast Overload, you should get 100 bonus damage, which means your damage should put Storm... Like basically, if you hit 3 times with your Overload, I'm gonna make sure it's full HP, then let's see how low this Storm Spirit goes. 1, 2, 3. So he should go to 330.
Yeah.
The Shard gives you 3 Overload charges, so we're gonna do the same thing, but we're gonna hit them while getting the Shard buff. Let's see how low the Storm Spirit goes. So instead of going to 330 HP, he actually goes to 100.
Whoa.
Because the Shard, for some reason, when Storm Spirit hits, he deals double damage. He deals 2 times 100.
Strong.
And the problem is actually that he has a level 10 talent where he gets even more damage.
Yeah.
Can you see
yeah,
it?
Good. Yeah.
So it makes it even more OP. And I don't know how people found out about this just now, but let's see about Mr. Storm. He basically like insta-dies from 3 hits when you have this level 10 talent. So this is the first step already, like how can this only be found out now? Maybe it needs to be hotfixed, or Storm needs to not be able to be picked. But also secondary, this is not the only thing. I want to show a hero that in my opinion should be picked. Any opinion on Mr. Dazzle, Lacoste?
Yeah, I think this hero is highly underrated considering that there is, like, we're not in burst meta by any means. We're still, even though the bracers have been nerfed, everything is still super tanky. We have this, like, minute-plus long fight. And I think Dazzle should be able to shine because of his ability to reset and also the way... we're talking about core Dazzle, the offlane Dazzle, and sometimes maybe mid Dazzle when he's going to be playing into these... melee matchups, some Pangos, some Earth Spirits where he destroys them. So I think there's a good possibility that Dazzle is going to be picked. Still picked 0 times.
He's coming.
He got banned 6 times, so that's a good sign.
Because I want to show 2 things. First of all, one of his facets, the Poison Bloom, is very strong, where whoever is Poison Touch, if you hit them 4 times, it will make an AoE Poison Touch around them, and it can actually stack. So if you hit them with the initial one and it splits, they have this twice. Now, there's another thing with Dazzle Axe that people probably don't know about that I want to show.
What about the Shard? If you have Poison Bloom and the Shard...
Does it, like, if it double hexes?
Yeah.
I think it should. That's one I actually don't know. Let's see.
Keep
1,
attacking.
2. AoE hex. That's not bad.
bad.
And now, the last step about the axe that people don't know about. So, what it does is that Shadow, where you can target enemies, which also means that you can refresh your own Poison Touch with the attack. But it says something here. They will take damage and heal nearby allies equal to 150% of the normal healing and damage value. So what people, or a lot of people don't know, so if I put my Storm Spirit to, let's put him to like very low HP. If I just normal heal him like this, it's a normal heal.
Yeah.
But if he's actually close to opponents or creeps or anything, because it actually deals way more damage, this guy is gonna go to full HP.
Nice.
So if this guy, let's put him, 1500 HP. I triple Dagon his ass. And now I heal him next to some people. Boom. He's like literally nearly full HP. And this, at least, is not a bug. And this is why I think Mr. Dazzle should be picked. And Storm Spirit, I'm not sure if this hero should be allowed to be picked right now when he's in the most broken state I've seen in like months.
It's so hard to notice that in the middle of a team fight as well, because you have all these buffs a lot of the times. You have tag team from Tusk, suddenly heroes are just dying instantly. You're like, okay, that's the combination of the heroes. You put some Solar Crest, but it's very difficult to notice that you're actually dealing double damage with the Storm Spirit unless you go to the test mode. So one of the reasons why the hero was so popular was this 15-minute shard that everybody was rushing, because you're never going to lag damage. If you go for that, especially if it's bugged, then of course you're never going to lag damage.
I think I know what the problem is.
What is the problem?
I think the problem is whenever you activate this overload, you're pressing a spell, so it's giving you 2 charges of overload.
Yeah.
But there's some counter where it's not removing overload until the counter hits 0. But the problem is you have 2 charges of overload, so every hit is doing 2 hits of overload, and then when the counter hits 0, then
Yeah.
it's removing all your charges of overload. So you're hitting 6 times. I can see how that happens.
That's probably makes
I can
sense.
I can see how
It's
that
some
happens.
spaghetti code.
Like in the code-wise.
Yeah.
Because all the shards and facets and there's just so many of them, dude. There's so many.
I was at least checking your allies don't get double overload. So I think it also goes with what you're saying. There's just some...
because they don't have the overload.
They don't have overload,
It's
yeah.
manually giving him one of the overloads and
So,
then not removing it until the counter
Storm
is 0.
Spirit has been picked 35 times so far in DreamLeague, and his win rate is 54%, which obviously is nice, but it doesn't scream like, oh my god, this hero is busted.
That's true, but maybe not everyone knew about this. People know it's really good and
Yeah,
you
but
can
I
kill
think
heroes.
if you play it, you'll notice it, surely. It seems like such a big difference.
I feel like I should have heard about this if this was a known bug. We're picking Storm Spirits because it's bugged.
Or maybe it's a feature.
Jenkins?
If it's in the game, is that a bug or a feature?
Clever use of
Fountain
game
hook
mechanics.
with the Chen.
Yes, is the answer. It's Dota 2.
Everything is allowed.
Everything was a bug at some point. Stacking camps was a bug. They were just like, how do we make it so more monsters don't keep spawning? We'll make a spawn box. That won't be abused.
Yeah.
People just moved them. They just moved the creeps.
Clever use of game mechanics. And I think it's fine to still, if everybody is aware of all the things, then it's fine, right? Surely balance in all things.
That's why we said it, so other teams can also abuse it.
Yeah, sure. At least if everyone should know about it. Because I'm
Yes.
saying right now, people know that the Storm Shard was good and it made you kill people. I don't think they were aware of exactly why you killed everyone because it gave you double damage. So now everyone should know.
Exactly. Everybody was seeing that everybody else was picking up the Storm Shard, so people will go for it.
Yeah.
That's just how Dota is. People, they watch,
Yeah.
they share, and you don't really need to understand why. You just need to see what the best guys are doing and then copy that. You'll generally be good.
Do you think that any teams will be watching right now and they would have seen
They're all watching
like
for
oh
sure.
my god, that Dazzle. That looks pretty good. Are we gonna see that?
We will see Dazzle in this tournament. If we don't, I will buy Jenkins the best outfit he's ever worn in his life.
Will you eat your shoe?
Sure, I'll do that as well.
For a second, I thought you said you're gonna bite Jenkins.
I mean,
I'll bite Jenkins.
already
If
doing
Dazzle
that.
doesn't
He's
get
gonna
picked,
bite
I'll
it.
bite Jenkins.
He's gonna bite his shoe because he's eating it.
No, I will eat it and then I'll bite you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to you, Jenkins.
Well, we have it. There's
I'm nervous,
many
sorry for the
witnesses.
sweaty
You
hands.
guys are our witness. Yeah, you can let go of each other now.
You're very
Wonderful.
sweaty.
Yeah, I know. I'm
He's
nervous.
nervous.
I'm nervous. Sorry, guys.
Cold sweats.
Yeah.
The worst kind of sweats.
Every day. All right, it's time to start focusing on our matchup because we are closing in on getting our first series of the day started. And we're going to have ourselves Extreme versus Team Spirit. I think a lot of people are very excited for this match for many reasons. Let's focus our attention first on Extreme because we do have a lot to say oftentimes about Ame and his hero pool, but I don't want to focus on that, Jenkins. I want to focus on the support duo because they are the new kids in the team anyway. And I feel like the team has been gelling quite well if you look at just their synergy that they have with the rest.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying that Siamese Cat is the best.
It's not Siamese cat. That's Pichu.
Yeah.
Pichu.
Yeah, this is Tian Ming.
I got this wrong too like 5 days ago.
It's all these changing names. Anyway, Chen Ming is supposedly the greatest support in the game. I can't tell if it's a meme or not, but he plays some odd position 5s. We've seen some Phoenix coming out from him. Marcy, even though Marcy's like 25% win rate or something like that. I guess when you have Ame picking really weird. Okay, sorry. Not gonna.
Because I like your point. I already thought today you need to not mention BB Dacha or Ame heroes for this entire series.
I'm not.
He's gonna be silent.
I'm not.
bringing up muted the whole panel.
Back at BB Dacha, Nightfall, BB Dacha.
You guys had this weird thing about Ame. I had no idea he was picking Spectre and.
Look, there's Ame.
There he is.
God damn it.
I think he's listening.
Yeah, I'm really hyped about this series because it's gonna be Ame against Yatoro. Just kidding. That's something that we would always say when Spirit were playing
Can I
against.
talk about XXS instead? I don't care about the supports.
Yes,
they make
you
me
can
bored.
talk about XSS. There
Do you
he
know
is.
his name? Yeah. Good job.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite guys.
Yeah.
I was glad to see him finally get picked up by the best Chinese team. I've always felt like he's one of the best offlaners. Him and Baboka had a long-standing buddyship that was going on. That was finally broken. XXS came out and looked like he could survive on his own. He also picks very strange heroes. He'll play Darkseer in a meta that Darkseer is complete dog shit unless you're asking Big L. He'll always bring the Broodmother back, which I'm surprised to have not seen the Broodmother offlane coming out from him. Maybe because if Ace is not winning it and Game of Gladiator is getting knocked out, probably isn't that good. But
I think it's his positioning. This guy is one of the best blink initiators in the game. Like his positioning, he's always there when the team needed him, and he's always clutch. This is one of the few guys that when you need him to make a play happen, he will make a play happen. If we're talking about some, Shard Mars with the double spear back into the arena type of a thing, he's really good. He is Centaur as well. So something that, he likes beefy boys, these bristleback Centaurs, Primal Beast, something that can soak up a lot of damage. But for both of the supports that Jenkins didn't want to talk about, PYW and Tian Ming, these guys, they die a lot. They just straight up die. They have the most, at least they had yesterday, the most number of deaths in top 3, which is not a good sign. And I feel like that needs to be shaping up a little bit more. It also comes down to what Ame is playing.
Oh, God, dude, come on.
Okay, never mind. I'm not just going to say it.
You're supposed to say good things about the supports as well. You just shit on them.
I mean, they are doing very good. They make a lot of space for the team, but he has a point with the devs, maybe have a balance.
Better today. They can try better today.
You can make space, but not every dev needs to be like, I'm making space type.
Saxa has the most stats, and they're doing extremely well.
Schofield is the biggest feeder in the world, and they won Wallachia just a couple weeks back.
Where is he right now?
Oh, come on, dude. Don't rub salt in the wound. What's your problem?
I don't have any problems.
No, they tried. Let's focus our attention on their opponents, considering this one is causing some friction. We got Team Spirit, and I know that Jenkins has already sold you guys on the idea of it being the greatest team in the world. I will say the way, Kazu, that they adapt is incredible.
No, they've done really well. Yeah. They've won over my hearts. I love the old Spirit. I'm starting to love the new Spirit as well. I have a little segment on them as well, so Mr. Jenkins Lacoste, please, I would like to have your attention. Full attention.
I thought you were going to say silence.
Well, I mean that too. So
were you just politely saying
computer,
silence?
please roll the clip. Jenkins, be quiet. Because they did a lot of cool things in the last series against Tundra. Here, they're down 5k gold, and I want everyone to look at their maps play. They're using the perfect 2 heroes right now that are smoked up with the Pango and Willow to kill the top net worth and the hardest to kill hero with just these 2 in the mid lane with a roll, terrorize. Now we follow up 5 minutes later. Again, this map split is very important, the 2-2-1. You have Maposhka bottom, he's pulling the lane back and placing an aggressive ward. They place an aggressive ward top and now smoke out. So they killed the puck again, a second time with only 2 heroes. In the meantime, mid lane gets pushed in, bottom lane gets pushed in, and now because of all of this, they get to connect through the gate to bottom. A 5k net worth deficit with just 2 moves, they take it into their own lead and now get Aegis. What I liked a lot about how they pushed high ground here is a lot of the time, people are very scared, how they high ground, but they don't care. White Machosa, boom, they just straight up take him out of the fight and go back. Now we go to the next part. They still have this Aegis for a little bit. Just half a minute left, but look how aggressive they're playing. And who do they find? Prime target. They make him use Mr. Nightfall. BKB TP out. Now we can move forward. Still up. Got the Aegis. Aegis just now expired before they go to this high ground. Place another great high ground ward. They know that Nightfall's BKB and TP is on cooldown because of what they just did. 3-3 comes. They don't give a damn. Just insta-kill him again. Keep going. So very confident, but casual at the same time with what they do. Continue pushing. Force the puck BKB. Go back. Now this is the same push. Puck BKB is still on cooldown. DK is low. They keep pushing. And I really love just all these little windows of opportunity that they use, very aggressively, to take the game forward. Because what we see now, basically this game was over.
Yeah.
But they didn't do any crazy 5-man team fighting or this. It's just, we have this, we go here with the right amount of heroes and make it happen.
Yeah, they made it happen. Let's see if they can make it happen today, because we are in the draft of the first game of this best of 3. We got Extreme on Radiant, Spirit on Dire, and first pick going the way of Extreme. And we already got our first picks on the board as well. And 3 times in a row now, Team Spirit, they feel like, okay, Extreme opens with the Sand King, which we saw from Thunder yesterday as well. Team Spirit has done this before too. They'll just reply with the DK.
They didn't. So they were popping a lot. Ame, again, has 70 games in the last 8 days, so he didn't really watch what was happening in Pro Dota. Jokes aside, this is something that I wanted to see. I was just where is Dragonite? This hero is just way too good. I wasn't saying that he needs to be first phased, but I don't see any counters to the hero. Maybe there could be some, explosive damage coming out from... Because carry-to-carry matchups, a lot of the times, Dragonite doesn't care about those. And maybe you need some explosive damage, some kind of a Timbersaw type of a pick to be able to shred him. But this is also a hero that becomes so tanky so early on. It's also one of the few heroes that is going to get involved. We saw Satanic getting Rampage 13 minutes into the game because he did go for Armlet into Mask of Madness. I don't think there's a downside to picking Dragonite early in the draft.
I don't either. I feel like it's going to need to be some sort of Timbersaw mid or something.
Yes.
Because you don't actually lane well against the DK anymore as the Timber off lane. Like, Necro is not a hero. Lifestealer is not a good hero. Like, a lot of the heroes that shred through these big tanky boys are just bad. So... I can't wait to see a team punish.
I have a hero.
Yeah,
He
here he
countered
goes.
this Dragonite. You know what XM loves to play? There's the Viper. Viper against Dragonite could be the answer.
I mean, they must have some sort of idea because, maybe Armin wasn't paying attention, but they have a coach, they have 4 other players. You know when you open Sanking and you leave the DK, my brothers are going to be picking the DK.
Does a mid Viper really counter DK that bad? I feel like DK will just farm an extra item and then be fine against the Viper.
You can't Armlet toggle if you're low because of all the damage over time. The break mechanic is nice.
I mean, it is...
I feel like it's coming.
I think there's a high chance because, obviously breaking DK is good. You're not going to have the SD in this game. You're not going to have the Primal Beast either. But overall, what I like against DK, I think you want a lot of cheap magic damage in the early game. Maybe some Snapfire or some Clockwork. You have one guy
Now
that
we're
goes
talking.
The Snapfire, brought it back.
Or Sand King.
Sand King is fine if he has enough follow-up, so that
extra.
works.
Yeah.
Because, Extreme must have an idea. You can't go into this draft, pick SK into DK and be like, oh, they picked DK.
5 seconds.
There's got to be some stuff coming up.
A solution that Extreme cooked up, sure to come out. You gotta respect, assume that they respect their opponents and did their prep.
Oh yeah,
right?
for sure.
So I would imagine that something is coming. We got the Muerta obviously coming out from Team Spirit.
I think Muerta would have been great actually.
For Extreme.
Yeah, for Extreme. I feel like this was Spirit banning 2 annoying Alme heroes and then picking what probably would have been the best DK counter. That's like a weird hero that Alme could pull out.
There's the one break mechanic that they had a lot of success with, I believe.
Yeah.
This is no, it's the other team, never mind. But overall, Hoodwink feels nice to play. You're going to be the follow-up damage for the Sanking. A lot of the time, Sanking can't kill heroes alone. This is where Hoodwink comes in from the distance. Very annoying, of course. I never noticed that Hoodwink has so many haters. Everybody hates the play. You know why? Because I'm a Hoodwink player. I'm like, this is fine. I see nothing wrong with it.
No, this hero's good. I agree. I don't know why people hate on this hero. This hero's good, but everyone that I hear is nah, this hero's bad. It does this, blah, blah. But, it's good for the game. It gives you a break. Phoenix as well. Tianming had probably one of the best Phoenix performances. It's good against Muerta. It's good against DK. As long as they keep building on this team fight, they're going to be fine.
Also a block pick. Brew has a 100% win rate with this hero in the tournament over 5 games. He's played it the most, so... This is a lot of damage for DK. They are all in and killing this guy.
I mean, Spirit... What do you want your other sub here and maybe a hero you can flex between mid and offlane. Yesterday they pulled out a Pangolier in the slot.
Yeah, down with some
plus your
Pango.
other sub. Okay, so Ench plus 5. Just works really well with these DKs. Good lane. You can stack, you can move. You can't really go wrong with an Ench. If your team knows how to play Ench, even if you play into counters, it's more about how you make the hero work as opposed to what you're playing against.
10 seconds.
Ench Pango sounds really good to me. There's not exactly a great egg killer. I mean, I guess Muerta is decent at killing the egg, but it's more you're not going to die to any of this magic damage that's happening from Extreme.
I'm also down with... Pango's my first choice, but I wouldn't mind seeing Dawnbreaker. I feel like this hero has a lot of value. It's just going to be Pango. It's too simple to be skipped on.
It's just very easy for them. It makes their last pick very easy. It's also not as easy here for Extreme to counterpick, but there's one hero in the pool that I could see do very well, which is Alchemist. He's not banned, Doom is taken out, if you want to play up-tempo, which in my opinion is one of the things you can do, especially against these 2 subs and the DK, because DK does need time. He wants to hit creeps for like 15-ish minutes, armlet mom, and then go fight, so that can work. They've tried the Nature's Prophet before. I wouldn't like it as much. I think the Eng goes to your lane and steals your tree, and then you're pretty sad.
I like both of those suggestions.
Extreme Gaming's
Okay,
How about the
Luna's
Luna?
kind of the other option. The only thing with the Luna is I feel like it farms at kind of the same pace as the DK. And we've also seen the Luna ult, while it is a lot of magic damage, DK gets such an early BKB. By the time she's wanting to fight him with that, you kind of just survive it in man fight against the Luna.
Yeah. It's a pretty free Storm Spirit game for Team Spirit if they want to go for it. There are literally no stuns.
Yeah, we just heard how good it is.
Yeah, let's see if they ban some puck. It's probably going to indicate that they want to go for the Storm.
10 seconds remaining.
Spirit has last pick as well, so I could honestly see Extreme just
5 seconds.
snagging it, letting it through, and then taking it.
Or banning it. Looks
I'm
like
still
they're
down for
done.
Viper. They're going to lack a little bit of a, I would say, mid-play, but this is how they play. Extreme Gaming, a lot of the times, they're going to come out of the lane. Look, it's us on camera.
Fighting over food.
Fighting over tier 2 neutral item. Pupil's gift. Look at us.
Easy.
I mean, these are some healthy pigs. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
But
We got Storm removed last, so that Viper is still in, but Storm is out. Spirit also recognizes
there's
the
something... They need something like Viper, but there's also something wrong if they pick Viper.
Okay. Is there a very easy answer for Spirits when they do, if they do pick Viper? Like, is there something left in the mid lane that Spirit can just like, okay, well, if they pick Viper, we'll just pick, you know, something else?
I mean, the classic counters are like Windrunner, Lina, these ranged heroes that... Okay, Queen of Pain. Let's see. Now I feel like Spirit might pick Viper.
Surely not.
Let's see.
How does Ember do against new Quap?
You're chilling.
10 seconds.
Invoker is out. I mean, I could see a similar draft to yesterday where you just have this hero that gives you like this kind of like semi-engage. Like they had Void Spirit yesterday, which would give them very similar cores. You could also just put the Pango mid. In my Pango mid doesn't do that badly against Quap.
If she can go 2 point stagger, and it's pretty bad.
You can, but
then you're doing a bad build.
Because then it depends. Like if you want an offlaner that gives you more value in the game, maybe there are some. Like I could see like Enigma or Beast. They'll just go with the Ember. So good call on that. Seems like the most normal one, I guess. This is a very good like Mage Slayer game, which he will build.
Yeah, most of the damage is pretty much magical. And Malik also showed that when he plays Pango, he's not afraid to go full tanky items. Just straight up Blink Dagger into a Pipe. I think Pipe is going to be necessary this game. It's one of the few offlaners that still want to go for the item. It's hard to go against DK, but I think DK has been answered with all of these like damage. Like they have so much damage. They have pure damage from Quap. This hero is insane. I'm a little surprised that we don't see it much often. I think I'm going to go with Extreme Gaming.
Ooh, spicy. What do you think, Jenkins?
I forget the drafts.
Okay, cool.
I'll
What
show
do you
it to
think,
you.
Tezu?
But I think that this is some of the most normal drafts from Extreme.
Okay,
in
that's
the
a
fact
good
that it is a very good thing.
Okay.
I would say that both drafts are very even. I have a similar problem as Jenkins. I'm trying to load up the draft
Okay,
page.
I got it. Type in
No.
stop dash.
Honestly, I think both drafts are very even. I would maybe slightly prefer Spirit.
Okay.
But to me, it's mainly up to the supports. Like can Tianming, because they should have a good lane bottom. Maybe he can like help with that, or can Spirit with their Eng and stuff, do stuff early game.
I agree, Kezu.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
Jenkins.
Thank you for your input, Jenkins. We have a situation where it feels like Extreme looked at yesterday's games and they saw that Dragon Knight and they're like, you know what, we have a way to beat it. And I think it's very exciting to see if they can, because otherwise I feel like Team Spirit's going to have a gigantic drafting advantage going forward. Let's see if Satanic's Dragon Knight can be beaten here in game number 1 of this best of 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the game started here between Extreme and Team Spirit. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogs, and we're ready to see if this Luna lineup from Extreme's going to be able to do it, because against the Satanic Dragon Knight, right, yesterday, what did we see being tried against it? We saw some Jara lineup,
Doesn't work.
Sven lineup,
Doesn't work.
and now today Extreme, they're bringing in a Luna lineup. Now, how does the Luna go, do you think? Is he going to go better than those other two carries? Do you prefer the Luna to what we saw being tried yesterday against what Spirit do?
I mean, Luna is a better hero than Sven, 1,000-fold.
Well, there we go. So we got that.
Just off the bat there. But one thing I'm worried for XG is just how fragile their lineup does look to me. I think there's a lot of damage for them, absolutely. They have the Quap, they have the Sand King, they have Phoenix. These heroes, even Hoodwink, like all these heroes provide absurd damage. I'm just worried about how squishy they can look in some instances. And I've just seen this DK 3-shot heroes that even aren't that squishy. So let's see how these lanes end up going down. They do have great team fight that comes in too from Tianming. He's probably the X factor that I'm going to be pointing out a lot in this game, because he had that unbelievable Phoenix game the other day where he kind of like won the game for them with the way that he played. So he's going to be the one to watch for me, at least from the side of XG. And mid, I would say that, and SM, how well he's going to be able to do in this matchup. Can he shut down Laurel significantly? Is he going to go for points in the dagger? And is Laurel going to be able to get an early Mage Slayer? Because when I see this pickup on the Ember, it's this hero that's going to be this this Absorber. He's going to be popping the Flame Guard, he's going to be tanking all the magic damage, which is majority of the lineup from Extreme, and he's going to build a Mage Slayer.
Now let's see. And overall, bottom lane, Tianming. He's going to be giving up first blood to Malik there. Spirit able to find the chance to get a kill here on their safe lane duo, off-lane duo, sorry. And overall, when it came to the draft, do you mind that Extreme sort of turned up today and said, we're going to let them do this DK first pick after knowing what Spirit have been doing with it? Or, yeah, if it was you, would you be letting Spirit getting this first pick DK through?
I mean, it's game one, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what? Let's try to beat it. If we don't, then we get rid of it. So I think maybe that's one attempt that you can go for.
Yep.
And they have kind of constructed their draft in a way to answer it, and if it works, that's going to be great, but if it doesn't, then it's straight back to the drawing board, because there is immense burst, there's going to be the Sunray later on for that % damage, but I don't know, man. It's just the timings that this DK's been hitting, especially Satanic in particular. It's Armament, Mask of Madness, and pretty much that BKB between 15 to 17 minutes, and then he gets like a triple kill, or a Rampage.
It's a little bit rough as well in the mid lane. We just had XM's Courier getting sniped, had his bottle on.
Yeah.
So that's the bottle gone for an extra minute.
That can't happen. That just means that Laurel's going to end up winning the lane. And you pick this Quap to attempt to bully an Ember Spirit, it's just not going to happen if he doesn't have his bottle coming out.
Yeah, the only regen he has, he just has a Fairy Fire. That's pretty rough, right?
I actually don't understand how,
maybe we can get a replay, I don't know. He must have just sort of had the courier come to the lane rather than come to him, and it was just sort of sitting there for a moment. Laurel just gets in and hits
that's pretty massive, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
Laurel's just going to be able to control this lane pretty much without the help of the supports then. The supports can stay on those side lanes for as long as they want and keep applying that pressure, as we saw bottom. One thing about Phoenix is, yeah, if you get your levels, you're very strong, but the first few, you can be very susceptible, especially to repositioning and silence, which Muerto provides both. I don't know, I've been really enjoying watching Spirit. I don't know, maybe it's just like some bias because the DK is super entertaining to watch, but it's not just the DK. It's like the thing that Kezu was just showing, like the way that their shot calling is, that's something that Miposhka's always going to bring to the table, is decision making in these games of how to just end the game or apply pressure. It's XM. Doesn't have mana for the... Imagine he dies in that match.
That would have been rough, just as the bottle was about to get out to him. The bottle is there now. So he'll be able to sort of get back to where he'd hoped to be as the Quap against this Ember in the matchup.
Top. They were slowing down Satanic for the first few levels. He's starting to catch back up. But XS is getting the farm.
Oh, here you go.
He just walks up.
Just walks up. Okay, yeah, indeed. It had to come a little bit too far down towards XM as he was in the river.
And the one thing that I think what they recognized too is that they saw the DK pick and instantly picked the Sand King, because you know it's going to be DK safe lane. And since the Sand King's not playing versus that ranged heroes that dominate him using lanes, this Sand King's going to have a good lane. Okay. So overall, XXS absolutely set up for success with the way that they've gone for this type of draft, because they know that this DK is going to be up there for Sim.
So far, both off-laners, sort of similar efforts, more denies down on the bottom from Malik, but top lane, yeah, XXS getting more of the last hits out of the lane. Not able to deny anything, though, away from Satanic so far.
Malik's got the first blood, so he's got interlude's already finished up. Top, good pressure now with this.
It's a lot of damage.
Cone.
Yeah, from these two.
He's got plenty. He shouldn't die. He's got plenty of stick charges. They got double stun to reset as well. So XXS shouldn't die on here up here unless there's another rotation or he makes a mistake. But mid, they double check the runes. So Laurel gets the water rune. They take out the one bottom from Rue's rotation, and XM has to go back to base. So it's going to be a much slower start for the Queen of Pain than I think they probably anticipated because he lost his curve.
Sure. Well, if let's say that Kurith death didn't happen and he had the bottle, you would absolutely expect the Quap to have
He'd be winning the
an
lead.
edge against this Amber.
Yeah. Is he going to get the kill here? He's got another sneak
It's close.
shot. He's going to have to use
Salve
the
it up.
salve.
Can he cancel the salve? At least no. So we'll manage to get away. Only just, though. Incredibly close. XXS is going to try and find Miposhka in return, but the heals are out. So XXS not able to push for the kill.
Miposhka actually a little bit of miss micro there. He gives PYW the kill on that pine cone. So a little bit of extra experience coming there for the Hoodwink. Does cancel his salve in the meanwhile, though, so it's 300 HP on this Hoodwink, and PYW has to be careful how he steps up.
He's got to respect this pine cone.
It does so much damage with the bounces. If you actually get them to hit properly. It does push him away again. This is a very low HP Hoodwink now at this point. PYW has to be super careful with how he positions himself. And yeah, Laurel, this is going to be a very good game for him on the Ember. There's some stuns he has to worry about, of course, between that same...
PYW stepped up.
Wait, he actually stepped up. He's dead.
He's dead. He's not respecting the pine cone, Fox.
You gotta respect Miposhka. I can't believe he actually walked back up. Wow. But yeah, Laurel is gonna have a fantastic game, it feels like, at least in the early game with the way he's been set up. 3 points Flame Guard. He's level 6 before XM. And yeah, the Mage Slayer, we already commented how good it is for their side versus what Extreme has gone for themselves. And now he gets an Arcane Rune to boot. Yeah, looking like a strong setup here from the side of Spirit. And, you know, Malik, he is getting a good chunk bottom. Since he is playing versus a Phoenix Luna and he got that first blood, he's able to stick himself down here with Rue even checking runes. So all 3 lanes looking good for the side of Spirit. Just a little bit more than the side of Extreme, would say. Malik. Baiting and missing. It's a lot of stick charges.
Tiaming had to go pretty deep for this attempt. And it...
Lotus. Malik. Try to hide.
They'll get the kill onto Tiaming first, but Malik will still go down.
Oh, here's a
coming
Miposhka.
with rotation, and Arme, of course, had to go pretty far up the lane for this.
He will be okay.
Same time, top XXS trying to take advantage of the fact that Satanic's alone.
XM's got the Sonic Wave. If they can catch Satanic, it's a kill. XM.
He's just outside of the range of vision. So
scanning.
XXS not going to have the ability to continue to chase him down.
Can't apply pressure on this tower, though, with the rotation. They're going to pump Glyph to get that tower. Laurel immediately is going to start poking the mid tower. He's actually going to rotate top since he has this Arcane Rune. He doesn't feel threatened. Connect on the trains there. But he can withstand majority of this damage, and he's got that Remnant down to be able to go back to, so he stops the push. Surprising he didn't get the chains there. He has Chain Gang, and he didn't get one of the 4 chains
say, that was
there.
pretty unlucky.
Yeah, he got pretty unlucky.
Satanic will be bullied back away from the tower, so he'll start hitting the jungle.
Radiant's
They will get
bottom tower
one of
is
the,
under
perhaps one
attack.
of the earlier towers you see a Sand King taking in particular. XXS, as we said, being set up for success, at least with the way that they set up those lanes. Bottom, though, immediately with Miposhka, as we saw with him doing the gate movement, should be able to finish this tower. Maybe even before they do up top. XXS is looking to actually defend, so a similar kind of rotation that we see from Laurel. They don't want to lose their safe lane tower. They want to be able to protect Ame's jungle a little bit longer. Smoke is coming out. Laurel has pounded amp damage. Don't know if they're going to expect this one. John Ming, he'll scout them. Ame is on the side with the Eclipse.
Booming the chains in the silence. Rue and Lal having the catch onto Tian Ming.
They
They're
keep
going to be
getting
able to
stunned with
line
the
up.
Eclipse.
Oh, very easy for Arme to clean up quickly with the Eclipse. And now Spirit, they got to get out of here. Miposhka and Malik on the retreat. Extreme, can they get any further kills? Attempted TP, but the Burrow Strike gets there once more. But XXS getting the connection, and they clean up the 3 kills. Extreme as Spirit go a little bit too deep beyond the tier 1.
Ame's like, thank you very much. Literally gets handed those kills. The silencers tripped him up a couple times, but then they get the beautiful bushwhack, and well, bam! Gets the 2 of them. The dream for Ame.
Yeah, beautiful cleanup for him.
That's the Mask of Madness done. So we'll be able to keep that farm very accelerated compared to Satanic, who has been slowed down a bit with the movement that they've done. His armlet is a little bit slower than the other games that he was able to get it at. And I don't see any stacks either, I don't think. I guess around the Ancients there's going to be a couple, but not any around these like casual creep camps. And oh man, there's actually a triple bounty rune on the side of Spirit's jungle right now.
Well, we'll see who
That's big
catches
money.
wind of that first.
It's big money there. That's pretty much, that would give them maybe even the gold lead once they pick them up. XM?
Oh, it's not enough lockdown.
Not into the fear, almost. Nice try there from Rue. I mean, if they take these, if Tianming sees these bounty runes, it's pretty huge for them.
He's gonna
I think
see
he's
them.
gonna get them.
Radiant's mid-
That's
All right.
a big amount of gold for them. He's like, oh, 3 of them.
Well, there we go.
Woo!
Money, money, money. A lot of damage done onto the mid tower there, Spirit.
Surprising that nobody went to go check those on the side of Spirit. Ame
Radiant's
definitely being like, oh,
bottom
thank you
tower
even
is
more.
under attack.
Enabled even more with that gold. He's got the Mask of Madness and the Alacrity now too, and he can start continuing to accelerate that farm. Looking good for him. XXS isn't going to be able to go to his jungle though, but doesn't need to as much because he did have that good lane. 4-4. And somehow the Pango is actually the top, the top net worth on the side of Spirit. Of course, he got the first blood, but it's interesting to see that he's still able to keep himself ahead of the DK and the Ember for now, with how good of a start Laurel had too.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
I'm going to try and get this tier 1 finished off in the mid lane.
Got the Skelly boys, they've got the catapults.
Are fortified.
They're setting up the gank top too. These two have tons of magic damage to look for Satanic.
They could have a solid shot bursting the DK. Satanic is pretty on his own.
He's pinging for rotations. Malik is starting to make the move up.
I want to cut the trees. The pushback
That was
won't
bad.
connect. And now, in fact, the backup comes in. All right, this has gone horribly wrong for Extreme.
UIW, good juke there, even versus Thunderbolt.
And he's probably still going to die. Can't escape this. The Epicenter's coming out from XXS. A further backup is arriving from Spirit. They'll dive forward on Tianming. They'll get stun on towards Malik. XXS has got to
coming.
run. Shield crash forward. They'll use the egg, but they'll be able to turn and likely take down the Supernova as Team Spirit focus the egg, take the egg out. They'll get the 3 kills.
And Satanic lives. He armlet toggles during the Sonic Wave.
Thanks, Sam. He might not live. As the
Chain
chains
up.
are there. They're
They've
going to get
got
him
him.
as well.
They get 4.
They turned that around. The whole fact that that started with what Satanic getting ganked by the 2 heroes. That if everything connected, I think you're right. They would have had the chance of killing him, but he was quick, right? Cut the tree.
Cut the tree.
He's ready to live, and then the backup comes in, and you said, well, right up until the end, coming in with some sweet armlet dodges, and meant that Extreme get nothing from that play and lose a hell of a lot.
And they've got stacks now to go back to for Satanic. They're going to heal him up. He's got the Dragon form. He can finish these off. That was a beautiful response there. 4 for 0 from Spirit, just immediately rotating to help out their buddy. And Rue, clutch, I mean, every little play, right? These little clutch things, but he gets that calling coverage for the silence where Tianming was diving in and maybe wanting to egg on top of them. Couldn't actually egg. He actually has to get back to the Icarus dive position because of the silence, so he can't put in that prime position to maybe kill the DK with that extra bit of damage with XM. Satanic living just on a sliver. I believe he dropped to like 8 HP or something, 10 HP, something like that. Not sure if maybe we can get a replay of that Sonic Wave. We shall see. Up to level 10. Ame still farming super well because he's just ignored. But that opens up the map completely there for Spirit, especially for Satanic. And let's see if he does get that timing in particular. He's got the armlet, he's got the Mask of Madness, it's 13 minutes. I think the other games we saw, yeah, 16-minute BKB afterwards.
Yeah, he gets it super fast after these 2 items.
Definitely want to try to slow down this DK. But yeah, hurts a lot of the momentum that XG was starting to build up in terms of that gold. UIW.
Oscar.
Slowed down.
A nice little setup
here.
there with a pullback from the Wild Wing Ripper.
Oh, so close to getting that kill. 3 points in that impetus.
Dire's middle
Almost finishes
tower
him
is
off.
under attack.
Top lane.
Up.
They catch him again. Tianming, he's getting caught out many a time here by Rue on the Muerta.
I think this might be Rue's best hero. I think he's been super clutch on it a couple of these games that I've seen. These dead shots are phenomenal.
Radiant's top tower
Atos is going to
under
be coming
attack.
out very early for him. A very good Atos game, playing versus the Quap, the Sanking, and even the Phoenix. He's able to
Radiant
get this
are
at this early
scanning.
pace. It's going to be pretty huge also for Spirit. And is the Mage Slayer done? Almost.
Dagon's there.
Dagon's there. So let's see if XM can start to get something going a little bit more for him. He's going to get his bottle real filled up. But yeah, first Sonic Wave, not getting him a kill kind of hurts his momentum. Especially once that Mage Slayer comes out, it's going to reduce a lot for the next go. And I think Laurel's gotten... Is that every power rune? I believe so.
I think it might have been.
Because he got the amp damage, he got the haste, he got the shield. I believe he's gotten every single one with the way they've secured for him. Denies the ward. Nice little play there from Rue, denying extra golden XP.
Ame's still, keeping up in farm with this Dragon Knight. It just feels like there's always the chance, inevitably, that there will be this team fight, 5 minutes down the line where Satanic turns up and 4 shots to Luna.
It's definitely a possibility.
Because it's just happened so many times against so many other of these similar level carries.
Yeah. More so against the Gyro. I think that's the one that comes to our memory the most. And I think Luna is quite a bit tankier in particular, at least from the armor.
Well, has a bit higher armor.
Yeah, a good amount of
HP.
higher armor. But either way, I think we've just seen that so much. And in combination with Pango. We cannot forget the Pango reducing the armor of these heroes with the combination of this DK who hits so hard. And we'll have to see if Spirit, or if Extreme can actually withstand the pressure that's going to come for them soon with this Mage Slayer now on Laurel too. Because as we said, majority magic damage on their draft. This application of Mage Slayer, it's going to be pretty damn strong for them. Slight chains off the mark there from Laurel. They're getting aggro. UIW will scout. Spirit all surrounding down here.
Malik wants to dive in.
They've got the pipe also finished on Malik. This is a pretty strong timing, I would say, for them. With the Mage Slayer, with the pipe.
Won't get a kill, but they'll be able to force out the fortification. Likely push for this tier 2 around the Elder Dragon form.
It feels complicated for Extreme to fight into this by any means, too. Yes, they're going the Bloodstone on the Sanking, which we've seen a lot of times, but they have no way to really initiate and start a fight now into this pipe and Mage Slayer. If they just approach the fight in a regular method, the pipe is going to come off every time.
They're going to try and get the catch on Lyle in the mid.
He's way too tanky.
That's all they've got.
Definitely some concerns, I would say, for Extreme. I think Ame's really got his work cut out for him this game. Because I just feel like the pipe and that Mage Slayer is going to pretty much stop all the rest of the damage that comes out from them. We shall see. And Spirit just playing pretty oppressive, too. Playing inside the enemy jungle, just continuing to look for this aggro play. Getting a tier 2 that early is also pretty huge. XXS does have the Bloodstone. He's going to look for a catch, but can't quite find Rue. Alec opts against Skunk.
Doesn't want to go in there. Knows that there's going to be pretty much the entire team there.
Satanic probably telling his team, guys, I'm about to have the BKB done. BKB, pipe, Mage Slayer, that feels like it's just going to be
How do you find this Dragon Knight? Like, we've seen this problem against Team Spirit many a time in this tournament.
You'll have to chain stun and kill somebody before a fight starts in particular. Can they do it here?
That's
they
a good
will.
one.
So that's a nice one.
Get low.
Laurel playing in the river, a bit dangerous there. Didn't have to commit much either. So can't look for the fight. The TPs are starting to come over. Malik. Won't be able to push for the tower off of that kill. How's Ame's items doing?
He should be,
He's pretty damn strong.
With this should be enough to turn up
I think he can show,
fights.
yeah, absolutely. With the Grove Bow, too, he's got that distance that he can play from with Dragonlance that he just finished up. 2,000 HP. Not fragile.
In the mid. Catch him with the silence, Tianming.
He's going down.
Same time, they found
Satanic.
Satanic.
Right before his BKB's done, too.
That's a big timing there to shut down. They're able to slow down that build-up.
Nice catches. I'm waiting to see what XXS queues up on the Sanking next. I've seen some players go very greedy, going just straight for the Shivas, but sometimes you do want to just, put that blink in there to be able to get that extra catch that they do want to get before those fights start. Those are good kills, though. They will slow down a lot of the progression there that Spirit was starting to build up, and Ame is going to start having that separation versus Satanic.
Success. You get a lot of TP backup coming in. Have they got enough to kill him in time? They do. They'll kill him during the silence. The Sonic Wave comes down to Rue, but Rue's able to put the ult. Ame has got to start backing away as the Rolling Thunder will catch on to him.
Should be okay with the heals.
And XM jumps in, bursts through. Now can turn over towards Maposhka. The Supernova laid down. Team Spirit, the back off TP out from Maposhka. He gets away in time. Malik is going to continue to get chased off to the side. He's got a swashbuckle, shield crash in a second.
Give it
but
up,
the last right click from Ame gets him just in time. Extreme, again, finding these solid kills, pushing back Spirit.
Spirit's so aggressive. They see the stanking, they just commit for the kills there, but all of XG responding since it's at their tier 2. Ame's got a good separation. Yeah, he's got
getting a lot.
Some nice net worth now on him. And yes, Satanic's BKB did get stalled. He does have it finished now. But Extreme have slowed that momentum that it felt like Spirit was starting to build up with these triple core items. Now they do have them. Let's see what they can find on the side of Spirit when the Pango respawns, because Extreme has done a good job of just, halting that momentum. Solar Crest now also on the support. So Tianming does have a good chunk of farm on him. While we do see the 2 supports on the side of Spirit, they're building for themselves in comparison. So no Solar Crest to be able to buff up Satanic. So Ame, on top of having this heavy farm, he's gonna have this amplify. It's also level 18. So keeping a good level advantage as well as that gold advantage for Satanic.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If he can get his BKB before that next fight on the side of Ame, he's going to be very difficult to deal with too.
Well, Ame he's gearing up and ready to show us how to deal with this DK.
True. Well, the Sonic Wave for him. Malk will have Blink. Pretty much, I think he always does this when he plays the offlane Pango. He plays for the team. Ame feeling confident to start hitting in the mid lane.
He's
got that
strong.
BKB. Just gets delivered. And let's see what build Laurel goes. I think he was debating 2 or 3 builds just now on the Ember Spirit. Looks like since the game is starting to slow down, he wants to start getting some farm too. He's queued up the Maelstrom. He had, I believe, the Shiva's queued for a second, so we'll see if he does commit to this. 3 to 4K lead now during this downtime for Ame. It's really him, that separation. He's 3,300 above the DK. He's feeling confident to push in these pretty aggressive positions too.
Yeah, I mean, he can get away with this. He's that far ahead. Very, very good play here from Ame so far on the carry Luna.
And I do want to see XXS go Blink. It just feels really nice to have these offlaners be able to go for that Spirit.
That was a BKB pop by Satanic.
Whoopsie. Testing to see if it works. That's my favorite one to set. Looks like they should just get this roast for free. It looks pretty unexpected.
I mean, what would you imagine the game plan is for Spirit? Do they want to try and push heavily around this Aegis, or
I mean,
what is the reaction to seeing Ame's Luna being as far ahead as he is right now?
I imagine they do want to fight. That's just how Spirit tends to play. They don't like to just sit back and farm too much here. Laurel, goodness, almost just gets brought down from the catch there. PYW's Atos almost enough. I imagine Spirit doesn't want to look to fight. I don't think you want to just like sit back and let them farm, because they do have very strong scaling. It's not just yes, it's like this kind of 4 protect 1 Luna, but they have Phoenix. So this is one of those supports that we always talk about that can have a huge impact into the later stages, even if especially if you're playing a strength carry in particular.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Right now, it looks like they are content to wait for a moment. That does mean Ame is going to pretty much be given the time to finish Conda and get the 20. This is one of the earliest level 20s I think I've seen on a Luna. It's 23 minutes and he's got it.
Is under attack.
Ame given all the space in the world this game to carry.
Yeah, it's pretty insane how far ahead he is. He's definitely some of the fastest Luna farm we've seen.
Yeah, he's 316 CS to the 270 right now.
Yeah, 23 minutes in.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to be hitting some crazy timings. That's not enough.
That is not enough.
That's going to feel pretty bad.
And they have the chain catch.
They've got the silence, and indeed with the Rolling Thunder. That hurts. I mean, XM went for it. He's going to regret that.
Are they going to poke high ground? Even though they're at a 6k deficit? I think they're going to at least look to force reaction.
That's a really rough death.
It is. They need all... I mean, burst damage is very important when you're playing versus this DK. 3 minutes on Aegis, they'll look to force them back to the base. Ame is here, though, and he does pretty crazy burst damage. Doesn't have the Conda yet. He's got the Phylactery.
They've got the chain stun here. Looking to get through that Aegis very quickly. That's the Aegis gone. So what they do here for round 2, Satanic will start to back away.
Can't get the catch on that bushwhack. If they get the bushwhack there, they might just kill him. Nice attempt there from PYW. That was from the other day, wasn't it? I remember that exact one.
Maybe Satanic just has that reaction to a lot of stuff. You know? I mean, it was a lot of damage. It was like, my goodness, they hit me hard there.
That was when he got hit by the Shadow Poison.
That was indeed the 5-star.
I remember that one.
Death when he was playing Luna that game, right?
He was.
That was the Luna game that they
And he
lost.
did not really get to do very well in that.
No, they lost that one.
They did.
And then, since that, it was kind of DK every game.
Yeah.
Which has worked out pretty well for them.
Extreme, on the respawn of XM, they're going to look to smoke up for a fight. Aegis, of course, being gone. They want to try to catch somebody here.
My sprites are with us. Dire are scanning.
Hope they communicate this on the side of Team Spirit. They both have Shivas queued up on the mid and the off laner.
Oh, yeah, that won't happen.
Imagine that won't happen. There's a ward placed pretty aggressively from the side of Extreme. Watching Laurel. Could look for the setup here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If PYW is there, they could potentially
Those
kill
two
him.
can burst,
Yeah,
I think.
because they have
Sharpshooter and the Sonic Wave.
So they have
Dire's
protection.
bottom tower has fallen.
So he does have an invis.
If they catch him, this should be a kill.
He gets the invis off.
The numbers, is it good enough?
It's not.
It's not good enough.
Is under attack.
The invis reduced damage. Can never forget, it does reduce that damage. So yeah, once he gets it off, they don't actually have that burst to be able to go for him. Ame
They're still pushing on this bottom lane.
playing very aggressive.
I mean, Rolling Thunder's at the ready. They're going to try and take this fight off to the side. Rue's been caught by the Burrow Strike of the Sunray. He's able to get the ultimate off Rue. He survives for that initial
Ame
attempt.
versus Satanic.
Theater pushing back. Ame popping the BKB, standing his ground against the Dragon Knight. Ame, he'll get
wins
the
it.
kill, but he will die for it in return. They'll be able to kite out the Supernova, but overall Spirit losing 3 and possibly more here. So they'll dive over towards Maposhka. XM jumps in. The Burrow Strike's off the mark, but the Atos is there from PYW. They'll be able to take the team fight despite losing their carry. It's absolutely worth it there for Extreme.
Ame showing he can stand his ground. And he's
pretty much
buffed.
can.
That's the difference. He does have these extra bit of buffs. The Solar Crest from Tianming, the Sun Ray just beaming on top of him. Satanic was standing his ground, but with these extra little things, it makes the difference. And they caught Rue at the start of the fight, so the Muerta contributed nothing. Extreme up to a 9k lead now. Can't really pressure the base because their Luna did die, but a good team fight win for them.
Yeah, they can look to get the tier 2 in the mid as well here.
They didn't have
Extreme.
they didn't have to use Epi. XXS still has it for the upcoming fight if they do want to pick it when they respawn. Laurel. We'll be able to stop the push. They'll back up. They'll wait for Ame. They don't want to take a fight without him. Conda is done. Level 21. And Satanic just continues to be a good chunk behind that Luna.
I mean, yeah, this is, Ame's had some rough games, but this has got to be one of his strongest, really, with outside of that death, how much he's been able to do. Level 21.
It's huge. And
20k net worth, 27 minutes in.
Can we just see Extreme just pick these normal carries? Honestly, it looks so much better when Ame
I'm sure
has
someone on the team's telling, and they're like, look, Ame, when you play the Luna, this can happen. You ain't going to be doing this on a Juggernaut.
No, he's 6-1, 6-1 and 2. He's pretty much had a flawless game so far. As Rue gets caught again. 40 seconds, no Muerta. How are the neutral items looking? And they did get the Paladin Sword on the Sand King. Very potent one. And XXS has got a safe route too. Rather than going for like a Shiva's on the Sand King, he goes for BKB. So he's always going to get his spells off in these fights.
Tower has fallen.
So far, the approach from Extreme, it's absolutely working. Satanic, he is spotted by a ward inside the base that they were able to sneak
Radiant's
into.
bottom tower is under attack.
This could catch Spirit off guard. These base wards sometimes allow you to just pop a hero.
They're going to try
attempt.
See if they can burst through Satanic, or at least force out the BKB. And indeed, it'll get popped straight away. Satanic backs off.
That's 90 seconds that they can play super aggressive on the map.
Dire are scanning.
Ame just going wherever he pleases.
Yeah.
Satanic just needs more time, needs more farm. He needs his 20 talent too, so he can get that distance that he can play with the Dragon form versus this Luna.
I mean, for this is going to be...
This is the test of the DK.
Exactly. If we somehow end up having a team fight where this DK that is like 7k behind is doing as much or more than Ame's Luna, then we know that this hero is... You just can't let Team Spirit have it. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, though, he's not really buffed up. Yes, he has the Pango minus armor that we mentioned. He has a drum, but yeah, this Solar Crest, this Sunray, it's gonna be problematic for him to just go through his XXS. He's in.
Oh, it's a beautiful 3-man burst straight into the Supernova. It's a fantastic start there
Satanic
to the
gone.
fight. They're trying to kill the Supernova off. Miposhka will be able to end the egg, but Satanic's gone. Rue gets burst under the tier 4 tower. Arme can get the push going in onto the tier 3.
They should just be able to go for this Rex.
That's a huge jump.
He's a bit far forward. He'll die.
Okay. Maybe that will slow down the push a little bit. I mean, Arme, he wanted to get this push going, but he's lost his mid.
He's got BKB still.
Dire's middle tower.
No Satanic. He really wants to keep pushing, Arme. Another jump. Straight in with the burst strike, the burst. Pushback's not going to connect. Malik able to jump out. Shield crash, they turn. They're taking down XXS. I mean, Arme's like, guys, I just want to take the barracks. If puts the BKB, he'll be able to finish the barracks, go for the TP out.
He'll get out.
So it's a bit messy, but Arme, he gets the job done. He'll take the objective.
Got to be careful when you're diving base. Even if you got this DK killed, it's actually Miposhka who's able to do an absurd amount of damage when he's in that position in the base. He's just throwing impetuses with the Grove Bow from a distance. He's actually able to just stand his ground if he does have that disable. So they will lose a couple of these heroes. Ame does get the racks. Satanic still super far behind. 8k behind the Luna now. And yeah, they just keep addressing this DK. Does seem like they do have those answers. The approach, it's working. Malik Aghanims is done. Going straight for that Bastion next, as we saw. The BKB TP is out. He wants to have that extra answer. PYW does have a full Aghanims finish. Somehow be able to finish this one off. Tons of burst damage as we're seeing on the side of Extreme if they just catch them even in one stun. They can pop the targets. How long on Roche? It's about a minute. Spirit. If it was instant spawn, they probably wouldn't have been able to get it. Not gonna get lucky though. And XM, okay, does go for the
now
safe
he
route.
should get away
Has a
with
BKB, yeah.
blinking in as aggressively as he has been the last few times.
Yeah, he's had a couple of these deaths that were probably a bit avoidable, but either way, it's done the job for the team to allow Ame to get to this point where he's got the butterfly now finished as well. Then, now Satanic just
surely the Dragon Knight can't defeat a Luna that's this far ahead.
No, not with the evasion as well comboed in.
Like, Ame is massive.
They're gonna smoke. I think Malik bought the shard right before this fight, by the way, so did spend his gold too. So not gonna have the Bastion for the upcoming one.
Spirit, do they want to fight this?
XM is scouting. Sees the back line.
He's gonna know that there's gonna be more around here.
The flames rush.
Lars ready to join.
He's gonna start poking.
We get the change connection onto PYW. They don't want to jump in for this though. They know themselves that XG is also there as the full 5-man.
They just want to poke and prod on the side of Spirit, but XG, they just want to take this straight up fight.
Tough place for Spirit to fight.
It sure is. XG. Ame shows himself. They're
going to get a jump straight away onto Satanic. They're focused. The DK. Satanic's caught in the stuns. He'll be able to get the BKB
He's
off, but
dead.
he's already dead. They instantly focus and kill Satanic. Malik gets taken
too.
out as well by the right clicks from Arme. Lal has to jump out of this. He's kind of low on the mana, Lal. He's got much more to jump away with. I don't think he does. The bar strikes back up. They're going to catch Lal as well. I mean, Spirit has such a tough spot to try and take a fight in. But I can only imagine they're really just feeling that desperate. They're looking at this Luna, and I think they feel it's all over.
Satanic is not getting... I think that's 3 fights in a row at least where he's gotten literally like 0 attacks off. He just gets 100 to 0, almost in one stun.
There was a bit of hesitation there, I think, because there was a bit of a gap between some of the earlier stuns, but I think he could have got the BKB off earlier, and he didn't quite get to press it.
I think he just wants to have it as long as possible so he can wail on the targets, but... I mean, either way, XG just showing that they can just take those fights handily now at this point if they just run into them.
Second set of barracks, and this is going to be a massive way for XG to start the series, right? Because they turn up, they let Spirit do this first pick DK that they were crushing with yesterday, and they've completely annihilated it. It's almost ridiculous, again, just how far ahead Arme is in comparison. Just a huge difference in the carry performances this game.
And he's gotten pretty much all the last hits too, which is pretty important for him. I see like XXS, he's 0 and 3 as the Sand King, 1 and 7 on... He's gotten all the kills. Almost all of them. Not all, but 8, 1 and 6. He's gotten the majority. So just amplified that much more. And now he's getting to these... It's getting ridiculous. He's almost at double net worth of his team.
He's got like 858 GPM right now on the Luna.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
As opposed to 514 on Satanic.
Oh, man, let's just... come on, let's just see you play these normal carries, man. It looks so much.
I mean, maybe this is the game that's going to kind of cause that. You know, he's going to be playing this game and feeling so powerful, so far ahead that you know, he ain't going to want to be playing no jog anymore.
Worthy tribute.
He's going to be sticking to the good stuff here, such as the Luna, as it seems. Something that XG this game, I mean, around him, they've enabled him very well.
Yeah,
Getting him these opportunities to turn up to these earlier fights. And just as a team, making sure that they don't fall foul to the team fight that Spirit have been able to bring when they run this DK in the previous series, right? It's always been that kind of that 17-minute fight, the Armless Mask and Madness BKB timing that they can group up and fight so perfectly around. Extreme just made sure that that could never happen this time.
Especially around, it was what, that 20-minute mark where Spirit was pretty much getting the 3 timings together, the Pipe, the Mage Slayer, the BKB was about to be finished on Satanic, and then they got a pick off on Laurel, a pick off on Satanic, and the things just started quickly shifting for their
Yeah, they did this really nicely.
Is.
They did their research coming in today.
He's 25 now, got Satanic.
There we go, Spirit, the try for the wraparound. This might be the final fight here if it goes wrong for Spirit.
They're going to try. Malik's in.
Gonna get the catch on a PYW. Trying to deal with the supports first, but the Sonic Wave and the Burrow Strike comes in. They'll jump over towards Rue. Lyle's trying to fight, but he has to keep his distance from Arme. Satanic, focused by XXS and XM. I mean, just the two of them really dealing with the DK. Arme comes in to offer up a Elusive Beam to help finish off their job. Satanic's gone. The Eclipse is out, coming crashing down onto Maposhka. This game's overfogged.
Yep. They attempted to go for that wraparound. This is the first fight that DK is actually able to stand his ground and attack a little bit more, but he's too far behind to really kill these targets fast enough.
I mean, Arme's basically going to close up the game, like double the net worth of cores on the enemy team. This is ridiculous stuff.
What's his GPM? Let's keep looking at it.
It's going to be crossing 900, right? Yeah, it's over 900.
Yep. 903. Might just get another one, too.
Yep. Get some more kills to
912.
buff up the scoreboard here for Arme.
Maposhka trying his hardest, but he's missing a lot.
And Arme, even if he goes down, of course, has the Aegis.
Dire's middle tower.
Spirit, they'll certainly already be thinking about what they want to do next game, and that's going to be the big question. You've just had your first big DK get smashed very hard today here by Arme and his Luna. Do you do it again? Or do you say, hey, you know what? Maybe Extreme, in terms of strategy and play, they've got a pretty good answer to what they've been getting away with the other day, Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, XG, I think the macro movements from them were just like perfect this game. Yes, the draft maybe could have gone either way, but overall, XG, these catches that they were able to find and just enable Ame was crazy. I have to highlight, XXS, because he ends up 0-3, same thing PYW like 4-3, I do have to highlight them a lot because they were the lockdown that allowed Ame to be able to get this type of explosive game. They were literally the only 2 stuns, and they were able to get that set up multiple times on either Laurel or Satanic, and prevent them from either getting a BKB off or prevent them from even getting to the point of getting it. Yeah, that was really well played from Extreme.
Absolutely, and it is just going to feel very rough for Team Spirit because this is what they do. This is what they've been excelling with. But today, it just gets completely shut down in this game. Satanic ends up pretty much doing the lowest damage in the game. This is just the complete opposite of what we've been seeing from Spirit with their Satanic DK lineups. Extreme, they seemingly have all the answers. Can't wait to see what happens in Game 2, because as for Game 1, it's all Extreme.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fox. Yeah, we knew that Dragon Knight was coming, especially when the Sangate came out, and so did Extreme. They have crafted a plan specifically against Team Spirit, executed it, and I don't feel that the Team Spirit were really prepared for what was coming. And here with Jenkins and Lacoste breaking this game down, it does feel, Lacoste, that this was Extreme preparation at play.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, after seeing the draft, I did like the fact that they had so much damage against this Dragon Knight. I was maybe expecting some Viperino in between, but most of the damage was magical. They also had pure damage. They had break mechanic, percentage-based damage from the Phoenix. So everything on paper, it looked good, and they played it out really well because not so much from the mid lane, though. XM, his bottle was killed early on. He had a couple of really bad deaths, but he managed to make a great comeback in this game.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I don't even know how a courier dies.
I swear,
in the Ember
courier
versus
is
Queen
bugged.
matchup.
It happens to me all the time.
It's got to be bugged. Like mid lane courier dying. No, I agree. I really like the draft. I feel like it was a DK counter draft without like fully committing. It was like every hero kind of soft countered him. Like every hero had a little bit of good magic damage for him, but also was a good hero.
Yeah.
Like Hoodwink, yes, has the break mechanic. but that's barely why people even pick Hoodwink as a hero. She's a strong laner, and some forward positions really enjoy playing her in general. So she's not picked for the break, but she has a break for the DK. Luna is a mixed damage carry. That's not just why people are picking Luna. She's OP for a lot of other reasons. So every hero like kind of countered it. Queen of Pain also does lots of pure damage, lots of magic damage, struggles in the early game, but eventually can kill a DK.
For sure. One thing I really liked, what Team Spirit was supposed to do with their draft, is get this Mage Slayer, get the pipe on the offlaner. Malik pretty much rushed it, and they also wanted to have DK with his 3 items, Armlet into Mask of Madness, into BKB. This is where Extreme Gaming kind of brought the game back. Brain is not braining earlier in the morning, because they got a pick off in the mid lane. They killed Laurel, and they also killed Dragonite before he could get his BKB off, and I think this was a big turnaround point for them.
It really was, and it does also make me wonder that the way we're talking about this game, obviously there's a lot like, okay, Extreme has to shut down Satanic. Why couldn't the other 4 heroes on the side of Spirit protect the DK better? Is that a draft issue? Because we knew from the get-go that Extreme was going to go, okay, we're going to counter the DK. Why wasn't Spirit's rest of their lineup better suited to protect the DK?
Honestly, it kind of fell apart for Spirit when there was those few early game pickoffs. Like Extreme Gaming just had their number in terms of picking off one guy that was solo. There was like that kill on Laurel mid where they just straight up bursted him, I think in like a bushwhack or something, which the reason you pick Ember Spirit in this game is because he's very hard to
that's
burst,
the one.
right? But they got the stun on him, and they followed it up with the little stun that they had, but they have a lot of damage, so they were able to burst him. And then there was another one where I think Satanic walked in and died on the high ground around this point where we're watching it in the replay.
Why are we having such hype music with it?
Because it's hype for Extreme Gaming. They're having a good time here. But yeah, I think it just a few pickoffs, and I think the nature of Queen of Pain as a hero is like, her early game is a bit weak, but if you can get to the mid game, she's very hard to lose with. She scales incredibly well.
This is one of the best late game heroes in the game. You're never gonna lack damage with Queen of Pain. She's also, like, in this game, we didn't really see it because the game wasn't as long, and he also didn't have that good of a game. But to manage to make a recovery, because they just pushed the high ground with the Dragonite, with Aegis. They're like, okay, Queen of Pain is dead. She used her Sonic Wave. There's not going to be enough damage. Not respecting the percentage-based damage, Road of Athos. And something to go back to is you ask, like, why they didn't play around Satanic. These heroes, they don't provide you with anything. If you get initiated on, they can't really help you out. There were some, like, 4 staffs, but other than that, you have Morta, you also have Enchantress, Ember Spirit. These are not the heroes that are gonna instantly stop the aggression. Once you blink in, once you commit with Extreme's draft, they can't really do much. Maybe you can force them out, but that's about it.
Yeah, and all those initiations that are coming from Extreme made possible by their vision. I would imagine Kezu has got a top-tier word of the game.
I do actually have a ward today that we need to look at because there are some good things happening. Extreme, they showed up today, all their players did, but also the supports and the warding. Here, Mr. Tianming on his Phoenix, always does great. He sneaks in this little ward here to the side. And what it gives them is this insane initiation for XXS. Like, this looks incredible, and of course what he does is great, but this stuff, it doesn't happen without this ward. And literally, this ward on its own, it insta-kills the DK. They take the tier 3 tower. You know, the egg, maybe it shouldn't die, but look at this. You know, this is just like, this is like a game-ending moment in a lot of games. If you're not ready with the sentry, they place this ward, they jump you, you might just lose.
Yeah, I will say, I have criticisms.
Oh.
I'm a support.
Yeah.
I play, when everybody's in their base, and nobody can leave, and you know someone's coming, you know, enemy team's coming. Why aren't there 2 sentries on one side so you can protect that?
Because they're not ready. Because maybe when you place this ward, you don't tell your Sand King, yo, look at this ward, if they come, we kill them. It's like, I'm gonna place my ward.
Yeah, but then everybody sees the ward as it gets placed and everybody knows it's like they're here.
But then if they come to kill it, you can still kill them there. And I mean, it's true. It's both. First of all, you need to place the ward and be ready. But Spirit, they didn't pass the vibe check.
They did not.
No, they're not ready.
They're
like,
not.
Oh, maybe they're coming high ground. Let's wait. Boom!
Yeah.
You're dead.
Well, this is typical Spirit fashion. That's
true. It's
lose game 1, win the next 2.
Yeah, and also apparently whoever I predict from these 2 teams, I always get it wrong. You know, this time I like Spirit, they lose. Yesterday I go against them, they win. Maybe it's just a script.
maybe.
So next
maybe
game
it
I'll
is.
decide who wins.
Yes, we'll see. Now we'll see what happens. Thank you for your Kitty Award of the game. We'll see what happens in game number 2 very soon.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever.
I can feel the rush. Here it comes. The sun is hot, yeah. Ready, set, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't get enough. Can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you feel the rush? I can't get enough. I just can't get enough. You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24, where we are accompanied by the PogChamp Pandas, and we are talking about the series at hand, which is Spirit versus Extreme. It's a best-of-3 series. Extreme Gaming has not won a single series yet, but they're on the right track right now. They won game number 1, and before we're going to head into game number 2, I first want to talk to you about something, of course, with Jenkins, Lacoste, and Kezu. And I want to show you guys our US Air Force Wisdom Rune for this series. We got ourselves a Medusa stat coming your way. And, well, also Ame, because Ame has a 100% win rate with Medusa. We see Medusa first phase banned against Extreme Gaming quite a few times, including previous game. But Lacoste, overall, this hero is doing quite well, especially if you consider that high MMR pubs is 65%.
It
insane.
is. It's a new trend that Ame started, and people started to copy it, but they're going back to the old ways as well. This is something very specific. Kai Assange feels really nice on the hero because it gives you all things that you want. It gives you tankiness, 16 strength, 16 intelligence, slow resistance, which sometimes you are getting kited. And the big one is 25 mana loss reduction. So it does work the way if you're playing against some Diffusal Blade, you're getting less mana burn. Also gives you health regen amp, lifesteal amp. Pretty much gives you everything. I think this item is slightly underrated. Before it had status resistant component, but now it feels good. And it's exactly what Medusa needs. A little bit of mana, a little bit of tankiness as well. But as I said, people are also going for the old school Medusa build. They try this one out, and on Dota Pro Tracker, most of the players are going for the old stuff.
Yeah. Like, I think this is really cool because it goes to show like how important it is to like itemize correctly, but also like know your hero. Like this way you can play against counters and actually beat them. Instead, maybe if you don't know about this build and like you play Medusa and Dupango, it's like, oh, why did we pick this? This is unplayable. When in reality, if you think hard enough and you figure some stuff out, you can beat the counters.
Yeah, this build pushes it into the first phase ban territory.
Yeah.
Because you can just play into counters. I think the only one that really sucks is Anti-Mage, but also Anti-Mage is like an F-tier hero, so maybe you don't even need to worry about that too much. Because people play it offlane when they're playing it against Medusa, which is insane.
Yeah, because it's that bad that you really don't want to have it as a carry.
Yeah, that's not your carry.
Yeah, carry AM is like borderline unplayable.
Yeah, we have a similar situation as last game. When I say similar, I mean exactly the same in terms of who is Radiant in first pick and who is Dire in second pick. We do have, of course, the change up because Extreme showed that they know how to play against Team Spirit's Dragon Knight, especially if it's first phase picked up. They go for an early Primal Beast instead, which is kind of unusual, I want to say.
It is unusual, but for them, they've already played it on Malik. I know that Larl has also been playing it in pubs. And in the last game, it was banned out in the second phase. I know Lacoste is a big Primal Beast
one of the
enjoyer.
biggest fans out there.
Take it away. Why do you think it's good here?
This hero doesn't have bad matchups, like, because it's one of the best heroes that you can creep skip with. It has, if he's paired up with a strong laner, you always have a kill threat, BKB piercing tool, a great scaling, the way his abilities work. Pretty, I'd say, similar to something that we mentioned about Quap. This hero just has infinite scaling in terms of Damagio, and I like this ban. They just protected it perfectly. Didn't have enough time to mention it. Crystal Maiden, one of the few heroes that does really well against Primal Beast. And then you also use this ban from Clockwork, and since you have second pick, that also means that you have the first pick in the second phase. So they pick up Dark Willow, which is a great counter to Primal Beast. I'd be down for Extreme Gaming to pick up Dragon Knight. Not necessarily straight away, but maybe on the 18. Because you want to have something against this Primal Beast. You want to have some kind of a stun, something that can lock him in place.
I do feel like if Spirit can get it on fourth pick for them, they will take it. in the next phase if Extreme lets it through. Just because I agree that Extreme should take it if they let it through, but I feel like Spirit, after losing the last game, they're just gonna like lower the stock of it. Maybe the way that Extreme solves that is that, again, they pick this like high magic damage lineup, which dissuades from picking the DK. Okay, so they are gonna do that, and then they take it themselves. I really like where this is headed for Extreme. If they do pick the DK, I think that's really smart.
I mean, I think there's definitely a high chance that Extreme will be looking at it. Like maybe, I mean, they have what, the same 3 heroes?
They're doing it. Yeah, they're doing exactly that.
Because even if Spirit do take the DK here, like you can kind of go against it. Okay, so they go with something else, which I like a lot. Like this way also you're answering the Phoenix a lot more than in the last game. You have Bloodlusted Core, you have Morphling. Morphling is insane against SK and also against Phoenix. Last game, Extreme banned it. This time they banned the Tusk over it. So that is also kind of interesting.
Yeah, now the question is, do you still want to pick DK? And they don't. Okay, they go for the Puck. Very low lockdown on the side of Spirit for Puck right now. And Extreme has first pick, which means they do not get last pick, so may as well pick the mid here, ban out the counters.
I mean, Spirit need to solve this Puck. And I believe you will be mainly doing this with mid heroes, which means your primal should be going to the off lane.
But there's quite a few counters left in, no? For the Puck?
There are.
For Laurel, I think you ban Tiny and Void Spirit. Monkey King is a big red flag there, but
we've seen other teams also who are not Monkey mid specialists that they tend to do really well, even though these mid players are not known to be playing Monkey from the mid lane. So I still think, because it's one of the better ones. He doesn't maybe like to play as much into Phoenix. That's something that ruins Monkey King. Hoodwink can also be annoying, but it's more about the matchups and what you can do once you get that advantage.
It's devastating. Honestly, like, I agree. I think you don't run the gambit of saying, oh, Laurel, he plays Tiny way more. Like he's not gonna want to play Monkey King. Like I'd much rather personally play against a Tiny as a Puck than Monkey King currently, especially because I agree with Lacoste. Like while Phoenix does counter Monkey King, it also counters Tiny. So I think I'd rather play against the worst hero.
Yeah,
the worst hero, which is the Tiny.
Do we have a preference on what Ame will play during this game? Because that's what Spirit is trying to ban out, right? They banned out the Alchemist so far. Any more carries that you want to see removed from the pool?
You know, I could see the Nature as being pretty strong here. Well, then again, Nature's into Primal.
Into Primal feels bad. I thought about it. If they had a different position 5, that could have been an option because of the build that you go for. You're going for this Revenant's Brooch. You're going for this, what's it called? Parasma. Yeah, my brain just stopped working.
We got at least the Luna removed, so not a repeat of previous game.
Yeah, these bans make sense. These are like the two just very standard carries.
I don't know if there's that many like one-to-one hero matchups that you love here against Morph. I mean, some of them are banned out, or at least like Medusa. There's some SF that can do fine.
I'm a Phantom Lancer. Bring it back.
Yeah, this hero might be below anti-mage.
Nobody touched that hero for a good reason.
Is it a good Juggernaut game?
No, it never is. I mean, maybe
I feel obligated to ask anyway.
Maybe you can just like take a hero that gives you like your own tempo, because I think it's a good Morph game, but there is a lot of like random like garbage around, you know, some random Sand King stun. There is like a coil, a silence. So maybe if you can play, I don't know, maybe
it's gotta be
Monkey
something
King?
spicy.
I don't know.
It's gonna be something.
They could pick up Monkey King themselves, then have that as basically the extra ban as well.
There's one tempo hero that Ame did play multiple times, because I'm a big Night Stalker enjoyer, and he played as a carry. You know, silence against all of these heroes, it does feel nice. If they can push the tempo.
But then they have the greatest combo, Supernova with Nighttime.
You can't do that.
That's the worst.
It's so bad.
It's just simple.
It's just a dragon.
Yeah, that makes sense. They
kind of forgot.
I mean, we said it so long ago that they just might steal
it. It still counts. Okay, Spirit needs... I mean, they need Laurel's hero.
Yeah. Well, that Monkey King you guys mentioned is still in the pool.
I think Monkey King is the pick, but I think they're going to take Tiny because it's Laurel. That's what my
I feel like that there should be a better pick than either of those, because even though they do fine against against Puck in the lane, I feel like after 10 minutes, if I'm Monkey King and they use one spell on me, I'm dead.
Is there also something in the game that could still help deal with the Dragon Knight? Because we saw a whole draft catered towards dealing with Dragon Knight previously.
Viperonski, the
Yeah.
Laurel Viper.
I mean,
I can see Viper.
great in the lane against Puck. You have most of the damage is magical early on. You have Primal Beast, Ogre, Dark Willow. These heroes can't play together. We forgot about this.
A Wimber
as well.
Timbersaw coming out. I mean,
Well,
we mentioned it in
it-
the previous game, and then we said it's not that nice.
It is, okay.
Oh, and it will
they're-
be Primal Mid.
Primal mid, yeah, okay. Oh, I don't like that. I think this is a mistake you make once against a good DK, and then you realize Timber is not good against DK in lane. Like, I think DK straight up wins that lane.
Yeah, with Phoenix, they have a lot of fire damage, which is great against tree, which Timbersaw is. He has a lot of trees in his backpack, so he's gonna burn early on. I like Extreme Gaming's draft one more time. I gotta check it out. Give me 1 second to see all the heroes.
Maybe
yeah, it's
they-
pretty much the similar lineup. Go ahead, Kizu.
Maybe Spirit's thought is like, okay, you put Timber and Primal are both very tanky, you get this pipe, and eventually you get to like 30, 40 minutes where Primal from mid gets an earlier Ags to deal with the DK. I'm not sure, because I like Extreme's draft a little bit more, but Spirit also have like heroes and I guess this like 30, 35 minute timing that they're playing with this Satanic Morphling. So I feel like it will be a close game, but I'm leaning on Extreme.
I will feel like every time we talk about Spirit, and especially basically every time, is Satanic countered. Previously, the DK was very heavily focused. Does he have a little bit more freedom on the Morphling this time around?
Yeah, he has more freedom, but I think the other heroes for Team Spirit are a bit rough, especially the Timber. I don't think this is the last pick gotcha by any means.
Okay, we're gonna find out. Is game number
Yes.
2 coming your way? Yes. Game number 2 coming your way right now via the PogChamp Pandas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for game 2. Ready to go here between Extreme and Team Spirit. And we're getting to see a bit of the old what switcheroo, right? This time, Extreme. They're going to be the ones with the Dragon Knight. And we're going to see if Arme can sort of show how it's done after Satanic on his DK had a pretty rough game 1.
He did. Extreme played so well. Honestly, that was such a good game from them. I did want to highlight in particular the 2 heroes that they've gone for again in this game. Well, actually 3 of them. Right, 3 of those shared from that last draft, the Sand King, the Hoodwink, the Phoenix. They seemed so well prepared with the way that they fought together with these 3. Love to see it. I think PYW has these type of games where he just is explosive. He lands like almost every single one of his spell combos. And that was definitely one of those games where he was that leading catch in most situations. And yeah, let's see if Satanic on the Morph, a hero that hasn't been having the best success.
It's not been great.
It takes a long time to get online, and a lot of the times these games just don't allow the Morph to get to that point. So let's see how he's going to be able to do in the matchup. And have to always factor in, DK, super strong carry. I always like to mention this when he's playing versus a lot of these like heroes that don't want to build BKB too early, is the Breathe Fire, the damage reduction versus these super high damage Agis. It can be very relevant in the kind of 1v1 fight that they end up having. And yeah, I can't believe they got this DK last. When they already had the Primal on the side of Spirit, because what we've seen a lot of times is the DK has been a counter pick versus that Primal Beast in the laning phase. So Spirit, they try to change things up and go for this Timbersaw, and we'll have to see if it works for Malik. There's a couple of times I think we've seen it once or twice at least where the DK is able to do just fine versus that Timber.
Well, let's see. I mean, it does seem a bit weird if they were to have forgotten about the DK during the draft, because they are one of the Dragon Knight teams themselves, Spirit.
True.
So you would have thought that this hero would have been in their mind.
Malik, taking a beating. Will be able to survive, but gets put down very low. Another stun could just kill him if he steps up again. Maybe it's just because Ame, maybe they just don't think he's going to play it, right? That's the one thing, is Ame is a bit unpredictable. It does seem like for this tournament of which carries he wants to play. I don't have a full list. I can actually bring it up, but he's played quite a bit of them. Of course, as we've said, the Jug a few times, but he's played Nature's Prophet, Luna, now he's adding DK. Tons of heroes in the arsenal. Per usual for Ame. And again, XXS, a lane that I feel like he's going to do pretty well in. As we were mentioning, a lot of times for the Sand King, there's a ranged hero plus that support that's melee that ends up just bullying him. This feels like another one where XXS is going to have that really good game.
Well, Satani's got to be a bit careful. gets caught up kind of by the Burrow Strike, the follow-up.
Yep.
Sitting rather low.
2 different spells to reach for him. Miposhka has hit 2, so he's got the 2 points in the Ignite. Should be able to at least protect and absorb a good amount of that damage, but yeah, Satanic. Little slip up there under the creeps and he could just die. Mid lane, Laurel. Maybe we'll have like a slight edge over the puck, but nothing to like write home about by any means. XM should do very well in this matchup as a puck. And a pretty good puck game when you look at it on paper. Check out the lockdown for him. Yeah, there's an Ogre stun, but it's pretty telegraphed. There's not really too many of these instant disables that could trip XM up inside in the mid game too. Sure, when the morph turns into him and he gets to use the Waning Rift, that could be one of those tools to be able to answer the puck, but XM. Just look like he can have a very good game on this puck.
Just so far, Ame not having too tough a time down it.
Nope. They're actually just really owning Malik, actually. Malik only having 7 last hits right now. Should be able to claim this Lotus as well. Rue, does he get it first? He does, actually. They're going to chase him out, though.
He might be in trouble for this. He'll get the brambles down.
Does he? He doesn't feel like he had the team.
He's able to juke around the trees.
Oh, oopsie. Malik off the mark there with the G. Oh, with the Whirling. That was very fast from Rue. Good heads-up play using that Shadow Realm to not get stunned. So far, Zdanik is getting the free farm. So they are protecting him with Miposhka, that body. The Ogre is able to secure the farm for him. XXS is getting good CS, though, himself. He did lose his courier, so is a bit out of regen up here. Huh. That's annoying. Strength Adaptive Strike just to make him miss the CS there.
Doing very well so far, Satanic.
Yep.
They haven't found a chance to trip him up.
Yeah, pretty solid start. I mean, Miposhka now is going to start to beat onto PYW. Some good damage onto him.
Did not catch you.
Malik is also starting to recover bottom, but constantly being put low. I keep having to look down there. They're giving him they gave him the healing Lotus over on Malik just in case. But yeah, it feels like at any moment could just get brought down if he's not careful from the burst.
Yeah, I mean, and Ame's just constantly at full HP.
Yeah, just untouched really in this lane. Starting with the wand, going for the boots right away, just strictly going for the treads as fast as possible. No small items really in between.
Top lane.
Do they find him?
They should have the opportunity to finish PYW here.
They
Don't get him. First blood for Satanic. Who's having that on top of free farm in this lane?
This lane's going better for them than the last time. Last time with the DK +1, DK plus Ench, they were able to get a little bit going there for the DK, but yeah, this time getting a kill on Satanic is free farming. XXS is getting great farm, but yeah, this Morphling, this is usually how you want it to go for him in the laning phase, if you want to have success for him. As I said, a lot of times this hero just does not get the chance to get online. So other thing to point out too is depending on how, depending on these lanes go, even if Spirit does win lanes, they don't really have, I would say, the overall best team fight in particular for their draft. The Primal Beast and Willow are the 2 ones that are going to provide the most. Extreme has an obscene amount of team fight. Pretty much all of the heroes providing a good amount of either lockdown or damage that they can throw into there. Just bigger ultis in particular with the combo of the Phoenix Puck Sand King. See if Malik's, well, how much he's going to be able to do with this Timber, since he did also go for the, I've seen this a couple of times too, is they'd go for the Twisted Chakram when they're playing versus DK. It does make your lane a bit weaker, but overall in the game, it's going to make it better for this Timber Saw to try to burst targets down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It does mean that his lane is going to just be a little bit slower of how he can actually threaten the DK in particular. But maybe he just doesn't feel like he could anyway.
I mean, overall, do you like that they went for the Timber as the last pick? Do you think it was one of the better options?
The burst damage is nice, for sure, versus DK. I don't know how good this hero is in particular right now in the current state of the meta. We're not seeing too many people really pick it up, even though we do have a lot of strength tanky cores. Coming on Ming.
He stepped up quite a bit. He's got the dive at the ready. That Shadow Realm hit will indeed finish him. So not the trade that Tianming was looking to sign himself up for there, stepping that far up.
He took two back-to-back Whirling Deaths, just took an insane amount of damage. XXS is being stalked over here. Laurel on the chase.
Oh, he's going to find him.
He actually grabs him. The Poshka's here.
That's a very, very dead Sand King.
They've got the dust. Oh, and Laurel gets a neutral item too. A very beneficial rotation for the Primal Beast. 3-0 off these lanes for Spirit. And Satanic is not getting pressured.
Yeah, this Morphling start doesn't get any better, really. This is as good of a beginning to the game that Satanic could have hoped for. It's going to be on track for a very quick timing with the Vlads. And at that point, yeah, we'll be able to stick to the jungle, and it's going to be up to Extreme to try and get that move over there to shut him down and catch him.
Yeah, this lane actually did go. They did have that range +1 to be able to shut down this. It actually did work a little bit better than I anticipated. Last time it was pretty much XXS just fully free farming. This time XXS he's shut down. He will have the stacks to go back to this time around, so he will be able to pretty much get his farm completely back in order after he clears these up. But Miposhka's going to look to contest. He's walking in. At least looking to steal that XP from XXS. Maybe not take the creeps, but at least get something. They will set up for him, though. PYW's here with XM.
Miles ready with the backup. Now get the grab on towards the Phoenix.
Poshka's alive.
Kill. I mean, yeah, they didn't have enough ways to kind of get over to the Ogre and finish him off.
They needed that little bit extra from Tianming, but the instant grab actually just stops the Phoenix from contributing any extras. XXS will finish off the stack, but maybe Laurel can actually get him here.
He can. He's able to close in onto him. He's already used the Burrow Strike, XXS. He's got the Sandstorm, but Sentry's down. They'll find him.
Oh!
Under the tower, the Ignite. It should be enough to kill him right.
They will lose Laurel, though, under the tier 2. Right, PYW does get the catch. Miposhka also likely to fall.
I mean, he's got Satanic with him.
He does.
Yeah, won't be able to turn and fight back against the puck, so... Spirit getting punished a little bit for chasing as far as they did there as they lose the two of them.
A big kill on Laurel in particular, getting under the into that tier 2 to go for the kill. Stops a lot of his momentum that he's been getting there.
Yeah, they really chased for that.
Ame will take all this space, though. He's just been able to sit bottom. He gets the free farm, and now the puck has a good advantage over that Primal Beast. And we were mentioning, at least I was, how it can be a very, very good puck game for XM. Just that limited control for him can be pretty damn good for him to just, play the fights and dance inside of them. Looking to make this move here. XXS is looking to steal Ancients. This is a really nice move. They've got to stop this.
Team Spirit is going to be completely on top of this. They do not want to let Extreme get away.
But they're going to get at least this whole hard camp.
Chilling and farming the hard camp XXS. He'll get it all.
What a move. Oh, that was a super smart move from them.
And he'll want to go for more.
He's got 5 seconds till that Sandstorm. They take out the Vision too. Laurel?
They need to bring more over here, Spirit. As Miposhka and Malik turn up.
XM just continues to poke him. He's got another Sandstorm to reposition it closer to the Ancients. He's going to set it up.
He's going to start working on them underneath the noses of all 4 of Spirit watching.
Big damage.
He's getting healed up by the Sunray. And he's falling low, XXS, but he's going to be able to back off and survive this. The side.
Malik.
He's found PYW, tries to jump away with the Sharpshooter, but PYW gets taken out. The Dream Coil laid down onto the 2 of them. So that will be the death. Malik, maybe the rest will get out alive. Tianming TPs, and XM with the haste will be able to run. So
very heads-up move there. Love it from Extreme. Just a super aggressive play that they're able to just steal stacks away, slow down any extra farm that Spirit's able to get. Very cool move from XXS. He is 0-2, but either way, walking in there, gets the cleanup on quite a bit of those creeps.
And it'll be interesting as well with the build. Okay, it's going to be the Mask of Madness. I wonder if Arme was going to skip the Mask of Madness and go for straight Blink or BKB, but no, sticking to what I feel we've seen become the standard, really.
I don't think you really deviate on this hero too much. Maybe you can throw like an SNY before a BKB in some situations, or a data list before one if you want to, with like the Armlet Mask of Madness afterwards. But I think Armlet Mom is just it's so fast how much you can farm, and you can fight with it because it just provides. You just have your the increased armor from your Dragon's Blood, so you can just like sit there, even with Mask of Madness, pop the team fights. Yeah, you can just stand your ground. It's nice. Satanic, of course, that outlier so far. He's been having a very free game.
He has.
But the 2 cores on the side of XG are having pretty close to that.
Yeah, and it's just, I feel like we've seen so many games, even when the Morphling does have a good start, where it still ends up losing. Yeah. It just hasn't been one of the carries that's been closing up wins that easily this tournament.
And he is not. It's not like he's not playing versus stuns, right? There's Sanking stun, Hoodwink, the puck disables, the DK as well too. There's quite a bit that they do have to be able to provide for him. Success. Pretty alone. He'll get brought down.
Satanic able to get involved and help with the push onto the tier 1. Same time they are getting some pressure being put on the mid by Extreme.
Can Laurel stop this pressure? Oh, that's an interesting one too to see. Let's see what Laurel's got queued up. Laurel's going Armlet.
Okay.
Armlet on the Primal Beast.
It is a great item.
It is one of the best ones you can get on Strength Heroes, but usually not seen, especially on a Primal. UIW.
Oh, they're going to be able to turn towards the egg. This egg should be pretty dead.
The push gun, the miss! The miss!
Oh my goodness!
The miss!
That looked as dead as any egg I've ever seen, but that miss coming into play on the last hit that would have absolutely killed it.
The blinding sun.
Yeah.
And now Laurel.
And they could get more. They get the epicenter burrow stroke over towards Lyle. They'll take this fight, Extreme.
What a fight.
And all really down to the fact that Tiaming's egg, it just doesn't die. Look at this.
The actual miss.
Towards it.
I feel like we actually rarely see this miss come into play, but... Oh, perfect timing. They were on low ground to the Timber, and the Primal couldn't actually reach to hit that egg. What a positioning there from Tianming.
I mean, yeah, the fight's all extremes after that one. Lyle tries to recover this by going back in, but underestimating that XXS, he's got that epicenter ready to go.
We've had a couple games like this from Tianming where he gets this positioning of egg beautifully. That was hot stuff, and we have some very interesting builds to talk about this game, Owen. We have that Armlet, of course, that was built on Laurel, and Tianming. I've seen them do this before on the Phoenix too, but he's going straight Nullifier.
Ooh.
The naked Nullifier Phoenix. He doesn't have anything else queued.
That's pretty confident.
He is playing versus Bloodlust. He's playing versus a Timber who can potentially go for that Aghanims at some point too. All right. It's a very cool approach.
Yeah. Who was it that did this before? So we said Tianming's done this before.
I've seen this on Phoenixes a couple times. I think I've even seen Jin Q do this before, and they felt like they needed it, like in the past, because when they played versus like these Dark Seers and these buff up lineups.
Sure.
I mean,
but why does it always? Well, it has been in the past.
The Phoenix.
Yeah. What is it about being on the Phoenix that, as a support, you sort of say to yourself,
hey,
"Well, I need a Nullifier as my first item."
The cool thing that he can actually do is always have the reach. A lot of these ranged heroes, you can't actually get close enough to use it. This one, you dive in and use the Nullifier, right?
Nullifier off.
So,
and then play the fight, move back in, Supernova. Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's very far away, but either way, I had to point this out because he literally bought the helm. You know, that's just like.
Hey, well, with the way things are going, you never know. Maybe he's going to change it up and go Armlet Phoenix and be truly a baller.
That would be pretty hype.
But yeah, so the Armlet is online for LoL. It is indeed, and he's going SNY into BKB afterwards.
Cool. Cool to see some type of change-ups at least. I don't think we get to see this really almost any of these games, so. See if it pays off for him, of course, as there is a good amount of this ticking damage that they do have on the side of Extreme Gaming. They have the Sandstorm, they have the Phoenix. So these type of things can sometimes be very difficult to toggle inside of. But overall, it's one of the best value items that you can get.
It is.
Brew. Not gonna be able to get XXS there. He gets the blink away. And he did accelerate the blink on XXS this time around. Not even a Bloodstone. He wants to have that initiation to follow up with his team. Because they do have such wombo combo team fight on the side of XG this time. With the Coil, with the Phoenix. So far, XM 2-0-3. They're looking for another catch. Laurel.
Oh, he's tanky.
They missed the Bushwhack.
They got the Dream Coil to compensate for that miss. Sharpshooter's going to miss.
Well. Missed the Epi too. He blinked into a Bramble.
This was not the team fight combo that they were looking for. That was one Epi, Supernova, and a Dream Coil, and it didn't really hit together there for them.
The symphony of skills.
Yeah.
Off the mark with that initial Bushwhack, and then, yeah, just literally everything else just whiffs. Spirit. That's every ultimate used from the side of XG. Spirit, it's going to be go time for them to at least attempt for a siege. Success still does have that blink. It's going to set up the Sandstorm. Yeah, no ultis at the ready.
Lyle's in.
Steps up.
It's going to go straight for Tianming. They'll look to take out the Phoenix first. Immediate death there for Tianming.
Laurel takes a good chunk of damage. He will be okay. They should be able to finish off this tower. XXS still sticking around to stop them as much as possible, though.
And they'll get it.
But they will.
More money for Satanic.
Well, that'll happen, yep. When all the ults do get missed. Ame, though, quietly sitting on the side, 0-0-0. His timing for that BKB is going to be pretty close to that, 17 minutes.
It's basically that 17 minutes that we're seeing on the DKs, right? If you get your Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB by 17 minutes, you're in a good spot.
Yeah. And are they building buff ups for... I mean, this time around, they're not going to have that buff up for him, though, right? So, since we do see Tianming going down the Nullifier route, he won't have that solo crest that we did see him throwing onto Ame last game. Ame, though, has been farming split up from the team, so he does have a slight advantage in terms of experience compared to Satanic. Although Satanic does have that gold advantage. Double blink daggers. So blink on XXS, blink on the puck. Next time they should be able to land their spells.
Yeah. And they do kind of need to, especially for sort of the progress of the Phoenix. If Tianming's not finding successful team fights, he's very unlikely to find this 3,000 plus gold from anywhere else.
Yes, I mean, this is so interesting to see that he just go for this.
Dire's bottom tower.
And he will get it, but
it's going
to take many minutes.
Yeah.
And then even when he has got it, we'll see how much it matters and how powerful it is that he's got the Nullifier as early as he has.
It really is just so interesting. Like, maybe it is just like...
What are the big things you're looking to nullify?
It's Bloodlust. And if there's an Aghanim's that comes out from Malik, so maybe he's preemptively expecting that the Timbersaw will go for this build, which Malik is queuing, so...
Spirit.
But I'll make an exception.
And a bit more cautious as they don't want to walk into any action when XG's got their ultimates online.
When does Satanic want to go BKB this game is my curiosity. It's going to be next item. He does have good ways in the fights to be able to turn into heroes. I think he has like 3 different ones that look really nice for him. All 3 cores, if he's able to morph into them in fights, is strong. Either the DK having the stun, the puck getting that silence, or the Sands tanking. A lot of these games I've seen, they play inside that Sandstorm, having that extra stun too for lockdown. It is very strong. He does have that bit of a net worth lead at the moment versus Ame too, but Ame does have BKB finished. And as we did say before, Extreme, their team fight overall, it is very strong if they can land the spells. Things have slowed down quite a bit here. 6-9.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
XG, they have an amp damage on XM. This could be maybe a call to go for a team fight. But the way Spirit's kind of just split up right now, tough to really find any of these options to kill. Everybody's just farming all over the place.
Well, we have it smoke time. They want to use
They want to catch him, yeah.
Get this DK involved for some action.
And the amp damage. And if they do find the Morphling, they will very likely just kill him 100-0. They will see the Willow Fear bottom, so maybe that catches their attention to go for a play here. Laurel
would be a pretty nice catch.
They see him.
They're going to find him. Atos, they don't even have to use many, if any, of these ultimates.
Nope. Nothing having to commit
at the same
there.
time, they've also got the catch over towards the side.
Brew.
As they've found
He actually
Brew.
shows himself.
Yeah, they got the setup with XXS's Burrow Strike. He's going to try and get up towards the gate.
Not getting
Burrow
out.
Strike's back up. Brew's gone.
Nice smoke there from XG.
Poshka's got to be careful. He will die to this.
They can take out this tower. How much longer do they have Dragon? They might be able to go for Roche. Do think that XG can threaten this. Some nice catches they were able to find again.
Dire are scanning.
Starting to speed up the pressure, and they really can do this around their Dragon Knight.
Is under attack.
Ame, see his next item. So he is deviating a little bit in the build, it looks like, if he does want to go down this route. He's got the Orchid queued, which can be very valuable, of course, versus all 3 cores again. He switches it immediately afterwards. He's still debating which build he does want to go.
Escadi. Yeah.
Right. He likes his Scotty.
He does like
for sure.
Escadi.
Ame really likes his item.
carries. He definitely prioritizes it a lot more than other carry players.
We usually do just see the data list, which I mean does feel like it fits a bit better overall for damage, but hey, Ame, he likes his item builds. Can't critique the man. Malik. So Malik does have the Ags done, and that is going to just make Tianming's eventual nullifier timing that much better, so nice foresight play that Tianming has been able to go for once he does get it. BKB now finished for Satanic, so it looks like Spirit gonna try to find a fight with that. Satanic.
He's going to go towards Ame. Ame just immediately BKBs and TPs out. They don't want to take this fight.
Under attack.
They didn't have their pucker sanking in the area. PYW will also get out. That was more fused, so a bit of a longer cooldown to be able to look for that upcoming go. XXS. He's got BKB if he feels like he has to use it. Doesn't feel like he needs to. And now Malik.
I've got the coil on him.
He's got the Aghanim.
They want to go with the FP XXS.
They've got the silence.
Go with the jump. They're going to go straight and get the burst strike onto the
and
tunnel.
Laurel.
Catching Laurel as well. And that was not a fight the Spirit really wanted to go into, but the two of them did. Malik getting caught, and then Lal trying to bail him out and turn the fight around. It goes horribly wrong as they get tripped up by the two-man burrow.
Beautiful silence from XM. It happens before the reactive armor comes out there from that Timber Saw, so that Aghanim is not going to be put to use in Laurel. This build, you know, him not having BKB in his build early is going to be really painful because it's all magic damage. It's tons of control. That's going to be pretty painful for him in these upcoming fights because they can just throw the spells on him and there's no way for him to get the dispel. XM will be able to play himself out of that mid lane. Yeah, I don't know. This Primal Beast build is
Dire's top tower
definitely interesting.
Yeah, maybe it will come together once he's got the BKB.
Yeah, it's going to be some time though, right? Where I feel like Extreme can really start to control a good chunk of the map where the Primal Beast just feels very vulnerable.
That's right. He's actually not going to go the BKB, right?
He's going to go Eternal. He's changing it. He needs BKB.
You think he has to? He had Eternal into Aghanim's queued up.
I don't think he can go that. I think he'll still die. They have that much overwhelming damage. But we'll see. We'll see when he really does want to go down. 23 minutes. They are looking to set up for their Tormentor now on the side of XG. And Ame, he commits. So he's going to go for the Scotty.
It is a good Scotty.
It is.
Right?
They're going to have a ton of heal reduction.
Timber.
Right, they're going to have the Scotty, and I believe I saw XXS. He's not going for Bloodstone yet this game. He's going to go Shiva's route, so they will have that double heal negation versus Morph and Timber, which, of course, on paper does feel very, very strong. They're up to a 3K lead now. Starting to get momentum. Who got the shard, by the way? It was Tianming.
He's very close to nullifying.
It's a really good shard that he was able to pick up here, too.
And next fight, they'll have the nullifier. They'll likely have that Scotty done on Ame. So these next big timings is being hit by Extreme in a way that Spirit's progress is not quite the same level outside, obviously, than Satanic. Now, this Morphling is going to have Daedalus done, ready for the next team fight. But the Timber and the Primal, definitely not feeling their impact as much. We saw as much in that last play they made around the mid. They die very easily.
They do.
And it's not easy for them to play into these fights.
And that's pretty much the nullifier done. Tianming, he's got... I mean, if he just gets this mid creep wave, he'll be able to have it. Satanic shows himself. They're going to start poking him.
Get the burrow, but he's a hard one to take down.
He gets the full shift going, just in case.
Radiant's
Yep, there it is. So nullifier done. So that reactive armor, I don't think Malik's actually been able to even use it yet. So they already have the answer versus that reactive in particular, and they'll be able to remove the Bloodlust that's going to be thrown in the Morph. Smoke me smoke. See who gets the better angle.
It's difficult for Spirit. It really does feel that only Satanic is a threat right now.
Yeah, Laurel, I mean, this build, we'll have to see if it ends up working, or if he just gets completely locked down and gets almost nothing off. Very risky route that he's gone down. Extreme just playing it cool. Nearly level 20, also starting to get hit onto Ame, that ranged form attack that we do see come out. Very strong in a lot of these matchups. Keep the distance. They're going to get their push going bottom. Same time, though, both teams mirroring each other.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That's the Parasmaton, too. So, XM, we're talking constantly about these carries over and over again, but we constantly were mentioning how good of a game it can be for the puck. His damage is going to be very relevant. Putting this debuff onto everybody with their massive amount of magic damage that they have. Definitely very strong for the side of XG.
They're going to try and push. There's the MP. They're not Satanic. I mean, XXS is going to go straight for the backlines. He will get grabbed. Satanic turns towards him. They're going to be able to kill XXS. He's gone.
Here comes Ame.
He's going to get the connection over towards the Timber. Knock down Malik. Take him down. The fear comes in, but a little bit too late to save Malik. Offlaner for an offlaner.
Can XG catch more? Imagine XM is going to look to jump further. So that BKB was used from Satanic. They are positioning themselves on the bottom side. Won't be able to find that extra go. Ame's got the blink queued next, so wants to have that reach to get on top of this Morph. He's got it finished. And at the moment still, Satanic, no BKB for the next 50 seconds. Has to be careful with his positioning versus the side of Extreme with the amount of catch that they have. Miposhka always playing the body.
Dire are scanning.
XG playing this game very, very clean and methodically. 11 to 10, keeping themselves in a good position versus this Morphling. Laurel is getting closer and closer to the BKB. He's waiting to set the trap here for XXS. His BKB is back up in 20 seconds. Are they gonna go for this here? Looks like they will try. The trample was used already, but with the Bedlam,
That's so much damage, yeah, Root getting in on top of them.
We're a hell of a team, Jax, aren't we?
Quite the catch there. Couple of times, XXS now dying in that bottom area of the map.
Yeah, that's big. They catch the Sanking, and he's that one that maybe would have been able to find Satanic while the BKB was cooldown, so not going to find that. Satanic now BKB's up, and there's positioned around bottom to potentially go for that poke again.
It's not quite the sort of same advantage over the DK that was in the middle, and Arme.
The Poshka.
Let's try and burst through him, but the fear comes out. He's ready to
Fear
sweep
connects
across,
beautifully.
take out Tianming. They're going to look over towards Arme. Arme has to put the BKB and run.
Satanic chasing
down.
him.
He's got the potential. The Dragon Tail as the BKB comes to an end. If he can get in time, he'll get caught himself.
Can he get the stun? He can.
There.
Arme's in trouble.
Closes in. Beautiful play here from the Morph. Satanic cleaning up the fight fantastically.
3 pickoffs back to back to back from the Sky to Spirit. XM almost dies to that Axe. Crazy burst damage he gets hit by. Nice connection there from Rue. Getting that fear from the sideline there. Ame can't disengage with the BKB.
No, yeah, Satanic was just allowed to join the fight perfectly.
Laurel finds himself an Arcane Rune too. This Morphling, it's
keep it
online.
up. So we've seen a lot of Morph, but we've seen a lot of Morph even when it gets good. Doesn't close up the game. And Satanic do it here.
He's threatening high ground. No BKB. They're gonna make the go. He gets the shift off.
So they can burst through him. He's got the backup. He's going to be able to put the man to waveform out. So Satanic will be fine after the initial attempt from Extreme.
And I believe Laurel's full BKB is about to be delivered too, so he has the protection of that as well. So he did get the downtime to build the farm this, where they didn't actually pick him off another time. His timing's looking good for Spirit again.
10 seconds until Arme's back up, and they'll have Dream Coil as well from XM. So Spirit, well, they'll probably look to be careful about when they want to go push again. Maybe see if they can wait out the Roshan. It is going to be a lot longer of a respawn on the Roshan.
Satanic just, 2 items kind of flurry in after those plays. He finishes up the Daedalus, and now he has the full Silver Edge too to be able to break the DK. His overall damage is way higher than the DK because Ame did go for the Scotty build. The overall single target that they've got coming out is going to be beneficial and advantage there for Satanic, especially when he's bloodlusted too.
Sort of shutting down the healing, or limiting it at least against the Morphling. It just doesn't, indeed seem that effective when the Morph is destroying you as quickly as he is.
And actually overall, the way that they want to play in these, they want this like big 5v5 team fight, in particular Spirit. Good at getting these little pickoffs if they're able to when heroes are split up. Satanic now gets an amp damage in the bottle. We already mentioned him having Daedalus. That ramps it up even more so.
Arme will die in like
very quickly.
A handful of hits from this Morphling with the amplified damage.
Smoke on smoke. See who gets the team fight successful.
They want the Roche, but as I say, it's a lot longer of a respawn this one.
See how XG can execute the fight.
They can somehow
look at Laurel. He's
deal with Satanic, then they're going to be fine.
Yeah, Laurel positioned on the front line with the BKB. He's going to be able to break that smoke. XM will orb to scout. He still is under the effect of the smoke.
Neither side going to see anything. Oh, there's CPYW.
Gets a ward down. He's going to get information for the team.
See if that gets dewarded. Doesn't look like it. The smoke still persists here for Spirit.
Extreme. It's the reactive used. Waiting to find this angle.
Extreme really holding back. Even though they're starting to get some good information with this ward.
They're scared to just walk into this approach though with Laurel, just being that frontline bruiser.
He can just BKB and grab whoever he wants.
No BKB piercing disable. Ame looks like he just wants to charge in. He pops the dragon form.
So he goes first. XXS is in. They're going to try and burst through the
Two-man
Stigma
connection.
straight away. They get in. The grab's going to be there. Onto XXS. They'll try and turn and burst through the Sankey. The Supernova's out. Can they focus it down? Satanic's trying to kill the
It's
Egg,
gonna
but
pop.
They can't get it. Tianming survives.
Satanic's
the
in trouble.
Supernova goes off successfully. They turn over towards the bot. The Dragon Tail stun comes in. He'll get dragged out to the side.
Malik's damaged.
The Satanic will live. He's able to get away, but XM's chasing.
Malik's cleaning up Ame.
Another orb over towards Satanic, and the D-Satanic's juking this out at the same time. So XG, they're losing their heroes. Satanic survives.
I'm Malik. What a buyback.
And he's not done yet.
XM.
But it was XM.
He's silenced.
Satanic using the
goes
power
down.
of the puck against him. I mean, Spirit, they were in position for the fight. Sure, it did cost them the 2 buybacks, but they do come in, and that will allow them to keep that Roshan for themselves.
It was a perfect start there initially there for XG too. They get the egg perfectly, it pops.
And they were
but
so
that
close to
buyback,
killing Satanic as well.
I watch Malik's buyback. I mean, we see all this. They get these kind of combos coming in to kill 2 of the cores, but the immediate
And
buybacks.
the
come out.
Supernova's great.
Yeah. But look at Malik. He TP's top, goes through the gate, and watch the damage on the left side. While they're chasing Satanic for a second here, watch the damage he gets with his reactive pop. Look at this. Boom. That's because of the nullifier. Actually, the nullifier dispelling the reactive set it off and did that humongous pop damage. That was actually so beautiful there from Malik. And it looked like at that point they'd killed 2 of the big bruisers. Satanic was isolated, but
Oh, yeah, it was a great
beautiful
start.
buybacks.
It really doesn't get much better than that in terms of starting a team fight. He killed the mid in the off lane. Your Supernova goes off successfully, but then bam, the buybacks come in, as you say, and allows them to not only secure the fight in the favor, but get that Aegis for Satanic for the next move.
And XXS got nothing off either, right? He did get grabbed immediately from Laurel, so he did get brought down without getting too much off in that fight. Now, an Aegis for Satanic. On top of having that 7,000 gold lead over the DK. Next fight, they won't have those buybacks,
They
of
won't have
course.
the buybacks.
But they do have this Aegis coverage for the next 4 minutes to perhaps get those buybacks to come back online. It's XG. PYW will be able to get this shard. He's got the Ags build again that he does like to do. So tons of burst damage that he can still provide. That was the gem I believe they got too, right? In the last fight. They took that one away from XM. So do see Laurel having this one, being able to limit the vision that there is outside for the side of XG. There is an amp damage again inside Satanic's bottle. Or inside Laurel's bottle. That's on Satanic. 4K lead at the moment. Bit of an advantage for Spirit, as we said, not having those buybacks. If they can get that type of sequence to happen again, Malik's not going to be able to return to the fight to blow up 3 heroes. See how the execution goes down. Spirit inching forward, looking to maybe get a base ward down.
Dire are scanning.
They might just full engage onto XXS here if they get a moment to jump him. He's playing far back. Base ward is down.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan comes out from the side of XG, so they're aware that Spirit's all around here. They're going to instantly glyph.
It's hard to defend this, I feel. Satanic's going to be able to get into the base pretty easily. They've got to do something against this wall.
It's going to force a reaction.
The jump. Take him down the once. Bushwhack to follow up. He's out. He's fine. Look to push
snipes.
again with this Aegis.
He goes Lincoln's on Ame too. His damage doesn't feel like it's that high.
As you said, that's going to be the case when you go Scarly Lincolns.
Yeah. It's not something you see too often. No, not that we see through the DK the most overall, but now it's been starting to rise. We haven't seen this build at all.
Spirit.
2 minutes left on Aegis.
They can go again. See which lane they want to try and push down.
How's Rue's progression? He's been working on this Hex for a while. I think he pretty much has it done. Another big item to be able to trip up XM in particular, since he's got no defensive route.
A 5 PYW in the mid. Tries to clear out the wave, but they were there waiting for whoever tried to cut that.
Oh, yeah, that's a big pickoff. 50 seconds. That bushwhack has been one of the tools that they used, especially in that last game, to catch Satanic off guard. Now he's got 40 seconds to poke high ground again. No glyph. He's got this full butterfly now too, so on top of having more single target damage, how do you kill him?
I don't know.
XM will start to poke. But the Hex on Rue is there, so if they make an overstep there on XM, he could just die as well. Stun.
All right, Lars just straight in. He goes with the BKB, gets the grab on XXS. That's the Sand King gone for 80 seconds.
Oh, a risky play from XXS, instantly punished. XM continue to try to poke, but he just gets out with the Glimmer.
I'm surely Spirit's going to want to try and poke out this buyback. Maybe they'll just settle for taking the tier 2 top and getting all the waves pushed in.
Aegis is getting reclaimed in 30 seconds. So maybe wanting to play just a bit safer there. Time and time again, they're finding the Sand King. They're finding XXS before he gets too much up. That's 7 deaths now for the Sand King. And another very good neutral pick up there for Satanic, a Mindbreaker. Gonna also be little things to trip up XM on top of everything. The ward is placed on mid, so it sees XG walking forward there. Spirit all positioned for a fight. They'll even find this secondary obs ward. No vision for the side of XG now, with those taken out.
Radiant are scanning.
Gold!
And this Morphling this time around, it's getting to really critical mass points. 31,000 gold for him, 703. Almost has the Satanic finished. Once he disassembles the Vlads, I think he's pretty much there. How far off is he? Does he have exactly enough? Yeah, he's got it. So the Courier's coming out with the item too. So he is 6-slotted, Owen, at the 38-minute mark.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
And he is buffed up, of course, we mentioned from the Bloodlust. Miposhka now, he did this the other day, I believe. He's bought a Midas.
Did that late game Midas. Now he's already done what he needs to do. He's just going to have that insurance policy if they somehow don't manage to close up the game and keeps on going.
And their buybacks, I believe they're pretty much going to be back. 1 more minute.
Yeah.
And they're just going to force without it. Ame going to start to poke Satanic, but can he actually bring him down? Just resets away.
Extreme. It feels like a fair few moments now where you can kind of feel that
they feel the pressure.
The plan is kind of out the window.
Yeah.
In terms of what they fall back upon now, what is it? I mean, Ame's made good progress, but as you say, with their lineup and with the build, it's very difficult for them to kill not only Satanic now, even the other 2 cores.
Yeah, they're getting too tanky. They don't have that hard, just straight single target damage at this point. They have great spread damage, but yeah, just focus firing the target.
Silence onto XM, he's gone.
He pretty much gets solo killed there. Satanic.
It was the Mindbreaker
and turning
into the
him.
Waning Rift, yeah.
Beautifully done.
That initial Mindbreaker attack catching him by surprise, XM. Obviously with his build, no way to remove it.
Satanic, I love when we get those clips. It's so funny. Yeah, he's gone full aggro build, right? So, does get punished for it immediately. 58 seconds, Spirit. They can go for this bottom racks in particular if they'd like to. Mid. Should be able to get cleaned up.
Radiant structures.
Bushwhack connects. Malik.
Alex him with a jump.
Instant jumps.
It's the fortification coming out from Extreme.
The second that he sees the Hoodwink, he just goes into the face to either tank the spells or just put fear into his heart. It's bottom racks. XM does not want to buy back.
They're trying to jump Satanic, but you can kind of feel it in them. They know that they just can't kill this Morph.
He's got triple defensive items on top of all the damage.
Somebody's got to go on him. Somebody's got to do something, but
what do you do? How do you bring him down?
It kind of feels like they're just accepting the fact that they can't do anything about the Morph.
XXS, he's pump faking.
Maybe they've just got to try something. Here we go. In with the epicenter. They get the Fallout Dragon Tail stun. The Supernova's going to be popped to the side. He's able to put the man to their waveform away. Satanic will get out of the fight, take XXS out on the way down.
He shifted all the way up to 6,000 HP. He was already ready for the go that they were going to go for. That's XXS being brought down again, and the Rax is pretty much dead as well. And now another Hex on top of everything too to have versus XXS, or versus XM and XXS. The game plan from Spirit, this time around, it's working.
It seems really good. And Arme next up, he's got the overwhelming blink, so it's a bit more stats, but it's not going to do anything crazy for his right-click damage.
John Ming, silenced again.
He'll survive for now, up to the high ground, gets to dive away. Anytime they approach Spirit Extreme, they have to run as soon as they find them. Struggling massively to fight into them. 17k down.
Back to the high ground. Rax claimed. Just continue to look for the push, continue to look for that final set. They do not need the Aegis. They know how strong they are. 20 seconds still on the Sand King. They just have no ult still. 50 seconds on the Egg. Are they even going to be able to mount this defense on the final step? They're going to try. Laro blinks in, tanks the snipe.
They try and get the jump, he gets caught! As soon as he gets in, they were quick with that one. XM not standing a chance. The rest of Extreme just having to hover around the fountain. They can't stop this push. The mega creeps are out.
I think, I mean, we talked about the Morphling at the beginning. Oh, actually, wait, Ame just gets jumped.
He's gonna get grabbed. With the BKB off, we'll be able to turn, put the other dragon form.
He truly tickles.
Very little damage is being done. They'll have the Dream Call onto the two of them.
Satanic's in.
He's going straight over for these kills first. He's tapped Tianming. They get the fear connection on towards XM. Satanic turns towards XM. XM will be able to face shift for now. He'll get the chance to blink away. Tianming comes in with the buyback. The Satanic, he's still full HP. Turns over towards Arme. Turns into the Dragonite. Tries to get the Dragon Tail stun off, but Arme will be able to get onto him first. The stun comes to an end. Then the Mindbreaker hits her in, and the damage, it's done. Arme's out of the game. GG is called. Spirit, they'll push this one to a game 3.
And they've done this a couple of times with Satanic on the Morph. You know, we were mentioning not the greatest win rate. They've been struggling. But Satanic, a couple games, I think I've seen him, he just doesn't die on the Morph. And this is another one where he just has a pretty much flawless performance. Laro got time to be able to get that BKB, I think was the biggest kind of, that downtime in the mid game when he went S and Y, and then they weren't able to get these extra pickoffs on the side of Extreme. That mid blunder in a way where they used all the ultis kind of hurt them a lot with the momentum they were gaining for Ame, and then, yeah, he just has no damage. And the bottom fight, they do get great connections, but the game plan there, Spirit, whoever makes the call for those instant buybacks, it's pretty much perfect. They get the connection, Malik, that Timber. He pretty much killed 3 heroes by himself.
He did. Those buybacks were clutch, and that really was the beginning of the end, that fight down there around the Roshan. Satanic, just insane numbers. 961 GPM this game.
Wow.
On the Morphling.
That's crazy.
And again, as you mentioned, on a hero that other teams aren't having an easy time with. A lot of people are losing with this Morphling right now. Satanic, he's certainly not one of them. 12-0-6. And so far today, it's not been a very hot day, surprisingly, for the Dragon Knight. We have to, this loss here for Extreme. We're going to a game 3. We'll have to see where that hero comes into play in that draft. As it stands, it's 1-1 between Extreme and Team Spirit.
A Grandmaster Morphling. Do you expect anything else? Now, this was a fantastic performance from Team Spirit. A lot to break down with this second game. We will go to a game 3, so we have the time to break it down. I'm here with Jenkins and Lacoste. And I know, Jenkins, you said already, both games you've had a comment mid-game where you were 100% correct. This doesn't happen very often, so I felt the need to highlight it.
Yeah, I did that so you would say it on panel.
I know.
I said, mark my words both times.
No, you did.
You know why?
Why?
Because I play Queen of Pain offlane and Grief My Pubs, and I play Morphling offlane.
Hey, you're like me,
and
except I don't play Morphling offlane.
And I know what these good Morphlings can do, because I can't do it. And so when it's 3k gold, but you see the Morphling top net worth, he's turning into one of your guys. He's taking your damn XP pretty much, getting your spells, using them better than you. Basically, game 2, there was just Satanic Morphling. He's top net worth. He didn't get shut down. This is classic Team Spirit. They look like they're losing. Satanic's top net worth. His team is low net worth. Doesn't matter because all they need is for him to 1v5 the game. There was a few times where he was getting the stat morph off where it's just like, what indication did he have that there was going to be a play made on him? And it's just a gut read. It's just a really good gut read, and it's like this instant reaction from him, where if he's like 3 years older, his brain works too slow and stupid to have that happen.
He looked really good on Dragon Knight, but this is not the hero that you can look flashy on. This is by far his best hero. He plays Morphling, turning into Puck, getting pretty much solo kills, then turning into Dragon Knight, which forced Ame to itemize differently. We saw a lot of
You had to get a link.
interesting itemization in this game with Armlet Primal Beast. This is the first one for me into SNY. I'm fine with SNY, having some slow resistance, having status resistance as
You
well.
mentioned the innate, right?
Yeah, the innate ability, Colossal or Colossus or
Whatever.
Colosseum, not sure what it's called, gives you extra damage onto buildings. And with that, you have a decent amount of attack speed. So maybe he was like, okay, we need something to kill tier 2 towers because Morphling's not going to be joining for some of these fights. But I've been really impressed. Like this Satanic guy, that when he doesn't look good is when he's shut down. Because a lot of the times Team Spirit is playing for Protect 1. And if he's playing with like 2-3k goal deficit, it feels kind of bad. But this Dragonite with Lincoln, Scotty, sure, Scotty's great to reduce the healing from Morphling, from Morphling and also Timbersaw. But yeah, just no Damaggio. Like you have nothing.
So when the draft was done, we said, okay, Extreme's lineup looks a little bit more well-rounded, but Satanic is this time going to be able to play the game, which we saw. Fantastic. We did also say, Lacoste, that the other 4 players of Team Spirit would have a tough time. They didn't seem to have such a tough time.
Not in this one. Like, they were playing as a unit. They were utilizing buybacks real nicely. That Roche fight was kind of what changed the game. 2 buybacks coming out. Malik had a pretty good game. And I think we got to give credit to Rook because he was having some really nice terrorizes where they were getting the pickoffs. He was mostly paired up with Malik. Terrorize into charge from Primal Beast into another stun was just enough damage to kill off most of the heroes.
And there was the kill bottom from Rue too on XXS when his BKB was just about to come off cooldown, where he hit the Bramble out of fog. And sometimes these Willow players, like, they're on point with that. Other times they're not on point with that. And this is a very important kill. Extreme was 4k ahead at this point. It's a very small window where they can get this kill on a very tanky, very farmed hero. And he had the Bramble out of fog. So Vru has had some performances on Willow where he's missing Brambles on guys that are literally standing there TPing. And then games like this, where he's using it on units that are out of fog. And it's really nice to see them trust that he just says that he wants to play this hero. It's one of his favorites. They just keep giving it to him. He's getting more comfortable playing in competitive, and he's looking really good. I'm really glad to see him as the second MVP of this game. Still, number 1 is Satanic. I mean, you can't have this guy on a team.
What is your 5th MVP of this game?
5th MVP. So who... I'm gonna have to say my boy Maposhka. Ogre.
way!
Ogre is not exactly MVP material.
You cannot say in the same sentence that Satanic is your biggest MVP and the guy that literally supported him in the lane that made him the beast that he became.
He picked Ogre. What am I supposed to do about that? He's the one pressing the buttons.
He gave his all so that Satanic could blossom.
Sometimes you can give your all, and it's not enough, Shiver. That's life.
No, I think it is time to give a little bit more love to the supports, Jenkins. This time around, the supports are MVP, and I'm sure that Keza would back me up with his Acer Predator head-to-head.
I mean, yeah, all I can hear is Satanic this, Satanic, Satanic, Butterfly, Satanic, Satanic. You know, screw that. How can he be 13-0? Because of his supports. Let's look at the head-to-head because we have a double whammy, Shiver. We have a double support coming. Because look at these KDAs, 1, 2, and 22, 5, 2, and 14.
Look at that involvement rate of Maposhka Jenkins!
No, he just picked Ogre.
Take that back.
Take it back, Jenkins.
He bloodlusted, so he gets the assist. Listen, they all played well. They won.
You don't get an assist with bloodlust. You have to ignite.
You ignite multiple heroes.
I'm going to say Malik sucks ass. He didn't do anything that game. What am I supposed to say here?
Anyway, Jenkins' mic. We're going to continue because it's not just what they do. Look at their items. You know, they have the double Glimmer Cape against the puck, against the Sanking. You know, the great bloodlust to help out your core. So Satanic, he can farm faster. He can stay alive because... You know, we have to keep, like, watching these fights. Look at what the supports do. They help their supports. Like, here, you have to help the Morphling with the Glimmer. Yeah. He gets it. Look, the Force Staff, the Glimmer. Without this, he's dead.
There's a bodyguard team at this
Jenkins,
point.
I can't hear you. Can't hear you. They Glimmered him.
I'm not saying it. Maposhka plays bad.
They made sure that the Aqua
Look, they're bodying for
could
him.
not
They can't
bounce on the
see him.
morph.
No,
they, like, took it away from him.
I don't even think Ogre has a Glimmer, dude.
But they have Glimmer Capes. What are you talking about?
Oh, he does have a Glimmer.
They have Glimmer, they have Flats, they have Force, and here
they have everything.
Satanic, the nice thing he did, he solo kills the puck. He did, of course, play great, but the support Shiver.
I mean, I love that you mentioned it. I also have a question because the Morphling, obviously, overall, we heard a commentator say it as well. Morphling's statistics at the moment, not too great. Satanic is Grandmaster, so he makes it work.
True.
How much of that was also them picking Morph in the same breath as picking Ogre, because it's like, okay, we pick Morph because we know Satanic can play it to that high a skill, but he needs help and we'll get an Ogre.
I mean, he definitely is one of the best Morphlings in Dota, and the win rate of this hero is actually rising. I think now it's like the best teams that are actually playing it, but it matters a lot that you have the right pairing.
Yeah.
So the Ogre matters, and like how they pick it overall, like into the Sand King, into the Phoenix, it's good against these heroes. So I think this is a prime example of how you should be playing Morphling and how you should be picking it as well.
Yeah, and do you think he's going to get his hands on it another time? Because we did see it being banned in the first game, so we know that Extreme is aware of it. And actually, I think they banned it themselves so that Ame wouldn't get his hands on it. Because they already had the DK.
They should be banning it next game. I feel like this guy is too good on this hero. Like, he's going to be... I feel like in his last games, he's 12-0, 15-0, 10-0, like whatever it is.
Yeah.
Give him something else.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see it anyway.
I think so.
Because, yeah, I do think it's going to be probably banned. But let's find out what's going to happen in the third and deciding game of the series after a break.
I deliver, I'm unstoppable. Yeah, yeah. Let me prove that. Go ahead, let me lift ya. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift ya. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique. When I get down, I give everything to win. Teach that. Let me prove that. That crown, I'ma lift that. Yeah, that love, I'ma pay back. When it all gets too tough and the fireplace is hot, all you got, and it's time to take that shot.
Mark, you're watching DreamLeague Season 24. We did something that we probably should have done a long time ago.
I agree.
He was talking way too much on the panel. Had to shut him down.
I can't see the PGM.
You don't have to.
What is in front of you?
No, I have. Can you take this off?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, God. Are my lips on that? Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Nah, you're good.
You could just hear
you're
the
good.
pain.
Yeah, that was painful.
Yeah, keep it up.
Yeah, that was good. Take that
Well,
away from here.
maybe it was also painful for Extreme when they lost the second game. They got the Dragonite themselves. They did not do anything about the Morphling, and Static had a fantastic game. It was a little even at the start. We're going to find out what happens in game number 3 because the score is now tied 1-1. Tied just like Jenkins.
Is that a throw to me?
Painful. Died.
Take it away, Jenkins.
Take it away? Okay, well, I think Morphling is definitely in consideration for a first phase ban. A lot of teams have banned this against Team Spirit.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where you let it through and you regret it, and then you ban it the next game.
Yep.
Most teams have done that.
If you don't ban it first phase, surely.
Maybe you can.
Would
Ame's
Spirit
being
pick it
respected.
first phase?
What pick are they?
No.
They are...
They would not
they
open
won't.
the draft
No,
with
no.
Morph. That would be psychotic.
If they were second pick, they could, but not first pick. Because if they're second pick, then they have some bans.
That's what we thought about Dragonite. And when we saw like 3 games with Dragonite first pick coming out from Team Spirit, anything is possible. Especially if you lie, I think.
If you lie?
Yeah, then anything is possible.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I mean, they can first pick
right.
Morph. They'll just probably lose.
10 seconds.
Sure. We got Willow first phase banned, by the way, by Spirit themselves. It's a
Seconds remaining.
bit of a respect also towards PYW. They know how strong the hero was in the previous game. We saw Rue shine on it.
Do they want to set up a specific hero? Maybe they love their first pick Tusk. Maybe, I don't know what else this Willow is about. Or they want to protect some Primal Beast.
I can't.
You didn't
focus,
listen?
Sorry, no.
I have to look at his screen to see the draft. Yeah, thank you.
We got the Tusk opening coming out from Spirit themselves. We know that this is a flex pick for them. Rue has said it's one of his favorite heroes. And we also know that Mepashka plays it as it is mostly played as a position 5 nowadays.
I feel like this should be Spirit's favorite hero, just because it's so good at buffing one guy.
Yeah.
And it's also really good at saving one guy. And there's one guy on their team, they want to do both of those things too. And both of their supports can play it. So it just makes a lot of sense to first phase pick this if they are first pick.
I like this as a response. Open up with Muerta on the second pick, because a lot of the times this hero is banned, so I don't think they need to ban out Morphling in the second phase, considering that they have Muerta. Ame plays the carry Muerta as well, so it's a good counter to Morphling.
Yeah.
Like, your damage is magical with the high armor, of course.
Yeah, and it's definitely not getting through the second phase of bans. Like, Spirit is going to be well aware of all of these things as well and ban it out. So they got to first phase it.
I mean, what's with the Bad Riders and the Dooms? Yesterday when Spirit played against Tundra, at least in the first game, you know, we talk about, oh, Doom is so good and Bad Rider is so good because you have Satanic and they play this 4+1. Is that not... XXS can play Doom, no?
Yeah, that's one of his best heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why not consider it?
And Beast, he can play Beast as
Yeah.
well.
I mean, there's a lot of offlaners still in the pool,
I guess that's why, is that maybe they think that there's enough options, and perhaps we'd see an earlier pick of one of these type heroes if the other ones are banned out and they feel forced to pick it. But if there's Beast, Bat, and Doom, and Enigma to a degree is
And
good.
another Beast. There's no Clockwork, no Dark Willow, so Primal Beast could be a good opener for Spirit out of the pick phase, out of the ban phase, sorry.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
I mean,
I could see it.
It's also something because you talked about how the Muerta could be kind of shielding them from like a Morphling. So if you're Spirit, you can still make it in a way where Muerta carry is just kind of hard to play in the game. Primal Beast could already like level that up.
Quite a few mid-heroes removed there for Spirit. The Puck Storm out. Extreme will take their time. They got one ban. I think it's important to note that that Morphling we talked about is still in the pool. The Dragonite is also still in the pool. I know he just lost, but I also know that if not countered, it still is very scary for either team.
I mean, there's a high chance that Spirit will like want to think about it. Another thing that Spirit could or should be thinking about if I look at their bans is a Pangolier as well. Like no Puck, no Storm. There's like no Invokers and all that, but Extreme just take the Luna out of phase. I feel like they're trying to like speed up their games. Ame has definitely looked better on the more traditional carries that can join his team with the Natures, with the Luna, so I'm okay with this. Now this just depends on what Spirit can counter it with.
Surely if you're Spirit, you just, on your 4th pick, take the Morphling, right? Like pick another support in an off lane now, and then pick Morph. Win the carry-to-carry matchup versus Dusa. I feel like you don't care as much about a support Muerta as you do against the potential flex of the core Muerta.
The Beastie Boys backlog cost?
Yeah, this hero is just too good. I mean, it's also a flex pick for Team Spirit. They can play it from 2 different roles. They can also itemize with whatever they want, as we saw in the previous game. I still want to see more of that armlet. I don't think it was good, but I want to see it in more situations to see if this is something new, because it looked kind of out of meta. Just didn't feel like, oh, he's going to be able to armlet toggle multiple times. It is a tanky boy.
Yeah.
So now they're looking for most likely some Miposhka's hero.
Could be, I mean, if they want to keep up their flex, it's the Hoodwinky.
Yeah, I was thinking Hoodwink. It's a little weird with Primal because there's so many ways for you to destroy the tree. But you can also just get good and not do that. If we want to go a little more unusual for Rue, like Pogna and SD both look pretty good.
He has a hero.
I have Grimstroke. Grimstroke with Primal. You get Axe later against Luna.
I like that.
You can play it with Tusk. People hate this hero, so you probably won't see it.
I'm always down. This hero always has super low win rate, but always fun to watch.
Oh, SD's banned.
We got the Hoodwink coming out.
The classic.
Yeah, they've been playing a lot of position 5 Hoodwink, and it did look good. Like the way you trade in the lane feels really nice. Plus also the scaling. We've seen these position 5 Hoodwinks going for more damage items rather than picking up some Glimmers, some 4 staffs.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that's a big reason they like to pick these 2 heroes together, the Tusk and the Hoodwink, is that they can both go to either lane and be comfortable. Miposhka just plays 4 Hoodwink from 5, by the way.
Yeah.
The guy goes treads Maelstrom. Okay, there's the Satanic counter. Roar him up, depending on what he is.
You said Grimstroke. What about Extreme Gaming runs Grimstroke against Primal, against Tusk? It's one of the best.
Bind him up, yeah.
Yeah, feels really nice. Can't use the snowball, the silence. But I could also see some Crystal Maiden.
Nice call.
Close.
There it was.
It was already out.
Yeah, well, you also mentioned the previous game already that against Primal, normally you would want a Crystal Maiden. And we saw them ban out Crystal Maiden for that very reason as well.
Yeah, just a good lane. Even though it's not melee plus Luna, it's still gonna work out nicely. Problem is, with the Crystal Maiden in this lane, if you're out of position, if you misuse your bite, there's gonna be a charge immediately coming out from this Primal Beast, and you need to be careful. You can't really play on the side. You need to be more staying close to Luna so that she can beam this Primal Beast.
Is there any reason you don't just morph here? I feel like it's fine against Beast in lane.
Yeah.
Go to the Tusk.
I think you can. Like, it's not like some super bad matchup. But I was thinking that maybe there's something else that helps you more in the lane.
So it would be Primal for Laurel? Enigma for Malik?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Luna hates Enigma. You hate every item this hero builds. You hate Eidolons. Like, even if you try to kill this hero on its own, if you have the facet where you spawn Eidolons every 250 damage, they're gonna soak up Glaives, they're gonna soak up Eclipse. You're annoying for Luna in the lane as well. But I'm like looking for the carry options for Satanic. I guess the Morph is fine. He's always. It's a great Dragonite. To me, Dragonite and Alk would be the best ones, and then I'm fine with Morph, I think.
What about SF? How do you feel about SF? It is in the pool.
I think SF can struggle into Beast, but maybe because you have Tusk, it's fine. Because then you can actually kill him.
Yeah.
So it's also fine. Yeah,
I mean, if it wasn't Satanic, I would say Weaver is really good against Beast and.
Oh yeah, it's the daily
It's
Weaver.
not happening.
I would like Weaver here too, but no one will pick it. For whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, surely Extreme just says, all right, we've baited.
They multiplied. They summoned a new bear.
Yay! They're so cute.
They're very cute.
Is this a like
that's a Bruce Blitz
voice sort of situation?
No. We saw earlier there was a skull in there, so I'm thinking. I was already thinking that the pandas were slightly biased as they were doing a satanic ritual.
I thought one of them died.
Yeah,
they
so
brought
That
it
was a
back to life.
funeral for one of the pandas.
Maybe
yeah.
it's
but now they're back.
like when at a funeral they make the corpse look like it's still alive. Those ones are weird.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know what you're
I haven't
talking
been to
about.
Never seen one of those?
No.
Where they like put them in a chair and make them look normal. They're
Morph
a dead
and
guy.
Shadow Fiend, the two that we mentioned, are removed from the pool by Extreme Gaming. So
They really want to force the Dragon Knight, I guess.
They really do.
I do think this time you have to be careful because Lacoste has already talked about it in other drafts, and I think this time it could look even better. If you pick up some DK and you know it's primal mid, they could pick Viper this time, and it's actually annoying, in my opinion, to deal with.
That's true. Yeah.
What else is there?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, it should just be a melee hero for Team Spirit, like DK, Alk. Does he just hate Alchemist? I don't know.
Okay, they ban out his Sniper.
Even though they're playing Primal Beast from the mid lane, they're still gonna give respect to XM Sniper.
Yeah.
Because this matchup can be pretty damn bad once you hit that level 3. First few levels, you're doing good, and then suddenly you're just getting charged. You need supports. It can be a pretty difficult matchup.
He is the best Cardell in the world.
He is.
What do we think about Gyrocopter? I don't feel like it's one of those end-all, be-all carries that we like to see Satanic play. But obviously, he's still a strong hero.
Super strong hero, doesn't lose the lane, deals with the Beastmaster.
Probably should have thought of this. I mean, it is the Enigma counter. People will even run position 5 gyro to counter Enigma and go for the,
Or Beastmaster
the
in
flat
this case.
cannon. That makes sense. That is on the other team. Same thing. Summons guy.
same thing.
You kill the summons. You kill the Hawk.
Give me that Viper, come on. We've been calling it for 3 games in a row. Felt good in most of the suggested ones.
Yeah.
Is it good? I mean, the break does disable flat.
Flat, yes, that is true.
Sorry, the flak that comes from the Aghanim Scepter.
Yes.
Monkey.
Okay, so Monkey versus the Primal mid.
I don't think that's as bad as like the Puck Monkey matchup. I've seen Primals do okay in this because Primal can cut the wave.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they have good supports to then maybe like double down on the fact that he will cut waves and that you like then can stop him if you bring the CM.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, Mort and CM are both pretty happy to rotate there. That's a good call.
Ooh, both teams have pretty good front line for both carries to deal damage. You have Monkey Beast to soak up the damage, and then you have Enigma, Tusk, and Primal Beast, while Gyrocopter is going to be dealing the damage. That's the Dead Panda.
There he is.
Yeah, the ritual is complete.
Okay, I like Extreme's draft a lot. I think there's some good stuff with the Monkey. He can go to the Beast, help him. You have the supports that can come mid. To me, the X factor is like this bottom lane. I think this Enigma Tusk can really ruin a Luna's lane. So if that goes well for Spirit, I think they will take it. I think if that doesn't happen, I way prefer Extreme's draft.
How do we feel about the matchup between Luna and Gyrocopter?
I think Beast definitely. Can you open the draft again on your computer?
I don't think that was the question.
It's Beast Luna versus Gyro. I think the Beast will always sway a carry-to-carry matchup because you've
Which Beast?
Master.
Oh, Beastmaster. right. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, both have a BKB piercing disable, but I think Primal Roar is better, and then Beastmaster also builds auras, which will help you win that carry-to-carry matchup. So I'm confident in that matchup. However, Satanic is a different beast.
Anything to add to that, Lacoste? Oh no, we broke him.
I'm good. I think Team Spirit, what he said about the off lane, that's very important. And also, Larl lane is not going to be as easy, but if
For who?
he's not for Larl, for Primal
for Larl
Beast.
himself, yeah.
Yeah, if you can't lane with Primal Beast, this is one of the best heroes that can go to the side lanes and also ruin Ame's lane even more if necessary, or shut down
about Ru?
success.
Okay,
needs to pick
guys,
up
thank you very
Beastmaster.
much. Yes, we are ready to go to this final deciding game 3 of the series via the PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the deciding game 3 here between Extreme and Team Spirit. Fogged, what do you make of this?
No Dragon Knight.
No Dragon Knight. I think I'm kind of cool with that. It was cool seeing the hero pop off, and well,
Sure.
in this case, in this series, not pop off.
Yep.
But let's get something different. We're getting it a little different. We're getting the Gyro out this time against the Luna. I'm interested to see how this goes because we've seen already today in this series Luna have an incredible game. Ame coming out with that earlier performance. Gyro in general, at least the games we saw yesterday, I feel like we've seen this hero be a little underwhelming as a carry.
A couple of the players, though, are specialists on it. Like Satanic, he did have that pretty explosive performance the other day. I believe when he was playing versus Liquid, he ended up having a crazy time actually on this gyrocopter. But we'll have to see, because both teams do have this type of way of BKB piercing disables to lock down the hard carries.
Yep.
And I think lanes are going to be something I really want to watch, because they did do this switch up here on Spirit, as we're going to see in a second, as there could be a first blood immediately onto Satanic.
Yeah, he looks, well,
tag team,
someone's in trouble here.
Who's going to get who?
Boundless strike down onto the three of them. They're trying to trample back here. Lal trying to get the kill first, but he won't get it. XM's the one to get first blood. They do, of course, get the takedown in return on towards Rube. Could they get more?
Laro's getting a double.
I mean, Lal might die. Spells up in a second.
He probably wants to die there.
Sure. You think you take? I mean, yeah, right,
just a reset,
double.
so you can go back to
probably
base.
losing Maposhka as well. So overall, there
They'll
should
get-
be.
Oh, the misses.
They're gonna have dead shot in a second, right?
It's 7 seconds. They have another nuke, but again, Maposhka plays way out of it.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
he
gonna
walks
find-
back into him.
A nuke and a dead shot should do it.
What?
He's gonna have to hit it blind. Does he try for it?
He does not.
Ah, disappointing.
Okay, so 2 kills for Laro. The first blood did come out for XM. It's in a lane that should be...
dying to tower, but giving Maposhka free XP.
Oh,
okay, there we go. Maposhka will take that.
All right, that's his dream. Yeah, so XM, he gets... Well, he gets the first blood, and he has that
Maposhka won't
advantage of
take
lane.
this, though. Yeah, PYW might still kill him. Oh.
Will he? Hey, Poshka's fine.
Okay,
All
he
right.
lives. He gets away with it all.
Okay, I'm going to wait for a second before I say anything then.
Just in case anything else
yeah.
happens. But I think we're fine now. I think it's all calmed
sure?
down. It's 3-3 to start this one off.
Okay, so...
How did the bounty runes go, by the way, amidst all that?
Oh, I didn't even see us.
There's still a bounty rune
got
there.
2.
There we go. Lal's able to
got
head
it.
up and pick it up a minute into the game.
So is that 2 for 2? I believe that is a 2 for 2.
Okay. 3 for 3, 2 for 2. All is fair. But what overall, first blood, it was what? XM's?
XM gets it, and he's in a lane where he can have a pretty good advantage. Laro did get 2 of the kills as well, but he's going to have to do lane manipulation. But because he gets 2 kills, he can get boots and a win lace to kind of drag these waves, but it's going to be one of those lanes that he has to play like this, where it's going to be lane manipulation shenanigans, because XM, he's going to have absolute free farm. Courier. Tank some tower hits.
Oh, it's worth it. He's just taking out the courier. That the boots on.
Oh, it did? Okay, yeah, that's a pretty
That's
big kill.
quite a courier snipe. I mean, sure, obviously it's not long at the early stage of the game, but... And I guess either way, he was not going to turn up and play the matchup face to face.
He's not playing the lane. But the boots on XM would allow him to maybe
back
chase
up,
and maybe
interrupt
catch
the
up,
pull.
interrupt.
Yep.
Yeah, so. Okay. Yeah, looking at the lane switch-ups, this is something that Spirit did want to do, right? They tried to go for this change and having the Enigma versus the Crystal Maiden, and they're going to go aggro on Ame with this immediately. Don't know if they have enough. Okay. So the one thing about this change-up is, yes, now the Primal Beast isn't in a matchup versus CM, but he's in a horrendous one versus the Monkey King. And CM, it's not... they're not going to have ways to kill the Eidolons in particular in the best way, but they can actually slow down the damage that they do. The Crystal Nova is pretty effective with the attack speed slow to protect Ame versus the tag team and combo that can come out. So overall, I'm not sure which one I prefer. Maybe I would be slightly leaning toward the Luna just because of how explosive of a game that Ame had the last time.
He really did have an incredible game.
But there is, 2 different BKB piercing, actually 3 BKB piercing disables that he is going to have to worry about in the later stages.
I think sort of ultimately, when I look at this lineup, I feel like XG, they're going to try and do what was done earlier. They want to play it fast, right? They want to win this game in kind of like sub 30 minutes. Whereas, with Spirit, especially with the gyrocopter, this is a carry. He kind of needs, 3-4 major items before he becomes terrifying in a team fight. It does feel like it takes that little bit longer to get online as opposed to a Luna in this patch.
Yeah, and sometimes your damage is still just not really there, it seems like a lot of times, versus some of these auras that do come out, because I think I've been seeing more and more like Crimsons to block out, because Gyro's damage, it's not that single target super burst at this point until you do get those 3 items in particular.
Yeah.
Top, I've seen also, most of these Gyros, they end up doing very, very well in the lane. It's kind of a lane dominator. Rube is taking a ton of damage.
He's got the stick charges.
Okay.
We'll be okay, but still, very easy for Tianming and Ame to trade with them. Top lane XXS. It's caught by the bushwhack. They're in with the rocket barrage.
He's got the helm already, so
Won't
he's
be able to dive the tower. And that should be Satanic's courier getting sniped there by PYW. You have pretty much the entirety of the Falcon's blade on.
And even though the Gyro is doing so well in the terms of CS, they're getting a lot of denies on the boars. I've seen this so many times when I see the Beast versus Gyro matchup.
Oh,
they get the catch, though. Poshka.
that was
This
a little
time they got
greedy
him.
there. They got really tempted by the fact that PYW was able to hit that dead shot back into the silence. XXS tries to step up, but yeah, you could see the hesitation, and rightfully so. He shouldn't have gone for that.
Yeah.
Ends up dying.
Miposhka's had some really successful games on his Hoodwink in these recent few days. He just plays it as a 4 position pretty much, and they know that they're going to be stacks coming out from the Beastmaster to recover because that lane is going to be difficult versus the Gyrocopter, even if they do get the denies. He's going to block out camp. So sentry placed on the hard camp there from Miposhka after they get the kill.
Now, mid lane, getting to the point where
it's,
you know,
it is what it is.
Getting the 18 CS that he did, it's something, but you're not really going to get much better.
But he's roaming. He's making the move, looking for bottom. Ame.
Some of the trample TPs are going to be coming in. Ame
goes
will
down.
die. Axem's going to be able to punish at least Malik. See if we can chase down Lal as well.
Oh, he's going to walk into Roche.
Oh, that's going to cause some issues for Lal.
He can't get past.
She's just blocking the way.
He's got another charge in 3 seconds. There's a boundless in 8.
Couple of hits. The charge. It's there just in time.
Tianming, does he have mana? He does not, and there's no tree dance. There's a speedy courier, and he gets speedy creep.
It's a good effort from Lal to escape, but yeah, running from XM, not going to happen. XM can return to the mid.
So what you have to play the Primal Beast, though. You
Just
can't
up and
play
down
the
the
lane.
map.
But that's the thing about the Monkey King. Yes, you dominate the lane, but also you do make those rotations to match just as fast. And that's even without having a point in tree dance. Now he does have it, so his mobility is going to be even higher on the side of XM. And Ame, even with the switch up, yes, they get the kill, but his CS, it's pretty damn good versus this Enigma and Tusk lane that they wanted to have slow down his farm. That's why they did this switch up.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have gotten the chance to get a few more denies in, but between the two of them, they stayed denies in that lane against Ame.
Well,
in the river. XM is going to look to try and get the Jingu built up. One more hit will do it. There it is.
Frostbite and 2 mana. They've got him.
That's another kill. This is going to be the struggles for Lal. This early game is not easy to play as the Primal.
Not by any means. XXS also, of course, is struggling in that top lane. A ton of denies. We see 11 that he keeps getting those board denies. And I think a couple of those Muerte denies are also the board. But yeah, the mid lane and the off laner, and these two, will be struggling quite a bit. Malik is still getting his own in the Enigma. So although they're not pressuring Ame yet, now they do get a grab on him again.
Yeah, he's not got any help.
He has none. He's going down.
Extremely dead there.
Very nice shards there from Rue.
Success.
Success will prevent Miposhka from going for the steal. Or is he? Miposhka's potentially trying for it anyway. Is he actually?
There's no way he gets. Yeah, he's got the boar on him.
Yeah.
Making sure that Miposhka can't feel that he can run for the wisdom.
And now Satanic XM with the heads-up move.
These rotations, XM making the moves.
This Monkey King is getting pretty crazy farm. He's got the corrosion already
they've
finished
got
up.
the slow on him. Miposhka, they can look to connect over here as well.
He's going to be able to have the connection. Another tree dance. Primal springs up. XM.
I've just not really got a lot right now that can turn up and stop the Monkey King from running at them.
No, this last big Monkey King, it's going to be a big problem.
We've seen a few drafts like this, right?
Yeah, they just go out of control. They do get that the big kill on bottom, though, right? They kill Ame. Malik is able to get that tower, so maybe it's going to be up to Malik of how he can try to control this Monkey King. But XM having a spectacular start here, and he has the Jingu, too, for a potential next move. Satanic.
They can go again, XM.
They're here for them.
They can fight this unless Spirit bring in a heavy amount of numbers.
They are bringing them. XM.
Well, it's got the grab. And they've got the snowball. That's a little too deep from XM indeed. They come in with the backup. Tianming will drop the ult, but they'll be able to take him down. No struggle through it.
This is such a kill-heavy game. 18 kills in 8 minutes. Both teams just running at each other. XXS, I think maybe on XG if they had the roar, they would have been in a better position for that full dive.
He was so close to level 6.
Yeah, they just bring the numbers. XM. This happens at times too for the Monkey Kings, right? You're having such a good game, you do play a little bit over-aggressive and get punished.
I think so. Even though it's close on the numbers, the impressive thing overall being that Satanic did get as much farm from that lane. Like his last hitting was fantastic, and not necessarily the easiest of heroes with how low do you start off with. But this Gyro, Satanic, top net worth, is exactly in the spot he needs to be in this matchup against Extreme's cause.
Yeah, especially versus that Luna. He wants to be able to get that extra
be ahead.
farm and get ahead.
Yeah, you got to kind of be, if you can stay get to the point where you're an item ahead of the Luna, I feel like then the matchup is going to feel pretty good. Pretty difficult for Luna to progress the game.
But you got to stay ahead. Because any
have
type
to
of
stay ahead.
downtime, if you end up dying even once, Luna overall,
They'll just take over your half the map.
Absolutely.
We saw, in previous matches where Extreme just take over completely the enemy side of the map, and there's very little space for you to get out and farm. And if you're something like a Gyro, that's going to be a huge issue trying to find those safe spots.
Yep. XXS, the Roar is at the ready. He's got the Dominator. They're going to look to invade. They still have this deep ward that was placed from earlier. Satanic. He's pinging out, though. He seems like he's already maybe expecting that they could go for this fight.
I think it's going to be hard to catch him.
He's telling his team he's like
should
ready
be
to
aware
TP.
of this. He's not going to go for any further sort of push for the camps.
You know, something's up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're very aware of this. There's quite a lot of power they have with the three of them. Do they want to settle for the courier? That does have the Chrysalis. That'll be quite the courier snipe, but they're holding back because they really want the kill instead.
They know where he is because of that courier.
And now they've sort of given up the information. They'll still get the courier, but still can't quite move it on towards Satanic.
Hesitant to walk in because Laro is starting to swing over.
Yeah, that's because without Lal in the picture,
I think
Extreme would have had the numbers. They could have made that move, so they'd really play cautious there and not trying to make the jump onto the Gyro.
Just playing versus the Primal Beast, right? He can connect so quickly, so they're being very hesitant how hard they overcommit since they did lose XM from an overcommitment before. Mid lane. Kind of look for the pressure here, Spirit. They're bringing Malik. He's got the drums finished up to pressure this tower. Satanic even turning up.
Lal.
Laro, look at this invis.
He could just walk up and grab someone if he wants to start the action.
Brew is starting to connect.
Well, they'll just get the grab on a PYW snowball to follow up. They'll try and burst through the Muerta.
Oh, that freezing field.
It's doing a lot of damage. A PYW will finally fall. Took quite a bit. The flat cannon hits for Satanic fly through to finish him off. Team Spirit will be able to get the kill and back away from the freezing field.
It looked like a good one, but a bit underestimating of the spell. Underwhelming, that is. Get the tower, too. They're about to clear away. Laro, this time, is going to be going... He's just going Blade Mail. So more of the standard Primal Beast this time around rather than going for the Armlet. There's a good amount of damage that is uncontrollable, particularly that Luna. So it could be one of those very beneficial ones.
Do they want to drop a roll for this? They don't.
He sneaks out. Just kicking in together to be a nice mid-game. Both teams pretty even across the board there.
Yeah, I think Satanic's the happiest.
Yeah.
The Gyro's getting the space, getting the freedom to farm. Sure, he had his courier sniped, but hasn't slowed down the pace of his farm and finding these spots of the map. The sort of movements have been very good from Satanic.
And as long as they can, like I said, if they can keep him at that little bit ahead of the Luna, it's going to be important. And I've been seeing Spirit, they've been warding camps. So a hard camp was blocked. I see that sentry there on the Ancient there. Will also be able to block it out. So Ame is getting some farm restricted. And he's going to notice it. Like, he's been waiting here for 20 seconds, and then he's going to be like, well, that's sad. And he did also have the same thing happen on his hard camp. Yes, the ward is gone now, but had a similar kind of thing happen. So 2 or 3 camps that he's been able to, they've been able to prevent him from farming, and that is literally like the gold separation.
It's shown in the numbers.
And the gyro. So. Very cool. And Malik, all right, so he's actually going to be the one to go for Crimson first this game on the Enigma. Pretty valuable versus the Monkey King, versus like all 3 cores in a way. Can have its merits. Because going for BKB this game, he's playing versus the Roar in particular, can be difficult. So he wants to be able to use his spells, maybe even inside like a Wukong. He pops a Crimson and just stands there trying to hold down a target. So a cool approach for Malik. See if it pays off.
BYW.
BYW.
Not going to get caught by the bushwhack. That will leave him the chance to get to the tower. Back to the safety of Ame's side.
XM has really slowed down how aggressive he wants to play on the Monkey King this game. It looks like he's going to wait for the Diffusal Blade before that next move, after he dies that one time top. Starting to swing over toward mid. XXS has this Dominator, has the Dark Troll Summoner.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Setting up the Pushka, TPing tier 2. We'll just clear out the creeps, and he's got the Blade Mail done. So a much more standard build that we see coming out from him, and yeah, as we mentioned before. Does feel pretty strong this game versus that Luna. They're going to look to smoke. That's the Diffusal Blade for XM. He wanted that extra bit of damage. Malik is deceptively tanky, though. If they do go for this kill onto the Enigma, this is where that Vanguard might come into play. So let's see where they look to hit. They see Laurel in mid.
They're going to drop the Eclipse for this. Boundless Strike to keep him locked down. They'll get the kill.
So many times we see players die in the river like that, right? Just on that low ground, they step up too confidently. Instantly dies. That's his blade mail reveal, but it's so many heroes hitting him, it doesn't matter. And they'll get the tower off of it. A nice hit from XG. Patient, waiting for that diffusal blade pickup. And just patient, waiting for Laurel to show himself there, rather than going toward the bottom lane. Pretty heads-up moves now to slow down that primal. That's 5 deaths now for him. Rue. Might just get spotted. XM.
Yeah, he can just keep running around the map with the backup.
This is how they want to play. Just play as 3, maybe even as 4 with the Beastmaster occupying top and just keep looking to shut down all of these heroes from Spirit while Ame gets all the space in the world to farm, and he's starting to catch back up. He's starting to get pretty much that same net worth as the Gyrocopter.
Hello. Pretty deep on their side of the map, but yeah, this time he's got the backup of Mimposhka.
He's got to be careful this game on Laurel. They did severely answer him in the draft on this Primal Beast with the Monkey King, with the Crystal Maiden in particular, but even the Muerta. These heroes are very hard to play into if you do get behind as a Primal Beast until you get that BKB. How's the Overlord looking? He's actually shifted away from it on XX, so he's also going Crimson. We were mentioning versus Jara, we've seen that quite a lot as Tianming, she gets out of those shards.
Very nice juke there, just walks around them, doesn't get caught by the bushwhack. Has the drummers as well now, so it'll be even easier for him to run.
I'm not opposed.
She's getting a pretty good advantage off of all these movements, and Ame, it feels like he's soon going to be able to surpass the Gyrocopter.
They're looking for Satanic.
The way that his team is pressuring.
They're in on with the diffusal blade slow. He's going to have to back up a Brew.
It's good damage with that call down.
With the snowball, but the Wukong's command is down.
Here's Ame.
The Eclipse is here as well, as Satanic tries to hide in the trees, but they'll find him as Extreme. They get the 2 kills, they keep XM alive, they don't lose anyone on Extreme.
And look what's up top. They have a Roche if they want to go for it.
Oh, they can do this easier with the Beastmaster and the Luna.
Oh, that's huge for XG. Already being able to make these quick, aggressive moves to shut down the other heroes on this side of the map. They find the Gyro, and they even get Ame involved. He gets the last hit on Satanic.
And there we go. With that play and with this Roche, Ame, he will take the lead spot against the Gyro.
Items are flying in quickly for the side of XG just after that. They have, I believe, the Crimson pretty much done. XM, he's got the Shard. And PYW, Atos is done and almost having a drum himself. They're starting to get quite a bit of momentum here. Spirit.
I mean, we saw how much Ame was able to do with that in the other game where he played Luna. Once he starts to get ahead and the team can take over the map, the speed that this guy farms on Luna can get pretty insane. We could see that difference between the carries really start to blow up.
Absolutely. Spirit looking to try to take a fight, trying to take advantage of some of these ultis being used. Wukong's down for 30, same for the Roar. Eclipse for 40, so looking to get something, but scared to perhaps go for a tower here. They're going to smoke and look for a wraparound bottom since they do have a quadruple creep wave going under this tower.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're going to try and find Ame. They're going to see him, of course, here, showing on the wave.
They might be able to set up on him on the southern camp afterwards if Ame plays a greedy. See which way he does go.
He might do. He's going to send the illusions out, but yeah, he wants this camp. He's going to walk into quite the nightmare.
They set the trap.
They'll catch him.
And they did end up giving that Aegis, of course, to XM, so.
A quick move to make up, and one that, yeah, Ame did not expect them to be there whatsoever.
And it gives Satanic, right? And we always mention any time of that downtime, when one of those carries dies, the other one is able to pull ahead slightly. Very heads-up move from Spirit, good read. And I mean, you see a quad range creep, and you know the carry's gonna TP for that one, so. Do get that set up, but XG looking to make a move of their own with this Crimson Guard pickup. With XM having this diffusal, having this shard too, he wants to get aggressive. Rue. We'll scout them out. They'll get baited by the illusion.
Got it.
Ame's back up. He wants to make his way toward bottom. He wants to be able to push them out. Last few moments after XG did get that big kill up top. Able to find their own sequence. Bottom tower. Looks like it's just going to get claimed. XXS able to finish that one off.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Movement over to the mid now, Extreme.
XM wants to get aggressive. We'll be able to just clean out some Eidolons.
So have to be a little cautious with the threat of the black hole.
He's got the blink now too.
Got ways to stop it, but indeed, if he gets the placement nice, could still do the work. Arme and XXS, they've got the strong push bottom though. It's tier 2 in danger.
They've got a glyph. They might stick around for it. With the Dark Troll Summoner, he's got another set of skeletons that he can summon in a second. Yeah, they're going to push forward for it. Does Spirit want to react to this? Doesn't look like it at the moment. It's dying too fast.
That's a heavy push. Tier 2's gone.
Maybe Satanic telling his team to just wait till he has the BKB in particular, because he is about 1,000 gold off, doesn't want to contest.
Yeah, it's going to be completely on him.
It's a him.
When they decide to make the move, make the play. It's going to be such a crucial decision.
Him and Laurel both very close to having the BKB, so probably not wanting to give their lives right before that. I have a big tower to get this early on. Getting the tier 2, they're going to take the Tormentor on that side, but it does feel like XG should be able to take the opposing one. Tormentor exchange coming out. I don't think I've seen the Pulverize on the Tormentor in a long time. That looked weird. That just immediately reminded me of the IO Pulverize clips that there was when the Tormentor first got added, when they would bring it to the... They would take it to the fountain. They would relocate with the Pulverize and bring it to fountain. It was a huge bug. But XG is knocking on the front door, Owen. Do they have TPs?
Is somebody... They must.
They do.
They do, right. They do.
They do.
Yeah, this is fine. We're not going to have a TP situation.
But Owen, they forced the glyph already. They're getting a significant amount of damage. Bushwhack won't connect on XM.
Push them back for now. And it is difficult pushing him once they know that the defense has turned up, especially if there's the threat at the Blink Black Hole. So
they got 3/4 of the tower.
There's a lot of damage. They're getting a lot done here around Arme's timings.
Oh, and Idle on Deny, is he going to get... He is. Okay, nice micro there from Malik. I was like, XG's going to get both Wisdom Runes off that too, but good micro coming out from the Enigma. Still postured bottom. How close to BKB on XM? He's getting closer as well.
And that's the thing. BKB on Arme and XM, and then probably the next Roshan, and that's going to be what they'll look to go high ground with if you're Extreme.
Yeah.
And at that point in the Spirit, they definitely have a high chance of being able to respond to it. You know, Satanic in a good place. He will have his own BKB, and maybe, you know, if XG are going to wait for that next Roshan for the 3 minutes or so, then Satanic might have the Daedalus done on top of it. So he will have the damage present for the high ground defense, as well as Malik getting the potential to have these big Blink Black Holes once he has the BKB complete.
Yeah, they definitely have potential for it. Just, I would say it's a little bit harder to execute for the Enigma because he has to land that Blink Black Hole onto the Beastmaster. And I was seeing XXS debating what build he wanted to go for.
Yep.
He's opted away from Pipe. He's gone Blink. So XXS has opted for positioning to ensure that he can get that roar on the key target.
It's good. Yeah, the Black Hole is very, very important. They stopped that. And XG is going to have a very solid chance of taking the fight and just getting the chance to get on top of Satanic.
Look at this play from Spirit. This ward that they have bottom still watches.
See how quick it is with the blink, but yeah, Rue's going to be the one to get the jump first from the smoke. Straight in onto XXS. Thinks about a roar, but I wouldn't have even saved him anyways. They've got the catch. They'll be able to push the tier 2 themselves bottom.
And his bottom ward, it stayed full.
They might go high ground.
At least to threaten for sure. 40 seconds with no Beastmaster.
You know, why not?
That's the way that Spirit likes to play. Any type of advantage that they get, they do want to poke back.
Exactly, at the least force Extreme to get back to the base.
Radiant's bottom
They've all got the TPs at the ready, so they will be able to return.
Laurel.
BKB done on XM. So outside of the sort of Black Hole and the Pulverize, he will be ready to jump into the midst of the fight.
He's going to try to cut the tree.
He's going to be able to do it! Malik there, beautiful stuff, cuts the tree. XM will get the BKB off, he's able to bound this out.
He survives!
He gets away there with the shard boundless strike.
Rue, will he be so lucky to get out? Nice shard.
Very nice indeed, able to push his way down to the low ground. Arme steps up with the Eclipse. Beautiful dead shot, knocks Lyle back at the edge, but the snowball save will be there. Gives him a little bit of a chance, but he's incredibly low, Lyle, and will still die as he comes out of the snowball. Rue, he'll fall as well. So Spirit, despite their best efforts to save themselves and get out, they'll still lose 2. Both of those kills going to Arme.
What a heads-up play from Malik, but XM lives 20 HP, just barely survives, and I think they throw some healing lotuses onto him afterwards.
Did they not have anything else to throw down onto him?
I thought they would have the Primal Beast grab, but I guess he didn't want to use it.
It was available.
It was available.
It was available. And, you know, obviously, Malik, as we saw, he could not have dropped the Black Hole. No. He was caught by the silence from the Muerta. And
that beast
doesn't
was
have a BKB yet. So that would kind of have been on Lyle to get that grab.
Yeah,
they would have got that kill right.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a mistake there from Laurel. Just hesitating on the grab. Maybe they thought they had him without it, right? Just because he was locked down
there
for
you
so
go.
long. But...
Mouse lag.
Okay.
There we
Yeah,
That's what he's telling the team.
Nice heads up, though. XM like we said, I always try to say like all these little things, but it's like he has his pupil gift, right? So it's like extra HP that he had, beautiful boundless strike to reset, and then they throw healing lotus on him.
They threw
to
everything
reset.
on him.
Yeah,
just to make sure.
And a good aggressive play from Ame, just confident that he can charge forward there. As
when did he only? What's happening?
Both of them sipping the tea. I don't know.
Had he only just got the shard picked up, the monkey?
No, he picked it up right after defusal.
Oh,
yeah. We've been seeing the shard defusal build a lot lately. That they just immediately go for it.
Yeah, been bumped up in priority.
Yeah,
it's very good.
And he did just get the BKB right before the go-to, so every little thing did factor in there for XM to be able to survive, and then for them to be able to get those big cleanup kills for Ame. Level 17 now, 1,500 ahead of the gyrocopter.
I like this as well. You know, XM, he's going to get the Skadi next because he doesn't want Ame to buy it. You know, he's like, Ame, you get the damage. You know what I mean? If I get the Skadi, you can't, Ame. We don't want your Skadi link and stuff going on. We need you with the damage this time.
I love that that's your reasoning. I mean, it's really good on Monkey King, but the meme potential is definitely massive. I love it.
So now Ame can't get Skadi. So he's going Butterfly, and then he'll get probably the Kanda afterwards, right? Or are you going something different with this build, this game?
I don't know. I think I've always just seen the Kanda. The Kanda 20 is just too strong, so yeah.
Butterfly Kanda would be great for Ame here.
But maybe, it's Ame though, right? So he might deviate. Just because it's Ame.
Maybe a second Skadi. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Stop it.
It might happen.
Stop. It's not happening.
Okay, that won't happen.
He won't happen. Roche, it's a long spawn. So minute 30, they're all set up top Spirit. They are prepared in case it is going to be up there, smoking up to look for that fight. Is that the data list? It is, so it's coming out on the courier. Rue has Blink.
They're super strong.
If they can get the connection of the spells. They are very, very strong on the side of Spirit. XG also smoked up, though. Ame, level 18. Level 3 Eclipse online.
Here we go.
Tianming, he breaks.
Oh, they know someone's in the trees.
Pings flurrying across the board. A ward.
The dataless delivery is secured.
They'll see his items too, so they're very well aware that he's got that dataless.
That's an illusion.
Ame.
Don't fall for the bait. They won't fall for the bait.
They get info with it. PYW. Inching forward. Tense moments here.
Yeah, they don't want to head into the top side of the map. It's far too spooky for Extreme and unnecessary.
He's going to start hitting tier 2.
It's going to be up in 30 seconds.
Ame. He's got the Manta, might send it toward the mid lane as well. And if they check top rune, Owen, there's an amp damage.
There is, and he's very close to the butterfly.
He is.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to see the DD.
Yeah. You give this to Ame, surely. Never mind.
There's no bottle, though.
XM wants, I guess that's, so unlikely that they're really able to use it for the fight.
A re-smoke by Spirit to look for the angles. Is that a BKB here for the Enigma? I think it is.
It should be, right? In terms of timing, he was working on this for quite some time.
That roar,
it's
got to hit the Enigma.
Yeah, but as you say, he's got this Blink build to really allow him to get that chance to get the position to find the roar.
Radiant
XXS might be big priority target here for the side of Spirit. Satanic. Reaching forward, smoke on smoke. There's the butterfly.
So he's timing, and the Paladin
Paladin sword too, right before
great.
it. Literally at that 27 mark, he gets the neutral item too.
The Atos, get the Boundless as well. Spirit, how do they want to react to this? They might just have to let the Tusk go. Rue's gone.
Does not have buy.
And that probably caused Spirit to not look for a further fight unless they want to settle up around their high ground.
It was a Wukong's used, so they are sticking around to potentially look for that.
Both teams are terrified at just going for the pit at the moment.
It's just such big wombo combo team.
Yeah, it really is. You walk in, you get Black Holes. You walk in, you get Wukong's Eclipsed.
Yep. Pushka will scout it.
I think Spirit could start trying to do it.
Rue is going to be respawning, and there is not going to be a Wukong's for 50 seconds, so Extreme.
Like their team fight threat is just
split.
that little bit more potent with the fact that they're the ones with the black holes. So
yeah, they're going to get this. Extreme's going to
they got.
Good patience there from Spirit.
They ended up being the team that lost the hero, but with their positioning and just presence and control over this area, they push Extreme back, and Spirit are able to get the Roche.
That's pretty heads up. Gonna give some time for Satanic to catch up in that farm. It's a 6k lead for Extreme, so they still have this item advantage in particular across the board. But now an Aegis on Satanic could be a difference maker. What neutral item did he get? He did get Nemesis Curse, so he does have pretty high physical single target damage now also on Satanic.
That's very true.
What's it going to be for XM? Defiant Shell, one of the better ones you can get. They're still feeling confident on the side of XG, even versus this Aegis. They're in.
Straight away. They look for the squishies first. They get the roar on towards the hoodwink. That's Miposhka gone low. Tries to down with the BKB. Gets to the grab onto XM. Satanic bringing in the
black hole.
black hole. It's there, and it's a good one. Double kill for Malik as he catches both P1W and XM. And with them gone, they can continue the cleanup as they get XXS. Spirit, they've been very patient looking for this sort of action, and kind of gets handed to them. Extreme. I don't think they'll be doing that again when they go and drop the roar on the hoodwink.
You'll never roar another target.
I don't think so, right?
The second it was used, just no hesitation.
You know what I mean? If he had the roar still now, that would have been a black hole put to there. Maybe there was still a suffered in the team fight, but if anything, they wouldn't have gone as deep as they did just to try and kill off the hoodwink. Miposhka, of course, he does buy back, but absolutely worth it there for Spirit and Extreme. They're going to have to be a bit more careful about how they go around pushing for these sort of plays.
Yeah, no more roars on. No more roars on anybody else. You have to save it. Either for the Black Hole or for the Primal Beast, you have to be able to stop one of the two from getting this type of lockdown. Over-aggression this time, XG. They did look for this fight into Aegis. They get punished instantly. Black Hole was used. Are they going to look for a fight on the side of Extreme now that it was?
I think you should, right? Yeah, Black Hole down.
I feel like they kind of have to. I feel like you can't just like sit back and let it come back up every single time.
I mean, that's the thing. You got to imagine, if they went for a fight, went looking for a fight into Black Hole and Aegis, then
imagine they're going to do it again.
You'd imagine they'd do it when there's no Black Hole.
Yeah. And they're going to go straight down toward mid. XXS still a ways away from his BKB too, so he does have some problems to be able to just jump in the fight and go for the roar, perhaps. If he gets locked down or addressed. Ame, feeling confident to just hit the tower though. Satanic, careful for his glaive damage. He's got this Aegis, so he's careful.
He's got a lot of backup as well.
He's got the Satanic, I think, also on
he could just sell the Falcon Blade, get the money for the Reaver.
Careful with his courier. He'll be able to sneak it. And Ame's not going Conda, so he's going just for the straight stand his ground build on the Luna. He gets the Hurricane Pike for positioning, and he's just going to go Satanic. So no Conda this time.
We'll have that crazy amount of survivability, and it can work out here because he has the Monkey King in the mid, right? This other sort of high physical damage scaling core. So I don't think damage shouldn't be a problem for XG.
No, and XG, that maybe tells like how they want to play the fight as well too, where they, I mean, it usually is how they want to poke and prod. That's usually how Luna lineups want to play, but this might just be a build where you just full commit for team fights. You just run in, pop the roar on a target, pop the Eclipse, and just go for the kills rather than going for a beam, reset, beam, reset. Spirit
time. They've still got some moments to play with Aegis.
It's up in 10 seconds.
XG weren't able to punish that downtime.
They've got this ward also. There was scouting. A bit of movement there from Tianming. Tormentor, it's back up. XG might go for it, and Spirit might be at the ready to go for the play on top of it.
Are scanning.
Do they get the read? XG, they do. They'll back away. That was a tense moment there. If they
went for that and get caught by a black hole,
that could be game.
That's going to feel pretty rough.
Yeah, if they get caught there, could have just been that game. The Satanic, it's finished. Gets rid of the Mask of Madness.
And then, okay, so now he will go back for the Kanda after the Satanic.
Okay.
So still wants it in the event tree at the end of the day. XM's got the Skadi complete.
It does always just feel too valuable, but thought maybe because it is Ame, he does divert completely away from the build, but still just feels too strong. How long on Aegis? 30 seconds. Does XXS have BKB yet? Not quite. He hasn't been able to find too much more farm on this Beastmaster after that last engagement. They ideally want to have these triple BKBs to be able to get that angle to stop the black hole. How close is he to... Okay, yeah, he's got the Scotty finished up.
Fighting into no Aegis, but fighting into the black hole, still not easy for Extreme despite having this little bit of a lead. Vame ahead.
I think a lot of it's going to be down to how the Wukongs is placed and how the roar is used, right? Like if the Wukongs is there in a coverage for fight, not for just a solo kill, that's going to be hard for Spirit to approach it. But if it's in a bad spot, then they can probably just look to run in. XG Waiting on the high ground with this ward. This game really is going to be down to who can get the better connections of these ultis. For these two carries to just really clean house, because they are both they're both getting to those critical mass points. Satanic is getting closer and closer to that MKB to be the answer for Ame. Right now, not having that true strike could be problematic for him to fully deal with Ame, and XG may be feeling a bit of that power with the triple BKBs, with the butterfly advantage. Looking for another swing.
Isn't that a pretty thing?
Spirit coming out together. Satanic is spotted. They're on him.
One of the two of them. Satanic's able to put the BKB.
Rue goes down.
He's got to run here. They've got anything to catch him as the BKB comes to an end. Doesn't look like it. And backup will be there. So if they can't push for the gyro.
85 seconds, no BKB on him. Ame did hang on to his. XM did use his.
Difficult to do much, even with that kill. It's just the Tusk gone for 30.
That's a kill, though. They do get Spirit afraid. They do have to back up and just kind of stay inside their base without every single one of their heroes, without the BKB on Satanic. He has to be pretty careful how he steps out. So great kill there for the side of Extreme. Able to perhaps even finish out that next item just because of that one kill. XM might be able to back up, finish up the Basher if he'd like to go that route. And Ame, if he does want to go down the Conda, he's getting very close to having it.
Yeah, he can sell up the treads and grab it.
Yeah, it's very close. Oh, they're just sticking the Alpha Wolf with him, so XXS, rather than having another creep for the moment, he is just having that bonus damage for Ame. That does make him have that bit of a difference in comparison versus the Gyrocopter. He actually has just a bit of an edge in terms of that single target DPS because of it. MKB is done. So now standing his ground on Satanic, he might be able to do so versus the Luna. Although he is in that deficit, it's definitely not the easiest.
It's going to be hard. I feel may already be thinking about that rapier down the line. He's not at that point yet, though, at least from what he's queuing up. It's just going to go for the butterfly next.
Yeah, the scare really is that he's got Nemesis Curse, so he's going to take that extra damage. And Ame, he has Paladin Sword, so yeah, he's going to have that extra bit of lifesteal to be able to stand his ground. Said it's going to be all up. It really does feel up to Malik. Can he land these big black holes? Is it going to get stopped?
Yeah. It's going to be crazy if he does.
Yeah, because it really just, it's starting to feel like XG is starting to get more and more of an advantage with the farm on the Monkey King, the farm on this Luna, the double carries. It's going to be up to that execution from the Enigma. Starting to get themselves positioned around top again. Roche, it's up in 8 seconds. Ame's drawing the line to maybe push mid, it looks like.
It would cause them to have to get back to base.
Yeah, you have to make a choice. Do you want to sacrifice your racks or just go for this Aegis? Ame's going to start the push.
They might be able to take down the Roshan quick enough to get the Roche and get back for the defense. They kill it pretty quickly.
Ame is hesitant to walk up toward the high ground. He's going to start going.
Let's see. Who starts the TP back first? The fortifications, so yeah, Spirit, they'll get the chance to finish Roshan and will manage to TP back and be prepared to push XG away.
Tusk Ags, Owen.
Oh, did you get it? You got it for free?
He gets it for free.
Oh, here we go.
They hand it to Rue right away, so these kickbacks.
Oh,
okay, this could be another one of those X factors.
Like XG, they were having the lead. They have Ame in the preferable position. But as the moments pass, I talked about sort of the 30-minute mark. We've got past that. Spirit's late game lineup and a high ground defense potential. It gets easier and easier to execute, and the push gets harder and harder for XG to get away with.
The clutch factor really in particular of just like these pushbacks, even though they do have these double cores on the Monkey and the Luna, that Luna, or that Tusk Ags, the fact that he gets it for free is massive, because he was nowhere near the realms of having the farm for it. Just gets handed it for free.
On Extreme, what is the plan now? You know that this game, breaking the high ground, it's only going to get more difficult. Satanic on the gyro, he's going to become more and more in his element as he kind of fills out his inventory on this gyrocopter. You got to do something soon. It's not easy, but it's just not going to get any easier.
Maybe they push again.
I feel like you have to.
You kind of
These
have
pushes
to poke.
will not get any easier at this point.
And the TP is on cooldown, so Rue, he has to run himself all the way back. They're going to get the tower. The Rax is dropping super fast. It's dead.
Dire's bottom barracks is falling. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're TPing back. They're going to see if they try and catch anyone outside on the map, but the TP's out from Satanic and Miposhka there immediately.
Radiant are
Very
scanning.
quick.
Well, they're not taking the risk of walking back to their base across the map. Now you get back to the safety of the rest of the team.
Does Spirit want to smoke to look for a fight, or do they strictly want to play for high ground D? They're going to
I feel
smoke
they
out.
can do both.
Yeah, they're going to smoke out.
And with the Aegis, they can take the risk here at the 2 plays.
How's buyback status is looking? Enigma has buyback, and Hoodwink has buyback. Only CM on the other side. Now Ame does have his buyback.
He's going for the Lincolns next, but I don't know what he's going to swap out of his inventory for that.
He sells the butterfly.
Okay. I mean, the MKB's
he saw the
come out in
MKB.
response, so he's... okay.
All right. Just really not wanting to get locked down. That does mean he's not going to have the buyback. I mean, that's okay. It reduces his damage massively going for this. It goes from him having, yeah, like 50 or so more to having this. More defensive, but see if it works.
I mean, the Lincolns is pretty huge, right? What,
For the
against
kick.
the kickback and
I think
also
that's probably
pulverized
why.
from Lal.
Oh, he gets the catch. Nice blink from Laurel. Heads up play. First kill we've had in a bit
And
of
that's
time.
the gem.
Oh, it is.
Oh.
Oh.
A little awkward, the kickback there. But Tiaming's not running from this.
Able to get it. Laurel, does he have a slot? He does. Yeah, I guess that's why he did want to have the Lincoln, just the kickback and that pulverize in particular. But all right.
I mean, he'll soon have to buy back gold again, right?
It will.
Well, 900 gold. It'll take him a little bit of time.
They've got the momentum pushing bottom into that Spirit does have to respond to.
Radiant's top tower. has
Satanic
fallen.
doesn't look like he wants to respond to it. He is approaching toward top.
I feel like as well with that, if the game does go on,
Well, now also
that gives the freedom for Satanic to like sell the MKB and buy a Rapier.
yeah, and now Gyro has a butterfly, and Luna does not have an
That's
MKB.
true, there's no MKB on Luna.
He's got Conda though, so he can just use the beam as that kind of fake one. It is big damage. 90 seconds on the Aegis. This is such an interesting game. As they'll back up. I don't think I've seen someone sell their butterfly like that so confidently. Like before you were even full slotted, just really feeling like this is going to be more useful versus these single target spells.
He really wanted the Linkers, and he had to get rid of something, right?
It's true. He did.
So, like, what else are you selling? You want the Manta to be able to push out the lanes. The
You want
Hurricane
Pike.
Pipe feels too good.
Yeah.
Obviously, the BKB card and Satanic are
It makes sense.
essential.
It does make sense.
If something's going to go, it's going to be the Butterfly because the MKB is already out, right?
It's just like, is it actually going to end up blocking one of the big spells, right? Or is it just going to end up eating like like an acorn shot or something in particular?
Sure. And could you have maybe relied on like XM buying the Lincolns and throwing it down on you?
Yeah, maybe something along those lines. We shall see. They're going to all buy them though, because that's how broken the Tusk kick is. They do not want to
It's
deal
that
with
crazy.
it.
I think either way, these sort of strategic kind of item decisions being made at this point, it is showing that Extreme. They're
feel
finding
pressure.
themselves in a point of the game that they really didn't want to be in.
Yeah.
This game has gone on, 40 plus minutes now. They've got one set of racks. Extreme, they really wanted to be getting quite a lot more than that at this point.
I mean, it's the fact that Root just gets it for free because it's that third Roche. Like, he was literally nowhere near the farm of having it. He had gone Blink into the Pavis, if I'm not mistaken. He had like 1,000 gold. So just getting a free 4K, pretty massive.
It just makes it
changes games
super complicated for how Extreme can try and shut this game down.
Because they probably did feel like they were getting to a point of progression nicely with double core, but then just the Axe Tusk changes games completely. And Malik now at this point, he doesn't. I thought he was going to go down a Lincoln's route for the Enigma since he's playing versus just the Roar BKB disable. But he just goes for full greed. He goes Octarine instead.
I mean, Lincoln's just kind of loses its value nowadays.
It's
right?
not as good in the Enigma ever.
You pop BKB,
really.
but
There's so many ways
everything
to
else
stop
can
it.
hit you through the BKB to trigger the Lincolns. So it's a little bit of a slip up, but yeah, I can understand absolutely just going for the Octarine refresher.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, because Lincoln's isn't that strong nowadays, because of the way spells go through BKB, you just sort of play for the buyback into Black Hole.
Sure. Makes sense. And he's very tanky, too, when he's got these type of items. Gives you that extra bit of HP as well. XG, they're going to smoke out. Level 25 is hit for Ame.
Yeah, they have to be the ones taking the risks. They've got to try and punish Spirit whilst they're out on the map. Pushing the high ground. Ideally, they find something like a Tusk or something.
If they find Rue, that's the dream, really, it feels like. So they're stepping out. They will see
They
him.
find Rue. They're straight in with the boundless. They're going to be able to bring Rue down. No, the snowball's there just in time. They'll be able to snowball over towards XM, but it's deep into the Wukong's command, so Rue will fall.
They see Satanic as well. They're trying to force the BKB. He's trying not to use it, but he's dropping low.
A lot of damage. Now he's got to pop it.
Oh, this is awkward for Satanic.
I mean, they do have the potential that the Black Ult to come in. Satanic is going to go for the TP out. He's away.
Oh, the Mind Breaker hit silenced XXS.
So that was from the flat cry.
From the Ags.
The Ags flat.
I mean, XXS immediately throws out a voice line because of it.
Wait, he did have BKB ready to press.
He
though,
did,
right?
but I think he just got caught off guard by the Mind Breaker.
I guess so.
And Satanic tips him
I
instantly.
mean, there was a bit of surely your BKB raw.
Yeah, but I think he just didn't. It literally just didn't expect it.
Okay.
These neutral items sometimes, man. Oh, you can see it again. But yeah, it's literally just that agony. The flag into the Mind Breaker. Yeah, look at XXS. Ready? Blink. Silenced. Wait a minute.
That would have been a huge kill as well.
Yep.
If they got him there.
Gaben is still very confident in XG, by the way. But just, I mean, they are still scaling on these double cores. That is very strong, and it does feel like execution for Spirit has to be key for a kickback or for a black hole. So
I just
still
feel
feels
though,
nice.
yeah, for Spirit's lineup to be at this point of the game with this sort of lead, you know, it's not a lot, but it is, you know, a 3K lead, and the fact they've kept the game going. I don't feel that the progress and the state of this game has drifted that far away from what Spirit sort of envisioned when they came in with this draft.
It's all, I mean, everything's going to just be up to execution now at this point. Both drafts are very strong to be able to scale. So we'll just have to see how Malik can land with his black holes. If Rue's going to get caught, if he's going to kick a Lincoln's.
And what does Ame do now? He's got nearly 8k gold. He's queuing up the Swift Blink, but inventory slots are definitely an issue for him. Like, are you switching out the Lincolns after it procs? And well, no, then you're not really going to look to blink in. I mean, how do you sort of play?
Maybe you
7 fight him.
Keep the Manta, use it as like a backpack, and you buy the Swift Blink, and you're just constantly swapping them out. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. Ame knows best.
I mean, you wouldn't see any value in just trying to get the Ag's blessing for yourself?
I don't think he wants to buy it in particular. I think if he can get it for free, that would be nice, but... Oh, big rune top. It's an amp damage. Ooh. Maybe he buys a bottle for it. Never mind, he'll just grab it. Smoke up, Spirit, grouping together.
Ame's a little bit split from the team.
He is, and he did show his illusions over here.
He'll be careful though, surely. He's not going to walk in towards them.
They've got vision of him.
This is rough.
The Lincolns, they break it.
They're going to get kicked back. They'll drop the Black Hole straight away, as well as the Pulverize, completely controlling Ame, but he's able to live, and now he's able to turn and heal up. The backup arrives just in time, and Ame, he's back up to full HP.
He's too tanky.
The Ame bait, it worked out.
And Satanic is isolated now.
And he's on his own, and the BKB's about to wear off. They've got the Raw to control him. Ame's ready to bring over the damage with the amplified damage rune. I mean, they fell for the bait. It looked like it wasn't going to work, but it did. I mean, they get the jump on Ame. They just didn't have the straight up damage right. They had the control, they had the Black Hole, the Pulverize, but no real damage was being laid down onto Ame. The rest of the team swings across, and XG, they come out flying.
Ame, the amp damage, the beam doing insane amount of burst, eviscerating heroes. That's your Black Hole combo. That's your jump with your vision. Ame showing it doesn't matter.
Oh, another catch, maybe.
The stun. XM's on him.
This is going to be another kill.
Got him. 90 seconds.
Yeah, how many? They can have a hot chance of pushing out these buybacks.
They're not even going to go for the Roche. They are going to look to force them. They will force the buybacks. They can back up for the Roche immediately after. And Ame, he does have the Swift Blink in the bags. With the 5,000 gold, so it does have the buyback available.
And you imagine what, with this Roche, they'll let Ame take the Axe? Or is there anything else that's looking pretty good?
Honestly, all the cores Ags are very good this game, so... You might just give it to him, but you might also give it to XM for the kind of siege plays that he can do as well. I mean, there's a lot of potential for them. Or do they just give it all into the Ame basket?
I think Ame's going to want to take this.
And that's your big combo there, though, from Spirit. We saw they don't have the damage unless they have everybody literally hitting Ame.
I mean, that's it, because did they have the Jar in position to do the full damage then?
Not the full damage, no.
Yeah,
and that's why Satanic buys Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he has to be ready to follow up. They're going to let the Axe go to XM by the looks of it.
Yeah, I was thinking because the Wukong's to be able to set up, and also he does have a way to deal with the Enigma now at this point too. He has an Abyssal Blade, He is getting more farm, so they do have this dual core in comparison to the side of Spirit, where it's like team fight, team spell, where it's the Gyro as a 4 protect 1.
Guess it's my shout.
Refresher is picked up.
Does leave him 1,500 gold short of buyback, Malik, so have to certainly be a bit careful. And here's the thing now, they've taken a solid fight, 15k ahead, they've got the Aegis on XM. Now, this should be enough to allow Extreme to try and go for the high ground.
Yeah, it's still just the way that they have to approach it is still a bit complicated because of these kicks, because of these black holes, but they're starting to get more and more answers. The Lincolns, as we said, now in Lotus for Tianming. How many greater healing Lotuses as well, too? I always try to keep track of them. I think both sides had one of them.
Satanic still looking to close up the Swift Blink next.
He needs it. He has to be there. He has to be able to dish out the maximum amount of damage during the black hole.
It feels like he needs a rapier, which feels like it's the case in a lot of Gyro games at this point. It's like you got the flag potential, but you have to make sure that you are able to kill these heroes during the black holes.
If they can get positioning, perhaps, but yeah, the damage could be limited, as we saw there in the last go. Ame does have the goal to potentially go for Ag's Blessing too. Ame does not have the Aegis, so important to point out, XM is the one who's carrying it. Probably why they gave him that Ag, so that he can siege freely with the Wukongs. This was Satanic. Massive Wukongs drop down. Satanic's in trouble.
He's taking quite a bit of damage. Down to half HP. He'll put the BKB. He'll turn. Look at the pushback in on towards XM. XM, he'll fall. As the Aegis gone in the jump
black hole
on
in
the
the back.
Lines. Malik, he's got a good black hole. He's caught
They got Ame.
Ame's gone. They get the movement over towards XX as well. I mean, and Malik there, a beautiful play, gets behind XM and catches Extreme completely by surprise. They didn't have anything to deal with it. PYW is able to TP out. XM should be able to jump away.
This game is
but the push put to a stop there.
You have to be careful. They almost killed Vru at the start of it with that Wukongs, but what a positioning there from Malik.
Yeah, Malik
catches the 2, he catches the Beastmaster, XXS.
It's the perfect 2. You catch XXS and Arme. You know, what more can you ask for from the Enigma?
I mean, XXS has to be in a better position there. He cannot be getting caught inside of these black holes.
No, especially not next to his carry.
No, and he has lens too. That's the thing, is the Beastmaster's only playing for the positioning, but Malik...
Yeah, watch this angle again that he's coming in from. At the moment, all the focus is they're looking at the gyro. They're looking at the gyro, and then Arme, XXS standing together. Patience here, massively from Malik. It comes in, gets the 2 of them, and as you say, it's straight slap bang on top of the Beastmaster. There's no one else to stop it. So Malik coming in clutch and setting up this team fight to turn around and them to not even lose the tier 3.
I mean, this game could definitely get to these later stages points just because of the execution has to be crisp.
I mean, this was always the concern, as we keep saying from Extreme in this game. Even when they do take these fights, get this lead, the high ground push, it is so hard for them, and it's only getting harder.
Malik. Black Hole is back at the ready. Refresher is pretty much going to be almost up when the Luna gets out of the base, and he is queuing up that Lincolns eventually.
Yeah, it's always nice to have. It's just, you're not going to see it being rushed as much nowadays on Enigma as it was in the... Back in the old day, it was Blink, BKB, Lincolns, if you want to look for the big plays.
And then you just
nowadays, there's just other items that are better to get, like the Octarine and Refresher first.
Extreme will be able to get their Tormentor. Ame will be able to snag that one. And is he going to commit the gold? It looks like he is going to commit for his Ag's Blessing as well. So he can play more in the back lines to commit, I guess, too.
Yeah, he's got the, you would say, the buyback on top of that.
Does he? He's 750 away.
Okay, no, okay, it doesn't quite.
Okay, that could be...
Get a kill in the team fight and have it.
Yeah, true. Maybe the Manta Illusions will be able to finish it off also. But double black holes, they're back at the ready. This game neck and neck. Full Lincolns now for Laurel.
Smoke time.
They're going to smoke.
The big thing for Extreme is finding
Malik.
Malik or Brew. If you can get one of these two, take them out of the equation, that could set you up to try for the high ground.
Or the gyro, right? Because if they take out the damage also, right? If they can take one of the 3 out.
They're trying to go in onto Miposhka. XM's going to drop the BKB in the Wukong's command. He's desperately trying to kill this Hoodwink, but Miposhka, he's able to run from this.
The Lincoln's blocking the Abyssal.
I'll turn towards Lal, but Lal is very, very tanky, especially with the shield rune as well. Rue's in with the jump, gets the kickback on towards PYW. PYW pops the ult, but they'll have to leave him behind. Extreme, they're bailing out of this. There's no fight for them to be had here. They try and make this jump happen. They see Miposhka.
That's a gem.
They don't even get anywhere close to punishing the Hoodwink. Miposhka's just able to run away.
Ogre Seal Totem, 4 staff, Lincoln's to block the Abyssal. He's just able to reset himself away from it.
He's got all the gems as well.
Good aggressive vision that Spirit has down too. Not many wards on the side of XG. They have the one on the high ground there now that Tianming has been able to place. This game, I feel like we could get rapiers on both sides, though, and this could be one of those crazy ones where it's a Luna versus Gyro rapier situation. Roche, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, no Muerta, XM, no BKB, doesn't want to inch out. Waiting to see what these carries do queue up next.
Yeah, Aghanim's blessing for Satanic, at least for the moment, queued up.
Here he has it, so I don't know why he's queuing it up. But
that is true. Wait, hold, no. Wait. Oh yeah, what?
Here he consumed it a while.
He's just going. Yeah, wait, what?
Here he consumed it.
Why is he queued it up at all?
Yeah, maybe just whatever.
Got it.
Okay. I mean, let's hope he doesn't start buying that. I mean, there's no way.
No,
No,
there's nothing. He did not forget. There's no way.
Are you sure?
No, he did not forget.
It's been a long series.
Yeah, but he's one of he's
Maybe
young.
He's been up
he's not
all
an
night.
old. He's not one of these old guys.
He's probably been up playing Dota 2 all night.
He's one of these like 17-year-olds. He's not going to forget things in 40 minutes like we would.
Buy a second Aghanims. I'm a little concerned.
Miposhka shows himself. XXS is going for the cutoff. The Lincoln's blocked, but not going to get him out.
No buyback
one of the
on
jumps. That is true. That's 100 seconds.
100 seconds. That's a lot of seconds.
And they get their gem back. So they can start getting some vision again because they have none out right now. No roar for XXS, but he is getting closer and closer to Refresher. They're going to go through the portal. Spirit, Laurel's right there.
He just goes straight for the pulverize. I mean, they're going to keep going through. PYW is dead. They can kick him out of the Wukong's command. He'll try and balance away and go for the TP, but the damage, it's done.
He's gone. What a play from Rue.
XXS, he still came through as well. He's got to blink out and run, but Malik's found him.
He's just going to black hole it.
Absolutely. That was a nasty shot there for Extreme going through that twin gate.
A beautiful scan that came out from the side of Spirit, though. They scan down bottom. They see that they're coming through, and they set the trap. One by one, they come through, and an instant kick on that Wukong's. 70 seconds. Spirit can start getting some aggression going their way. They do have another black hole at the ready if he wants to go for the refresh.
Yeah, they can get some buybacks out of them.
And at least try.
At least from XM.
He's going to start poking forward. He's got the Moonshard queued up.
There we go.
He knows.
None of this double Aghanim's.
No. But look what Ame's got queued up, though. So he said this can definitely get to this type of game.
He's got to do it, but at the same time, even if he gets the Rapier, it still is very much the harder game for Extreme.
He's got it. It's coming from the bottom area.
Yep.
And these beams, they hurt. When he's going to have that, they really, really hurt.
Okay.
I mean, both these high grounds are very intimidating.
Spirit's
is a bit more intimidating.
To go high ground.
Spirit's high ground is quite a bit more. They will be able to get this Rax.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, this sort of late game, I really for Spirit, they were much more geared up for it with their draft and play. This is definitely the game being more in their element.
Ooh, and look what they've got bottom too. There's an amp damage for Satanic. He's got the bottle too, so he's gonna be able to hold on to it for that fight. And double black holes, they're at the ready.
Get the Aegis first. And who still needs an Aghanims?
I know Laurel had one, but maybe just give it to
Just
Enigma.
the oh,
give it to Malik.
Yeah, you're right. Give it to Malik.
Give it to Malik.
Yeah, give it to Malik.
When you suck people in, they might just walk in and just get yanked into it. They are continuing to grow.
Aegis for Satanic. Aghanims for Malik.
Dire are scanning.
It's very difficult for Extreme.
Getting close to those tier 5 items on. I have to mention them every time.
Yeah, this game could end in 3 minutes.
It could absolutely, but it could also go on for a while. Definitely could.
I mean, if you're Ame with the Swift Blink Rapier, who are you looking to sort of blink in on top of and kill? Or you're not looking to play like that at all? Are you purely just looking for the poke from the side of the fights? Like how sort of crazy, how in there do you get as this Luna with the Rapier?
The poke is too strong. I think at some point you can absolutely jump in and commit, but the poke when you've got the 2025 talent, when you've got this much damage,
sure.
If heroes are standing next to each other, you can kill them from 100 to 0.
That's going to be the big thing, right? If Ame sees like the pulverize and the black hole used, that's when he goes in.
That's
he
when
can go aggressive with the blink.
They've got the refresher also on XXS, so he has double ways to roar and stop targets. both teams. Right, these buildings at this point, both teams can just deal with Raxes with ease, so... They don't mean too much if any of these towers or Raxes do end up dropping. How many refreshers do we have in this game now? We've got 2 finished up, of course, on the Enigma and the Beast. Monkey King building closer
he
to
wants
his.
one. Ame
and
wants
Ame's
one.
getting close to one as well.
Yet to see Satanic work on one.
Yeah, that's true, actually. He's a bit ways away. I mean, he only really has the use of like a double BKB really for it. And Satanic, but...
I mean, that's normally
quite a
enough
lot.
right for some
That
of these
is
late game
usually enough.
carries when
Yep.
he gets to sort of 60-minute plus games.
Eventually he'll have it.
Yeah.
Sure, with the way that this is going, it's 59 minutes, 40 seconds until we have that 60 minutes. XM. Dangerous position for him to be in. Got this ward if they spot him for a second.
He is not going to show, surely.
If they see it even for a hot second, oh, he'll jump away. He has to be so careful with positioning. Just one blink Midnight Pulse and he's dead. If they cut that tree.
Still a fair bit of time left with the Aegis. They could look to try and push high ground Spirit once more.
All right, who's gonna get what? Who's gonna get these big neutral items? Here we go. Any Midas is purchased on the side of Extreme to be able to get these extra neutrals, since they don't have access to their Ancients. TYW will stack the camp, see if he gets one. There is a ward here watching them.
I like this as well from Malik. Again, just to go back to how the Lincolns just ain't that great.
Yeah, he went Aeon
Dish first,
yeah.
which once you've got the refresher, this is just going to be much nicer, right? Because if you get interrupted on the first black hole, likelihood is you're going to be able to survive through the damage they try and follow up with after drawing you, interrupting, and you can press the refresher and go with the second black hole. Obviously, it gets a bit more complicated because X-Success does also have a refresher.
Exactly.
But
there's a lot of layers.
If the second one can find the Beastmaster, then you're pretty golden as the Enigma. So Malik's got the tools.
There's crazy layers to this game.
And here we go, and he's got a mirror shield.
All right. Okay, so he gets it for free. That's pretty nice. So we'll be able to have that protection. Satanic, he goes for full aggression, takes an Apex, while Ame, more about positioning. He gets the Force Boots, which are still, I mean, they're one of the best, if not the best, tier 5 also in a lot of situations. This game is tense.
Definitely harder for Extreme, though. They do have that rapier factor. Spirit. They're going to jump. They're going to get a kickback straight away on towards Tianming. That's Tianming gone.
80 seconds. Ame.
Seeing obviously how heavy that hit does hit with the rapier and the Kanda.
Yeah,
About a
1200.
third of his HP.
That kill, gonna start poking. They'll see him for 65.
And they go again.
Make those hit hard. XM, they're gonna go.
Tianming's going to move in. They're going to look towards Satanic. They get it once. To take the one roar as well. Just will have the second. There's refresh, but Malik's in with the jump. He gets the jump straight on.
Doesn't catch Ame.
They move straight towards the Pulverize. That will grab Ame. They look down the two of them.
That's the rapier on the deck.
And Satanic, he's ready to grab that for himself.
Great catch there from Malik.
Really was. The Black Holes, you know, they've not been some fancy, flashy 5-man ones,
Doesn't
but
have to be.
they've been exactly what he's needed to do.
Another kick.
And I mean, at this point, it's likely to be over. They're running out of buybacks. As the mid-bracks are taken, Spirit, they'll move down to the bottom. They've just played this game fantastically. They've pushed it to the later portion. They even cut the tree. Malik! He's able to find him. They get the bushwhack. XM.
He actually jumps away.
Actually able to jump away,
okay.
But will not be able to save his bottom
Structural
barracks.
damage.
The mega creeps are out, and it's just 3 versus 5 at the Extreme. Are going to try and have to do something with.
But this rapier, it's ending the game. Buildings are dropping too fast. They're dying.
From Ame.
The throne's
They've got
gone.
to interrupt this soon, and indeed they can't stop Satanic from closing up this game.
Oh.
They get him with the stun, or maybe they can stop him. It's a big charge across, but no, the damage is coming in on the throne. Malik's punching it, looking to close it up. GG is called as Spirit will take this game 3, and with that, the series 2-1 today against Extreme.
And Malik comes in clutch.
He really
Gets the
did.
black holes that he needs to.
Really did.
Good grab there from Laurel. Sure, the first black hole doesn't connect, but Laurel, he ends up grabbing to allow Malik to get the secondary one. Whew. This one culminated for quite a long time, but I feel like them getting that free Aghanims in particular put a lot of pressure onto Extreme to try to be able to end the game, and they were just scared. They had to itemize for these Lincolns. They did still fight pretty decently versus all of it, but you could feel that looming inevitability.
It really was looming for pretty much the the whole second 30-minute period of that match, right? From the start, you could see Extreme, they just needed to get more. I think at the end of it all, they managed to take that bottom racks, but pushing anything beyond that, it proved to be so difficult.
I mean, Malik's just super clutch. He only dies once this game somehow in the Enigma. That's actually super impressive this time around. Never getting caught, it felt like either, and then, just getting that, in particular, the top fight when he gets the catch on the Beastmaster and that Luna, and then afterwards inside the base. We have 1,000 GPMs being hit almost on both of the carries in this one, but the clutch factor from Spirit reigns supreme.
Yeah, absolutely. They were ready to take this one late, and their execution and play, they kept themselves cool and calm and just, Extreme. They couldn't break past that final hurdle anytime soon enough, and Spirit, they get to show up and just show off again. Satanic doing it on the gyro. Another hero that a lot of teams aren't winning with. But Satanic, he gets it, and he's able to show how to shut the game down in the late 60-plus minutes. There we go. Team Spirit, they take the series 2-1 against Extreme.
They do it again. Somehow they managed to do it again. And of course, Satanic played a great gyrocopter, but I do think this was every single player on the side of Team Spirit had a moment where they absolutely stepped up. I want to focus our attention first on, I think, Malik, Lacoste, because I feel like in games like these, and especially games that go 60 minutes long, playing Enigma,
it feels good. You know that you're going to be that guy that needs the clutch, and he really did. I mean, his progression, like in his career, going with Venomancer 0-21, and then winning a game, Meteor Maker's Malik, this guy is really good.
Meteor Maker.
No, just kidding. It's a different player, but Malik played out of his mind. Like, I like the itemization, picking up early Crimson Guard, knowing that most of the damage is going to be physical. You're playing into Monkey, you're playing into Luna, those bounces, you want to shut it down. And some of these black holes in the later stages of the game, they were really clutch. Like this high ground fight, he needs to black hole one guy, and then he refreshes, goes for the second, and really clutch plays coming out from him.
I love this team. They're so fun to watch. Every series, they trick you. You're like, they're about to get 2-0'd. And then they are losing the next 2 games, and then they clutch. This has got to be not good for their little hearts, especially Satanic. He's a young lad.
Hey, he's used to that. He plays Dota.
He's a gamer. He's probably not that physically adept. He's plays video games all day, every day. They got to go to the doctor after this group stage. Good Lord, this is the 3rd time they've lost the first game and then 2-1.
Yeah, Yatoro, Collapse, and Mira, they're probably watching this, and they're like, maybe it's time to have enough of this break and come back. But jokes aside, this team really looks good. It's pretty much the same Team Spirit vibes that we do have. We always talked about Team Spirit being super resilient. When their high ground is being pushed, they're going to make some kind of a play. This time around, they had Aghanim Scepter picked up by Tusk, which did make a lot of difference. You could tell that they were so afraid sieging the high ground. And the story of this game was pretty much whoever has lead is not pushing the high ground. There was like 15,000, and then you have Team Spirit who's holding the ages. A lot of stuff that we see happen more often, but it's kind of weird seeing that they had 15,000 gold lead and they're pushing the high ground to Team Spirit who's holding the ages and then still losing a fight.
No, there was a play where Spirit sacked the racks for Roche, and then we looked and it's like, oh, they got the Aghanim Scepter on Tusk.
Yeah.
And we were just thinking, like, is this calculus worth it? Like, it always feels bad to give up a Rax because you can't get your Rax back. Roche will respawn. You can get another Ags from Roche, right? You can wait for him to go through the portal. You can take a Roche fight. But it worked out. The Ags eventually ended up doing a lot of work for Rue in those late game fights. Like, they absolutely needed that. And then after that, there was a couple more Roche items that dropped. But I thought that was a very interesting call. I don't know who that was, Maposhka, whoever, but very, very high level stuff.
High level stuff. I want to continue talking about this game, and I have just the guy to do it with. None other than Malik is joining us. Hey, Malik, congratulations on another series where you lose game 1 and you crush the other 2. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great because of win, and it's our kinda, some like tip, or I mean our team think first we're losing and getting washing our faces, like let's go.
Yeah, you guys really leveled up. I have a question about the second game you played. Actually, there was a really clutch fight somewhere around the Roche pit bottom side, and you bought back and turned the fight around, and there were a couple other moments in that game where the buybacks just came in really clutch. And I know it probably comes as a second nature to you to know when to buy back and when to not. But is that something that you sometimes talk about with the team to, get on the same page? Or is there someone that calls in the game like, hey, we're committing, so buy back if you need to?
Yes, it's always prepared. Like it's a rush fight, always like 5 versus 5, and I'm saying I have buyback and I can stay. Like me and Primal had buybacks, and we staying like very dangerous place where they can come, and we just know that we'll die for their spells, but we will come. I mean, buy back and come back when they don't have spells and BKBs and turn fight, rush fight.
Yeah, it felt like incredibly clutch for that series. I believe you are on bootcamp with everybody, right? Everybody's on bootcamp?
Yeah.
Great. I am loving to have some inside information on the bootcamp because, first of all, your series are very long and very clutch. So I'm first looking forward to knowing what do you do after the games, after a series like this is done?
We're gonna eat and maybe talk about games because third game was a bit stressful and a lot of lack of communication issues. And we're gonna play scrims today probably, and just train and watch, prepare for next day. That's it. Like every day, like you're training and preparing for enemies and talking about Dota.
And you also get to know your teammates a little bit better every day, I would imagine, talking on bootcamp like that. So what are some of the worst habits that your teammates have?
They fighting always. I mean, Satanic, Ladle, and Rue. Satanic coming and, fighting with Rue and Ladle.
Okay, you have to specify. Am I thinking fighting with Dota knowledge, like, oh no, this person, this lane, this hero doesn't beat that hero, or what type of fighting are we talking about?
I mean, they're like, coming behind and doing like these things and.
Oh, you mean physically fighting?
Yes, I mean not like it's like funny, like
Oh yeah.
Not harm.
No. I think we can tell from your guys' comms that the vibes in you guys' bootcamp are pretty good. Is that the case?
Yeah, it's like good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost the question.
It's all good. Like, we can tell you guys are having a good time. I also have Kezo here. He would love to ask you some Dota questions.
Hey Malik, I have a Dota clip to watch with you. It's of the high ground, I think at minute 50. I just want to know from your perspective, if first of all, how much preparation goes into this fight? Like, what's the plan before the fight even breaks out? And you can just kind of talk us through it.
This high round, to be honest, was a bit random because they messed up a lot of things, like Monkey King just attacking, and it was just random, to be honest, because we know that we should smoke and go behind, but this Monkey King did very fast move, so we should adapt, and that's it. Like, it was a mistake of Monkey King because he went too far, and it was easy to counter-initiate, and it's like comes out like this.
Okay, so they kind of just messed up and you played the situation. That makes sense.
But we were preparing, like to smoke behind when they only coming. To go behind, try to find subs and give me some space to black hole this Luna. Luna had no edges. I mean, we could kill for sure with Refresher. They just did very fast move.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then I want to ask, what do you feel like you do better than other offlaners? I feel like every player has specific strengths and weaknesses. What do you feel like you value more and something that you do better than other tier 1 offlaners?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know, to be honest. I'm just decent.
So
and everything.
You're thinking you're an all-round star. There's no my laning is really good, I love my itemization, or the way I move to the 8-minute rune.
I'm just casual.
You're just casual. Okay, then my last question. I believe you have a Naruto tattoo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you mind showing it in the camera?
I have Itachi. I have Berserk. I mean, how to show you?
No, it's good enough. I'm a big Itachi fanboy. You've got another fan earned today within myself. Thank you, Malik.
Thank you.
Thank you, Malik, for taking the time to talk to us. Fantastic Enigma play as well, of course. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys play against Waska tomorrow. So good luck with that one.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. And we are having a good day. It was a great series to start the day with, but this was only series number 1 out of 4. We're going to move to our second series of the day. We have Tundra versus Falcons after the break.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses. You
You are watching Dream League Season 24. What else? You're here for the third round of Tundra versus Falcons. Yes, that's the third round in about a week's time where they're going head-to-head against each other. And for the occasion, we changed up the panel a little bit. We got ourselves tech analyst BSJ.
That's me. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Wait, is it morning?
Afternoon.
Effectively morning.
3 p.m.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's a gamer morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's morning for our players.
That's true.
Yeah.
I feel like every player I hear from them, they usually have like a routine of when they'll wake up relative to when their games are. Maybe not for the teams at 10 p.m., but you know what I mean.
Yes, I know. This is, but I think this is. I'm pretty well informed that this is morning for a few of the players. So we're gonna see an exciting match. Why is it gonna be exciting? What's happening, BSJ?
So you mentioned round 3. I'd almost argue that this is round 4 between Tundra and Team Falcons. So we've got a graphic of exactly what the history of these two teams was in the last week, last 10 days, effectively. Last weekend, these two teams played 10 games. And if you look there, there's 2 wins in a row for Falcons, but the rest of it is Falcons, Tundra, Falcons, Tundra, Falcons, Tundra. Even the right column is a nice portrayal of the fact that these two teams are pretty much alternating every single game. So far, that was an upper bracket final, a grand final, best of 5, and a 2-game series at Dream League Group Stage 1. Falcons, even though they're only winning 6-4 in terms of the overall game score, they took the upper bracket final. They also took the grand final. So they seem to have Tundra's number, at least when it comes to the results that truly matter. In the game that Falcons won 2 times in a row, that was actually game 5 and game 4 of the grand finals. So those were definitely 2 pivotal games that really decided who has the momentum going into today. And that was in the final game of that series. Nightfall at one point was 12-0 on Ursa.
15-0.
Yeah,
15-0?
yeah.
Okay, I was looking through. I thought I got it right. Yeah, 15-0 on Ursa, and then proceeded to die once, and it felt like the entire game was over. So against Falcons, the margin for error seems razor thin, and today that's going to be the name of the game for Tundra.
And because it's not a grand finals, is it gonna be a 2-1 in favor of Tundra, considering that's where we left off? Because the last game that they played, Falcons won?
Yeah, I feel like so far, in terms of alternating, that would keep the pattern. But the fact is, Tundra only broke the pattern when it mattered, which was in the deciding game of the game 5. So maybe not.
It's group stages.
Yes.
So Tundra wins.
I can't argue with that logic, Chiefs.
There's a prediction made right there.
May I? Brian, this is your first time on the morning panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have you here. We need to haze you. We need to introduce you to how we do things around here. Is Nightfall prime carry?
Yes.
Is BKB a farming item?
Yes.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Good to have
Got him.
The test was successful.
Yeah. No, we've seen Tundra in action yesterday, and that wasn't as good though. I know that we want to hype Tundra up, but we do that a lot with good reason also. But yesterday was a little bit lackluster though, Jenkins or Lacoste. Yeah, you were gonna say.
Yeah, they played against Team Spirit, and they did win game 1 pretty convincingly. It was a 25-minute game, and then Team Spirit did what they are doing best so far, making a big comeback. And they also played Dragonite 2 times in a row, first phase, compared to Tundra, who I think also got slightly figured out. They also played Sven, which is another transformation hero, as we like to call it, compared to Dragonite. Dragonite to me right now just seems like to be one of the best. It's basically Sven plus Terrorblade combined into one hero, and Sven did feel like he was not really doing much. So I think they're gonna learn the lesson. Tundra, when it comes down to the picks, this was one of the few times where I didn't like their draft. 99% of the time, Tundra, they have a banger of a draft.
Yeah, I would imagine they adapted, especially after yesterday's series.
for sure.
And especially after the Dragonite opening twice in a row. And I want to focus a little bit on Falcons, but rather than us talking about them, we have got them talking about them.
You have to look at the year as a whole when you think about the results. Looking at TI and Riyadh individually, obviously we're not happy with our placements there, but at the end of the day, the whole year was still a good success for us.
It is what it is. It's a bit disappointing, but I think it's a great result nonetheless. And I think, when you take a step back in hindsight, it feels a lot better. But I think in the moment, at the time, we were definitely a bit bummed about the results.
Honestly, I think it's even more important to growing up during the year than just winning one tournament. Even if this tournament is like some sort of more important, but let's be honest, every tournament is is important. People wants to be taking good results there in the tournaments they're playing.
After TI, I guess that's quote unquote the end of the season. We didn't really think about changing the roster. I think we had a pretty successful season overall, and we understood the mistakes we made, and we're excited to work together next year to fix them. Even if you were to change people or teams, like if you don't fix the core underlying issues, you won't get better, and you're not resolving the issue anyway. The key to success is to identify issues and be able to fix them. I think that's an important element in anything you try to improve at and to be the best in.
It's been good. We're getting better day by day.
Some games were a bit iffy, and I think we learned a lot from that.
We're relearning some things. Like I think a lot of Dota is just about understanding what you forgot and like reason why you were good when you were good. Because like everyone understands you have some periods where you're better than you are in others, and then understanding like what changed and what made you worse. And I think that's what we're doing right now. We're kind of trying to go back to when we're in our best shape last year, and then that's the main goal.
Going into this next season of Dream League, we hope to be able to do well enough so that we don't have to play the qualifiers for Bangkok, because I think that's the main objective, is to skip the qualifier and finally get some well-deserved break, because we've been on them for quite a long time as a team, and every break day is pretty precious. So that's our goal, is to not get last and finish well enough to get to Bangkok invited.
It's honestly less of pressure because like we've already shown that we can win it, and I think we played some of our best Dota in the first Dream League last season, so...
He's going to try him off. He's in. There's the jump. They get the catch. They're going to be the defensive Astral from Quinn again, coming out and keeping safe ace. He's in for the 2-man who stop. He's going to able to get the connection onto Skeeter and on towards Maureen. They'll try and force Maureen to safety, but with another fire on him, he's in trouble. Quinn focuses him down. The heal's going to come out. Maureen tries to turn. He's still alive. He's going to live. He's up to the high ground. He's away. Skeeter's in on top of Quinn, as Quinn is surrounded. Ace is finished off. Quinn goes down. Double kill for Skeeter.
Oh my goodness.
It's comfortable for us. Like we understand the format, and we tend to do well in this double group stage thing where like there's a lot of space to improve. So it's a good chance for us to improve even more and just get better as the tournament goes.
I think it's a new tournament, it's a fresh start, it's a new season. I think there's a degree of excitement and unfamiliarity among all of us as players versus the other team. So I think it's not going to be the same old. And because of that, I don't feel like there's a built-in expectation or pressure to do well. It's just a new exciting tournament for us.
A new and exciting tournament, and the sentiment that Snaking had during that video, and as well as when we saw from Crit at some point, one of the post-game interviews. This is a team that did not take a break after TI. They just continued on. So their prize, their eyes on the prize, their prize is the break. Not having to play qualifiers for Falcons is their goal. I feel like I cannot overstate that or understate that enough, Brian.
If you told people with like a normal job that if you worked harder this week, that you'd get the next week off.
Yeah.
How many people? That would motivate pretty much anyone.
I think so too.
That resonates with the normal people out there.
They should pay people in time instead of money.
What?
Like
That's
society.
Like that one movie?
Yeah,
Like
with
that movie?
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one. Was that a Black Mirror episode?
No, it was a movie.
It was a full movie.
It was like Just in Time, I think, or something like that.
No.
They would not make a...
It would be a nice name for the
That's
movie.
what I thought.
I think it's In Time.
I think it's In Time, because just in time.
Yeah, for Justin Timberlake. Maybe that's why my mind went there. But
I don't think they'd try to put puns into the movie
if
title.
Lacoste was the producer, then
They would have.
that would have been the title.
But Falcons has done very well, especially yesterday. They had a series, best of 3 against Liquid. They 2-0'd it. They did lose the first series that they had in this second group stage against Paravision. They went 1-2. But how do we feel about how they going up against Thunder? Because I do feel like we've been here before, Jenkins, with a series like this, and they are going up against such familiar territory.
You know, the problem with playing against Tundra is that I don't think it's familiar territory.
Okay.
I think the issue is that Moon and 33 are so psychotic in their drafting that Falcons, like Owie can't, well, he's not here, but whoever's drafting for Falcons now can't quite put a finger on like the pattern to what they're going to draft and when. The only pattern that we've really seen in this Dream League is the Alk into Doom when they're second pick. So I imagine probably, why are you readying your weapon? Am I talking for too long?
No. I think you might be talking about the BB Dacha in the next 20 seconds. Never mind. So I'm going to take over the Alchemist. Cassandra, they are 7-7 with the Alchemist right now, and 5 of those 7 games were when they first faced Alchemist.
Did you fact check that, Shoes?
It is correct.
Yeah,
It is
and it's
correct.
also, because Nightfall has to have an impeccable record.
And how many games in a row has Nightfall won on the Alchemist since he joined?
9 or 10.
He's right, it was 9 or 10.
It's 9, I think.
Yeah, you can specify a range and that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Between 1 and 100. That would
Yeah,
be
that's
the
also
easy
right.
answer.
That's also right.
But on the other side, you also have Team Falcons, who are very successful with their Dragon Knight. They only lost 1 out of 7 games. And we saw yesterday what they could do, when Team Spirit could do to Tundra with the Dragon Knight. So I think these two heroes are going to be highly contested. And there's also one hero that is sticking out the most. That's also Pugna, that Falcons were undefeated. They're still undefeated, 7 out of 7 games, from position 5 exclusively.
Do you remember back at, I think it was TI 10, where Spear won and Yatoro played like 20 different heroes?
Yes.
Yeah.
What happened to that? I feel like all the carry players have like 4 heroes.
Do you remember when they were complaining on the last patch about wanting new heroes because they're playing like Windrunner or Mirana every game?
Yeah.
And then new patch drops and they're like, oh, thank Gaben. The carry meta
Medusas
has
are back.
changed. Now it's just Dusa, Luna, Alk.
Yeah.
Maybe
Dragon
a
Knight.
DK thrown in there.
Dragon Knight thrown in there.
Hey,
But I feel like-
and don't forget the Dawnbreaker and the Magnus we saw yesterday.
well, those guys are crazy. Let's not.
That was cool, yeah.
that was pretty cool. And I
And the
also feel like.
Juggernaut.
Okay, all right.
That doesn't count. It has to win a game to
They're
count.
0-3, Shiva.
Okay.
They had some tough series, but I do think that yeah, the carry meta is pretty stale.
It is pretty still. So where is the variety coming from? Where do we want to see the variety coming from in his upcoming best of 3?
Well, Nightfall, Pure, these are type of the players that will play different stuff. Nightfall has been, playing standard stuff, but he's also a guy that will also... Why are you still pointing that
Because
at
you were
me?
talking about the prime carry. Say something good.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest ones. He's the guy that will go 0-0 for 25 minutes and still make a huge impact on the game
Because
once
he decides when to
Yes,
join.
And he hydrates. Yay! That's what we're seeing right now.
That's wow. That's a lot. That's a sugary drink for my boy. He needs to get amped up to go hike those.
Get some
creeps.
instant energy.
That seems
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
low commitment, because you usually have 2 fists like while you're doing the
Right. And then I
the
also have 2
sugary drink.
monsters as well.
True.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. We're moments away from
You can
getting
shoot
the
me for that
draft on
one.
here.
That's fine. Go ahead. Ow! Why was it the net with you? You're a violent person. I thought Netherlandian people are supposed to not be violent.
Netherlandian.
The only this is my middle finger that I hit. Look.
Let me see.
You're good.
Sure.
Dutch people don't have weapons in the
Netherlandian
Netherlands, so
people.
I'm not very experienced in
Weren't you
aiming.
guys Vikings?
No, the Danish were Vikings.
The Danish were. Well, you guys did something. I know people complain about you guys all the
No,
time.
we were good on the boat. We were great with the boats.
Pirates.
No, no, we were past the pirate era. We did great with.
I'm just pretty sure you guys did a lot of
fleets and
pillaging.
things.
Yeah, fortunately, there's no colonization done by the Dutch.
Yeah, definitely not. We did not do that at all.
Why is that? Nobody talks about that era. Anyway, let's talk about this era of Team Falcons because they look fantastic. They had a little bit of a weak spot at TI. They went out a little earlier than I think people were expecting, considering how they were doing in the previous year. But boy, do they look on point. Amar is playing Beastmaster. Brian, Amar doesn't play Beastmaster.
We're past the point of him being a hero puddle player.
He's not a hero puddle player.
No, he's not.
I feel
And
like
this
he's
team's
like one of the most
unlocked.
versatile offlaners, if anything.
Genuinely.
He's even whipped out the Slark in the group stage 1. This man is not afraid to pick anything.
You always got to be worried about the Slark coming out.
Of course. He watched your video, or one of your videos. You have the offlane Ember, the Morphling. Did you have a Slark video at some
I
point?
did have a Slark video. I
That's what
actually, I got that from watching Amar in pubs.
Chicken and the egg
And then
situation.
of course, yeah, naturally, he watches my videos.
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
yours as well.
Of course.
BSJ Deadlock.
Of course. I do think that both of these teams deserves some credit also for giving us the only series on the main stage of TI that went all 3 games. That was fantastic. And both teams, well, I guess one team didn't change at all. And I would say not too much changes on Tundra. Maybe because I feel like, okay, they changed a lot of players, but I feel like the vibe is still the same.
Pretty much, I would say. Falcons, it's the same team. They didn't change a single player. They decided to stick together for a good reason. This was pretty much the best team of 2024 until the TI, which they failed to win, but still had great results. They still continue to dominate this team. I would love this team to stick together for like even longer. If we're talking about, 2 years ahead, maybe, because everything is still working out for them. Somebody will have to lose at the end of the day, but sometimes also they call this team boring because they're so good at macro, the way they move across the map, everything. When it comes down to map changes, we still haven't seen any. It's the still same map, and they know how to play map. Their drafts are always on point, even without AUI. So this is a very scary team, and I think we also got to give big credit to their support duo, Crit and Snay. These are, like, I would say, relatively greedy position 4s and 5s, but the plays that they make after the laning stage, they tend to break a lot of these lanes when they're playing into bad matchups. They tend to make some early rotations through the twin gauge, which I really like to see.
Then we also, I feel like we have to highlight the support duo on the side of Tundra, Whitemon and Saxa. Because I feel like they also heavily carry the squad. I know you made a point already this morning. I'm sorry, I just see the red dot.
Can I give one anecdote about Falcons? You reminded me of one anecdote that I thought was really nice.
Yeah.
From TI, not from BB Dodge.
Okay.
It's from TI.
But it's
we were recording content with them, and we were doing the content part where they were around the table, and they were just supposed to look up, and then Amar was going to say a line, and he just could not get the line out. He couldn't get it out. Like one line, he just can't act. It's fine, you know. And everybody, the whole team is laughing at him, right? They're giving him shit. They're being boys. And Crit just goes, Amar, I think that was good. Just do that again, but do this. It was good. And then Amar nails it on the next line. And I was like, this is the team dynamic. Like, they're a bunch of clowns. They're clowning around in the game. Like, they're high skill, right? But then Crit is legitimately, like, keeping them, you know, chill and keeping the vibes correct. Like, he's making sure they're not like a fraternity, but they've still got that, like, little crazy edge in there. You know?
It's a good mix of experience.
It's a great mix,
and inexperience.
It's
Although by now
doesn't give a shit. He wasn't saying a single thing. He was just sitting there eating the KFC that we had on the table for the bit. But
I would imagine he would help Crit keep the peace.
He's just a calm kind of energy type guy, but he didn't say a thing. He's American. Fever.
Yeah, but I also know that Snaking in the past hasn't always been the calm energy guy, so I would imagine he still has some of that gusto as well coming in. Let's start talking here. We will get the draft on your screen soon. We seem to have some issues with loading into the game, but don't worry, it will be fixed and we'll be having a game relatively soon. But it does give us more time to actually dive into the Dota, which we didn't do.
Load the game, Sheever.
Load the gun, load the game.
Load the game.
I don't even have a computer.
Don't aim at me as a defense.
No,
He's like aiming at me and defending at the same time.
I'm using it as a shield.
No eye shots.
Start the game.
No eye shots.
No, someone is starting the game, and they have repeatedly started the game. It has not happened yet. They will do it. I would like to talk about heroes because we did mention the Alchemist already, and I really hope we're not going to see the Doom Alchemist wombo combo. Maybe in game 1. But Brian, do you think they will come out in game 1 to see if Falcons can beat it? Are they that type of team?
I wouldn't be surprised if they honestly open up with the Alk, but I do think playing against Falcons is a different story for every team, because every time I see a lane matchup, and I'm like, ATF and Crit, like they might come out of this one even maybe a little bit behind, and it's like, no, it's just never the case. So whatever it is on paper, I think there's a large onus on Whitemon to carry the shit out of Nightfall in that lane. Not that Nightfall will play poorly or anything, but I do think that on paper, that's the hardest part about drafting against Falcons, and what Jenkins was talking about makes sense a lot with like the fact that Crit is the lane duo partner for ATF. There's probably been a lot of discussions between the two of them and figuring out, you know, what went wrong, and nowadays it just feels like in the laning stage, nothing does ever go wrong between these two. They really click on all cylinders. So
yeah, I'd say that the off-lane duos in this matchup are the best ones in the world. You have 33 and Saxa, who were split up, and now they're back playing together for a good reason. You can just feel the chemistry every single time. And then you also have, of course, Falcons, you have Crit, and you have ATF. These guys are super aggressive. I think Saxa is very interesting when it comes down to his hero pool, because he does have this bounty hunter that he does play. He's playing, of course, the stable ones, Muerta, Clockworks, and all that stuff. But he also plays Nyx Assassin, which not a lot of teams want to touch it. And he also did play Magnus position 4.
How did the mag go?
I'll give you the 100% win rate mag.
They
position
won?
4, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was against Fortnite, man.
And it was with Tiny 3 position.
Did they actually Tiny Mag? Don't get me excited. I'm gonna go back and watch
Sorry,
that replay.
I was teasing you a little bit there, Jenkins. My bad.
We did make it into the draft, so everybody rejoices.
First try.
We're seeing Falcons on the Radiant side, Tundra on the Dire side. And we got first pick going the way of Falcons for this one. So oftentimes when we see bans coming out against Tundra, it's always been offlaners. So I'm happy to see the Shadow Demon also being part of that. It means that they are willing to let some of 33's usuals go through. But it's Tundra, actually, that bans out the Alchemists themselves.
So they give a respect to Skeeter's Alchemist. Falcons have picked it first before, so the fact that I think first pick probably plays a pretty pivotal role in this series specifically, because there's a lot of shared hero pools, and specifically in the carry, which we were talking about, meta being a bit stale. Carry pools usually 4 or 5 heroes. Alk, DK, both successful heroes for both these teams. So removing Alk is, I guess Team Spirit picked DK first round yesterday.
I mean, Amar plays a lot of Doom too, and let's see, Falcons is first pick. Oh, never mind. They usually do the Alk Doom when they're second pick.
Falcons.
But still, I do think the Alk ban makes sense. Like, this is also something Falcons is fully willing to first pick for Skeeter.
Yeah, as we just said. Very good.
10 seconds.
This opens up a lot of these also supports who are super strong right now. We're talking about Clockwork's tasks still available, also Invoker in the pool.
Pugna? Oh, they go Doom, okay. So they're denied picking 33's Doom. This is an opening that Falcons has not done yet. Or no, they did it once against Talon. But I'd say that hero's stocks definitely go up when you're playing against 33. I love the layers of the meta when you think about these individual series. Reminder, because it's been a while since we talked about it, these teams played 10 times last weekend. Like in one weekend, they played 10 times. So there's going to be almost like an inter-series meta that has developed between them, and you have like a team that prioritizes a hero higher. And then if you're a Doom spammer, for instance, on 33 side, he has to not only know how to master Doom, but what will he pick when enemies try to deny pick him?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so he elects for the Brood Mother. I'm kind of curious, what are your guys' thoughts on like why Brood is his immediate reaction in the first round?
I think it could be the reason just so he can soak up the Doom. This is also very annoying hero to play into, and then the Brood can still run away. You're also a hero that can take a lot of the jungle. You're taking a lot of the map. You can collapse in a mid tower once you take it. It feels like this hero, especially when 33 plays it, he plays it slightly different than the other Brood Mothers. He is going for drums into Pipe Rush most of the time compared to some like other scaling when we're talking about going Orchid, getting some Echo Sabers, Mantas, BKBs. So he's more playing for the theme.
It's an interesting hero that I feel like every player has a very different vision on. I remember seeing Amar pick it into Morphling and then not level his first skill and go BKB Orchid Sheep, you know, and his whole job was to be a scout that was unkillable and then stun you with items. So, yeah, like you said, very different take on the same hero.
10 seconds remaining.
I personally feel like the Brood is probably setting up for something in the future in the draft that we're going to see. Because to me, I don't think... I mean, Brood is not exactly like an easy hero to play into as Doom, but it's also not that bad. It's a okay Doom target. Like, she does have a lot of healing. She has Mother's Milk. She's healing from the webs. She's healing from her Q. So,
what is this Mother's Milk thing?
That's the Brood innate.
Is that actually what it's called?
They changed it to Spider's Milk, but the debuff still says Mother's Milk.
Oh.
And because, yeah, I think they changed it because it's pretty weird.
It is weird, yeah.
And it heals you for a percentage of a creep or a hero whenever you kill it.
Oh.
So that's why when Brood Mother kills you, you're like, why is she not dying?
I guess
she's healing for a percentage of your health.
There's certain innates like Lions that I had to like look. I'm like, oh, what does this hero's innate do again? Because everyone
20% spell amp when he.
Yeah, I feel like the heroes that you fixate on their facets being highly definitive of like the way they play, like the Brood Mother's necrotic webs, and then Lion people were taking the Fist Lion, so that was all people were talking about, and I feel like some of these innates definitely go underlooked.
Yep, like Enchantress is innate, making all the jungle creeps stronger.
That one, yeah.
That's another weird one.
It's a lot of summons. They're gonna collapse on your towers early on. Be careful about the rotations from Enchantress, like 5-6 minutes in, and then also if they take the tower with the Brood Mother, they're gonna be coming to the mid lane. So Tundra already speeding things up with the draft, which I really like to see. They're one of the few teams. I mean, on the other side, you could also see Team Falcons. If you removed the team names, you could also say these are Falcons opener.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, the Brood actually makes a lot of sense because you ban DK, and if we're thinking of meta carries right now, it's DK, Alk, Medusa, and Morphling, who people are picking Brood into. So I assume they feel like the lane is enough of a counter, even though Morphling can morph into you later, that maybe they're thinking like, what does the carry pick? What does Skeeter go for? Like on paper, you'd go Spin, right? But I think that hero's like 1 in 8 or something.
Yeah.
So that might be why they've gone for this. Now that I'm looking at, because the carry hero pool is very limited already, and then 3 of them are banned.
Could be just another gyro game for them. Don't mean it right now. They could just take a different support. And there it is, Crystal Maiden. Probably setting up for Gyro.
Now, do you take Gyro yourself? But I wouldn't really be excited to play Gyro into Doom.
No.
You're a sustain-based carry with Satanic. It's Carry Brood.
Carry Brood. But what's the reasoning for picking Crystal Maiden here? Is she particularly, like, is it just for the Enchantress creep?
I think the AoE slow is underrated against summons as a whole. It's like
Okay.
60 attack speed, I think, and most summons don't have any buff-offs. So.
CM's actually like the second highest win rate hero against Broodmother.
Okay.
Or she's the highest win rate support against Broodmother. And I think that, unless you're counting like Earthshaker, but I consider that core hero these days. And the reason for it is because you press R, all the Spiderlings die, Brood gets slowed, you root her, you slow her. Like, you have many, many ways of dealing with the Brood Spiderlings as well as with the hero itself. And TM's actually hard to kill for Broodmother because of the ult.
How many summons do you want on side of Tundra? Yes. Like, well, I don't think I've seen this combo before. We've seen some Broodmother carry from time to time, but paired up with Visage, Enchantress, like this is going to be some insane damage
with
coming up. With the tag, I think if they round up this draft with some Storm Spirit, with
I was
the
thinking the same thing, yeah.
This is insane, because if we go back to TI, people try to get as much damage as possible with some Mirana, with some Tusk, try to implement the damage, amplify the damage with Invoker, Solar Crest, Drums, and these items and still these heroes are very strong right now. It's just that other heroes are also strong, so Earth Spirit's gonna be the choice for Team Falcons. Back to you, Jenkins.
I was thinking that he was probably, like, Mallory would be baited into picking the Earthshaker here, just because there's so many summons and Snowball, Echo Slam would be really nice. But Earth Spirit, I think, is like a safer option that kind of does the same thing. If you group up a lot of heroes, it's going to be big Magnetize, like AoE Silence, AoE Slow with his kick. And then also, you deal more damage to creeps with the Earth Spirit Q. And that's a really underrated element. If you kick a rock, you actually do kill the spiders.
I think a big difference between Earthshaker and Earth Spirit is that every lineup needs some degree of a hero that draws attention to themselves, creates the chaos in the first place, that then allows the setup for other heroes to cast their spells. I think Earth Spirit is the guy who creates chaos.
He's the point of first contact.
Yes, and yeah, good example. Yeah, and then Earthshaker is the guy that capitalizes on that point of first contact. So right now in their draft, like, yeah, in theory, Doom can walk in, but that is so much freaking damage coming out from Tundra that having a guy with Blade Mail that just throws himself in there.
It's nice.
I think that conceptually makes a lot of sense for like stopping these pushes and contesting like area of control fights around like Roche and stuff like that.
I have another hero other than Gyro, potentially for Team Falcons.
All right, let's
What
hear
is
it.
that?
Troll Warlord.
Ooh.
It's all physical, the mischance against the birds, against the Broodmother, Enchantress.
I don't disagree. That'd be a good pick.
Look at Weaver Battle Lacoste.
We didn't get there this time. We've been calling out for this pick for a really long time. It would work nicely because, again, they don't have the lockdown. It would force Broodmother to pick up some like early Orchid. But yeah, I don't mind it. The hero has been banned multiple times.
Yeah.
Same goes for Dazzle, but never picked.
So every Skeeter hero is now banned except for Sven, which is bad. So I think your Troll Warlord suggestion is fantastic.
I really like the Troll suggestion, and I think that Tundra's making a statement because it's obvious that on paper Sven's a good hero here, but like all the statistics and results point other ways. So the fact that they're leaving it in the pool are just like daring them to pick it. I personally really hope they don't.
The one other one he played was Ursa, but it's just not
here. No,
it's
you don't
not
go
a good
Ursa here.
game. There's so much to kite him.
Too much damage in lane. Like Ursa's biggest issue is getting poked out of lane early. Like you want to be against off lane with like no stun or like no nukes to deter you from going on them. So this is the complete opposite of that. I really like Troll. I think Troll's a really good pick here.
For Tundra, what do we like to see for Lorinov? Considering we already mentioned Storm, and that was the first ban Falcons went for. Is there anything else that Falcons should really be worried about? Or rather, that Malrine on this Earth Spirit should really be worrying about? They ban out the Viper.
Probably going to be like a Pangolier or Puck, I think. Leaning more towards Pango. For Tundra, they don't really have an initiator. I think Puck or Pango. So they do go the Gyro. I think that's a good pick. Like, I'm happy with the Gyro
It's
pick.
safe. It's really safe.
It's flak against all of these summons. It's also a hero that can kill Enchantress. Sometimes you are lacking damage. This time around, you're definitely not. You have break mechanic, you have spell damage from the Earth Spirit. I like Falcon's draft. I want to see what Tundra is going to round up their draft with the last hero for Lorinov. We're going to be playing into Earth Spirit. We've seen different approaches to the mid Earth Spirit. We've seen some like Earthshakers, Pangos you did mention, even like Timber Saws. I think this hero has couple of bad matchups, but he can also still.
I don't like it into Doom. That's like the.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's true.
What
and
about,
there's no good Doom target
what
right
about,
now.
Monkey King? There's a lot of magic damage, but it does shit on Earth Spirit in lane.
I think Monkey King is more of a lane-oriented pick and like something like Pango. Oh, they go Ember. Okay, that's a hero that we very rarely see simply because it needs to have a lot of information. It's much easier to counter than a hero like Earth Spirit in lane. So
it's been the go-to counter to Storm Spirit mid.
Yeah. I feel like it's only good against the spirits once you've already seen them and you know they can't be like any other lane. And I mean, I like Ember, but also I think he equally struggles against Doom in the grand scheme of the game because he likes to basically walk into the fight and spam some slides. So I think Amar now has his obvious target for the Dooms. I'm leaning towards probably the Falcons draft. I think this Tundra draft's a bit all in on one concept, and the Gyro pick is really good, I think.
It is. I think they need to achieve a lot at the early stages of the game with this Tundra's draft. Ember Spirit, like a lot of the times, he needs to be paired up with some tower damage. Now you have like Visage, who's buying into Aura, into Drums. You have Broodmother as well, so they can't put the pressure. It's just, will Team Falcons be ready to strike back? And they have good heroes. There's some like relatively big cooldowns coming out from Earth Spirit ulti and also Doom, but I also think it needs to be Malrine setting up all of these. Like when they are ready to jump and go together on Tundra, Malrine needs to be there.
It is a good Mage Slayer game though for Ember.
It is.
Like all of these Falcons heroes are dealing spell damage, even Gyro in the early game, so I do like the pick for that. And I think you can play the fights where Ember is just not really committing. Because with the Visage getting like constant soul assumptions, I feel like they do kind of want to poke. So I think if Tundra wins the early game, they'll run away with the game. But if it goes late, Falcons has way better scaling.
Is there any lane in particular you're worried about when it comes to Tundra's early game?
For Tundra, not really. I think their lanes are really good. I think they've picked good laning heroes that they can snowball with. That's what they're all inning on. They want to snowball with summons.
And we all think that, well, actually, you're the only one that think that they will do it. Right?
Yeah, I think they'll do it.
Is that the case?
You think Tundra's will take it like 25, 30 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's see what's going to happen. Game number 1 of this best of 3 series coming your way right now.
Time to get into some action here with Tundra versus Falcons. I'm only Pixel here with Fogged, and this matchup, these two teams, always a treat to see these guys go head to head, right, Fogged?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the pull up the graphic before. They played each other a lot, so much recently, like 20 games or something in the last month, it feels like. Yeah, but both teams definitely know how to play versus each other. Falcons going for a very standard type of approach. Heroes that they love to play. Tundra looking to set the tempo, looking to play fast with their Visage, with their Ember, with their Tusk, and with that Enchantress in particular. Definitely looking to play aggressive versus the side of Falcons. And let's see if that aggression does work. Let's see if they're able to get these early kills in particular with the Tusk, with the Visage, these two. We've seen a lot of success in particular from 33 playing this one. We've seen teams starting to get better at reacting versus the Visage.
And not feeding early kills to it, right?
Because we used to see pretty much everyone would fight level 1 into Visage and feed like double kills, and then Visage comes to lane with like double null plus extra items. I think teams are starting to learn a little bit more of how to play versus it, but let's see how they do, because they do have a bit of a fragile lane in particular with the CM plus the Gyrocopter. It's not going to be some tanky bruiser in the front line. And let's see what the approach is, because right now we see they're kind of waiting before they go to their lanes. Okay. They're going to TP. They don't want to walk in and get killed.
Classic safe lane duo to start this one off here for Skeeter and Snaking on this CM Gyro. So we saw some success from the Gyro today. Still overall, it's not been a hero that's had the easiest of times. It definitely has been a hero that kind of wants the game to go on, right?
It does. And that's kind of the concept about Falcons draft, right? They have Doom.
They wanted to keep
They have
going.
Gyro. They have, even Earth Spirit as the later game goes. They want to be able to scale. While Tundra definitely wants to look to apply as much pressure as possible, get that advantage, get that early Mage Slayer in particular for Lorinov, and control the map. I mean, for me and you, I was just mentioning before, me and you have not been getting that much of the Earth Spirit.
No, not in the teams that we've been following in the morning.
No, and it's definitely one of the more exciting ones to watch in terms of chaos.
Yeah, a solid one here for Mallory. So he was able to come out on top in the mid matchup. Mallory taking quite a bit of damage there for rolling forward to get the CS. He'll live bottom lane.
There it is.
It begins.
It's a fragile lane.
The Soul Assumption kills for 33.
It's gonna happen, you know, when you don't have at least one of these more tanky boys to tank it. Well enough, steps up a bit far.
I mean, they both want to try and outplay each other here whilst they're this low. Both knowing they can't quite go for it. Mallory not in any sort of shape to dive in whilst he's waiting for the ball to come out.
Snaking again. He gets back to the lane. He's got a Fairy Fire, but he is taking a insane amount of damage. He's gone.
That's rough.
That's
rough. Yeah, you know, giving up action, giving up kills to this Visage lane. 33, he has won many a game when he gets a good start down here.
And I like how we were saying, teams have learned how to put, and just kidding. I mean, it is a CM gyro. It can be pretty fragile, and Snaking's positioning back to back literally just gets trapped in the shards, and they were level 2. So he comes back, he's level 1, level 2 on Soxa. They've got 2 spells.
He's got to walk down it.
He's got to walk back, the walk of shame.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower.
1,800 gold on the Visage. This is going to be one of the earlier drums you see. He's got Mangoes coming, Robe of the Magi, Belt. It's going to be a very fast start here for 33. And mid lane overall, this is why they want this matchup for Lorinov, is able to free farm versus the Air Spirit nicely. And top in particular, they probably also do have a bit of
one more hit. They can't quite get in range, White Mom.
I'd say they kind of set themselves up to win 3 lanes on the side of Tundra, and that's how their draft does want to play, about getting ahead and pressuring early with these summons, with the Visage, the Enchantress, the Brood, getting these towers taken early. While Falcons definitely wants to play a bit of a slower style.
I mean, yeah, this top matchup, is that sort of the expectation that the Doom is going to suffer this much in the CS? Because what is it, 14 to 8 on Nightfall compared to 7 and 3 that Amar's only been able to pick up?
Yeah, Brood does good.
Yeah.
Just constant poking. It's really annoying versus this incapacitating bite, and he has that increased regen, and he's reducing yours as well. And I think Whiteman in most of these lanes when he plays the Enchantress, or most of these Enchantress players, they're able to secure lane pretty nicely for their carry. Yeah, 3 lanes that do look very nice here for Tundra. Mid, a bit of a trade-off. Lorinov will have a bit of an edge, of course, versus the Earth Spirit. This bottom, even though you see the CS looking even, it's not even net worth because of Visage. Snaking has hit 2. Skeeter is 3, so they maybe can get some trade kills if there is going to be another go. And Skeeter overall, he shouldn't die now. It is 3 minutes. He's got the raindrop. He should be protected. Snaking has raindrop, but that's not going to protect him. So he has to be very careful of how he stands as this Crystal Maiden.
Mid lane. If they get a +1, I mean, both of them, they're going to want to try and do something. I mean, Maureen at least before Lorinov 6, but
it's tough to leave your side laners on the side of Falcons in particular.
Well, because of just this high pressure that Tundra's putting on the side lanes.
If you leave Skeeter, he could just die immediately from the dive play that they go with the Tusk and the Visage, because they have so much aggression they can go for. Soxa is taking a ton of damage here. Blood Grenade off the mark. He'll live. He held the skill point there for the Snowball, and he's got more than enough regen to reset.
Still complete free farm for Nightfall up top.
Yeah, complete free farm for him, and 33 also getting pretty much complete free farm. He's got a drum after those 2 kills that he was able to get. Super early. We've seen a lot of times these 5-minute drums come out, but as you said, some teams are starting to find the answer. This time around, at least in the first few minutes, Snaking giving up those kills is quite painful for his team. See where Marlene looks to go. He's level 5, he's going back to base.
Quite able to get the trap onto Skeeter. Still there, will force the TP to come out from Crit.
Okay.
I was worried about the pressure coming in.
Amar is starting to get a bit of better secured farm top, and maybe they're feeling that they can't actually do anything up there anyway. They want to secure Skeeter's farm, so Crit.
They might be able to punish this Falcons.
Look for 33.
As Tundra step up, but indeed there's the play. They get the pushback out on the 2 of them. Snowball will buy a bit of safety, but on the retreat,
33.
Can they get away? The flak hits and the blood grenades slowing down 33. He'll still be able to survive. Saxa will be the one to get left behind, but he actually is able to help take down Crit. He's still alive. The final rocket barrage is still not quite enough. Finally, he falls, but it takes a lot. Same time, over in the mid.
He got a solo kill.
He's able to make the outplay, comes in, hits the 6, uses that magnetize to take Lorinov down in a big situation there.
It's right before he hits 6. He's just able to get that 6 a little bit earlier, and then he just commits for it.
Look at that.
Very fire play.
Living on the edge, but that's a good move from Maureen to make that after a matchup where it wasn't having the easiest of time, but with that kill, completely settled the score.
I've seen Maureen do this a couple of times where he just clutches it. I think I saw the other day too where he was playing like the Sand King versus Storm versus no one, and he got this like crazy burrow strike and gets the kill. He'll reestablish things a bit there for the team.
Amar.
And he's getting, Maureen's getting very active too. Amar.
He's getting surprised here by Whitemon, who came in with this Invis rune, trying to block him off, but Amar will manage to get back.
Bottom Maureen is looking for a play behind Skeeter. They want to try to slow down 33's momentum.
Lorinov wants to try and find Amar.
He wants to try to find Amar and the Wisdom Rune.
And Amar knows. He knows he can't really step towards the Wisdom Rune. It's too risky. They're going to see him.
Crit is running over, but he's going to be a bit late, perhaps.
It doesn't have that TP potential after TPing down to the bottom tier 1 earlier.
They're going to get 2 of them.
And they might still be able to turn and collapse in onto Amar.
Oh, yeah, Lorinov is in here.
They just...
Oop, he juking and jiving.
It's working. They probably won't want to spend any more time looking for him. Okay, they will. Lorinov commits in with the Remnant. So they get the 2 Wisdoms, and they get themselves to kill, keeping Amar held back this game. Down bottom, they're even making the move on towards Skeeter with the 2 of them. The Familiars are out. 33 Saxa. They'll take down Skeeter between the 2 of them. So Tundra, so far, so good in terms of this fast-paced playstyle that they came to play with.
Yeah, they of course didn't want Lorinov dying in the mid lane. That one is that outplay that came out there from Maureen. But these side lanes, they're looking beautiful. Shutting down the Doom, Gyro too. They're bottom of these cores. Very good aggression. And getting those 2 Wisdoms, it's going to be pretty crucial. As you said, these lanes already being a bit difficult for the supports. That means these supports on the side of Tundra are going to be very high level. Whitemon, he puts the 3rd point even in the enchant, so you can tell how much they're looking to play with the creeps and apply pressure onto these towers. And he gets the Dark Troll Summoner, probably the best one that he can, to be able to look for pressure. And he might just go bottom. He might look to go for the surround onto Skeeter already at this point. They do have a defensive ward on the side of Falcon, so they'll be able to see the rotation. But with Familiars, with Tag Team, with this Dark Troll Summoner...
Yeah, they can just go in.
Falcons might need to have more heroes rotate.
Yeah, two's not going to be enough.
Snaking, they're going to go for it, but Whitemon's got the summon here.
There's a lot of backup coming in for Tundra. Whitemon.
Soxa's here for the snowball.
He's living throughout this all, and now there's the backup. They jump straight over Snaking. Mauri's going to be here, ready to try and fight back. Gets the magnetize out. They'll focus Saxa first, but the solar submissions come flying in. Skeeter's gone. Double kill for Lorinov as he cleans him up with the Sleight of Fist. Falcons, they've tried to fight back. Maureen doing the best he can, but it's just not enough. Tundra, they're too far ahead here in this early game. Lorinov gets the triple kill, and Whitemon, he survives.
What a TP, 20 HP. Lorinov tipping back Maureen. Great surround. Hey, Tundra, they're playing their draft perfectly here. Great plays. They bring, almost everybody to the bottom lane to apply that pressure.
Maureen, he's doing the best he can. You know, I feel like Maureen's doing everything possible, turning up, doing insane damage with the Earth Spirit. But because of the state of everything else, it's just too much for even him with the beginning and the kills that he got in that solo play in mid to be able to turn these sort of plays around.
And you can see that they're trying to react on this with Falcons, but it's one by one kind of sequence that they TP in, and Tundra's damage at this point, it's massive. The gyrocopter just dies in 2 soul assumptions. Maureen can't do all of it. A 4K lead off of these lanes. And with their draft, as we mentioned,
Maureen knows this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, boys, what happened in the side lanes?
They're going to have to try to slow the pace of the game down somehow. But yeah, these towers, they're going to be able to drop very quick with the draft that Tundra's been able to set up with all these summons. Whitemon looking to play around mid. They've got aggressive wards also placed behind the tower. And it will be a rune bottom for Lorinov. A pretty good one. Illusion. Sure, not the best one, but versus the... Does he have a opponent silence yet?
The Frostbite as well.
Yeah,
and the
Frostbite or the silence that comes out from their spirit eventually.
And even a potential bit of a Doom Duke, when that's coming down on you.
Sure. You do it right before. Super deep aggressive vision. You can tell how Tundra, how much they want to play it with this aggression. A ward behind the mid tower, a ward behind the top tower. They want to go for this one here in mid. And they do catch the stun. 33's here.
So much damage. The familiar stun control comes into play. Maureen's gone snaking into his immediate death. This one's getting fast, and Tundra, I feel like it's just 10 minutes in. they can already start to taste the victory, I think, Fogged.
Absolutely. I mean, the way that they're able to just siege these towers, 33 getting involved for every kill. Drum's done, he's on his way toward his pipe. So the only one who's having that good game, it's in a way, kind of, it's Malrine. They're going to have Mage Slayer pipe
the rest of them,
very early on this lineup to be able to tank the pressure of that Earth Spirit to keep pushing these towers down.
How do Falcons slow them down?
At least have to try to set up for a kill. Nightfall, is that the chance that they can go for? No. Crit can't get the catch.
I get the spiders.
They do.
Fair bit of money there from Amar.
A little bit of something. But these supports are so level. Crit level 4. Snaking has hit 5. But versus their counterparts who are both 6. Can't make a move. Now Malrine. It's the magnetized spread. Snaking surrounded.
He's dead again. I mean, Malrine, he's not even going to get Saxa for now. Saxa's able to get the snowball off.
They're bringing the
team
team
with the uphill miss, but the final impetus will get him. Lorinoff has to bail out with the remnants as the damage from the magnetize adds up.
Falcons bring it 5 heroes to at least get a kill, at least a trade.
That's something.
Something for sure, and they can start to poke the tower. The glyph is up immediately. Lorinoff is going to be able to go back to base and reset. He already has the Mage Slayer, so very early that he was able to pick that one up this game. Malrine will secure himself a rune though, and yeah, they should be able to finish off this tower. The top tower, it's going to drop super fast. Can they make it there in time to defend? They're rotating immediately with the smoke. They're just using 5.
They have to do this. They just go all in, get a kill, see if they can make a play around Amar.
Skitter's farm is so low that, yeah, he feels like he has to just get involved. Can they get Nightfall?
They'll get the setup. This should be an easy one. They'll drop the Doom down, not holding anything back to make sure that they can kill off Nightfall, no questions asked.
Can they get another kill too? 33 showed himself.
Yeah, they will, and with this, I mean, Saxa and Whitemon,
they're kind of walking in one by one on Tundra.
I don't know if they want to be doing this. They've already lost 2 of their cores.
Lorinoff is here, big chains.
See if they can get more from this. Snaking holding the ground here with the freezing field.
All right, Lorinoff's poke is going to start hurting a lot.
And Saxa, he will die. Seen Lorinoff, he's trying to find crit on the sidelines in the trees. Whitemon's healing up. I mean, they're diving in for Whitemon. He's surviving for a lot of this damage on the Enchantress.
The chains,
it's getting a bit spooky now for Falcons. They've stuck around too long. The TPs are coming in. Whitemon, he's still alive. Finally, he'll die. But the chance was there for him to get the double kill. He ends up killing off the 2 of them, Amar and Skeeter. It takes too long to kill the Enchantress.
Lorinoff is just slight chaining them, applying Mage Slayer, which is reducing the damage that they do to the Ench, so he survives for a crazy amount of time. But if anything, Falcons, the way that their approach was, it was proper with the way that the game state was, right? Run as 5 heroes, try to get kills because they're TPing 1-by-1 sequences. They get a little something going, but Tundra strikes back right afterwards. But they do stop, I mean, a little bit of that momentum that was coming, that was massive from Tundra.
33's not going to be able to stick around for this.
He's bringing more heroes.
I mean,
Nightfall's coming over
with Nightfall, then yeah, they can hold control around this Wisdom Rune.
Falcons, they're going to bring more, but Tundra's got the numbers.
Mars trying to step up. He's going to get caught by the slight chains. They've got the snowball.
Malrine got the wisdom.
Malrine indeed rolls in. He's able to get the Wisdom Rune pick up, but can he actually get out of this? He tries to roll away.
Call down.
But the stuns are coming in from 33 with the familiar. Saxa will fall. Nightfall into the trees. He'll escape this.
Silence.
The Turner was locked off. They've got him with the silence. Now towards Whitemon. This time, surely he can't survive. Surrounded by 4 of them. Whitemon will fall. Skeeter gets the double. Falcons.
They brought all 5 again.
And they have to do this. They're doing it excellently against the lead and control that Tundra had in this early game. They're making sure that nobody misses out on every effort to push Tundra back.
And Malrine, I don't know how. I think he rolled through everybody. He got the wisdom when they were set up for it there on Tundra. So Falcons, they've struck back massively after those 2 5-man moves that they were able to find. They get Lorinoff. They slow him down.
There's absolute brute force with these team fights that they're bringing to Tundra.
Big call down connecting, I think, on almost everybody there from Skeeter. Able to do what? I think 4,000 something damages this gyrocopter early on. They've stopped. I mean, that's a significant amount of momentum stopped there from the side of Tundra. Maybe now feeling a bit hesitant to go for these type of plays too, because Malrine, he's got his treads, he's got his Ogre Club, and he's got his Blade Mail. He's 2100 HP. He's tanky now. Can't just commit for these easy kills onto the Air Spirit anymore. Neither to Doom, 2100 HP.
Yeah, Mars getting pretty massive. He's going to have the BKB almost certainly for the next team fight. So even easier for him to step up and find his Doom target.
And those are pretty much the most ideal times for Falcons to slow things down, because the pipe, the Mage Slayer, they're all coming out. Now the pipe comes out, but it feels like it's gotten delayed 4 minutes. Amar, he's too far forward. He'll get punished.
He's managed to spend up though. The BKB will be picked up.
He's top net worth. After that sequence that ends up happening. That responding beautifully to slow down any of that progression. Now the pipe is out. Now the Mage Slayer. How does Tundra want to keep looking to play? As we've seen, Falcons, if they can bring the 5, they definitely can still fight back versus Tundra.
Tundra, even though they got knocked back these few opportunities that they went for with the push, they can't stop from
No, they need to keep playing aggro. They got to keep playing pretty much in their faces.
A little bit of a pause arena.
Overall, I mean, Falcons, their team fight is, as we've seen, it's very strong when they're all grouped up. Tundra, now they've got the pipe, rallied around 33. Ideally want to continue to try to pressure, try to get some catches, but as you said, Falcons, they've got everything at the ready too, so they can look to fight if there's any type of overextension. And they're starting to get more lockdown too, so for Lorinov, he has to be a bit careful as this Ember. He has a shield rune for the upcoming go, so even if he gets doomed, he can pop the shield rune afterwards, he can tap some protection, but the Atos is almost done for crit. So they're going to have a lot of lockdown for this Ember Spirit. So he's got to be careful how far he pushes forward, unless he's got Soxu behind him to save him with the snowball. A lot of lines being drawn.
Falcons know if they can get one more fight going their way, pretty much the entirety of Tundra's momentum will be gone.
A lot of it has kind of stopped. They were up to a 3-4K lead, and then 2 back-to-back kind of 5-man rotations do get Falcons in a good position. And it's not even just the gold. They're actually slightly in the experience. It's like barely in the experience lead for them too for Tundra. It's a very minimal lead they've got at the moment. Do we have a reason?
Reason?
Reason? Oh, recentering camera, maybe that's what it was.
Let's have a look. 33 did have to reconnect, maybe having some sort of error on his end. He's back in now.
Tundra's got all 3 lanes pushing in at the moment, so looking to play very aggressive around this triangle. As we said, they're going to look to play aggressive in the majority of this game. Now they're going to look for any type of catch if Falcons does show. Waiting to see if anybody does show in the mid. Starting to bring it the summons toward this tier 2. There is no glyph for 50 seconds as well. They're going to get a big push going in the mid lane. The familiars with the rally. Amar is here to stop the push a bit. It's dropping fast.
Not going to be able to push Tundra off this one. So back to getting these early objectives. 16 minutes in, taking the mid tier 2.
They see snaking top. They can look for that kill and perhaps look to accelerate things into a Roche soon. See how aggressive Tundra does want to be.
Dire are scanning.
BKB done on Amar. They did scout it. I believe that ward from Whitemon, it saw him immediately when he popped out for a second there. They're going to go for a smoke afterwards. Can they find Nightfall? He's playing pretty careful with his positioning. They even placed an Obs ward inside of their ancient camp. Nightfall showed himself for a second now.
They've got the opening. Atos into the bushwhack. They're able to get in on top of the spider. They don't even need to drop down the Doom this time.
Big kill. Slowing down momentum of Tundra. That's what Falcons needs to do. Started to get Skeeter in a good position too at farm. He's only slightly behind.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, they have Doom for the next go too.
Radiant's
Tundra, they're gonna just look to continue playing around those objectives. There is a glyph back available, so they'll stop the push on the side of Falcons.
Lorinov in position to sort of cut off any swing around that Falcons come in with as they try and get over towards the bottom. There's an like damage range looking pretty appealing, but there indeed is a Doom ready to go. Amar lays it down upon him. There's no saving this Ember Spirit. Lorinov's gone. The rest of Tundra, they've got to run. They can't fight into this. Saxa tries to hold back Amar with a punch. Over in the river, Whitemon is pushing back onto the supports. Crit and snaking, but Crit and snaking, they've got Skeeter here ready to bring in the damage. They've got the Frostbite into the cooldown. They should have enough to get through this Enchantress, and they do indeed. As the rest of the fight continues with Maureen and Amar running them down. The Snowball buys them a little bit of
the
safety.
stun, the creep!
is there with a follow, steps out the camp to help out as Falcons, they'll clean up this team fight, taking down 33, chasing out Saxa. It's looking rough for Tundra.
It really
that
is.
early game is nothing more than a distant memory.
Nice, Skeeter. He's feeling it too. He tips Nightfall in the meantime. That creep just came out and stunned them. It turned against them. Even Gaben's going against Tundra there. Falcons making the call to group up those 2 times in particular, and now they're perfectly fine to just be able to fight and go for that scale.
They're chilling now, Falcons.
Their lineup is about not really making too many of these mistakes. If they make a couple more, this game is starting to look very difficult for them. The way that the farm is starting to pick up here for Falcons.
Yeah, they've just made moves perfectly around Amar's Doom. Yeah. Very much was bullied in the laning stage, had a really slow start. These last few plays they've been able to bring together.
And they baited Lauren off. Trying to go for that amp damage, he gets brought down, and as we said, there's a lot of control for this Ember Spirit, so you see he is queuing up the BKB immediately afterwards when he got that Veil. But Falcons has gotten so much time to build up these items, it's almost a BKB actually finished up for Malrine. And yeah, completely stopped any of that growth from Tundra. I don't think Tundra can really slow down, though. I don't think that they can just back up and farm versus this draft of Falcons, but maybe feeling hesitant now to just fight into them because they've just lost a couple of these engagements back to back to back. So we'll see what the choice is going to be here from Tundra as it continues.
Tundra for now just sort of sitting back and settling on just getting these next round of items.
Okay, they've got the boots of bearing for 33. I mean, they are acquiring these items. It just doesn't. It feels like they just got completely stagnated in their growth.
They really did. Their whole game plan feels like it got shut down pretty heavily.
There's a bird there. Sox will be able to get a shard to get some farm going, extra farm for himself, and he is close to a blink to be able to get some saves, but Falcons, they're feeling strong. They're smoked up. Skeeter has a full Ags. As you said, long distance away from that laning phase as Whitemon looks to be the target.
Crit. Easy setup here with the Atos. He'll get the heal off, but with this many heroes beating into him, he doesn't stand a chance.
How many kills is that in a row? Don't think, when was the last time Tundra actually got one? They got Amar at the 15-minute mark when he was top, but before that, yeah, it was like 13 minutes. Falcons really have responded perfectly after the lanes. And now they're going to potentially just get a Roche, too. So the team with that late game scaling is able to deny away one of those objectives as well from Tundra.
What's the plan for Tundra?
Is there a backup plan? That's the question with their draft. I'm unsure, because it does feel like that draft wants to just thrive on keeping the ball rolling and not really falling behind at all. Now that they start to fall behind, what's your answer? Is it Nightfall? Is it with his itemization for the Brood? Uncertain, because the one scary thing about the Brood with the matchup that he's playing versus, he could just get doomed in every single one of the situations. Him or the Ember are the prime targets.
Even though he's top net worth, it's just a difficult lineup to carry against when they're that close behind you in farm.
And he doesn't have BKB too, so him turning up to these fights versus Falcons, heavy team fight, heavy magic damage, even though they have Mage Slayer Pipe, still feels a little complicated now at this point for Nightfall.
Amar, and Lauren just walked up the high ground and Amar's ready and waiting for him.
Exactly the same spot. Sox has got a snowball.
It's going to buy him a little bit of time, but getting away from this, it's impossible as Loronov's going to go down. They're going to be able to get Saxa as well. They just can't get anything, Tundra. Falcons, they're making it look really easy now.
They really are. Amar just in the right place at the right time over and over again, and Lorinov, that's what, 4 deaths in a row it feels like. Now even hitting tier 2s themselves on the side of Falcons.
Dire's middle tower.
What did Tundra do?
And that's the question. It's what's the backup
what do
plan?
They do?
You've got your aura, you got your Mage Slayer Pipe, but all of your entire game plan is just stopped.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Can you look to take advantage of the fact that Doom is on cooldown is the question. Playing into the Aegis is just difficult with the way that Falcons have been able to set up the lanes too. They're looking to pressure top, looking for this tower. Lorinov, he is TPing up here. Falcons already in the area.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna smoke to try to get something going their way. They can't just keep hemorrhaging these kills. Who are they gonna go for? It's a BKB on Amar. It's a BKB on Malrine. These targets are just not easy to go for.
Radiant's bottom
Tuxa, he's gonna blink. He's gonna punch, but he can just BKB TP now. After that punch comes out, no other BKB disable.
I should get his courier. And does have the recipe for the Shivas on.
True.
A little bit of something for Tundra. They need so much more.
Amar does the drums trick. Just gonna point out a slight one there. Sal's buy back. So he's back up to the 8 charges. Gyro now with a full BKB on top of all the other items he's been able to pick up with all this downtime.
Now he's getting to hit his timings this game, Skeeter.
Super tanky as well too with the Pupil's Gift, 2700 HP. Tundra, they're looking to set the trap.
Can they jump and burst Skeeter?
Can they kill him twice?
Let's have a look. First time round. Well, hesitating a little bit. Back up comes
here.
in. Marine rolls forward. He's able to get the Magnetite. The size. Look at the damage here coming out from the Earth Spirit. Saxon's just disappears. Same to be said for 33. They try and see if they can poke at least out the Aegis. They don't even get that. They lose the fight. They lose the 2 kills. They lose some familiars as well on the way out. It does just seem like a little bit desperation at the moment for Tundra.
Yep, it just feels like they lost their timings, Owen.
Yeah,
it really does feel like they lost all their timings with the way that Falcons played and responded with those 5-mans. 5 familiars have been killed, up to a 5k lead now for Falcons, but it feels even bigger than that. Rallied around Skeeter now. We'll be able to claim this tier 2. And Crit even starting to get more progression. He's about to have the Gleipnir done. And Doom, it's back up. So they couldn't take advantage of that downtime by any means. Lorinov, he does have the BKB done, but he still can just get doomed up and focused.
Go for the tier 1 bot here, Falcons.
Yep, just methodically playing now.
Radiant's top
Crit
tower
might even find the chance to set up on a stack, so they'll see him moving around the tier 1 tower.
Yep, they'll find him again. It looks like Amar will be able to sneak over to him. He's got a blink, but it gets cancelled.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's able to blink out after the snowball. He will be able to blink out.
And he does go south, so
he
actually
will get away.
33.
They found a bigger target, Crit. He gets the setup on a 33. They get something way bigger than Saxa.
And they're going to lose the birds again. That's 7 familiars now killed. Nightfall is doing some split push action that they're going to have to respond to.
And that was off the back of a resummon as well. So even when he's back up, he'll be an extra 30 seconds on top of that death timer where he won't have familiars to play with 33.
They popped their glyph for their secondary tier 2. That does mean they have no high ground glyph if Falcons wants to full force the issue. Whitemon?
Dire's bottom tower.
They can just doom him.
Oh.
Amar's going to try to. There it is.
Why not?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Flames rush forth.
What's the good dude?
That tip comes out toward Whitemon.
Is under attack.
Does not feel like a fun one for Tundra.
No.
The first 10 minutes.
First 10 minutes were great.
They got to have a great time. They were popping off, taking these tier 1s. And then ever since that kind of big first play that Falcons knew they could go for, grouped up, went for Nightfall, they've just taken away the momentum completely.
Oh, and they haven't gotten a kill in the 16-minute mark on Amar on that top Lotus pool. And their lineup, it really does feel like it's one of those that just could not make those type of mistakes. And I mean, not even really mistakes in particular, but just Falcons, just the way that they grouped up and understood that they do have a strong team fight lineup, even if they were behind.
Yep.
And yeah, the 1-by-1 sequence from Tundra got punished heavily. And now with this 8k lead, it feels even bigger than that. Snaking Shong in the mid lane, but he's got a solar crest.
Yeah, Lorinov from the Ember he can't even threaten the CM. Snaking's that farmed.
Doom is on cooldown for 60, but Falcons, they don't feel like they even need it. Full Gleipnir, as we said, on Crit and Malrine. Waiting for an opportunity to strike. Does Nightfall have BKB? He does.
Falcons waiting.
Gonna try.
Malrine, what can he find? They're trying to get him with the Gleipnir. It does connect, but a little too far away for them to follow up on Lorinov with anything else.
Instant D ward though. They just placed that ward there from the side of Tundra to try to protect their triangle, and it just dies right away.
And next fight, Amar's going to have to blink out, so it's almost be guaranteed to find his Doom target. Skeeter. He's closing in on having the Satanic ready for the high ground push. They can kind of get that done, wait the minute or so, see when Roche is up.
They've got their options open. Tundra, as we said, What's the backup plan? Is it just hope? Hope that Nightfall can somehow do it either with some split push or get to this type of crazy progression for the Broodmother? I don't know. I really don't know.
The farm is still obviously very solid
good
on Nightfall.
Just the fact that there's that Doom and this Gyrocopter who is ahead of him. And there's that Shiva, so... Is that 2 Shivas? I think it is.
They went for the double.
They went for the double. Why not? Amar can sell it anyway, right? He's Doom, so... If he does want to, he can sell and swap up which one he wants to go for at some point, since he does see Malrine having it.
Yeah, and in these fights with the lead that they have, they've sort of been, and they're able to go about it in a way where both of these heroes don't have to collapse on the same target. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Amar can look for his, Malrine can look for his. They don't have to go together, and therefore you're getting still the bonus of having those 2 Shivas with the big coverage.
I feel like Shivas is one of those items that you can have 2 of that doesn't feel as bad. Like 2 ACs feels miserable. 2 Shivas doesn't feel bad. Those Falcons in the lead. It's sticking around that 7K, but you can tell they feel very comfortable. Nightfall is going to try to progress toward that Butterfly. They're going to see the Eagle Song, though, so can't itemize verse it. And they actually have a quiver already on Skater. They're going to look for the fight. The Doom is at the ready.
Middle tower is under attack.
Tundra camping the high ground here.
I mean, they could just force the base and just force Tundra to TP back.
There's no glyph.
They're trying to cut creeps, but they've already got a bit of a creep wave with them here, Amar.
Nightfall can also do similar. There is Malrine back at the base, but there's no glyph on either side.
See how heavy he wants to try and go for the rat play.
They're gonna go for the fight on Falcons. They feel strong. Roche is back up as well.
Tundra need to get out of this position.
Can they all get out is the question. They don't. I don't believe they have the blink on the Doom yet. He didn't buy it.
They'll find Whitemon. They'll at least give the information for the rest of Tundra's cause to get out. Nightfall.
Marine. Just have an idea of him perhaps in this area. Nightfall will be able to sneak his way out. As we said though, Roche is the target, and also, oh wow, 33 as well, 2 down here.
They're gonna find him. Nightfall. He's come across through the Twin Gate to try and help out. A freezing field laid down. Nightfall, he's gonna BKB and try and get back through the Twin Gate. He'll get away just in time, but of course 33 will not manage to escape. He dies.
The birds again.
And Roshan's up and available. Falcons, they'll move in. Look to take the Sages. There'll be no contest. There's a little bit of at least attempt here, but it's only Lauren on an Ember, so not doing a crazy amount.
He's got to try to get what he can out of the situation that's going on. It's a very beneficial play that they can move for bottom, right? They see 33 and they're like, oh, Roche is there too. Falcons able to get that set up. They'll use the glyph. Snaking. We'll stop Lorenoff's push.
Can't go for anything more.
Saksa is looking to perhaps jump and kill Sneh, but Sneh does back up. The tower is getting whittled down.
And with Saksa's help,
we'll drop. Malrine is here.
And now's the time to get out, especially with the TPs coming back after they've claimed Roche.
I mean, not horrible, right? They lose the Roche, they at least get something.
Yeah, they get this tier 3s, giving them that extra bit of gold, but to pretty much have the Butterfly done on Nightfall.
Yeah, and maybe that'll be the key that allows him to try to fight versus Skeeter in particular. Since he does have that similar net worth, if he can just stand his ground versus him, it's just, you know, it's obviously not that 1v1 type of game by any means. And Amar, he does have that blink now. So I think you probably can just blink Doom the... You just blink Doom the Spider.
I think that's all you do, yeah. I think that's exactly what Amar's going to be doing every single fight.
Because Lorenoff, he has started to progress as well too. His farm is pretty good, but it just, yeah, what's he going to be able to contribute inside that fight overall? They did find themselves a kill though. It had been 16 minutes since they found one on the side of Tundra, so at least did find crit.
Radiant are scanning.
And they are being very pesky with the split push, with the summons. Whitemon cutting creeps, I believe, even with his. Lorenoff will be able to reset away.
Falcons standing up to try and get a high ground push going around the Aegis of Skeeter.
And even Sox is cutting creep waves too, as the Tusk, so anything that they can try to do to buy more time, it feels like for Tundra.
They're going to have to answer this push.
They will. They've got a glyph. The question is can they push Skeeter off of this tower? They will for now. Falcons set up around the triangle. They're going to cut the mid-wave, so that's the way to get him off the tower too. Nightfall will be able to take that one out.
Dire's courier has been killed.
bottom wave coming up, but
And all these spiders.
yeah, that's also
Dire's middle tower
being dealt with
is
by the
under
pine
attack.
cone.
Skeeter back up to the high ground.
I mean, the backdoor protection is going to kick in soon, right? They have
banner's
to creep
planted.
bottom. You're
they
right,
planted
they're
it.
protecting these creeps down here. Saxon's trying to roll in, but he gets caught by the bushwhack.
He's dead in an instant.
Does have a
Amar.
buyback available. Having to back off from this Marine, forcing them back to the fountain with the damage coming out from the magnetize as he rolls in.
He's got BKB if he needs to. He hangs on to it.
Still
Skeeter.
keeping these creeps alive under the banner. Whitemon stepping up to try and deal with that banner.
Magnetize hurting.
I mean, this banner's doing big work here, keeping the backdoor protection down so Skeeter can finish up the mid racks.
Nightfall will get a trade at least on the top racks. The top ranged racks in particular, but Skeeter does get the full set. Banner was taken away. Tundra trying to do what they can with the situation, getting at least that range racks.
Still have 2 minutes left on this Aegis for
Two.
Skeeter to go for another push. Look to
And
try
look
and
at
take
bottom.
another set. Yeah, the amplified damage rune
Of
is
course,
there.
it seems like it always tends to happen. They drop the bottle there for Skeeter.
He's going to be ready to make big moves with this final 2 minutes of the Aegis. Amar
Waves.
keeping the bottom lane pushed in, and
Yeah,
mid
they're
lane's
starting to
also
push.
pushing back in as well.
And Snaking is shoving out that top lane too, so there's not going to be any of those shenanigans that go on this time around.
Dire are
Do they really want to
scanning.
go for this Tormentor? That seems very risky,
Dire's bottom tower is
especially with
under
all the
attack.
Falcons in the
They've
air.
hit the scan, so they know they're still in the area. Skeeter's going to walk into this. Was he
Got
feeling
the
confident
panic.
with the Aegis? I mean, they just run immediately. They don't even try and take the chance to see if they can take the Aegis out of him. Sax is able to get the blink off into the trees. Amar,
He doesn't want to waste the Doom on him.
he'll let him live.
He wants to save it for that Brood. And they've got these lanes pushing in. Back to that high ground, still 90
Creeps are with
seconds.
them. And it starts to push. Not quite able to pop in the once.
Immediately 33 is just running to the top lane to start to shove it. He wants to try to get some momentum push so they could perhaps try to get a trade at the least with the push. He has bought a Hex too, so maybe that was actually the reason that he ran over there. Never mind.
Oh, the sniper called Nightfall!
They kicked him out!
He was just
He's
there
doomed.
chilling. They roll in, they kick him out, they get the Doom down onto him. He'll be able to hide in the corner of the map.
Can he survive?
He'll TP away, he'll get back to the fountain.
He's ticking out.
And he's going to tick out, indeed. He's not got buyback either. That's Nightfall gone.
And Lornoff.
They get the pushback out onto the two of them. They've caught the Ember. Saxa trying to get him out of this. Amar pots the BKB. Saxa to fall. Double kill for Marine. Lornoff has to just remnant away from this fight. He cannot fight Skeeter right now. Skeeter just crits down 33. They don't have buyback on the two of them.
They don't. They can't even kill Skeeter the once. Aegis,
that
20
was
seconds.
such a quick jump. Nightfall, he was not expecting to get jumped there.
They just throw everything onto him. And he just, he spent his gold. He ended up buying, I think, what, the Harpoon?
And they just made so much work with this Aegis. Skeeter, it's finally going to end here.
Look at that 12K that they were able to get, at least in terms of gold, and 2 full sets because of it.
Skeeter's still got the BKB and Satanic backup ready to press.
And a whole nother item, potentially that MKB if he wants to as the jump. Marine.
Saxa is going to jump in aggressively for this, but he gets clipped by the silence. Saxa, he's dead. Also out of the game without buyback. Marine thrown out the tips.
Top racks, they can't even get the, the melee racks there. Amar is able to get back. Catapult, it's trying its best. But it's not going to be able to finish it off. He eats it.
Yeah, we see there how much Falcons were able to get done with this Aegis.
5 buildings on top too. The tier 2s plus those 2 in the mid. Very good aggressive plays. Yeah, Falcon, pretty much since that moment, since like the 16
minutes.
Yep.
Tundra's just felt completely helpless.
Well, even before, yeah, maybe even a bit before that. But yeah, 16 minutes or so. Just doesn't feel like there was a backup plan for Tundra.
No, I don't think there was.
They're trying to hold on to the game, but that's really all it feels like right now. And there's that MKB finished up crit.
He's even able to get away from Nightfall. And Nightfall's going to keep chasing.
Got Gleipnir.
He's going to have to put the BKB to try and finish it, but Marin's got the axe. He's able to pop the Remnant over the walls, crit and kick him out of this, gets him away from the Spider.
And that's Nightfall's BKB. Skater. They're going to chase.
For Lornoff. Now Amar's just training with the BKB and he gets the Doom straight down onto the Spider. Nightfall's being caught, dead again for 70. No buyback on him. They'll get 33 as well.
They may just call it.
I don't know how much more Tundra want to play this one out.
Amar. What a performance in particular from him.
It really has.
All of his Doom targets were perfect.
Low start in lane, but it's been perfect ever since. GG is called. Falcons, they look pretty terrifying on top
really
form here in this game. Tundra, they got that little bit of a start. You know, Falcons, I think they were like, okay, they're letting Tundra have a little bit of hope at the beginning of this. It looked pretty good. And then bam, Falcons started making the moves. and then Tundra, they just didn't have any move to make for the last, 25 minutes?
Nope. It literally was just, everybody, you know what, Falcons, we lost our lanes, everyone group up, let's go for fights. They win one fight, then 1-by-1 sequence again. Tundra, they lose the fight again, and then around that Wisdom Rune, right? They take their own Wisdom Rune, they win the fight, and from there, Tundra literally only gets one kill in particular. And yeah, it really just felt like I say again, there's just felt like there's no backup plan after they don't snowball.
The backup plan was just to hit creeps and just try and make it look like they didn't at least get stomped that quickly. Pushing it out to 38 minutes because they just couldn't do anything. Nightfall on the Brood with this sort of game. Literally didn't get to do anything. Ends the game with, what's a 6k hero damage. That's lower than snaking it on the CM is 8k damage.
6,800. Oh my goodness, yeah, that is
he just wasn't able to do anything. I mean, if anything, very much a testament to just how over this game was.
Yeah.
The carry could not get involved for the entirety of the 40 minutes of this game, folks.
Yeah.
It's a rough one for Tundra and a very impressive one for Team Falcons as they'll take this game one.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. This was an interesting game for some reasons. It wasn't our most exciting game, but it was very well executed on the side of Falcons. They knew what was coming, then they dealt with it. Lacoste?
Yeah, pretty much. This is the fight where Tundra goes all in. Unfortunately, they did not have pipe. They were very close to it. The courier for 33 did die, and this is exactly what they needed to do. They needed to slow the pace of the game, have that one big fight, knowing that their lineup is so much better scaling into the mid and late game. The way this game started, Malrine getting a solo kill immediately onto Lorenov as soon as he hits that level 6, which was a pretty big deal. Big chunk of gold, big chunk of XP coming out for him. And then later on, you could see them just hunting them down across the map, grouping up and going together, knowing that their team fight is much stronger.
Yeah, he really carried this. I think the lanes were kind of falling apart for Falcons, other than the mid lane. So the fact that he was able to run around and get all of these kills, even in that critical fight that we saw where there was the Wisdom Rune, he was the one that pretty much carried that. Like, I bet if you look at the early game damage, he did like 80% of it for his team. And then, later on, ATF did ATF things. Like, he scaled with Doom. Skeeter, he was gyro, he would run in, press flak. He would do his thing. But really, this was the Malrine show. He was even saving people with the Stone Remnant at the end there, which is a bit flashy.
Really like that the Falcons realized they need to group up early. They need to bring every single hero into these early engagements just so that they can punch back, knowing that there's going to be way too many summons. This is how Tundra wanted to play out their draft. This is something that they tried, but probably they will not try something like this again, seeing that they didn't have, like, overall last pick was for them, they picked up Ember Spirit, which didn't really tie the draft completely, I would say. And yeah, this Skeeter Gyrocopter is always a menace. I also like that he's putting more points into... Because a lot of these pro players, they have some random item builds on Gyrocopter. I swear, every single time it's like, well, we're maxing out the rocket, we're skipping this. But he also understood that he wants to have that early damage just to show up in a fight, max out his Q, and that's going to be the way of dealing with some of these tankiness, and especially Enchanters. Like, this hero is just insane how many numbers you need to bring to kill the hero.
Yeah.
Speaking of Skeeter, there was a carry player on the other team. I did want to point out a clip because this was a very advanced move by Prime Carry that I did want to point out. So he had already TP'd actually to the outpost top, and he comes through the portal. So his TP is down, and he BKBs and uses the portal. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the advanced Nightfall here. Just when you thought that he couldn't up his game in terms of the BKB TPs, he manages to do it when he's in one of those clutch situations.
It's always something funny about Nightfall. With his TPs, of course, when he was playing for BetBoom at TI, when they are killing the Tormi, he dies, he kills himself as Muerta. It's his only death in the game. They lose that game. There's just like something comedic about him.
He's great. He's awesome. I love him. I think, okay, now that we've said all this good stuff about Falcons, let's talk about Tundra, what they're going to do in the second game. Or do you want to...
Well, I was more like thinking, when we were talking about Tundra's draft during the draft, we saw exactly what was coming, right? We did. So did Falcons. And then there wasn't... Normally, when that's the case, there's like, ha, gotcha. There was nothing there. So what was the plan? Because you said that they would snowball the lanes. Yeah. And obviously, they tried, and they did kind of win their lanes. They got a little bit of an advantage, but I feel like this was very, I don't know, it was just a little bit lackluster. I feel like it was too simple. I'm expecting more big brain stuff from Tundra.
They got outplayed. I think sometimes they go a little too big brain, and then the next game they'll pivot. The draft will be completely different. I guarantee you the first phase of bans will probably not look the same as it did in game 1. This is how they do it.
If that 14-minute fight was in their favor, let's say they kill 3, they take Tormy, take enemy XP, they finish off the pipe, this is going to be a lot of damage mitigated. It would give them momentum. They were still tried. They still tried pretty hard in the game to split push. That was Nightfall. Pretty much one of the reasons why his damage at the end of the game was so low. We saw this was what, like 30-minute, 35-minute game with only 6,000 damage. We saw some really low damage today coming out from XXS on the Beastmaster in a 60+ minute game. 5,000 damage. So sometimes you're having
you gotta like throw one of the bus still, huh?
You know, I always praise him. That's why, you know, sometimes you have to say some bad things.
0-3, leave him alone, dude. He's having a rough time.
He's 0-3.
It happens, okay? It happens from time to time.
It does happen. I always wonder as well, when you have got a Zoo lineup on one side, do you feel like it was an oversight for Tundra to not ban out a Gyrocopter, who is traditionally pretty good with Flak Cannon, obviously, against...
Maybe a Skeeter Gyro. Yeah, like when you're playing against Falcons, I think that's a very valid thing, because, come on. With this team, you see a pick, you pretty much know where it's going to go, especially with Skeeter's hero. Maybe barring like the Razor and Timber, depending on the meta, but that's not a flex with Skeeter. You know he's going to be Weaver or Lifestealer if the hero's not dog shit.
Well,
or Gyro.
they banned out Weaver and Razor. So.
Yeah, I think Weaver's actually good. Yeah. I think teams are just ignoring it, kind of like DK was being ignored.
Okay. Well, we'll find out if Tundra can strike back in game number 2. Before we do that, though, we're going to check in with BSJ, who's going to talk to us about the Kadia Award of the Game.
Thank you, Shiver. And for this Kadia Award of the Game, I definitely wanted to highlight hitting a timing, and that timing is before Nightfall is able to pull his signature move. And this is a 17-minute ward placed by Snake King there that's then going to pay off in this crucial gank. He does not have his BKB yet here, Shiver. He's jungling. He's only got the Echo Saber, Yasha going for the Manta, and he has absolutely no way to get out of crit setup there with the Hoodwink Atos into the Bushwhack. And, you know, that's why he buys BKB, and that's why he
can't BKB TP out here. That's why he lost.
Yeah, and that, honestly, that kill right there felt like the nail in the coffin. I know the game ended up going another 20 minutes or so, but they had just lost the team fight at the Wisdom Rune, which took away most of their lead, and then at that point on, that's why Nightfall pretty much had less than 7k damage and was playing Farm War all game. I think for Tundra, it boils down to, I think they can show us that they can snowball these lineups, and sometimes that obviously goes south, but what are they going to do when it goes south like this? And that's kind of the test of time that we're going to have to see playing against teams like Falcons moving forward.
Yeah, because there was no plan B here for them.
Yeah,
right?
clearly. Like it didn't feel like it.
Up would be the plan B.
Yeah, and I don't think that's something you can ever rely on. No. I think Falcons just really had their number in regards to both teams having a solid strategy, but Falcons, like they mentioned on the panel, coming with all the numbers, but ganks like that as well are so essential to slowing down these snowballing summons lineups. And yeah, going into game 2, I hope Tundra whips out something a little bit different.
Statistically speaking, Tundra does normally force Falcons to longer series, or rather to either tie or go to that third game. So we're going to find out if they can do that this time around, as well as we're heading to game number 2 after a break.
In the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct. My favorite intros for sure. Thank you very much, Pucktown Pandas. Welcome back. Well, you never left, I know. DreamLeague Season 24 continues as we are in the middle of a series. Second series of the day has Tundra and Falcons facing each other again. And it is Falcons that won game number 1. And they did so quite dominantly after Tundra kind of had a very one-dimensional draft that Falcons was able to answer. So what we want to see from game number 2 is a little bit more of a plan B from Tundra in case their plan A doesn't work. And they didn't have that this time around, Jenkins. We want that for game number 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, this team will have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't think that they're into Greek letters.
But they didn't have one this time around. Why did they only have A previously then?
They just picked randomly out of the letters and did that one. Or maybe the one that they thought would be best against Falcons.
That's not how I mean it. But it's okay.
What's your little anecdote?
Is that
here?
if they're let's say they do the same push strat, but this time they have a push strat where their carry is not a brood mother and can also carry if the game goes super late. So that's their plan B. It's like, okay, if our death ball rush fails, we got carried to back.
There has to be something where you formulate a game plan that's cohesive enough where you lose one fight at the Wisdom Rune and it doesn't feel like the game just ends.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think that's what you're trying to say.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
That's not a good strategy. Maybe that's what they thought they had to do against Falcons. Maybe Falcons is just
Then
such
it
a
wouldn't
strong
be
team.
really a push strat because you have this Visage, you have Tusk. This is pretty normal. Ember Spirit as well. I feel like they tried something new with, like, if you replace Broodmother with some, like, Morphling, this is not a push strat. This is, 4 heroes playing until Morphling comes online, pretty much. But I want to see something different from Tundra. I said that 99% of the time their drafts look amazing. This one really didn't. It was something new. They went all in. It failed. I think it's time to scratch it and go with the normal stuff that you've been picking so far.
I think what they were trying was they were trying to first phase Broodmother. That was the idea there. Gaiman did the exact same thing, where they want to be able to get Ace Broodmother. It always gets banned out in the second phase. And the way that they can get him Broodmother in a good game is if they have Quinn play it. So Quinn was playing Bronze Tier Broodmother in Dacha. And I think the same thing is happening here, where they just want to be able to first phase this hero, and in order to do that, it needs to be a flex. They tried it, it didn't work out.
I'll go back to Wallachia as well, with the Broodmother being played from the mid lane, because people have been using that as a counter to Invoker, who's also a first phase hero, because he doesn't play well into that matchup. So this hero can be played theoretically from 3 different roles if you have Broodmother players, but it's quite difficult. I don't think many people have that in the team.
No, but I would say Falcons potentially can. I wouldn't put it past... Tundra. I actually don't know if Lorinov plays Brood. I don't know. We'll have to look it up sometime.
I'll check.
Or we might not have an opening of the Brood this time around. We have the draft on our screen. This time around, Falcons is on Dire. They still have first pick, though, so Tundra still gets their second pick,
He
which
does
they
not
like.
play Brood.
And they are still not allowing Tundra to get that Alchemist with Doom combination, as Tundra bans out the Alchemist themselves because Falcons like to first pick it, but Falcons still deny the Doom. And in terms of bans, this is almost the same. The Hoodwink is the one added for Tundra, which leaves the Bristle in. That's the only difference.
I mean, Doom worked last game. I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Is what they say, Brian, in America. It denies a lot of the strong carry picks right now, and then Tundra goes for the first pick Brood again.
The lane went well.
If it broke, don't
fix it.
I will say the part about the game that the Brood was picked for, which I think was the lane, did go well. He was doubling up ATF's CS around the 7-8 minute mark, and they did a really good job of invading the Wisdom Rune, and they got both at the 7-minute mark, and it felt like Tundra had complete control of the game. I think it's how you follow this up. I think you can do that with, I think the Brood was instrumental towards that, and there's a lot of other heroes that are interchangeable with the rest of Tundra's draft to run it back. So I don't hate the Broodmother response again. I think that was not necessarily the problem, even if Nightfall had 6.9k damage.
Yeah, that's nice. But ATM on Doom, this guy is pretty much never broke, considering that he's going to be getting that extra gold and everything. So I'm fine with that. I just want to see how they're going to change things up. I think this time around, they might just play this Broodmother from the off lane. It's still a flex, of course, and you can see Falcons, they are removing Visage. They're still given a lot of respect towards 33, because something that he did a couple of times that he played at DreamLeague is he's stacking 3 camps at once with Visage. Double birds in the triangle, and he's stacking some other ancient camp as well. So this guy is always up to something, always cooking, always bringing new ideas to the table.
Maybe that's the idea. They first pick Brood game 1, play it on Nightfall. He BKB TPs for the entire game and then loses.
No, he BKB Portals.
He BKB Portals, the advanced Nightfall. And then you don't pick Brood counters because you think it's going to be a carry Brood the next game. In 33 gets a free Brood game.
No, I think that is, first of all, it's very possible. Another possibility is now the Brood is confirmed or reaffirmed a flex, so you force Falcons to still ban out the Visage, even though maybe he was planning on playing Brood all along.
And then, Nightfall gets a better hero because the Visage is banned instead of the Nightfall hero.
Yes.
And it really is Nightfall for him, it looks like.
All right, we got the Dragon Knight banned out on the side of Tundra. And wait, there is someone sitting there. There was someone sitting there, so. We got ourselves a pick coming in for Tundra. Previous game, after they picked up the Brood, they went for the Enchantress, so they went for their position 5. they will do so again with the Pugna.
They took the light from Nightfall's room and put it in Soxus, I guess. They
Very
the
bright.
Pugna.
Pugna not the best hero when it comes down to Doom, if we talk about the healing, but they had a great success with this Pugna. We did mention that they played it multiple times. Whitemon 100% on him. Both of these teams are actually undefeated with Pugna.
Ooh.
Out of 9 games combined.
Yeah, Pugna, for a while, I thought every team was going to try to play Pugna whenever they could, as it comes out with so much damage in the lane, but also has so many tools later on to help out. But we don't see it as often as I was expecting. Still enough to be entertained, though.
Yeah, I thought this hero was a lot stronger at the start of Dream League, but I think part of that is because people also didn't respect the Storm as much because they didn't realize that the Shard was bugged, and also people weren't respecting the Medusa as much because people were not doing the Kaya and Sange build and the kind of new meta tech, and now Medusa's getting first phase banned, so we're seeing less Pugna, but I'm glad to see Tundra pick it up here just as a general hero, because I feel like it's strong. Like, the laning is so good for this hero.
It is. You're going to need to have, for Tundra at least, some kind of a setup. Having Broodmother Pugna just screams, we have a lot of push. We're going to be grouping up and going together. It's just who's going to tie this together. So I wouldn't mind seeing some Earth Spirit for them. I think this hero just owns, as we've seen in the previous game, when played by Malrine. One more time. It's going to be Crystal Maiden. Still keeping the flex potentially with this Muerta, but a lot of the times this Muerta is just a straight up position for.
I will say, how do you guys feel about Pugna into Doom? Because I feel like
it's not that great.
It's not good. Like, I would pick Doom against Pugna. You can get a Purge creep to take off the decrep, and then you can't heal bot somebody who's doomed. And this is the reason you pick the heroes for the heal botting. Or mana botting. Maybe the idea here is they pick Storm next or something for Lornoff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess ignoring just the Pugna factor, but also like just the supports overall and the way Falcons has been drafting, I feel like they do a really good job of recognizing the defining factors of the core that the other team has picked so far. Like, I'm just looking through their drafts, and in this case, this series specifically, we've seen Broodmother 2 times, and they're basically telling us the archetype of support you want is something that can kind of defend itself, but it's a backliner that's going to cast spells on the ground, and you don't really want to go on it unless you can close the gap and stun it, basically.
Yeah, give me some stuff. Give me Tusk. Like, I'm fine with
Something
Tusk.
like that,
a little bit of a extra lockdown, a little bit of a save for Doom, and maybe some shards.
What about Ogre?
Oh, I'm fine with Ogre. I just prefer to have...
Or Nyx.
I think I'd like Nyx or like Lion better, because the problem with Tusk, I've seen people be picking Muerta into Tusk.
Yeah.
And it's because you just snowball and then you just calling on top of where they're snowballing to. And whoever comes out of the snowball gets silenced. It actually is really annoying. And yeah, they go Lion. Nice. Okay. Because they definitely needed the disable. They have the Broodmother that still could be off, or it is almost certainly offlane. Yeah, it is offlane.
They really need a guy to go in on Tundra.
Get that Earth Spirit, get Storm. You mentioned the mana battery for Storm. I would still prefer Earth Spirit, just because this hero, even if he has a bad matchup, this hero just owns, even though Storm Spirit has been too good, especially with the Shard being bugged right now. Even without it being bugged, it's still super strong, so we're still going to be seeing Storm Spirit when that gets fixed.
Falcons turn to
There's the Earth Spirit.
Are going to take it away.
Well, doesn't Falcons also need something to go in, mostly to try and catch Lion and Pugna on the backlines?
I think the Earth Spirit is such a good, like, assassination type hero that he's good enough, because the thing I really like about Earth Spirit is that you can go on one guy in the front and then also silence and magnetize and kick the backline support as well. So Earthshaker's the same thing. It's like you can focus one target and then not actually worry about the backlines because they're also being disabled by your initiation.
And they ban out the Storm. So what other heroes are left in the pool that would do what you want them to do on the side of Tundra that are also laning okay into an Earth Spirit?
Monkey King.
Tundra Esports turn to
Okay.
I'm leaning towards like Puck, maybe. It wouldn't do the greatest in lane, but I really do like the hero and what it offers to the game, and I just think
Falcons turn to battle.
you do need a chaos creator, but you're against Doom as well. So a lot of heroes who like throw themselves in there are not that great because then they just get doomed. But a hero like Puck, who creates the chaos but then has a way out, would be kind of what I'm leaning towards.
I have a feeling it's just going to be Ember again. Because they need. I feel like Puck is a little too squishy. Like, who's the point of first contact hero right now?
Puck's a great point of first contact hero when they have no instant stuns.
I guess that's true. Yeah, you can blink in, silence, and orb out.
Yeah, I think it's worse for the lane, but the Ember, like, I remember in my time in competitive, even though I learned how to lose a lot, my mids would always talk about banning Doom and having it be difficult to play Ember into Doom because you just kind of walk in. Like, that's what the hero does, and you're always kind of showing yourself at around a blink range distance, and it's like, yeah, you have Sleight of Fist, go invulnerable, you have Remnant, but just one time, you get doomed. It feels really difficult to ever Remnant in, and so you're a poke damage hero, effectively, I think, when you pick Ember against Doom, and they don't really have good poke on the side of Tundra right now. Like, they don't follow that up
It's
with
not
anything
an
meaningful.
easy game for Lorinov in this situation, because you have some backup with your Pugna, but that's about it. It's going to be, like, you roll in, you go... They need a hero that goes in, and that hero is going to get doomed, and you're not going to be receiving any kind of healing, so I think it's a quite difficult game. Tundra having the last pick and not seeing the pick that ties all of it together.
Maybe, because I am thinking also about the Puck potentially losing to Earth Spirit. How does a Pango do in lane against Earth Spirit? Because if you're Pango, you can get doomed. It doesn't stop the roll, right?
No, it doesn't stop it.
So it's not a bad Pango game. The magic immunity is really good here.
I mean, the issue of this game, I think, is, yeah, the SF lane should do all right. He doesn't really have the best kill duo. Like, ATF will farm.
It could be Lornoff mid SF, by the way.
Could be.
But he
In
is
fact,
talking a lot.
That's actually really good against Earth Spirit, I would imagine.
Yeah, but the carry hero pool, we've talked about how small it is, and there's already, like, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bans on the carry pool right now.
And these are the best carries.
Yeah, these are all the
good
best
ones,
ones. Okay, so they do just go Pangolier. I thought they were going to do that in game 1, and then they didn't, so I was kind of hesitant towards them doing it in game 2, because I figured they knew something I didn't about why that hero wouldn't have functioned for them last game. I honestly think we're going to see a similar story. Like, yeah, it's not the summons all-in lineup from Tundra, but I do feel like... I just feel like Falcon scales better, and I'm just concerned for how these fights play out. How do they kill Bristle? Like, who jumps the back lines? Like, Pango's gonna go in, but he's gonna get doomed. And that's fine. Like, he's gonna probably live, but he's not gonna be able to use any of his shield crashes or anything, swashbuckles, the supports. Should be fine. And then I feel like Snay and Crit will kind of just go ham this game.
It's a lot of Lorinov's shoulders this game, and if he gets shut down by Falcon's rotations early on, I think this game is just going to collapse. But it also needs to be 33. Like last time around, he had a good farm.
Yep.
His courier got killed when he was bringing in the components for his pipe. Again, he's playing Broodmother. There's a lot of magic damage, so this time around, probably the same item build when he was playing Visage. So drums into pipe straight away, try to tank up as much as possible, group up. You have SF, you have Pugna, plus Broodmother. There's a lot of tower damage, but leaning towards Falcons. I feel like this is much easier to execute and better scaling lineup.
I think I am too, for much more simple reasons. I just think that they win all 3 lanes, to be honest. It's SF Pugna against Doom. What do? It's not some SF kill combo, right? Like, Doom will be fine. Bristle against Brood, more than happy, especially with a Crystal Maiden. And then mid, I feel like Earth Spirit should do well against a Pango. Maybe that one's like a bit of a wash, but Pango's always going to get hit by the kick. You can shield crash, but it's a wash. Either they win the lanes or it's even.
Or they don't, yeah.
Or it's even. No, I don't think there's a don't win lanes scenario here for Falcons. I think they're easy lanes.
Okay, well, that would be a disastrous start for Tundra if they do lose all 3 lanes as hard as you're basically painting the picture there. But let's find out what's going to happen. Game number 2 coming your way with OD Pixel and Fogged via the PogChamp Pandas.
Tundra and Falcons. We're seeing the switch up, right? This time they get the Brood again, but it's going to be in a different capacity. It's going to be 33 rather than Nightfall taking it to carry. Nightfall this time is going to be taking the SF. And all in all, it feels like Tundra, this game...
It's not as all in.
There is a backup plan.
There's backup
If it doesn't
plans.
go good at the start, there's a backup plan with this sort of draft.
Definitely. I would say, though, Falcons, again, I mean, I just see this Earth Spirit. You know, we mentioned it last game with... You know, we haven't got to see it as much, and I'm wondering again why we didn't get to see it every game, because Malrine, not only did he dominate in the later stages, but he also killed the Ember in the mid lane solo. So, you know, Lornoff, he wanted to play that matchup and still ends up dying to Malrine. So let's see how it ends up going down, because, yeah, it's a very similar kind of draft from Falcons where they can group up. They've got crazy amount of potential to take these battles, but also, I feel like their lanes are stronger this time around. So let's see how Tundra's able to do.
The battle begins.
Amar, he's not going to fall for this one. The setup was there.
They even tried to wait as long as possible to pick it up.
Just in case, but almost sort of taunting them, dropping down his banner. He knows that they're there. And we'll see how he goes, how his sort of play goes down this game, because, yeah, last game on the Doom looked pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
Every single time, every single move, always found the right Doom target.
Yeah, Falcons just knows the way that they team fight as 5 is just crazy sometimes, and once they get the ball rolling, for a lot of teams it becomes very difficult to kind of reestablish things. So, with a similar type of style draft this time around, but even I would say even better, yeah, like I said, even better lanes, in particular the top one for Skeeter, not having to play versus the Tusk Visage that can sometimes just snowball out of control. This time they have CM Bristle, an old school throwback classic, pumping up the mana into him. And bottom, I'm glad that they were mentioning it. Jenkins in particular was saying, you know, yes, SF versus most of these melee lanes, very, very strong, but there is a repositioning tool that comes out from Deadshot that can be a bit annoying, and it's not a Clockwork or a Tusk or one of these, you know, Tree, whoever. Tree not as popular as much anymore, obviously, but not a tanky Bruiser to be that frontliner or kill combo for the SF as much. However, Decrepify can catch people off guard sometimes. Getting that little bit of an amp up to be able to get multiple raises. So one thing I would say that Whitemon can do.
Watching this mid lane so far, very close between Lornoff and Malrine. Difficult for either really to find kill potential, I feel, in this lane, right? Even if you get the kickback, Lornoff's always going to have the chance to jump out.
Feels good chippy trade farm. But I say that, but also I've seen Malrine just multiple times just outplay. I'll just, I mean, I'm mostly just staring at mid. I'll be looking at the HP pools of the side lanes, but staring mostly at mid. And Whitemon, all right, he's just gonna go full defensive route. I was potentially hoping to see maybe that aggressive Decrepify, but he will just go for the Nether Ward, the standard kind of play. And Nightfall so far, yeah, 9 and 3, so he is having good farm.
Top lane, Skeeter keeps being kept very low. He's getting plenty of tangos pulled out to win though. Snake King.
Malrine is starting to get a bit of an edge in this matchup.
There is starting to be that bit of a difference.
Contesting every single CS, the two of them. 14-1 to the 9-2. Can Lornoff get the flag bearer? He can. Good secure.
Lornoff, last game, I mean, didn't really get to do much on his Ember, it felt. Was heavily shut down.
No, and they did, I mean, the game just accelerated so fast, right? Because they were looking for that concept of the Mage Slayer, the pipe, and it was pretty much as they were getting those, everything just completely crumbled as Malrine with a nice stone. Doesn't secure that range creep, but gets 3 of them there as the roll forward actually puts them under the tower.
He's going to tank a tower here, but that's the Water Rune and the Fairy Fire and a couple of charges in anyway.
Nice sidestep there from Lornoff. And even though they're not going for these kill combos on the bottom lane, it is still securing free farm here for Nightfall at the moment. Up to 20 souls.
Yeah, having a slower start. Amar, but once again, that did not prove to be a problem in game 1, where he didn't have the easiest of time in lanes. You know, getting the farmers to Doom. He was able to recover perfectly fine.
Tips coming out.
Very even farm out the top lane bottom. Whitemon with another blast. He's going to have
solo.
that.
Whitemon, what a play. That's literally just him. These two have literally just been duking it out the entire laning phase, just hitting each other and trading. Amar also going to try to trade with Whitemon here.
Same time top, they're running down Saxter. He's already used the stun, so nothing left to protect him.
Amar's got 16-1, but can't actually step up to go for Whitemon here. When we get a chance, could we get damage numbers? I know it's early, we're just showing, because it's this constant harassment trade between the two of Pugna and Muerta, and you're seeing the Pugna coming out massively in advantage. Just poke into a blast, into a nether ward. Stuff for Crit to contest the Pugna to try and pressure the SF mid.
Both were trying for the outplay there. Maureen still sitting cool with the wand and Fairy Fire at the availability.
Soxa trying to get a little bit of a sneaky catch there. That's not going to work versus Maureen this time. Maybe from a different angle. He wants to try, but not going to be the case. He has the buff, as I always like to point out from the Lion. He's got the back from hell, so wants to get involved with something with it here. Just going to get wards, so just going to be able to watch, because there is going to be these stacks, of course, that come out for the Bristleback.
Yeah, Maureen just resetting. Takes the ward back to base.
Sox is going to try to get a catch from behind the tower, but won't be able to find him yet. But he's sticking around the area. How close is Lauren to 6? He is about to get it. They might just make the move onto Maureen right here if they can stop the roll. They cannot. He's able to get himself out. Close to catching that there on the side of
Same time up top. 33. It's been left alone, but will manage to make it over the cliffs here with the webs.
So who's going to get this power rune? Crit is rotating over to try to secure it from Maureen. Sox is still in position around the top rune. Where's it going to be? It's going to spawn bottom. Spawns top. Whitemon.
Dire's middle tower
bringing it to Crit again. Crit this time will be fine.
Maureen can't go for this. Saxa standing guard and ensuring Loronoff's the one to secure it.
They double check it. This time though, Whitemon, there is a Magnetize ready.
Forward.
They're just going to commit the Magnetize, but instant TP. Whitemon. This early game, he's playing it clutch.
Radiant are scanning.
No hesitation from him as soon as that roll gets cast, as soon as the dead shot's not up.
Top,
the wraparound.
Setup with backup and Loronoff coming in with a rolling thunder.
Oh, cute quill.
He's got to be careful with these quills stacking up on him. I mean, Skeeter is surviving through this effort. Finally, they get him. Saxa might go down in return. No, the stun's up. Snakey gonna get the new comp. He
cannot.
Saxa lives. Loronoff coming in to get the double.
Very nice rotation. My goodness, that quill hit on 33 almost brings him down, but they're going to be able to get that set up. Good rotation. And Maureen not able to respond this time around. No Magnetize to TP toward the top lane to be able to get a trade kill. We'll get his bottle refilled. But 3-1. So far, Nightfall's farm is good, and Loronoff, this time he does have that advantage over Maureen. Great. The decrep. There's a Requiem. Yeah. And he gets stopped.
Yeah, Nightfall doesn't even need to use it.
Auto attacks him down.
Getting a good start once again, Tundra.
And they get the last hit also on Nightfall, so extra soul, and he's going to have this presence stack for the next 70 seconds in the laning phase. Movements happening from Falcons. They've got Magnetize in 15 seconds, but Whitemon, he'll run into them again. He's got backup.
Nightfall's ready with the high ground Requiem. There it goes, pushing back the three of them. They got any follow-up lockdown on towards Maureen? They don't. Now Crit turning up as well. Loronoff swinging it from the side. Hasn't got Rolling Thunder quite yet. Gets caught by the Frostbite. Amar, he's trying to chase Whitemon down, but cannot stay on top of him as Whitemon's able to escape.
In trouble.
He is 5 seconds until Rolling Thunder. He tried to join for this play, but he didn't quite have the ultimate back online.
Oh, and Soxa, it re-ticks onto him with the Magnetize. He's got stick. It should save him. He's fine without it.
Just a bit of an awkward time there for Tundra to try and bring the numbers into fight. If only Loronoff had that Rolling Thunder up.
Right, it was like, what, 3 seconds, 4 seconds?
It was up. Down, it was about 3-4 seconds left. If they had that, it would have been a much different outcome.
And Nightfall with a heads-up TP, who's getting surrounded from the side of Falcons. Falcons will go through the port on Skeeter to stop the push top. He doesn't want them to just freely push down with spiders. He can occupy this area, and Maureen is making the move already with snaking. They want to try to find 33, but he's speedy. Pops the drums and gets away.
Difficult to catch him.
4-2 so far here. Soxa in position for Amar potential.
Setup. Amar too speedy himself though.
Yeah. And Crit's into side so they can just throw the silence down to protect him. gonna send... Oh, they're sending Whitemon even through the portal too, so they're sending the supports through, but the ward, it is spotting it. Snaking did place that one like about 5 minutes ago. More rotations coming in.
TPs are coming in, yeah, Falcons, they're not afraid to fight these two.
Off the mark with the dead shot.
Skeeter, can he still stay on top of the supports? The Hex catches him, he'll turn towards Whitemon, and Whitemon has got the self-decrepit fight. Silence will catch him, Skeeter, couple of punches, he's gone. 33 is going to try and fight back because Nightfall has joined the fray.
Skeeter.
Turn towards him.
It's a lot of minus armor.
It's a good
headshot
there. Yeah, they were able to turn 33 round crit. Beautiful angle, pushing 33 straight into them, allows them to kill the spider.
They're gonna go for Skeeter though, he's facing forward. Lornoff, he pops him, might be able to go for more.
Just the follow-up setup with the Rolling Thunder, buying time for Nightfall to close in. Nightfall, he's actually gonna blow the Requiem for this just to be careful in case there was further backup from Falcons. Tundra, they clean up the kills, get the pressure onto the tower. Nightfall getting involved.
Yeah, 3 present stacks. Sure, it's not versus the buildings at this point, but don't want to keep giving the sequence of stacks, as we've seen a couple times in these games. He's got the Mask of Madness. They'll be able to clean up that tower. 2K lead at the moment here for Tundra. Good trade kills with that Lornoff Rolling Thunder.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tower almost gets brought down from Falcons in the meantime, but Whitemon is looking to siege mid. The beauty about Pugna.
It's just early pressure once again. We saw it last time in the first 10 minutes. Tundra, they're good at this early game.
And Whitemon in particular is definitely kind of being that X factor, it feels like, for them to be able to get this early extra pressure too. Hero that's been, as we said, multiple times in this tournament on the rise, the Pugna, so far. Looking good. A 3K lead again at this 11-minute mark. And as we said, this lineup, it's not as all in. So even if things do start to fall apart a little bit here, they definitely have things that they can, insurance policies that they can go back to, as Falcons has slowed down this game. Snaking it very far forward.
The setup, there's no one saving him.
Nope. Lornoff will secure that last hit, and it's a very easy, very early diffusal blade pickup for him. And versus triple strength cores, very valuable to have this pickup this early versus Bristleback in particular.
Tower is under attack.
They're going to try and catch the spider once again here. They really want to try and get this kill against 33. He's been getting a lot of space up top.
Oh, 33 is going a different build than I thought he was going to go. I thought he was going to go the pipe build as well, but he's going phylactery. That is interesting. Amar's even turning up for it.
They'll catch the spider. As he can run.
Kicks off the mark.
They know whereabouts he's gone. He's heading into the corner, trying to get off the map and go for the TP. And I'll tell you what, he's actually up on the high ground. Oh my goodness, that dead shot.
That must have been like almost the same frame. That was so close.
Dire's middle tower.
He gets him out. That's a huge rotation from Falcons, and they do not get the spider.
Check this out again. Look how close this was.
Let's see how close it actually was.
I mean, that's as close as it gets.
Oh my!
That's as close as it gets.
Yeah, I really 0.1.
Less than the 0.1.
Yeah, even in between it. Goodness. And look at the smoke. Fast from Tundra. They've got the roll up again. He's got an arcane rune as well. They are positioned here aggressively. They have this ward behind the tower, also to scout Falcons if they do back up.
They're ready for crit. Crit.
Dire's
He's not going to head there, especially now that the courier's gone. They know the whereabouts of Tundra. Tundra, can they still catch them by surprise with some element? The scans hit as well, so Falcons, they're getting all the information they need. The Tundra are coming for them like this.
They'll stack snaking. Instantly. As soon as they see that Rolling Thunder coming in, they do end up sacking him, but they are maybe looking for the fight afterwards. Malrine, he's in.
He's straight in. He's able to get the connection in. They drop the Doom down immediately on towards Lornoff. Malrine keeping the magnetize going. Saxa does hit the two of them, holds them back with the stun. Malrine should be ready to roll in once more, but Nightfall's ready with the Requiem, pushes them back. And Lornoff, he's going to survive throughout the Doom. It was not enough damage to kill him.
They couldn't get the next spread.
They get everybody out.
Beautiful responses again from Tundra. Just recognizing how to take the fights. Falcons look to go for that reinitiation, but they were ready very quickly there. And they can look to keep going. They can keep themselves sustained constantly with this Pugna.
They're straight into the triangle.
Lornoff can keep playing aggressive.
Radiant are scanning.
Back off just in time, down bottom. Not a lot the Malrine can do about Nightfall.
It's a double stack Ancient here. Tundra can't look to steal it, but they're gonna look to keep playing aggressive. Snaking showed himself. He does not have boots.
He's very dead.
This looks like a position 5 of the old days. He doesn't have boots at 14 minutes, Owen. Lornoff continuing to get these catches. That's 2 components of the Ags done.
He's queuing them up next.
He's queuing up the boots next. Yeah, I mean, obviously wants to try to get those, but very solid early game this time from Tundra. Even better than that last one. And the Phylactery, it's a different approach that's coming out here from the Brood. Not going for a pipe, not looking to go as all in. And now Nightfall, he will be able to walk in and steal some of these Ancients, up to 23 stacks. Skitter will farm the right side. That is pretty close to his Aghanims finished after that.
Tower is under attack.
Falcons, they're watching.
Feels like Falcons is going to have to have a pretty good connection with the timing of that Ags on the Bristol. Tundra's starting to get quite a bit of momentum going for themselves.
Dire's bottom tower
Taking out all 3 tier 1s. Having successful fights, and Lornoff is massive at this point. He's got a shield rune as well for the next upcoming engagement, and 3 components of the Ags, and it's on top of this Diffusal. Versus the Strength Heroes, it's going to be super strong with the timing he can get. And how much he's going to be able to amp up and do with the Shadow Fiend aura. The combo between the 2 of them with the minus armor is pretty crazy how much damage they will do once they start getting the ball rolling, once they start getting an advantage. And they can look to force Roche very early with this lineup. Falcons. See where they look to go. They've got Magnetized, they've got the Blade Mail, and they're about to have that Axe. It is done on Skitter. It's a 7k lead already for Tundra.
They'll catch Whitemon to start things off. No, there's 33. Does he want to try and help out? Does he want to run? He's considering it. Same time, Maorine's being careful how he commits for Whitemon. Whitemon's actually going to get the chance to juke this out and get away. Now Maorine's rolled into his death.
A Whitemon, again, just tanks spells and won't die. Now Skitter.
He could be in trouble as well. Lornoff's able to catch him out around the trees with a beautiful bounce back of the Rolling Thunder. Falcons last game, they were able to go for this kind of group up, look to make a play. This game, they're slipping very far behind, and even when they try and look for the plays, because of that difference, they're just not getting away with them. Tundra, they're ready every time.
Maureen just trying to get the connection, missing with the roll a couple of times. I mean, well, Whitemon dodging, gets put into a dangerous position. Ends up surviving again.
Maybe these 2 can get Whitemon.
They should.
There we go.
Well, a kill's a kill, but yeah, so much momentum for Tundra. How many stacks do they have on Nightfall? He still does have 2 stacks if he wants to go through the portal to look for the Roche, but not going to be the case just yet. They're going to wait for another timing first. They are positioned top for Skeeter. Lornoff is in the area.
Skeeter feels that he can get away with this still. As the Bristle feels that the tankiness should keep him safe. Tundra might try and test that.
Do they have TP responses on the side of Falcons? Probably, I do not think so, so I don't think Skeeter wants to bait it too hard yet. Blink done for Soxa already too, for the catch. So Maureen, he feels like his game is going to be very difficult in these next few moments without having BKB. They have so many ways to control him, lock him down. And just, yeah, continuing to play very fast. Again, Snaking's been found. Let's knock it out. Lornoff, 8-1 this game, this Pango pick. It's working beautifully.
It's a huge difference between him and Maureen this time round. Over 3k lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under
the Pango against the Earth Spirit in this matchup.
I mean, all 3 cores just having that bit of a better time. By a bit, I mean quite significantly a better time. 33, gonna start doing the spider micro to scout things out. You see them spread across the webs to just see pretty much everything in that top area.
Dire are scanning.
For Falcons, trying to slow things down, maybe wanting to wait for these BKB timings that they're going for on 2 heroes. But Skeeter wants to fight. He's got his timing. He's got the axe. He's got the hairball.
They're ready around the power in.
He's not that tanky still on the Bristle with how much Tundra has with this advantage. This Pango is just absolutely massive at this point. They're going to have to throw the Doom onto him. But that does mean that the SF Nightfall can just run around in the fights. They're going to smoke and look for the 5v5 fight.
Yeah, they need to have this go well, Falcons. They lose this smoke, the game is going to start falling away from comeback territory pretty fast.
They've got to find Lornoff somehow to slow him down. If they don't catch this Pango first, it feels like he's going to run rampant in the team fight. It's who they do end up going for. Lornoff is connecting from behind. He's invis.
This invis could be quite annoying.
He's going to be able to scout quite a bit here.
He's going to scout out Skeeter. Yeah, he's going to scout out them all. Drop down an odds, but Loronoff's able to get the Rolling Thunder set up for the side. Nightfall puts the BKB, the Requiem's out, pushing back the 4 of them. They've lost Crit, and they've almost certainly lost this fight. And they get the Doom down on toward the SF.
Here comes Loronoff.
He's ready to back him up, allows him to turn short. They get the Shadow Fiend, but they lose everybody.
Completely wiped. A 5 for 1. Loronoff, again with the angle, literally catches everybody. They are slamming this game, and it's perfect around the Roshan, too. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect fight that comes out from Loronoff.
Yeah.
And Nightfall, he gets the Requiem on literally everyone.
BKB Requiem, sure the Doom comes out afterwards, but as you say, Loronoff able to follow up, get in position to help finish them up as they tried to battle down the Shadow Fiend on the high ground. They lose everybody, Falcons.
It's looking really good for them. 11k lead now at this point. They give the Brood that age just because the SF isn't up. Surprised they actually don't give that one to Loronoff with how good of a game he's having, but...
Saxa is in with the jump. 33 is ready to help out. Snaking. He's going to try and run from this. They will get the roll forward from Malorine, but the Hex is up. Gives the space for 33 to separate himself from Malorine.
And the dead shot was off the mark.
Malorine's running forward again. They've got this follow-up of Skeeter. They need to desperately find this spider with the quill sprays. Another roll forward. The dead shot. Can they finish 33? They get the silence. They'll get him the once.
But here's Tundra.
Here they are. Nightfall and Stacks are ready to set up for the kills in return as they get Malorine. They get the Aegis, but it cost them the life at their mid.
Can probably look to force here too. It's around 20-minute mark, so it's around that Tormentor. They might just be able to look and take that one away from Falcons too. And Tundra, this is how clean they wanted to play in the last game. It's pretty much picture perfect.
Yeah, it's a complete switch up of what we had in game 1. As this time, it's the question is being asked towards Falcons.
I think Cinder, or someone said the other day, we'll never see Pugna die to a Tormentor because he can life drain it, but they killed him. That's not his fault. That's the teammates. That's the core players always.
Yeah, that's a report.
That's a
yeah, there we go. Yeah. But this game, it's Falcons that we're kind of asking. What's the comeback plan for them? What's the backup plan?
Wait for BKBs in particular, but it's taking too long to get them. Amar, he's going to have his done, but these are coming out so late. The items that have already been picked up from Tundra might even just be able to counteract that as Malorine. He's caught again. Is he going to live?
He's got TP backup. And 33 had no interest in pushing and diving that tier 2.
Oh, and because of Tundra being able to play so aggressive, Nightfall, she backs up and he's able to get the double wisdom. So they steal the one from Falcons, and they had 2 wisdoms over here, so he's up to level 16 now on this Shadow Fiend.
Tormentors, as the pretty much complete Hurricane Pike. As well, Nightfall, so even easier for him to find position in this team fight.
All 3 cores at this kind of even level of net worth. They're all massive, and that's just saying quite a lot because Loronoff, he's 11-1, and his 2 other cores are matching him. Keeping that crazy amount of farm. Falcons, I believe they do have one of the BKBs done. Second component's almost finished. Saxa.
Oh, Amar, he's just going to put the BKB, put a stop to this, gets the drag back with the wild. He's going to drop the Doom down on a Saxa. He's had enough, Amar. Crit won't live though, and Amar, will he actually manage to escape this? Skeeters also gets clipped by the Rolling Thunder. Amar, he gets jumped by 33 and Loronoff.
Insane damage.
And just burst there as well for 33 as he nukes down Skeeter to pretty much half HP. Whitemon does die, snaking.
33?
A lot of damage down on the 33. Trouble. They've come in with a buyback from Crit. The dead shot's there to control the spider, so Crit with that buyback. Make sure that 33 cannot run. It's a little bit of something for Falcons.
And it's the best fight they've had. It does require maybe a little bit of a buyback, but it feels like it's necessary for them to try to get something in these fights because they are at this huge deficit. They don't get Loronoff, though. How close to that BKB? Malorine will have it done. As we saw, Amar does have it finished, and Skeeter is about to have it. So they will have triple BKB timing to deal with some of the pressure that's coming in particular from the Pango and from the Requiem combo. Still a ways before they are caught back up in this game. Playing Bristleback from behind. Usually not the ideal. See how the execution does come, though. We've seen Falcons work some magic, especially when they've got these type of BKBs and teamfight lineups. But in this deficit, it's very difficult. 33. We'll go for the BKB next.
Top lane, they're looking at Skeeter. might want a Nightfall. Do they want to try and make a play between the two of them?
If they have Saksa, they can go for it. He is starting to make his way over.
Nightfall getting in position here with the Requiem, looking for the pushback on it. He's going to get it as well. Buys time for 33 to
He's got
across.
BKB.
The finger's there. They roll forward. Skeeter trying to run with the BKB.
Lornoff's got him.
But they get the job done. Very nicely executed by Tundra. The setup, just buying time for them all to collapse in and kill this hero that at the moment should be the tankiest of Falcons' lineup. Doesn't matter. Tundra can still deal with it.
Very cool angle. Thought they would actually need Saksa to get the disable, but Nightfall. We don't see these Requiems too often. They can get this type of angle. That was a really nice one. Can't look to go for this tower. The presence affecting the buildings. Drops super fast.
Wants to try and punish Lauren.
Can they catch him?
I
think they saw him. They saw Amar. Amar does not have that blink dagger to be able to get the jump forward there, and Lornoff, he's going to go connect with this team. Feels like he's yet to really make a mistake. You know, that bottom one may be the one where he didn't have the Rolling Thunder, but afterwards it's been pretty much perfect here from Lornoff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Falcons.
Maybe he finds a stack, so.
Looks like they'll find one. Their tower hitter's not here, though, so they can't really turn it into this tier 2. Skeeter's in position in the mid lane.
Dire are scanning.
Is 33 going to start poking? Feels like he can with his spiders a bit up top. Forcing reaction. There's that Shadow Blade. So Silver Edge, the next choice for Nightfall versus that Bristleback break.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Very effective. Kept it steady at this 13k. Their experience is also pretty massive still on the side of Tundra, that lead. There's the blink. So Mara does have a way to be able to start fights as well. It does feel like it has to be on Lornoff, and that does mean that Nightfall is going to be able to run rampant in the fight. But if you don't doom Lornoff, it really feels like he is just going to be out of control. As it has been for the majority of this game. Skeeter not buying any armor items yet either, too. He is just going to go straight down that Bloodstone route. It's a ton of minus armor that they're on the side of Tundra. Might be something they have to start factoring into the build soon.
Down the midnight full of stacks, so they get the setup onto Amar straight away with a finger.
Quick kill. The punch from Saksa.
And in the river, Lornoff. He's got the setup onto Skeeter. Skeeter, it will get the BKB off, but look how low he falls. The damage from Tundra is so much. He's on the retreat. Will get up to the high ground, but he just has to run.
He's low.
Skeeter stepping back up. It's a bit risky. He cannot afford to run back into this lineup of Tundra whilst they're full HP.
No, if he gets caught from a disable, he just dies. He doesn't have the BKB available. Maureen trying to hold on to this tower here, but it's inevitably going to fall. Nightfall brings it down so quick. And that was the BKB from the Bristle. So 60 seconds that Tundra has the opportunity to make moves around the map that they don't have to worry about that. They can potentially start poking top with the blasts and with the spiders. They have a base ward down too.
This defense for Falcons is not going to be easy.
Saksa trying to
He's
go for a jump.
straight away. He gets the setup with the stun. Maureen's going to roll forward. Amar jump forward as well. That's a start forcing them out of the fight. Nightfall backing off as this Doom continues. Amar trying to stay on top of him in the BKB. They'll bail out of this one. As Nightfall goes for the TP out, the two supports from Tundra will fall.
33.
They catch him as well.
He's got BKB.
They're hunting for him. He's a little too speedy, just outside of the range of vision. 33 should be fine.
They get the two supports, but Tundra's able to reset with the three important heroes, especially Nightfall, after getting doomed.
33, he's looking back towards Maureen, and he's got Lornoff swinging back over with the Rolling Thunder.
Big burst.
Oh, Maureen caught massively by surprise there. He didn't expect that one bit.
The reinitiations again and again. Lornoff, every single time he's finding these angles. He has Octarine now. These timings are absurd. Has to be some of the fastest ones we've seen from a Pango in this tournament, or in some time. It's almost level 20.
Over in the
Swinging toward mid, Nightfall.
Snaking, he knows something's up. It's the sentry down. He's actually thinking about stepping up towards this. This is pretty crazy. I mean, he's got Skeeter and Crit Shaw by his side, but these two cores, they're terrifying. And Mercury swinging across with the backup.
He goes down
to kill off the Pango. Snaking. It's quickly dealt with by 33.
He could be in trouble.
Turn, they'll get on top of him, but they've had the burst. The finger straight on towards Amar. He's caught by the Hex as well.
Nightfall goes down.
Does go down. 33 can still continue the cleanup as he chases down Amar.
He gets the blink off.
Just in time, he's up to the high ground, but the nuke's there. 33 finishes him off with the burst. Triple kill for him. It's not a bad effort there from Falcons. They get 2 at the cores, but they can't quite deal with the Spider.
No, Skeeter does get the last hits on them, though. So a huge influx of gold to the Bristle. He pretty much has that Bloodstone now finished. Nightfall has to be a bit careful with his positioning there. His BKB was still on cooldown from that top scenario, so couldn't reset away. And huge burst damage onto Lornoff.
We're seeing how much this Kanda's doing for 33 this game.
They have these 3 cores. You know, if you doom one, if you go for the other, one of these is going to be able to clean up in the team fights. But Skeeter is catching up. He's almost the same net worth now. I mean, he is the same net worth now, at least of 2 of the heroes. And he has hit level 20, so it does have the Quill stack damage on top of everything. Tundra slipping up a little bit there. Malrine is getting closer and closer to having a Shivas too, so starting to rack up these items on the side of Falcons for the potential fights. Tundra, they're gonna go for the safe play. Go for this rush.
Falcons unlikely to be able to get here in time, so this should be a freebie for Tundra.
Playing with the Aegis. It'd be nice to play versus the Doom. Get that to Nightfall. So Lornoff just has to be careful with his positioning so that he doesn't get initially caught, since that Aegis is going to be on Nightfall. And he's pretty important inside these fights. That is the Octarine done. So he's got it's a very aggressive build, not going for anything like a Linken's or whatever to be able to protect versus the Doom. But
he's getting away with it.
He is. It's just the one. It's just that the 2 deaths, but that one in the mid that's happened after like 15 minutes of him not dying. Bottom Falcons, they're still looking for a catch.
They're going to smoke into this, but we saw Tundra the Aegis. Nightfall, he's stepping up straight away. They get the stun connection. BKB out for Nightfall. He's in position, focusing Malrine, but Malrine's going to be able to step away with the Blade Mail pop. Roll forward from Lornoff. He's going to go straight towards the squishies. Looks to zone out the supports. Crit, forced back by the Fear of the Requiem. Big hit over towards Skeeter. Will get the BKB off, but it looks to be too late. Down. He cannot heal back up with the Bloodstone in time. He's dead. Amar and Malrine, they've got to run. He'll try for the TP out. Amar. Back to the fountain.
They had full vision.
Stop to that.
Full vision there, Tundra. They have the ward. Even though Falcon smoked on high ground, it was completely seen. You can see how confident Tundra was to just walk into this fight. The Doom has to be thrown on a Lion. So as soon as that happens, it's like, okay, this fight is not going to be an advantage there for Falcons. As the cores just get to run rampant.
They still have this Aegis ready to push with.
Snake
tough one here.
Pressure.
This one. It's rough after game 1 was such a kind of surefire win for Falcons. This game 2, it's really being them feeling the struggles that Tundra are having an experience in that game 1 loss.
There's no glyph either for this high ground, so Rax, it's just gonna fall. Yeah, Tundra, I mean, this time it's much cleaner play across the board.
Yeah, Falcons just not able to find that opportunity to break up that early game momentum the Tundra were getting. Gonna try here on the defense, but rolling in over towards 33, but the BKB's out. Lornoff's in with the Rolling Thunder towards Malrine. Crit has to escape outside of his own base. Lights back in. Pretty nice there.
We'll survive.
Falcons survive through that aggressive attempt from Tundra. Tundra, of course, making the motions, getting that mid set of barracks. They can stick around and go for more. Still with plenty of time having the Aegis on Nightfall.
Saksa. They're still playing in the area here. Perhaps wanting to look for the Tormentors while denying that one away from Falcons. There's no Doom for 30 seconds, so Falcons can't fight this. Snay. It looks like he wants his team to perhaps go for this type of contest. Doesn't feel like they can, though.
They took the Tormentor too easy.
Dies in an instant. Spiders gonna start to poke. They'll get cleaned up almost instantly. But Tundra, they're sticking around.
It's tier 3 gone.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Still got the Aegis for 2 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
How long for Doom? It's back up. Magnetized as well, 20 seconds.
They're going to split back up. It's Tundra. Long enough to deal with the top pressure. Get that Lincoln's finished.
Oh, he is going for it now. All right. Does he have it done? I think he pretty much does. He does. All right. So after that Octarine, he finishes it up very fast after 2 quick kills.
Falcons there starting to crawl out of the base. Pulling together a move seems ever so difficult, especially into this Aegis of Nightfall.
And it just comes down to where it's very difficult for Amar to pick and choose the target. Like, who do you doom? any of the one that you don't doom is going to be able to just go crazy in these fights. So it's very complicated to see how Falcons can kind of split things up and find a fight advantage unless they can find an isolated hero. Which Nightfall is a bit separated from his team, but he is silver-edged and he'll be able to sneak himself away. Yeah, Tundra they're not making too many mistakes in this one. Grouping up, sticking together, they still got a minute left on the Aegis, and they're going to continue pushing down bottom. They've got these lanes in great position with the Spider's top.
They're going to be ready to run straight up and hit these barracks. They've got the creeps coming in, so backdoor protection. It's gone.
And Soxa's ready to blink Hex if somebody shows. Malrine be the target.
Just walks up, gets the Hex straight away on towards Malrine. They'll let it burst him. That's Malrine gone. He's got no buyback available. Skeeter turns towards Nightfall. He's trying to battle him. Can he take him down? That wants the light drain heals, giving Nightfall a bit of survivability, but he will fall. And Loroff, he's rolling into the fountain. He will probably die for this one.
A bit over-aggressive.
A little bit deep.
But Skeeter gets isolated because of it.
And the rest of the team's doing the work. You know, they got the barracks on lock gear, as they'll be able to take out the melee.
And Nightfall, he's got 2 stacks of presence, so these buildings, they drop fast. 33. Charging forward, he still has BKB.
No Malrine for 20 seconds. You're just going to be back up in a minute. He's got to use the buyback. Amar's been caught.
Deleted.
He's got buyback available as well. But the bottom set of racks is taken. Tundra, they can stick around for more. Falcons, they're trying to head forward to fight back. There's the second buyback coming in from Amar.
Nightfall still has the Requiem that are ready to push them back. He still has 3 stacks of the presence too, so not easy for Falcons to walk into this.
They really feel that they've got to try something because it's this rare minute where there's no Lorenoff on the Pango, but Tundra,
they can't.
They're getting the freedom to back off.
Again, Tundra, sure, Lorenoff maybe goes a little bit too far, but at the end of the day, it ends up isolating Skeeter, and they end up finishing off the racks.
Yeah.
Falcons.
They get the objectives, they force out 3 buybacks. Tundra's still happy with this.
This is one of those, this is a desperation smoke. This is them trying to find somebody who is split up. And will they be able to do so with the way that Tundra's been playing? It hasn't really happened so much this game.
28k gold behind. 33 is relatively low. He's going to walk into them, they're quick to jump him.
They will.
That's the Spider dead.
That's a gem too. That's actually a pretty big pickup. And they'll be able to steal away that Wisdom Rune and probably the Tormentor.
Something here for Falcons.
Absolutely. And they get the scan top.
They know where they are.
They know that Tundra's
They
up
might be
here.
able to collapse up the lane and look to try and catch Tundra here whilst they don't have Lorenoff or 33.
It's a 3v5, but Lorenoff, he's back.
Nightfall's massive.
Oh, Lorenoff actually TP's mid.
Malrine trying for the setup.
Lorenoff shows himself mid, too.
I mean, Sax is going to be here to make the jump over towards him. Nightfall bringing in the damage over towards Malrine. Can they keep Malrine alive? They can't. Malrine falls. He's out without buyback. Nightfall's going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll get safely back to the fountain.
Nightfall. What a play. Is able to get himself out. Lorenoff
blinks up in a second. He might make it out as well.
He's got a TP. He's out. That's Lorenoff even showed. They were confident to be able to take that fight. Lorenoff TP'd mid, showed himself, and that just tells me that Tundra's like, we're fine. We can do this 3v5. Even if they're going to run at us here, we're confident. And for good reason, as we see there from Nightfall.
I mean, they ran straight at them, but still couldn't quite get the job done. Tundra managing to make the escapes occur.
They did get that one big kill to be able to stop that Spider for a second there, and they did get the gem. But afterwards, quickly losing Malrine again. And Lorenoff, these levels are just pouring in. He's nearly level 25 on the Pangolier. Another 3,000 gold on him.
Nightfall's on the hunt again, ready to enter into the triangle, see what he can find. Skeeter's there.
He's got the break. No BKB on Skeeter.
He's going to see him. They can bring sort of Saxa in for the jump. They could have a chance, but Skeeter's already backing off.
Yeah, he needs a disable on the Shadow Fiend. Aviana's Feather for Nightfall. Even more mobility. Gets that evasion as well, too, to avoid the Bristleback. Skeeter getting closer and closer to an AC. Small little things that can potentially help them, even though they are this massive deficit. It still is a huge mountain to climb for him. It's still feeling pretty impossible for him to do it on his own, as his 2 other cores are just falling further and further behind. Doom up in 20 seconds. They're looking to play around this ward. But Tundra, even when they have, you know, only like 3 people, they're very ready for these fights. Very interesting build this time around from 33. I love when we just, I mean, I mention it every time, but I like when people just switch it up a lot. You know, because it did look like perhaps this could have been a pipe game, but he wanted to just be more of that damage dealer too, and I don't blame him. He's been able to deal a good chunk amount. Anyone who gets isolated is pretty much just dead to 1-2 hits plus a Conda. Crazy burst that they have. Falcons. Rattle Cage also gets found there from the Bristleback, so it's the best neutral item he could have found on top of having that AC done. So small timing for him. But Skitter, he has to do what feels like 3 heroes worth of impact. As Roche is back up, and that's the Ags.
Falcons, do they have any sort of way to smoke up and contest this?
Do they have a smoke? I was checking before. I don't think they do.
Should be a quick and easy one then for Tundra.
Yeah, it's going to die very fast. As soon as the 3 cores are in the pit, they're all almost 25, in fact. Nightfall very close to it on top of 33, while Lornoff already has it. It dies incredibly quick.
The refresher on Amar. Falcons are able to turn this one around. It's going to be one of the bigger comebacks. Everything looking against them right now.
He's pretty close to not even having the mana for it. It's very close for the double dooms.
Tundra.
Did you see what they gave the Ags to, by the way? They gave it a Soxo.
Hey, why not? Everybody loves an Aghanim's Lion.
Yep, he is very high level too. He is 19, so it's got that 20-second cooldown, and he has been able to get some good burst ones. That is pretty funny. Nightfall.
Who doesn't have it?
Nightfall could have grabbed it. It's pretty good on the SF. Nah, give it to the Lion.
Give it to the Lion.
I mean, I love it. Why not?
Finish it in style.
Sox just had a pretty damn impactful game, right? All of his catches have been on point when he's been able to jump in and get the stun hexes.
Falcons heading out at the base. I see Nightfall, but he's the one with the Aegis. He can't start the fight on towards the SF.
He's got this satanic too. Hard for them to just commit onto him.
Able to clear a fair bit of the spiders.
Or not. He's going in.
And he's going to die for tier 4. Going straight in over towards Crit. And Crit will be fine. Nobody else in Tundra ready to dive for tier 4s quite yet.
Gonna try to look to punish because the Rolling Thunder was used, but it's level 25 Rolling Thunder, so it's not much downtime whatsoever. That's why Lornoff is very free to just use it. It's up in 25 seconds again. They're gonna look to play around the vision that they have.
Nightfall split up a bit. It's a little separate from the rest of his team, but he's dancing around the edge of the vision.
He seems pretty aware. Yeah, he sees the Doom now. Team is going to look to connect or look to pressure him. He stalks it. Look, he's inside the base, potentially waiting for someone to come up for the hex, and he'll find Skitter.
See if they can burst through Skitter. It's going to be the roll force straight over from Marin. They're getting on top of Saxa. Saxa kick to the side.
Go Scepter.
See if they can finish him off. Amar, oh my goodness, destroying a couple of right clicks there from Nightfall as Amar. He's out for 100 seconds. Saxa, he's healed up as well. This life drain is keeping him alive. Finally, he falls. Snake King will die. There's 2 out without buyback on Falcons. All they're able to get themselves were the 2 support kills against Tundra.
And that was only one of the Dooms, but there's no buyback for Amar, so isn't going to be able to come back to life as Nightfall pushing forward.
He's looking to close it onto the tier 4s. Falcons 3 versus 4 here. Can they push Tundra back? As Nightfall still has the Aegis. 33 is looking to work on the top set of ranks, get the mega creeps out.
Lornoff's back in.
He's in with the jump. They get the fear to push back the Bristle for the extra bit of control. They were all 4. Skin is healing up a lot with the Bloodstone, and Lornoff, he might just die. They've lost the Pango.
Nightfall.
They're taking the Aegis out of Nightfall. Can they go for round 2 on towards him? Crit moves in with the ultimate. They're going to look towards the Whitemon. Whitemon tries to heal up, but the damage in from Crit and his ult kills him off. Nightfall puts the BKB. He'll get Marine. Marine's got buyback. He's almost certainly going to have to use it. See when it comes out. Tundra moving up towards the top. There's the buyback, at least from Snake King. Marine holding on to his own.
It's Skitter versus the world.
They're in on top of the S.
Nightfall.
Look how much damage he's coming out for Skitter. He's dead, Nightfall.
They split away from him. Nightfall, he didn't get out of the base. His team left. Lornoff got out of there, but Nightfall did not.
He's out for 90 seconds. I mean, somehow Falcons are keeping the game going despite being 30k behind.
That was a pretty big mistake there from Nightfall, sticking around in that area. You saw Lornoff, he bailed out, and Nightfall just was like, I can confidently stay there. They actually do end up losing quite a bit. Falcons showing they're not totally out of this point yet, even though it still does feel like it's a pretty tremendous amount to climb. Skitter, he gets massive kills. He's up to 26.
Yeah, that was
he's got
a huge
the talent.
bump up for him.
Yeah, and this talent, it adds, I think we did the math on it last time. It's 216, if I'm not mistaken, just from that one talent that he gets at 25. So his right click, you see he's now sitting at plus 540. He's got 5,000 gold.
Amar. He's going to jump in, he's going to get the Doom down. So we get the setup, Skeeter's heading over, trying to join him. Amar will be protected by the Undisc, and he's with the refresher popped, he's ready to go for round 2 at the Doom if he can get back on top of them. Being held up by the spiders, and Lorinov will manage to get out with the blink.
He's able to reset.
Tundra on the retreat. They've still got to be careful whilst they don't have Nightfall back alive.
Malrine, he's caught.
Lorinov has to be careful himself.
They doom Saksa.
Looking to chase down the line. They should get him. I don't think 33 and Lorinov can do much about this. Saksa will die.
Falcons finding some big kills.
And they're actually able to get maybe on towards 33 as well. Skeeter's looking to chase him down into the trees.
He's got BKB. Might be forced to just use it in TP.
BKB TP has to come out. They haven't got anything to stop it, so 33 gets back. But again, Falcons somehow, some way, making these moves despite the odds against them with the incredible lead Tundra's had.
Finding massive kills. Even throwing out a Doom onto Saksa, stopping that momentum a little bit for him. Skeeter, what's he gonna buy? He's got a lot of gold. Is he just gonna go big? Is it just gonna be a dataless? So that's what we've seen a lot of the times for them.
He's looking at the nullifier for now.
Is he? Okay.
I think
versus the Ghost Scepter and the Pugna.
A nullifier or an Abyssal, one of those two.
Yeah, I'm cool with nullifier because he's playing versus Pugna and he's playing versus so many Ghost Scepters and 4-step resets. Falcons showing they still perhaps do have a fighting chance in this one, even at this 23k deficit, losing 2 sets of racks. They have no Dooms for 50 seconds. Tundra.
Dire's courier has
Tundra's
been
definitely going to be shaken up a little bit by those last few plays. They know how much of a lead that they've had, but they've witnessed and experienced these 2 fights with Snaking.
They're going to group up again, though. Tundra, everybody is coming back. They're going to look for this fight now. There's no Doom availables. No Dooms available.
Lorinov has got the Rolling Thunder ready. They're looking at Skeeter. Nightfall, does he want to start the play here with the break hit? There we go. They get the jump forward as well with the Rolling Thunder. It's a lot of damage, but they're able to force him back to safety. Skeeter's up to the high ground. Crit, he gets caught at the edge of the fight. As he's gone, no buyback available on the Muerta. It's 5 versus 4 now, Tundra.
Doom, one of them is back up. 50 seconds left on that refresher.
Skeeter. Stepping down in the mid. Nightfall. It's ready to just go straight into the base. Tries to get the damage in on towards the Barons. TP over from Amar. They get the roll forward. They're going to kick back into the Doom. They manage to get the setup straight away on towards the SF. He's trying to force back to safety. He's looking to TP out. Can he get away? He's able to get back to that, but he's going to die. Down to the Magnetize and the Doom damage. 33's trying to roll away with the BKB. He's going to go for the BKB TP. Can they stop it? They cannot. He'll get away. But once more, Nightfall dead.
I mean, Falcons is just immediately committing onto them, and I don't think Tundra is ready for it. Nightfall just keeps stepping up, and he just keeps dying. He gets a TP out, but it doesn't matter.
Just, just a sort of solid kickback into the Doom. I mean, Falcons, again, just being able to execute these sort of plays whilst they're this far behind.
It's
Tundra, I think Tundra's they're gonna be shaking in their boots a little bit. They just can't seem to close up the game against them.
The throne is exposed. There is a glyph back up. Okay, glyph's back up in 8 seconds. I was going to say there's definitely potential for some crazy just all-in play. But Falcons, they're getting time to be able to constantly reset to get these Dooms back up. Now Amar, the refresher's back up, his Doom's going to be back up in 60, and that's pretty much when the SF comes back alive. So they also have a refresher on Malrine, too. They're starting to pick up
in these fights.
Yeah, they're starting to pick up these pretty crucial items to be able to take the fights, too. And
that
Whitemon dies again.
That's a rough one. I mean, he doesn't have buyback.
That's 2 times now that they've died.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, if that comes back to bite them, that's going to really suck.
I mean, also, like, the fact that I will say this, the fact that they gave the Lion the Aghanims, too, maybe not having it on one of the other cores could be important. Saksa will get the catch, Amar. Can they finish him off?
It's a lot of damage.
He's got Refresher if he wants to do it for the Aeon, but he just gets popped.
Can the 2 of them get out, though? Malrine's on top of the both of them. There'll be a TP out from Lorinov and a blink TP from Saksa. They'll make it away.
Saksa does get away, too. Nice catch there.
And we'll catch it again here. Unfortunate death from Whitemon.
He took so much damage. Skitter. Just want to attempt for this rush, but Nightfall is in the area, so is 33. 33 now does have a nullifier also.
There's a little bit of a window where they don't have Whitemon on the other side, but they are without Amar.
Oh, Doom. He's the most important one in the game on the side of Falcons. Just
Nightfall.
Him and Skeeter. They have vision of Lornoff here for a second. He's gonna back away. Crit's here.
Tries for the setup, but the blink's there in time.
So they should be able to get this Roche on the side of Tundra. Falcons does not want to buy back on Amar.
And this time, who's going to get the ad? Give it a knife.
Give it a knife ball, please. Or do they just give the gold? All right, Nightfall just doesn't want it. He feels like it's not even going to be valuable. They're just going to give the gold to Lornoff.
Yeah, Lornoff's going to take it.
Yep.
All right.
Time to go sell his Zags.
Yep. He's got a lot of money to play with.
Okay.
And yeah, he's going to queue up the refresher, get that ready for the next fight.
I guess Nightfall just really feels like it's not that valuable for him to just get that extra bit with the Requiem since he's just full right click. Okay. Lornoff will have double ultis now. And even potentially a way to protect himself and his allies with the Linkets if he can throw it onto one of them. 32,000 gold lead, a butterfly now for Nightfall. Still keeping themselves in this massive advantage position, but we're seeing Falcons still able to somehow fight even when they are at this deficit. How's Skeeter looking on his gold? 5,700.
Where's he going next? I guess he's looking at what's swallowing the Aghanims.
Yeah, and then maybe getting something, one of those bigger damage items. We'll have to see.
Or if he wants to get it out sooner, just selling the treads and picking something up.
I feel like he needs treads. You can't have zero mobility on a bristleback.
Okay.
That sounds kind of crazy.
60 minutes though. 10 minutes away.
10 minutes. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
I mean, with the way the Falcons have been holding on, I mean, this
true.
Kind of a 25k to 30k lead. It's been there for quite some time, right?
It's been.
Like, how long have Falcons been able to hold off against this? It's kind of
about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, where this this lead did shoot up very early for Tundra. Falcons, they're keeping the game alive despite this incredible lead.
Yeah, it's very impressive the way that they've been able to hold on, even onto that last Rax, right? They haven't even gotten Mega yet.
Tundra, what's the plan? Last few times they've tried this, it's not gone too hot.
They do want to force with Aegis, though. Gonna try to go for this move, Nightfall. Trying to get the angle here. They're smoked up. Saksa at the ready for a jump. Who does he find? Do they just blink in? They're gonna walk in.
They burst Skeeter, they're gonna find him. The jump, they get the Hex, they get the break. Skeeter, he's in a whole lot of trouble, he's dead.
He's gonna have to buy.
Maureen also. Maureen is able to put the BKB roll away just in time. Lornoff's gonna chase on forward though with the Rolling Thunder. Maureen, he's in trouble. Another roll across him. He's so low, he's gonna go down.
He has buy, but Lornoff, a second set of roll. They're gonna start hitting the throne.
See what they can get here. Buyback's coming out, and indeed, they're looking to close it. They've got to try and get them off the throne soon. The fortification comes out. Skeeter, he's focused in Nightfall. Nightfall's getting healed up with the life drain. They'll drop the Doom down on towards him. Nightfall, he's going to be going down the watch. They're still trying to focus it and finish it off. Saxon trying to offload some right clicks as well, but he's caught by the silence. Round 2 of the Aegis. Nightfall's ready to close it up. They'll get the win here. We're going to a game 3 as Tundra will finally be able to close up this game 2.
That was crazy. A pretty wild way that the Falcons is somehow able to defend at a 30k deficit. Yep. But Tundra, much cleaner game. A beautiful one. I have to give so much credit to Lornoff. 22-4-11. He played an unbelievable Pango game, but Falcons definitely made them work for it in those last 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, they did, even though it's just overall much better look from Tundra compared to what we have from them in game 1.
Yeah, I was just big fan of just seeing that the way that the Tricore can kind of work out and the way that they built their items rather than going for this all-in approach. Looking at 33's deviation of his build, right? He's not going for this mass aura. He's going for more of a right-click style to ensure that he can scale. So it puts this weird point for Amar, right? We're saying who's he going to actually doom? All 3 cores. If one of them gets doomed, the other 2 are going to lift that weight for them as we see Tundra. Much cleaner, much better approach this time around.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, smiles to be had there from Tundra, being able to pull off that game. As you say, despite Falcons giving them that crazy fight right up until the end, desperately trying to hold on to their base. They weren't able to turn it. Tundra take the victory. And this series, it's heating up. We're going to be getting a crazy game 3 for sure, as the series now stands 1-1 between Tundra and Team Falcons.
Well, this was already a crazy game too, let me tell you that. I did not expect Falcons to be able to hold for this long with that big of a deficit. And to be honest, I felt like they were almost back into the game fully, but at the end of the day, it's Tundra to take it. And I do think that Tundra and Falcons, if it doesn't go to game 3, something is terribly wrong. So very happy we are getting this 3rd game coming our way. Jenkins, this game 2 was madness though.
This game had everything. This game had Nightfalls. We had an advanced Nightfall. We had 33 pulling some Nightfalls, potential comeback coming from the side of Falcons. A lot of heroes dying without buybacks. They didn't have enough gold for it. It could have gone either way. This is just how Tundra Falcons tends to go, though. It's never a 2-0 one way or the other. It's always got to be hard for both sides. They're just probably sick of playing with each other at this point.
I'm gonna be the one saying BB Dacha because I thought it was gonna happen again. The way they made a comeback in those grand finals, Game 5, it looked like Falcons were doing it at one point, considering how well they were executing the team fights, going for the targets. But Lorenov had way too good of a game. This guy, Lorenon, maybe we can call him that for this one, he was owning from the start to finish. It was the last pick, Pango, that worked out amazingly for them. And there was some really nice itemization coming out from the whole team. I really like that 33 also understood that it's not about the auras this time around. It's more about him dealing the right-click damage. So it's going to be very hard for them to doom one target. And there is a lot of physical minus armor as well coming out from Shadowfiend's aura. Then you also have Pango with his lucky shot. Every spell that Pango does have, that's physical damage. So increase that by everything they have, all these minus armor. It feels really good to play. Heroes were dying almost instantly.
I did like 33's build, the bongo boots. It was an extremely good game for those. There were slows on pretty much every hero, minus the Doom. And Doom is a hero the bongo boots are already good against. It's like a scuffed version of Centaur, pretty much. You press them and then you run away, which was happening a lot. That we mentioned the Nightfalls, like 33 was the one that was actually pulling the Nightfalls because he was bongo booting away, running into the trees to some place where nobody in the right mind knows that it's a high ground, but he does know that, and they can't find him on the high ground. He TPs out with this
How does he
Broodmother.
do it? I just wonder, how does he do it? Does he go like, all right, today we're going to do some testing about the
I'm just gonna run
Broodmother.
around the map, see if there's spots that I don't
Exactly.
know.
I think he actually does that because
he ran straight to that spot.
He knew about the spot.
Yeah. Maybe he found it at some point in a pub or in a scrim. I can only imagine. This is the spot that we were talking about. And he did BKB.
This is one of the
TPM,
spots,
so-
by the way. The other time, it was a spot that was right next to that one.
This one?
No, that's another one. That's just like a little tree spot. That was just a pure Nightfall because they did find him.
Yeah.
Not a pure, but a Nightfall.
Yeah, an actual Nightfall.
Yeah, unadulterated kind of Nightfall situation.
Very cool. It was a very different game coming out from Tundra versus Game 1. I think this was very refreshing to see, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this time around, they didn't go for all-in push type of a strategy, even though they opened up with the same Broodmother pick. They just built better lineup around it.
Yeah.
And I really like that they are a team that can make these like very fast adjustments when it comes down to the drafts. This is something that Jenkins talked about, that this team has, plan A, plan B, plan C, whatever it's necessary. They have a lot of stuff prepared, and I think Saksa also had a great game. Both him and Whitewand, they were owning on the supports. Because coming into the series, we did say that there's going to be a battle of the supports as well, and Crit got shut down. So did Snaking. Snaking had 15-minute boots. This is where he bought it.
Oh,
so
he was running around.
Tells a story about
He was running around with Windlace Null Talisman. That's rough on Crystal Maiden. When you're like, I'm having a good game. I'm gonna get a Null Tally. I get my boots later.
Not if you die 5 times after.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I do have a clip, Cheever.
Oh, a clip.
Can computer
Another
can we pull
one.
up my clip?
The clip.
Maybe it was in the replays and they can't pull it up. I'm gonna guess that's it.
No,
Oh,
there's
here
the
we
clip.
go. Here we go. So Nightfall, big, nice Requiem, uses the BKB, gets doomed. Does not have, he actually does have a TP. He goes into the portal to pull an advanced Nightfall to force the enemy team to group up, running up that high ground, and then
To
leads
stop
to that,
him from doing the...
to stop him from doing the Nightfall.
Yeah.
So this is one of those things where he's trained people. It's like, he's doing the Nightfall again. Go get him. You've just grouped up for a double impale on 2 cores. And guess what? My team's going to take you out because he has a team. This is Tundra. They're not fucking around, Sheever.
They really are not. They are looking hungry for that third game. We're going to find out what's happening then. But first, we're going to check in with Brian because he has the Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thank you, Sheever. None of us are messing around here at Dream League. Jenkins, as for this game, I chose the lane that we all kind of expected, especially Jenkins, to be losing on the side of Tundra, and that was Skeeter versus 33, and their net worth's at 10 minutes.
I was going to say, how
33 in a
numbers
highly
were.
disadvantageous lane on paper. CM Bristle's about as hard as it gets for the Broodmother in the off lane, but yet he still manages to come out on top. And then we're going to pull up the damage later on in the game. And this is a bit, you know, we see that like the bristleback does a ton of damage, but that's because of all the damage that is being done to him. So I thought it was a cool stat to show just how much Skeeter was soaking up and then dishing out. But at the end of the day, 33 ended the game with 6,000 net worth higher than Skeeter, even though Skeeter had more GPM. So that just is a tribute to how many times Skeeter had died and brought back during that game. And when I look at a hero like Bristle, I'm like, how much damage has he taken? And you can just show that in the damage done numbers because they go hand in hand.
They do go hand in hand. And just for clarification, who won the lane?
The Broodmother, 33, Tundra.
Okay, just for clarification, who won the mid lane?
Lornoff, Tundra.
Who won the last remaining lane?
The Nightfall.
The Nightfall.
Tundra.
That's 3 out of 3?
3 to 0.
3 to 0. Jenkins!
Jenkins?
Hello?
You weren't following the conversation.
I'm not a pro player. I wasn't listening to your stupid crap. Laning, Dota's a complicated game.
It's random, yeah. It's
I know
straight up
you
50-50.
you are Shiver are Herald, and you play Deadlock, Brian. What do you know
I
about?
feel like
what do you know about Dota? This guy goes. I'm not gonna out him, but I
You
can
already
out you.
did.
I can out you.
Back to you.
I don't know what to say, Shiver. If we could just get
It's
the clip
okay.
of him from the last panel talking about it so
we
confidently.
should've.
That would have been better because he's like, I feel like he's doing the whole denial thing and
He's a little bit in
deflection.
denial. Don't worry. He gets another
Denial's
chance
a river
to
in
get it
Egypt.
right. Jenkins, you get another chance to get it right in game number 3, which is coming your way
You
after
like that?
a little
That was a
bit
good one.
of a break.
I think it's a pretty good era that I would like to know more about.
La cosa bien es no ser dotero nada más.
Hello, this is Omar from Nigma Galaxy, and I'm gonna play Would You Rather. I will choose what I would do in different scenarios.
I would rather play against the guy with the 25 win streak, I guess. There's gonna be more chances, to beat him than winning with this guy. I mean, your chances to win with a guy that has 10% win rate is not that high. I think it's lower.
Ya, prefiero el 10%, ¿no? De win nada más para mi amigo nada más. Porque estaría más tranquilo, ¿no? O sea, si pierde todo va a estar con una actitud horrible. Y si gana 10 partidas va a estar motivado pensando que es el mejor jugador del mundo.
I would rather the enemy team have 25 win streak because it would give them fake confidence.
对手有25的胜率吧，因为连胜了之后会连败的。
It actually depends on the situation, but I mean, I like to play some fun Dota, I don't really like farming a lot, so yeah, I choose the guy that's gonna fight with us, even though he has a bad game. If it happens, you should just believe that he's gonna win the game eventually, so there's not much you can do on support, like.
Que prefiero que no tenga neto, pues, que compre la pelea con nosotros porque y así lo cargamos nosotros, ¿verdad? Como que nos llevamos el cargo del equipo, ¿no? Okay.
I would rather my carry have 6 slots and not join any fight. At that point, he can probably solo win the game.
装备很差，一直来打架，因为他来打架的话，我们就是作为辅助就能收割。就有一些不太会玩的 carry 吧，他们就会一直在刷钱。
I think I would choose the food that is spicy. I'm not really a big fan, but I mean, if you let me this choice, I would rather choose spicy food.
Eso, tío, esa pregunta es muy personal porque yo odio el picante, ¿entiendes? Así que prefiero que no tenga sabor y comer así, pero prefiero que no tenga sabor simplemente porque el picante es horrible.
I would rather choose to eat unseasoned. Other teammate likes it, but the others, they're like not that tolerant.
已经得是有调味，就是比较辣、比较咸的那种。因为我不太喜欢吃那种清淡的口味的食物。
I don't know, maybe I would travel to the past to improve something in the past, I can relate to Dota, maybe I would do something different on main games of my life, on the TI or whatever. When it's like elimination match, maybe I would do something different if it's Dota related.
A ver, no hay motivo para viajar al futuro, pues, tío. Tengo que ir al pasado para hacer las cosas bien. La cosa bien es no ser rotero, nada más.
I would rather travel to the past just because I kind of have an idea what happened. Like going to the future is a bit ambiguous. It's unpredictable, so... But it still would depend, like, on what era. I would go, like, 14, 50 years ago, at the time of when Islam was founded. I think it's a pretty good era that I would like to know more about.
回到过去吧，这样就能改变很多东西。有关 Dota 的可能就是回到过去，在一把比较关键的比赛里可以做得更好吧。就可能 TI12吧。生活里可能会更想回到学生时代一点吧，然后可能会就是做一些自己觉得更有意思的事情。感谢大家收看，希望你能喜欢我的选择。
The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, blood comes rushing, rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Wanna let it out, wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out, wanna shake it out. Yeah. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now, no stopping. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Whoa, burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire.
Welcome back. You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we are getting ready for the third game of this best-of-3 series. We got Tundra and Falcons, and it's 1-1. And we would like to see which team will take this series, and that means all our focus is on what the teams have in store for each other draft-wise, which is very close around corner. Jenkins, Lacoste, Ryan. What do we want to see? Because I don't... Like, obviously, Falcons played really well at the end of the game, and that was nice, but it wasn't enough because they already lost so much in the first 30 minutes of the game. So I would imagine that's where we start. What should Falcons do differently to, for example, Jenkins, not lose all 3 lanes?
Yeah, I think Team Falcons needs to pick better lanes. They clearly did not pick good lanes. We said it at the start of that draft.
You really highlighted that in your post-game or pre-game analysis.
Listen, they got out early gamed. It happens sometimes.
I thought Falcons was supposed to be one of the best early game teams.
They are, but sometimes they suck. That's just how it is. That's right. Dota. I also think, you know, they don't have Aoi, and Aoi is a very we need to stick to the fundamentals type player. I know that. He played on Team Arkosh, actually. I don't know if you knew, but because there were pseudonyms for the characters.
Yeah.
But he was on Arkosh.
Yeah, he was.
He was Canis Volpit. Who is he?
No, that was.
Don't reveal it.
Cerberus. He was Cerberus on Arkosh.
Revealed.
And he was very big on fundamentals. Of course, he knows some of the tech, but he does focus on those fundamentals. And I think that's what he would tell these guys after that laning stage.
Well, I don't
Just go
think
back
he
to the
will.
core.
He's on holiday.
Yeah, but he's in their head at this point. He's a voice in their head.
I will say the lore enough early rotations kind of blew the lanes wide open. I think Skeeter and the rest of Tundra Falcons expected themselves to have the momentum in that lane specifically, but 33 was able to apply much more pressure after like that first mid rotation where he gets the double kill and Saksa barely lives. So I think not only is it just the literal laning stage the first 5 minutes, but it's these early rotations kind of accounting more for which mid is more free to open up the map and making sure that those little skirmishes go your way.
Well, we have quite a big change already coming in. We still have Tundra a second pick and Falcons first, but they let the Doom in so that Tundra will get it. But they also prioritize banning out the Broodmother, and they first phase pick the Pugna, both which were in the hands of Tundra in the previous game.
Both teams still undefeated with Pugna, which
Yeah.
is pretty insane. Over the course of 10 games combined, these teams have not lost with Pugna, which is pretty interesting. And now Team Falcons stealing the strategy from Tundra. This is what they had in the previous game with Lion, with Pugna. This is the strat called Double Saksa, because they were draining them, mana, life drain as well.
That's it. I thought, okay, yeah. Fair enough. They both go with the reverse of each other's drafts. That's pretty nice strategy. I think that if you look at the hero damage that was done by Whitemon at the previous game, he actually did a lot of hero damage because when you're countered on Pugna and you think that you can't heal because of the Doom, you use it for damage. It's a damage dealing ability. It actually does more damage than it heals for. People tend to forget Pugna is actually a great damage dealer with the suck.
Problem with Doom in the previous game was that he didn't have the clear target to go for. A lot of the times you would see him go for the Nightfall, but there was no BKB piercing tool to stop him from getting out, so he was going through the gate, trying to go through the gate, or just deep it out multiple times. And we also had 2 other cores which were doing quite a lot of work, so a lot of the times Doom fails short against some of these 3-core lineups that scale really well. Back to you, Jenkins.
Back to you, Brian.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if they'd played against a Doom themselves with Pugna, because we were talking about how on paper it should counter the Pugna, but then Pugna just won last game, and yeah, Falcons being 7-0 with Pugna so far, I figured there was ample sample size. But no, they have not played this matchup just yet. I do believe it makes Pugna's job a lot more difficult, or, unintuitive, because you can't just reliably sit the guy in front and play around saving him. But last game we saw Nightfall, doing the Nightfall as a bait, and Jenkins really highlighting that.
Level.
It was actually the advanced Nightfall.
It was the advanced Nightfall as a bait.
Yeah, through the portal. So I'm wondering, for Skeeter's heroes, I think they really hate being doomed. The ones that he plays, the Gyrocopters, the Dragon Knights, they're not really going to stand their ground and hit. So I'm fascinated. I totally forgot that Medusa was still in the pool. Last game, Falcons was the overall first pick. So if they had when they picked Doom, if Medusa was still in the pool, then Tundra could have just responded immediately with Dusa, because Dusa's just so good against Doom, because she can heal mana during the Doom, so effectively the only hero in the game that can heal. But now they just go wham bam, thank you, ma'am, and they got,
time to hit them with the reverse Uno card. Pick that Pango for yourself.
I think so too.
There we go.
When we were talking about Pango versus Medusa earlier on this week, you guys were saying that, not you, Brian, you're good.
I wasn't
that
here.
Pango wasn't a good enough counter to Medusa. It's good, but not good enough. You need more.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the Sanj and Kaya build, where you have mana loss reduction, which works on the mana
Kaya
burn.
Sanj.
Okay, whatever. It changes every other week. That build has definitely made this matchup a lot more favorable for Medusa. I wouldn't say it's still like a Medusa favored matchup. It's just better than it was before. Before it was borderline unplayable.
There's an issue with that build, though, because when you go Kaya Sanj, usually it's with another mana item, like Scotty. So there's no room for a BKB in there. So how is Nightfall going to make that work?
Right.
Do you think? His farming pattern is completely disrupted at that point.
Yeah, that is true. I don't remember Ame ever going for the Oh, is this a Soxa Dusa?
Maybe it is a support Dusa.
Or a mid DK.
Could be Medusa. She could go mid.
Mid Dusa, yeah.
They picked 3 cores.
There is, because 33 hidden play Medusa from the offlane a lot of the time, so there's that possibility.
Yeah,
There's
but then who
position
plays
for
Doom?
Soxa with Doom as
Okay,
well.
yeah.
So,
Is this a page out of Boxy's book? Whipping out instead of a Huskar 4, it's a Medusa 4?
What?
And the Warlock.
I mean, this hero's 100% win rate.
100, we saw it. It was so cool to watch.
I saw that with the Magnus. And there's a
Very
lot of
cool.
spread damage in this game, too. You have the cleave from DK. You
I
have
think
the...
it was also picked into Pango.
It was.
Is there something I'm not understanding here?
You'll know exactly where he's going if he's linked. You know, it's pointing.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. And the golems chase him, but it's not like you're like,
It's
where's
not like the best.
Where's Pango? Where did he go? He's rolling on you usually. The Warlock ult does not interrupt the Pango roll. Last I checked.
It
unless
stuns
something is
him.
new.
It stuns him on location, but it doesn't stop him from
Yeah.
being in the role.
yeah, that'd be imbalanced.
Perhaps that's enough to get a BKB off and it doesn't chain stun you or something, or force staff or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, if we go back 6 months, a year ago, there was interaction between Pulverize and Pango that stopped Pango's ulti from going off. Maybe they're onto
Doesn't
something.
it still do that?
It still does that.
It still does
Yeah,
that.
it still does that.
If we go back a decade ago, Warlock was played mid.
If we go way back, Warlock Golem was instantly killed by Diffusal Blade while you had charges.
Yeah, Pango would be a hard counter.
And he was
Two
still
decades
good.
back.
He was still Warlock was still good.
No. Other than Warlock, I mean, it will be interesting to see what Falcons bans because then they might have a better understanding of what Tundra is going to do with this draft in terms of who goes where.
I really like this Razor pick, by the way, because I think the entire picture that Tundra's painting here is we got a bunch of beefy boys and one beefy girl, and it's hard to ever kill anybody, but they don't really kill you either. Like, I don't see much damage from Tundra, so maybe the Fatal Bonds is meant to make it so that spread damage that would otherwise be underwhelming is enough, but then you also have the guy that sits in the back and heals. So they just needed a guy on Falcons that runs in, and it didn't have to be a stun, in my opinion. It just had to be a guy that... Honestly, there's no such thing as like sustaining and tanking through Razor. You're gonna get Eye of the Stormed, and especially when the 40-minute refresh orb comes out, it's like negative 80 armor or something over the course of 10 seconds. It's crazy. So I just say that I really like the concept of what Razor is offering because it's most likely not a core Dusa. So yeah, the Stone Gaze is a bit annoying for you, but even if you tank the Doom, he's probably gonna go Sanjin Yasha, and then you should have like Satanic BKB in your inventory. So if I'm seeing like Satanic BKB, Sanjin Yasha, and a Refresher, I actually think Razor can just tank the Doom and keep going. So I really like the pick here, and it's also obviously a Team Falcons signature. I'd like it to be for Amar though, rather than Skeeter.
Yeah, because it does look like Tundra thinks it's going to be maybe Skeeter.
Or
flying
Malrine,
in.
actually. Is
Yeah,
what I
That's the
think it might
power
be.
of a lineup where you can have certain hero. These are like level 30 Razor players that can be flexed across 3 different roles.
They have a lot of options. Same thing goes for Pango.
Yeah, they think the Pango's offlane is what they think. Or
Yeah.
They think Pango offlane carry Razor with those bans.
And then a mid.
Or they have a
coming out.
specific hero in mind that they just want to protect. So what hero could that be? Because, for example, a Puck is still in the pool. If
Yeah, I
you
think
want to have
I think it's Puck.
people still grouped up.
But they have last pick on Tundra, so...
Yes. So
it's
if-
weird to preemptively ban, though, isn't it? Because
Yes.
that's kind of telegraphing.
Yeah.
They banned Viper themselves, so I guess maybe that was indicating to Tundra that they wanted Monkey. Maybe that's why?
It could be. We'll see, though, because now Falcons have Banon to pick.
Still have the Earth Spirit in the pool as
Yes.
well. I could see Falcons just going for the classic
Ban Puck.
backline jump for the Warlock.
Pick Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and if you pick Puck, then you have an answer to the... Or if you pick Earth Spirit, you have an answer to the Puck.
Oh, they ban Huskar.
It's got to be... It's a melee
It's got to
hero.
be Bristleback, yeah.
So this is
Obviously.
It can still be off lane. Actually, all 3 of these cores can
go
Pretty much,
anywhere.
except Pango position 1, even though that's doable.
And except Bristol mid.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, they still could do it, technically.
Sure.
10 seconds remaining.
That's like 2 really solid Doom targets, I'd say. Mainly the Bristle at this point. But Yeah, that's a weird freaking draft.
I mean,
like,
on
trying
both
to think
sides, there's a
yeah,
lot of
I'm saying
flags.
like the whole draft, not just Falcons. Yeah.
Is this what happens when you
We
play,
wanted
like,
to see new heroes, but these are just like same heroes played from different roles, pretty much, except for Warlock.
I like seeing Warlock. I hope he does well.
If
It's
you-
a fun hero to watch.
if you play 10 games in a row on one weekend, this is what happens to the drafts.
Madness.
Something's got to give. Pugna undefeated for Falcons. Warlock undefeated as a hero throughout
Yeah.
this event.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what's going to give first.
That is not what I would have expected at all.
Okay, so
Is it a mid Lornoff morph? They've done this. I
Lornoff
think.
DK.
No, Lornoff DK.
Saxa Medusa.
Obviously support Dusa.
Naturally.
Doom for 33.
And it's
yeah.
so the
certainly
Morphling
hope
is so good. I think they figured that the Razors almost certainly carry here, and Morphling is the hardest one-to-one counter versus
I agree.
Razor. I do think Razor was the one hero that Tundra's draft really didn't address. Like I mentioned, the Refresher Razor, you have to have an answer for it. Right now, I don't think they did, and now the Morphling just links you back. So
yeah. It's really nice because you can show up to fights early as Morph, and because you steal Razor, you
Plasma Field's an amazing spell in the mid game as well.
Just a Vlad's, and you're the strongest hero in fights as a carry, which is crazy.
I have a question. When a Brood goes up against Morphling, Brood's mothers don't spec their ultimate because it's like, you don't want to give it away. Is there a chance that Razor is just, well, I'm
No,
it's
it only
it's
happens
not gonna
against
get statically.
Earthshaker and Broodmother, pretty much.
Well, I think the thing about Brood is she can lane pretty well with just webs plus incapacitating bite, but
Okay.
Razor
Razor
needs
needs it.
Link
Needs
to be
the Link,
not a
okay.
potato in lane. So
Okay, well, that's not an option then. Okay, so third game of the series. What are we thinking? What are we expecting? Both drafts were a little bit
I'm
crazy.
leaning towards Tundra for this one. I've never seen them win 2 games in a row versus Falcons. We looked at that history, so this would be the first. But I'm thinking the Saska Medusa is a pretty cool pick, and the Morphling overall. Maybe Nightfall's win rate on it isn't stellar, but I think it addressed the hero I wanted their last pick to do.
There's not much lockdown for Tundra. When you have Doom, you want to have, like, other than Dragonite Stun, that's pretty much it. Stone Gaze, they can turn
Gorgon's
around.
Grasp.
Gorgon's Grasp, Gorgon's Grasp, really good spell.
2.5 second root.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Very good.
I'm leaning towards Falcons. I feel like that with this lineup, they do have ability. Also, I like the interaction between Muerta and Pugna, because with her innate ability, let's say she gets the Cripified later on, she can still deal damage because she can attack ethereal targets. She can also attack while being ethereal. So yeah, leaning towards Falcons.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you as well. As we are ready to head into the third game with Odie Pixel and Fog via the Puck Champanas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the deciding Game 3 here today between Falcons and Tundra. And my goodness, it's just going to be an exciting one. We've got 2 teams, very different approaches, right? Falcons, they've gone for some pretty standard stuff. No surprises there, but Tundra, my goodness, a massive change up to what they tried at the start of this series. They've gone all out on the greed here, folks.
Yeah, they're cooking something up. I don't know what it is, but we'll have to see if it ends up working. Lornoff playing the DK, something we don't see too often, being put in the mid lane, but them wanting to have this Morphling for that super hard carry to be able to turn into Razor, get that static link stolen. I don't know, it looks very greedy. I feel like all the plays have to come from Lornoff because you have a Medusa Warlock support. It feels very...
They ain't stunning anybody outside of their ultimates, of course.
Maybe I'm overlooking something, but overall, Pugna, it's been reigning supreme in a lot of these games. We even saw that last game, Whitemon, what he was able to do, and I think they did say the stat before. I think Snaking is 6-0 on it. So he's been dominating on this hero in a lot of occasions. Not versus any type of, int hero in particular that's going to be pumping out spells constantly and taking tons of damage, but that's not what Pugna's really about so much anymore. It's about keeping sustain for your teams. Yeah, let's see how these lanes go down. Because, the Medusa Doom lane.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how much they're going to be able to apply pressure versus a Razor Pugna. This Razor Pugna feels like it's just probably just going to
doesn't seem easy. Yeah, it looks like Falcons could have some early kill opportunity on the table between these two.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be impressed from Sox in particular and see what he's gonna be able to do, because Tundra's draft just looks a little bit too strange to me. But we'll see what they can do. Top wave, they'll start dragging immediately. Amar was able to get all 4 of the last hits at the start. They'll block the camp. And Amar will be able to grab that one.
Of course, the top lane are always very nice for the Morphite that you
With
have.
Warlock.
Warlock with the Shadow Urge, you're always able to reset, heal up very easily.
That's why they went for this last pick. Besides the limited disables that are coming out in the game, it is him versus that Razor, you know, that matchup. You see 33 getting walked down. Maybe the poke skater a little bit.
I'm going to have to be careful, Tundra. Once the level 2s are out for Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, this is the lane in particular for me that could just become pretty explosive. Like, I don't know how much 33 is going to be able to get down here at all. Got the plasma field ready. But top, overall, Tundra, Nightfall should be able to free farm up here as this Morphling. That's why they went for this last pick.
Morph, so it's a difficult hero to carry with right now.
Definitely. We did see Satanic have that fantastic game earlier where he didn't die, and he did have another one in this tournament where he hasn't died. And Lornoff in this matchup is going to have a good time versus the Pango. We don't see the DK pick too often nowadays in the mid lane, but he should be able to kind of just dominate this mid lane. The breathe fire damage reduction, the stun to prevent CS too. And Lornoff last game, he did go pretty crazy.
Lornoff will be the key to sort of leading him for the early plays if he wants to get that Blink Dagger soon on his build-up. Yeah, he's the one to kind of set the pace and make all the moves happen for Tundra.
Pretty much all the moves, it does feel like, yeah. 33 does find a nice creep for himself. We'll find the mana burn creep, so we'll be able to keep poking them down a little bit with it here. So it's going to be a very, very slow start for him, but not giving up a kill at the level 2. And yeah, Nightfall, there's pretty much like no way that he should die up here. He should have absolute free farm on the Warlock, or in the Morphling. So 2 lanes that should be very good for Tundra. So maybe that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, they're going to sack this off lane, but overall Doom's purpose is going to be able to prevent the heals that come out from the Pugna in particular. So even if he gets sacked, he can do his job.
Yeah, for sure. The big thing for them on that bottom lane is just to make sure they don't give up any kills.
Don't feed, yeah. We'll have to see how much Saksa can do with this Medusa support. We don't see it picked pretty much nearly as often. I think we've only seen maybe 1 this tournament that was played as support. Only like 1 or 2 at TI that we did see Boxy go for. And Malrine, he's trying to drag wave. He doesn't want to play this straight up matchup versus Lornoff anymore since there's that huge advantage. 21-9 to 11-0. Yeah, Lornoff's had some of these games where he just plays super clean from start to finish, and that last one, as we said, one of the better ones I've seen from him.
Bottom lane.
Big drain.
This should give them that first blood. Saxa, nowhere to run. It's going to be first blood for the Falcon safe lane duo. Skeeter to draw it.
Doesn't even bother popping the mangoes for the attempt to survive there. Just gets ran down. Have to be careful how you chase a Pugna. Deceptively tanky. And he does have the Lotus and a Fairy Fire too, so he was just full out baiting him. So the other thing about top lane, even though it is going to be, it's Nightfall absolutely free farming, right? It is also Amar, who's not really able to be pressured from a Morphling Warlock.
Yeah, these two can't pressure the Bristle at all in the lane. I mean, to the point where soon Amar's going to be able to be left alone.
Perhaps,
solo
yeah.
against these two.
Definitely a possibility, so could see Crit maybe look to get active across the map.
Yeah, could make the Twin Gate play to get down bottom and just punish this
bottom wave.
This offlane duo even harder. They're trying to dive in.
This is the TP. I mean, Crit, he can make the move already.
I mean, this was a pretty wild dive from Tundra.
They don't really have damage yet. Why did they go for this dive? I guess because there was a double creep wave. They wanted to prevent Skeeter from getting the CS, but he'll get a kill, and he might even just be able to get a secondary one onto Saksa here.
He's got the plasma field at the ready.
Mango.
A couple more hits. Saxa trying to juke around the trees.
He does juke.
Is there going to be another plasma field in a second? Or is just showing the mana? Whitemon
gets a double.
With the failed bonds. All right, they kind of make it work.
They do. Interesting. And a couple of the creeps do end up running under the tower that Skeeter ends up missing. He does still have a couple, of course, here, but I think he missed like 4 or 5 CS from that dive play. So sacrifice their life, but make him miss quite a bit out of it too there. Interesting.
They're going to play try under the tower again.
He's got more rotations. He's got the link. Have some quick burst.
Snaking can keep him alive.
He's going down.
They'll get it.
Up.
I mean, this persistence from Tundra, it's working out.
And Whitemon getting all the last hits. He's up to 4 Grimoire stacks.
Time to cure that Midas. Get that Midas axe build.
Oh, this is cool.
Let's go. I mean, this was
an aggression.
stuff for Tundra. I mean, obviously it started with 33 dying, but
sure,
it ended up working out.
Yeah,
he kind of realized this bottom lane was the lane in which Falcons could get early kills with this Razor Pugner duo. They just kind of pile on top of them with hero after hero.
And happy to see the way the Whitemon, even though he's a Warlock, he makes the move. And they're actually bringing Lornoff down bottom too. So maybe baiting Skitter.
Yeah, Skitter's got to be careful.
Can't quite get in range there.
A lot of pressure and focus from Tundra on this bottom lane. They don't want to let Skeeter get out of control.
Yeah, so a 1v1 in the top lane, Amar versus Nightfall, and we're just going to have constant battles in this bottom lane. Malrine does have 6, so they don't want to push too far forward here now that he does have a way to respond with Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
He's actually just making the move down before they're even going for a dive play.
Scanning.
Could be around that Wisdom Rune. They're gonna scan, so they do know that there's this rotation that's coming out from Falcon's Saxa. We'll scout it.
Radiant are scanning.
Amar might just roll in to go for the steal, but he's not gonna be able to commit just yet.
Marin, he's ready to go with the Rolling Thunder for Saxa. He's gonna look to try and get over to the Wisdom, but it's already been picked up by 33.
Saxa.
They're diving tier 2s, so 7 minutes in, they get away with it.
Won't able to steal the Wisdom Rune. Crit. Turns up to mid. To stop Lornoff from getting too much more damage on the tower, but he's not moving. He's going to stick here until more rotations come. Lornoff might be able to whittle this tower down unless Malrine comes over to stop him. And Amar overall does have the advantage over Nightfall. He's been able to even pick up a couple denies versus this Morphling.
Yeah,
56 last hits to the 44 or 47 on the Morph.
This bristle's going to get pretty huge.
Yeah.
So even though Skeeter's game, you know, they're trying to put the pressure on him, slow him down. He's not really falling behind that far at all anyway. But even if he does, they've kind of got the fallback of Bristle. You know, Amar playing the secondary carry.
He's going to have very good timings. I don't know if they've had too much time to stack. Just kidding. They actually have had quite a bit of time to stack. They have a triple Ancient stack and a double Hard Camp. They're going to go for Skeeter again. They've got a rock.
They just drop it straight on him.
It's 8 minutes in. I believe he ate the Grimoire. Yeah, he did. He ate it very early to try to go for this kill here onto Skeeter.
I mean, it should get them the kill. Skeeter, all he can do is run. No chance to TP out from underneath this. So they'll manage to take the Razor out once more. So this, maybe he can get the deny to the Ancient.
Oh, he might just get the deny.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And he will.
Okay,
and he gets the courier. And it's a golem usage.
Making the most of it there, Skeeter.
Yeah, that was pretty huge. Whitemon will be able to farm up this camp here with his golem, but that's the first usage of it. Not able to get a secured kill. And he ate the Grimoire for it, too. That's why you see that level 6 come out so early. Skeeter. He's feeling the fact that they're just running at him.
They're going all out on the Razor on the bottom lane. It is giving Amar this space.
It is.
Which is definitely going to have to be a bit of a concern for Tundra. Sure, as you say, Nightfall's getting good farm, but Amar, he is going to get to a point pretty quickly this game where he is going to be so tough to take down.
And he's got these stacks to go back to. Crit even going to get another... Does he actually get this Ancient stack? He might not be able to because of how gigantic it is. He can, so... Won't be able to get the angle there for that stack.
Lornoff will be able to finish up the mid tower with all the chaos that's been going on down bottom.
He's queuing up the Blink. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this game, when you're playing from mid,
the Blink rush
with the greed that's coming out from the side lanes, he needs to be pretty aggressive, it feels like, on this DK. They're going to set up for mid.
Malrine. Thunder with the setup. Keep it controlled. He's got the back of a Saxa on Whitemon. Can they do anything to protect Lornoff? The grasp out to the two of them. He's going to be shot back by the dead shot. And he's tanky, Lornoff.
Not tanky enough.
And indeed, he'll fall. And maybe Whitemon will die as well as Amar's in on top of him with the nasal goo. Falcons, they get the two of them. Maybe Saxa as well. A Snake King sets up with the Decrepifier. The TP out will be there, but the dead shot comes in clutch from Crit to put a stop to Saxa's escape. Falcons, they'll get the 3 kills.
He's dead again. Saxa. Bottom with a net worth.
Skeeter.
Pick up some big kills in Skeeter now for 33.
He can just dive this. I mean, TP backup's going to be coming in, and that's going to be enough to sort of stop him from getting away with the dive.
6-3. Falcons getting some big kills here. And Skeeter, even though they put so much attention to him, price that one is not too bad at all. 4,200. Whitemon.
33 has got the Doom available, but he's too low to try and push on for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes in, he probably just dies to go for the trade attempt. Can't actually go for Skeeter there. This is such an interesting game. Golem, it's going to be back up in 5 seconds. They're going to try to apply as much pressure as possible bottom with it. As you said, Doom also at the ready for 33. He's back up to full HP. are whittling this tower down. Is there going to be a response that comes out from Falcons? They don't quite have Rolling Thunder. They will now if Malrine wants to make the move to defend it. They're keeping the catapult alive. Tundra, 33 just tanking the tower. Should be able to finish off the tier 1 there with that siege.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Amar, that's the third component of the Ags. So things will start to speed up very quickly for him once he has that to get involved in pretty much every one of the fights. Usually it's 15 minutes. We see they have Ags, they've got the shard, and it's go time pretty much every single time for these bristles. Lornoff. Did they have any, could we actually check for Tundra how many stacks that they had, if we could bring those up for a second? Because I know they had the right side stack, but it feels like they haven't had too many actually on Tundra in comparison. So we see there, 6 coming out from crit to be able to enable the bristle. But not too many there for Tundra to go back to. And the stack, it was taken from a Warlock Golem, so. Less than 1k here at the moment for Falcons.
Tundra. Where do they want to go next? We're going to put the Dragon Form back up in 15 seconds.
Malrine's got his item. Fusel, super valuable this game for all 3 cores, and even the Medusa support, of course, is 33. That's a TP. Will be able to get himself out. Doesn't even go all the way back to the base, but they know where he TP'd. I think they actually got vision of it. They pinged it at the tier 2.
Falcon's going for the smoke move at the same time as Tundra here. Tundra, they've got the high ground vision. They'll look towards Malrine. They get the opening Dragon Tail.
Decrept.
He's trying to get the Rolling Thunder off Malrine. Drop the Golem. They're looking to burst through the Pango. Oh, he's rolling away. It doesn't matter. They get him.
Great lockdown. Perfect hold off there of the Chaotic Offering. They kind of just, did that perfectly to not let Malrine get that roll off before he's pretty much dead. Snay attempts for the decrep, but it's not a save. Lornoff with the nice rotation. And they get the tower, though. Amar.
That's difficult to push into.
He is a wall.
250 gold away from having the completed Aghanims, Amar.
I think they just back away. Nightfall.
He could go for the solo play here.
Skeeter. He absolutely can.
Skeeter might have to TP. Skeeter.
He's got him.
Yeah, it's too late now to make that decision.
Oh.
He's going to be going down. Nightfall finishes him off.
Great move. Solo play.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, good move from there from Tundra. I like that they get the kill, they don't push too far forward for the tower there, and then they just back up and get the farm, and Nightfall is able to find this type of solo play. It's nice patience from them, not over-pushing after getting just one of these big kills onto a core. They get 2 back-to-back now off of that.
That's a rough one, and a Nightfall can make that solo play every time. I guess, of course, you've got his adaptive strikes, so you can't even go for a TP out.
Exactly.
There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah.
If you get found out alone as a Razor by this Morphling.
Skeeter can't get caught in that type of position. Perfect move there from Nightfall. They will be able to get a tower tonight, too. So Saksa able to get a little more gold for the team. Aghanims is done for Amar. They're going to look for Lornoff. Rolling Thunder's up in 2 seconds.
Maybe if it was there a little bit sooner, they would have been able to commit for it straight away. They're still going to try and go for the dive under the tier 1. Marina with the Rolling Thunder. Amar bringing in the damage there, cutting through this DK pretty hard with the quill sprays. Lornoff cannot escape this.
No Golem to stop the pressure as Amar.
He was thinking about the tier 2 dive. He'll settle to push on for the tier 1 with the rest of the team first.
This long cooldown of that Chaotic Offering, they're going to look to punish it every time as possible. Falcons will be able to get this mid tower on the top and the top tower, so getting a good amount of map control here just off of these 2 moves. Crit almost having the Atos finished up too. And Amari's going to have that shard very, very soon. What's the build going to be for the DK? I imagine it's going to be Mage Slayer this game since he's playing versus Bristleback. And yeah, he is going to go for that. So we've seen a lot of times, just need to have somebody to have that to stop the damage that comes out from Bristle. But Nightfall, he is getting to have this nice separation between him and the Razor. Although it's not just a Razor carry, as we know, Skeeter does sometimes take a bit of that back foot. Nightfall does have a very, very good matchup.
Actually, dealing with Amar might be the problem.
That's going to be the question is... But what they can do is just focus the Doom onto him, right? If you focus the Doom onto the Bristle, the Morph is the one who addresses the Razor, so they do have ways to be able to approach the fights when they have this type of farm. It's just going to be the question of if they can find those Dooms as Falcons. Gonna look to accelerate things. They're around the Roche, and they bring this one down very easy. Tundra. Not really in a position to contest this. They do have their ults, but they're not ready for it.
I would the Aegis. See how much Falcons want to try and push, because again, time is definitely not something that they want to be giving to Tundra with this style of lineup.
No, they probably want to look to pressure as much as possible. They're a bit low, but they've got snaking, so he can look to heal up his buddies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Atos and Crit, they're ready to set up plays themselves, Falcons.
Yeah, definitely looking to try to get some extra catches. Golem is at the ready, though, so not easy to just straight up fight into the side of Tundra. Sox will actually take the amp damage. Okay, I thought they were going to leave that.
He's the carry now.
I thought they were going to leave that one either for the DK or the Morph, but no, he wants it.
Radiant are scanning.
We've got the mid wave in a bit of a dangerous position
And they've
here.
got the Atos for the setup.
He's playing in that river spot that we see a lot of people die.
They're going straight for him. The Rolling Thunder.
Got control.
I guess that at least for Tundra, at least it's one of their supports dying in that spot. Not one of the cores.
How many times do we see people walk up into that river spot and die, though? I think I've seen it 5 or 6 times alone today.
It's a dangerous place.
It is. It's a Rolling Thunder used for a support, though, so that's what Tundra will say. Or Soxon, at least. So they do have kind of open map, not having to worry about that, because that does feel like the kind of the biggest tool for Falcons to take fights at the moment. Still off of the back of that. Amar will look to pressure in mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Glyph
attack.
will stop that. They have a ward top on the side of Falcon, so they do see Nightfall, and they did see Lord off on the wave. Tundra is quite split up at the moment. These two might look to jump crit. Plays it safe. 8-5. One of the quieter games that we've had today, at least me and you. We had some pretty crazy ones with like 30 kills in 10-15 minutes. This one, both teams waiting for a bit of timing, as it feels like, before they do fully strike. Tundra in particular, obviously wanting to have this game be as slow as possible when they have this Morphling plus Doom lineup.
Yeah, I think they're super happy with how this is going so far.
Since they've gone for that greed.
Yeah, Falcons, they got this Aegis on Amar, but no immediate signs of them being able to do much more than get that kill onto a support Medusa in the mid.
Yeah.
They need something more with this timing. They've got 3 minutes left to make a move.
Mar is looking, I think he's just going into the triangle again. He's just maximizing the farm.
Marine, he wants to go.
Again.
Well, he still makes it over towards Daxa, but now the Rolling Thunder's going to come to an end.
He's got to back away. We'll find an Illusion Rune. But now Rolling Thunder, Tundra could look to fight if they want to. But maybe they are just content with just fully sitting back and farming with this Morph.
I kind of feel like they are.
Yep.
As long as the Morph and the DK in particular are getting the space. Sure, it's a bonus if 33 is also able to catch up on the Doom, but...
He's got Midas. It'll naturally happen on the Doom, so... Yeah, let's feel like Tundra. They're content with the way that the state of the game as it is going at the moment. To see when Falcons wants to look to force the issue here, as Skitter does have the Manta done. They have a ward vision top. They see the Doom. Mar wanting to do something with the last 2 minutes of this Aegis.
He's in with the good. Not wanting to go in underneath the cliff. So they feel it's pretty likely that the vision will favor that of Tundra around here. They just left that ward up themselves on the top. Falcons.
Blink is now done for Malrine. He is starting to fall a bit behind as this mid happens when he is playing with these two greedy, the Bristleback and the Razor. But Rolling Thunder's back up in 15 seconds. Tundra in position here for the fight.
Still pushing for it, Falcons. Malrine.
Start to poke Soxa. Amar's coming in.
Soxa will get the Stone Gaze off.
Amar's got the backline though. He's on Whitemon.
Tundra, they're bringing him back up. They want to try and
They got Whitemon.
Ooh, indeed, Crit with a fantastic snipe there to catch him. And the Atos as well. Crit putting a stop to both attempts to TP out.
They could look for perhaps the tier 2 bottom, or tier 2 top now if they want to. They're actually going to swing toward the bottom lane, maybe expecting someone to be down here for a play.
Dire's top tower is under
They're going to smoke. All right, so I guess they're going to smoke to perhaps steal Tormentor and look for a fight around there. They're pinging it out.
Maybe see who comes in to pick up the farm around this tier 1.
True, they could find Nightfall since that is one of those areas, but I think he's maybe expecting this move. Maybe not. He's actually walking over.
He's heading in the direction.
If they can set the trap for him. He's going to walk in. They see him. Got the roll. Nightfall. They've got the Atos.
Immediately with the Rolling Thunder, get the signs to follow up as well as the dead shot. Crit's got the control. They drop the golem, trying to get space for Nightfall to get out of there, but the Rolling Thunder continues to catch him.
Too much damage.
Marine and Crit there comboing it up to have the full control to take him down. Amar, he's going to walk in under the tower. He's happy to get rid of this Aegis. It was going to expire in 20 seconds anyway, so that's the Aegis gone.
They're going to look to commit for him. They've got the Doom. So they want to try. They don't.
Then are the Falcons fully set up behind him now.
That's a huge catch. Nightfall. Didn't expect them to be there. It was very heads-up play from Falcons, gathering bottom and going for the smoke. Saksa now.
He's stepping up.
Get poked, Mar.
Oh, not with the jump.
He's got the back facing them.
Marin's going to be there to help out. Skeena moves in with the plasma field, turns straight up towards Whitemon. They get the Atos to control Whitemon. Whitemon's gone. They're
And
diving
Lornoff.
towards Lornoff. He's desperately trying to scramble back towards the safety of the base. He'll make it over the wall just in time. The Falcons push back Tundra, get the space to take the Torment to themselves because they show up the crit.
Somehow Saksa walks in and takes the Wisdom Rune, but pays with his life. But a huge win for Falcons. They are starting to kick up that tempo, and they get the pretty much perfect catches that they can. I don't know how Saksa is able to grab it there, but he will be able to, but they lose a lot out of it there.
And as you say, Amar just very quick to turn his back there as they tried to start the fight with the jump on him. He was prepared, Amar.
It was pretty much perfect timing, right? He popped the bristle back as soon as they got that stun connection. Now he has SNY, and he's going to be able to take this Tormentor as well. Falcons starting to get that tempo going for themselves. Slowing down Nightfall massively with that kill. .33 not able to find an angle to get the Doom. That was a Golem also used, so 60 seconds where they're not going to have that. Falcons could look to continue striking.
I think they'll look to go again.
Yep.
Even though they don't have the Aegis, they know that Amar is very unlikely to die.
Yeah. And you can see the build from Amar. Since he's playing versus the Doom, he's waiting to go for this spell lifesteal a little bit longer. He's gone for just that SNY for status resistance, and then he's going to go back for the Bloodstone.
Dire are scanning.
4K lead off of those two moves. Falcons starting to get into a comfortable spot. At least a comfortable lead in particular versus that Morphling. And Lornoff, this is an interesting kind of build. Sure, it'll build into something eventually later, but going for a Force Staff on the DK. Does delay his BKB, but you can see that they're trying to get themselves to reset out of that, the calling plus the Pango hold that is keeping them locked down in a lot of situations. I believe I also saw Whitemon with one.
And get away from that Link as well.
Yeah, true. Actually, that's probably the bigger one. But
Invisibility.
Tier 2 top. It's next on the menu here for Falcons if they want to push it. Still being careful whilst there's that moment, 30 seconds until we see when Roshan's back up.
Yeah, Mar being hesitant until they do find out how long it is going to be till it spawns. 33 shows himself top. Marine
thinking about diving it. Immediate TP reactions coming from Tundra.
They burned his mana.
Saksa posts the Stone Gaze. Will force Falcons to back away temporarily.
That's Dragon Form is well used as soon as Lornoff TP'd.
Forcing quite the reaction out.
Yeah, 33.
Tundra.
Has to be a little careful too, because his mana pool is very limited this game. So he has to have this wand in almost in every single situation, because just a swashbuckle, plus a couple extra hits, and he does get burnt out. Tundra gonna look for a fight. They've got Golem.
He's got ready as well. Nightfall's gonna grab this.
He's got the Conda also finished up. He's got max adaptive strike. His damage has gone up
pop off in the fights.
Yeah.
He's got the tools.
As long as he doesn't get controlled, because they don't have BKBs. They have a BKB on the Doom.
Oh,
Rich.
The shot gonna catch onto them in the smoke. Far enough. Not wanting to make the blind move in towards them. Snaking not with the rest of the team at the moment. Tundra not getting a grab with that smoke. Falcons, they're set up very defensively around this tier 2 and a high ground.
These two supports on the side of Falcons are getting quite a bit of farm. See Snaking, he's already got his lens, but his glimmer, plus his glimmer to save targets. And he's level 14, crit too. He's starting to acquire a bit in comparison to the two supports of Tundra.
Snaking's ready to rejoin them now. Lincoln's done on Skeeter.
Versus that Morph in particular, he does want to be able to block that Link. They're going to use this timing to go for a smoke play, go for a wraparound.
I've got great catch and setup with crit.
There's that no BKB on Nightfall. This could be dangerous for him if he gets caught first. He has to have his DK and his Doom, and even his Medusa just frontline for him until he has that BKB. He cannot get gone on first. 3-3. Seem to know where he is.
Oh, they know someone's in the trees. Blink at the same time they make the move. They assume that he wasn't able to make it out of the low ground, and indeed that'd be correct. He went for the BKB TP out. They don't have any solution to that at the moment.
Means there's no BKB for the Roche though. It is back up if they do want to go scout it. Saksa is getting set up onto the twin gate. They are TPing over with Lauren.
They've got to make their way over to the other side of the map, so it's a little awkward for Falcons to get here.
Amar wants to maybe go for this tower, but let's see what the decision is going to be. The call that they want to go.
I mean, Tundra, they know it's going to take a bit of time for Falcons to get here.
I think they can just get this.
They're going to just try and force the Roshan, knowing that it's difficult from Falcons from their position to get to the pit quick enough, even though you know they didn't have all their ults at the ready.
It spawned so fast. I think Falcons didn't expect it to be up either. Amar, he's high-fiving bottom, so maybe anticipating that someone was going to show. He'll get the tier 2, but that's got to be the Roche. Aegis? Guys? Guys?
They didn't. No.
Okay, Nightfall's come back. Jeez, he picked up the banner. I think he thought it was the Aegis. Oh my god.
Yeah, they did take an awfully long time to grab that. Taking an awfully long time to get another kill. It's been 5.5 minutes, folks, since we've seen some action.
Sure has been.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to happen soon, though.
Tier 2 mid.
Radiant's top tower
Amar will be able to clean that one up.
Dire's
Nightfall with this
tower
Aegis.
has fallen.
Could give him that blanket window to be able to finish the BKB too for that next upcoming fight, which is probably going to be the big one.
Under attack.
They're setting up for this one on Falcons, even into the Aegis.
Here come the CP's grip. Tries to the center, but he's going to be able to mark the dead shot. They get the Rolling Thunder straight over towards Saxa.
They're on the back line.
They're controlling the Medusa first.
They're on Whitemon.
Saxa's able to get the Stone Gaze off. Snake's going to get forced back by Nightfall. Saxa goes for the TP out of the rest of his Stone Gaze. He'll get away. It's only Whitemon that ends up going down. The rest of Tundra able to escape.
Ends up being good that Whitemon dies as fast as he does, to be honest, because he was dropping the Golem, and it would have been just a wasted Golem if he ends up getting it down there, so.
Yeah, there was no fight to be had there.
No. And Falcons, you can see they're still feeling confident even into Aegis. 33. Won't show himself. His farm is much slower than usual. He's also 0, 1, and 1. Least involvement so far from the Doom. Does he buy back the Midas? He just buys a drone now. Does want to fight for the next few moments.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skeeter will have the Shard also picked up. One that we do see picked up very often on the Razor, just how strong it is versus even something like Razor. Or the DK, you know, these 4 staffs, they will have more answers for it. How close is Lauren off to BKB? He's about to have it. Aghanim's on Malrine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Be able to finish off the final tier 2 here top.
And Nightfall,
Falcons.
Nightfall is able to find the farm to get this BKB without dying. He still has coverage of Aegis for the next fight.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Haste. Falcons, they're going to get run at now by Tundra. Tundra not afraid to fight here with the Aegis on Nightfall.
Eyes on the back line. They have a ward on Falcons. They did see Lauren off in the tree line. Falcons will split away. They're expecting this move. Still 2 minutes and a half on the Aegis. Tundra, they want to fight around that.
Making it very difficult though for Tundra to get the chance to get in on them.
Radiant's middle tower is
The
under
rest of the
attack.
smoke.
Yeah, good awareness by them.
Lauren off.
Mar. 33. Doesn't want to go under the tier 2.
They can't go on the bristle like this.
Radiant are scanning.
Don't want to dive too far forward.
Radiant's
Could just get
middle
reinitiated
tower
on
is
from
under
that
attack.
Pango. Nightfall will start to poke the tier 2 mid.
Marine's ready with the Rolling Thunder if they want to try and fight into the Aegis.
He's pump faking.
Now they're happy with Amar just clearing the wave, putting a stop to the push.
Give Amar the gem too, to be able to just run in and get any of this vision, take out these wards. Nightfall. Queuing up the Silver Edge next, you'd imagine, versus that Bristle. Has hit 20. Another one of these big talents. Yeah, I always mention level 20 talent for most of these carries. It feels like it is one of those big spikes for them. Not too many kills this game, though. Both teams being very patient, looking for that opportune fight to be able to take. Gold lead has pretty much stayed consistently between that 1 and 4K the entirety of this game. Tundra is gonna look to resmoke, but it's under that same ward that caught them before. That ward from Crit. 2 times now, it's seen the movements from Tundra.
This is a tanky dragon. Falcons, each and every time Tundra's tried to make these sort of plays, Falcons read it perfectly.
Yeah, they saw it with the ward. So
Yeah,
they saw that smoke. So they're just playing very defensively with their positioning here. Will Tundra just look to force it? They're gonna walk in.
Lonoff's gonna try.
Crit.
Ooh, force away. Run off.
Tundra's so hesitant.
How do you fight into this?
They don't want to walk.
They've got the Aegis, they've got Nightfall, incredibly farmed, but...
They don't want to walk into the high ground.
Yeah, they just can't find a way to get the fight started.
Amar is just putting himself out there. He's like, go for me, please. He's got the S and Y, so he's got the status resistance just to be able to get that reduced doom duration. Tundra, they don't want to jump even with Aegis. That's got to be it getting reclaimed. Couldn't get the pressure play, couldn't even finish off the tier 2 with it. We should keep bringing up that timer between last kills, by the way, because I feel like it's going to keep happening. Well, we did get a kill in between, but it's right back up to that like 4 minutes or so, yeah. It's going to happen constantly because one fight could dictate so much because there is big cooldowns in particular on Tundra. If they mess up a Doom or a Golem, it could be very devastating on the side of Falcons. If they mess up a fight, this Morphling could just reign supreme and just get too much for them to deal with. So both teams being very patient for the fight that they look for. Nightfall is getting very, very big. Falcons, they're going to look for another smoke play. Maybe that ward actually caught them there too. Lorinov.
He's going to be able to get in on top of Lorinov.
Wants to try to force reaction. Won't be able to. Crit not in range to get any type of Atos catch to force a BKB. In the meantime too, Whitemon was getting a little bit of a push going. Look at his imps. They're hitting the bottom tower.
He's working on that bottom lane.
The Warlock imps. What does Slacks call them? Poop boys or something? I don't know. Slacks has some stupid nickname with them. Whitemon, another Fatal Bond he'll throw, so... More of these imps.
That's quite a bit of pressure.
It is. Skater top, Lorinov. They get the link. They break the Linkins of Skater.
Well, he's up on the cliff.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Skater. Pretty isolated. Nightfall's on him.
He's got Marine to help out. The Rolling Thunder comes in. Nightfall tries to fight on with the BKB, but Skeeter's able to break away from him. Stonegaze comes out, but Falcons, they'll retreat for now. Now Marine's going to go back in. The BKB from Nightfall comes to an end.
And here's Crit.
They get him with the root. He's able to get away from the silence in time with Waveform up into the high ground. Nightfall turns in towards the raise. The Golem gets dropped down on a Marine and Crit, but Nightfall's having to still run. They'll drop the Tomb onto Amar, but he doesn't care too much at all. He's able to step back with the rest of the team and wait out this Doom. And Fog, that's a lot
the
of
two big
ultimates from Tundra.
That's the one we were talking about.
That's pretty much all of them.
It's even the Stonegaze.
Every single one dropped there by Tundra. They didn't get anything.
Nope. An instant reset. I mean, and he heals him right back up to full. Skeeter, he pushes his limits as much as he can. He did have the team to connect, and now they're back up to full HP because Snaking's there just to pump him up with the life drain. It's all their ults used. How does Falcons want to pressure with that? Amar might look to just start poking top. He might just pop the Warpath and just hitting this tower. He's going to just start hitting stocks.
He's just straight in. And he knows they have no ultimates to drop on him. Fatal Bonds came out, but it didn't really link him to anyone else. So Mark, he can push up again, heals up with the Bloodstone.
They've got Whitemon. He's standing in the front. Whitemon,
he's dead.
He is way too far up. Tower's dropping. He can pop the Seeing Red. He will. Plus 474. They will have to pop the Glyph. Falcons.
They're slowly but surely doing it. Tundra, for as close as the game's been on the numbers, they just were never able to make the aggressive move.
You can't make these type of mess-ups with these long cooldown ultis. Amar showing that they can just go for these objectives. Drax, it's half HP.
When the Bristol was always likely to become a problem, and we're seeing it in its full effect now.
They're trying to do some little cheeky four-staff plays to stun him, but he gets the Lincolns thrown on him. The Rax, that's the first one. Marine considering a jump too.
That's the full set gone.
That's the objective.
And they just walk up, take it. Nobody's dying.
You don't need to kill heroes.
It doesn't matter. They're just taking the base.
Nope, that's how you win Dota. You just go for the objectives. And they're going to re-smoke to look for the fight. There's still Doom cooldown 12 seconds, still Golem cooldown 40.
Radiant are scanning.
And I believe Skater, he's got a full item now being delivered. He's got a Satanic. It's just not feeling like Nightfall can do it on his own. He can't actually get the catches on these heroes because they just don't really have catch. It's only Lorinov with the stun.
And these big ultimates just seem pretty underwhelming at this point.
They really do.
Falcons can easily survive throughout them or just kite them out, as we saw last time. I mean,
Are scanning.
the pressure's on for 33. I mean, we saw last time he throws the Doom down onto the Bristle. Is that you know, who is the target he's really looking for? Is it the Bristle just to try and force him out of the fight?
It's tough to say, Owen. It's really hard to say. If you don't doom him, Amar is just going to run rampant and walk through the entire lineup because he is that farmed.
So you do have to kind of just take him out of the fight momentarily, and I hope that the rest of the team can clean up the other heroes.
Probably, but yeah, it's tough.
He's got
a refresher, so he's got 2. All right. He did find himself Ceremonial Robe as well, too, for that extra mana to actually have for it. Roche, it's up in 20 seconds. Falcons, they're in position for it.
It just seems so tough for Tundra. I mean, it's kind of similar to the first game in the sense that they're hardly behind when it comes to net worth. But it's just been so long since they've been able to do anything.
They just can't get kills. The Falcons are they're playing the objective game. They're not playing for the kills. And now they've got this Rax advantage. They're going to be able to get this Roche. It's a full Ags.
I'm going to try again. Smoke up. So far.
They don't make it there in time, though, do they?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
This is going way too fast, so they're going to have the sort of tough decision now. They're going to see the Aegis has been taken by Falcons. Do they still try and make the move into this? Who's taking the Aghanims?
Crit's carrying it for the moment. I thought that they were going to give it to Skitter. They did. Okay. I was going to say Skitter's is pretty darn good, especially to force those objectives as well.
Tundra.
They've got a nullifier on the DK, but they have to. How are they going to connect?
They have their ultimates, but as we saw before, that really didn't count for much.
Let's see if the double dooms are going to be enough for it, but they're not feeling like they can. They're going to back up. There is an amp damage top. That could be what allows Nightfall to perhaps go for these cleanup kills.
Yep.
Let's see. They haven't gotten a kill in a very, very long time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Both teams just waiting for the opportunity.
Saxa. He's on the front, they get the dead shot. Sportsman away for the team, they're going to move straight in onto him with Static Link. Saxa's able to force away, the Nightfall moves in, he's going to go straight for Skeeter, gets the stolen Static Link using against him, but Skeeter's able to break away from them as well. Maori
they've lost Whitemon.
Takes him out. Whitemon didn't get the chance to drop the Golem, and at this point,
Nightfall's isolated.
He's popping the BKB, he's trying to fight back. 33 will manage to get the Doom down on towards Crit, but Nightfall has to go for the waveform TP out of there. Crit, will he even die? He's surviving through this. He'll get healed up by the life drain.
Oh my goodness, they get nothing. They can't hurt anybody.
They can't get these kills.
They can't even kill Crit. He jumps in, dooms him. Nightfall then gets isolated afterwards. They just can't do anything. Lornoff literally didn't hit a target. Falcons just dancing on them.
It feels rough.
It really does.
In a very different way to a lot of other games. It's just a game where they can't do anything.
No, they can't kill a single target. Just reset the positioning, and now that is one of those dooms used. I believe the BKB, the secondary one, was used with the refresher BKB. So 33, he'll sell his refresher. He'll buy a Shiva's for the time being because he does have that doom at the ready. But 50 seconds, no BKB for him. Falcons, still 3 minutes on this Aegis.
They can do a whole lot.
Skeeter, he's got this Aghanims too, so he can't even use this to siege on top of Amar, being able to be that siege monster.
He's going to start things onto Amar.
He's just got his back turned at them.
He's going to heal it up as well by snaking. We'll be able to drag him in a bit, but he pops the Bloodstone. He's healing up.
Back to full. Pump fake the Doom.
He's questioning dropping the Doom down onto him. 33 won't go for it.
He's only got one of them, so he's really, it has to be a perfect one, but who do you even do it on? Falcons taking the objectives. Another Force Staff. His aggressive Force is attempting to catch Amar off guard, but it's not doing much.
Saxa. He's in, gets hit straight away by a dead shot. Amar. He's ready to sort of push them away from the barracks, give the space for the push to continue coming from the rest of his team.
The racks are dropping. Snaking starting to even blast from a distance.
There's the jump, Lornoff jumps. He's going to try and look for Crit. Crit's going to get forced away. 33's in with the Doom. Drops it down on towards Snaking. They've killed off the Pugner, but it's an immediate buyback from him. Buyback comes out as well from Whitemon. Still got the Golem ready to drop. GP out. It's Tundra. They tried to make a fight happen here. They go all in to drop the Doom down on towards Snaking.
Amar just walks them down.
And they can't deal with the Bristle.
They can't deal with it. They can't deal with any of them.
They can kill a support, that's it. Askeeta's in with the Static Link. Saxa and Lornoff in a world of pain. Lornoff's dead. No buyback for him. Yeah, this game's over, folks.
Nightfall can't do damage. He can't focus any targets. He's trying, but the rest of his team is all just dead, and now he's alone versus the world. Yeah, this game, Falcons just playing it perfectly.
I mean, just like game one, right? It just got to a point where Tundra, They couldn't do anything.
Even though they have this greedy type of lineup with the Morph, he's not able to do it on his own.
And they had the fun. I think up to 30 minutes in, the net worth was pretty much dead even.
Doesn't matter. Falcons, methodical play.
Yeah, ready for every move that Tundra tried to make to break ahead.
That's Megas.
Amar falling low. And of course, with that, Aegis doesn't mind if it pops. And he's actually being able to chase down 33. Nightfall's trying to find his way to the back line.
They're diving.
Snaking Skeeter indeed into the fountain. This one might be a little too deep, Skeeter.
He's got Satanic.
Okay, he's healing up. Didn't quite get 33, but Amar will. He'll walk into the fountain, finish him off. Nightfall will punish Skeeter.
He's alone. They will get the kill on Skeeter. I mean, a bit of a dive forward.
Going a little longer.
Yep, but they got the Megas. They got what they came for.
Yeah, Falcons just playing with their food right now.
Pretty much. 21-7. Nightfall trying to chase forward for more kills, but can't even find another catch. Tries to get that adaptive on high ground, but the damage, it's done.
And we'll see again.
Look, I mean, look at Amar. Like, Whitemind's like, please, someone help me. Help! He has to drop the golem, but literally Amar is just walking through them. Lornoff unable to contribute much at all on this DK this game.
I mean, the pressure was on him. I mean, do you think this kind of comes back to the draft in the sense that when it came to making plays in that mid game,
it's only him who can.
It was only him, right? You have these two supports, the Warlock and the Medusa. They can't really set up a whole lot themselves.
No, I mean, we did talk about how they did cook quite a bit with this draft, and we're definitely seeing how Falcons can just dance around them and not be caught ever. It's literally only 7 kills that Tundra's been able to find. And it's not a short game. It's 42 minutes.
And again, a game in which they were not far behind on the farm. No. They were keeping up. They had the same amount. They were getting the same amount from the map.
I mean, until
Golden XP.
Until they got that kill from Skeeter diving and onto Pugna, it's been 20. Oh my god, I can't even find their last kill before that. Actually, their last kill was at the. Is it the 12-minute mark? Has it been 30 minutes since they got a kill besides those two? I mean, it was like 15-5 for a long time, but
I mean, they tried. They did try to get a kill in that sort of big window. They couldn't.
No, Falcons just they really just didn't give.
Here we go. We've got to get a Rapier on Nightfall.
He needs it.
That's the one chance. The small, slim chance. Could be the Rapier.
Okay, someone buy him a. Okay, they have a Vlad's on the.
They've got the Vlad's. He's got the full Rapier.
Get him all the buffs.
Nightfall, can he do this? Morphling has, as a hero, really has struggled to carry a number of games this tournament.
True.
I saw a great one earlier today.
Whitemon also maybe sell items, try to get a Solar Crest or something. It's all about Nightfall being able to kill literally everybody with this Rapier. Positioned on high ground. The Mega Creeps are coming in top.
And they won't expect this. And Nightfall was very careful. They pushed out the bottom wave with the illusions, but took the Rapier off him.
He hit it.
So,
yeah, I saw he did that. That was actually pretty clever.
That's a lot of bounty runes.
That is quite a bit of them. They have not been back on that side for about 12 minutes.
Can Nightfall do this?
Their base is being hit, though, from Mega Creeps.
Snake King, he did buy back for this. They're the detection, they do.
They do.
That's going to be Snake King gone for 90 seconds, no buyback.
They will now see that Rapier. Top does have to get defended, though. Those Megas were coming in. Nightfall will show himself.
They've got to go for more Tundra.
Amar, he knows that this Morphling's in base. He's going to run at them.
BKB has to come out from 33.
Saksa.
Can't afford to let anyone go down here, Tundra. Nightfall's ready to rejoin us. Tundra, they have to go. They can't fall back. They've got to go whilst they've got this chance, 5 versus 4.
Someone has to deal with top lane, though. This wave is not enough to deal with Mega Creeps that are going to come in. These creeps will kill the tier 4. The bottom wave is also coming in. I don't know, Owen. Someone has to get back. Maybe 33, and then he can buy boots to travel. Someone just has to be able to address these Mega Creeps, though.
It's going to be a little bit of a temptation to just go all in, though. If you're Tundra.
I mean, they have to, but someone has to go back or they'll lose the creeps. Amar's just walking right into them with an invis. He's on top of Whitemon.
They get the dead shot to push Nightfall back. He's able to break away with the waveform away from that standing link. Whitemon just dies to the damage here from Amar.
And Nightfall.
And they've caught him. Nightfall will punt the BKB, but the bashes are coming out. Nightfall is going to try and fight back here, but the stuns continue to fly through the BKB. He's looking towards Amar. It will get him. That's going to be the Bristol dead.
It's a big kill.
Nightfall, can he get back in again? Can he help out Staction Lornoff? Lornoff's going to get caught by the static link, but that's going to get the freedom for Nightfall to potentially focus towards Skeeter. Pushes him back with the adaptive strike, turns into the Razor. Nightfall, he's got the static link going. Buyback comes out from Amar. Now Nightfall's got to be careful. He's caught by the silence. He's got to get out of this, but the bashes come in. Nightfall's gone. The Rapier hits the deck. As Falcons, they're going to be able to retrieve that for themselves. They'll come out with the buyback, Nightfall. But Falcons, they're chasing down Lornoff. His BKB soon to come to an end. The creeps are nearly doing it on the Ancient themselves, as you say.
They had to try for the all-in
They
play.
did. They tried for it.
At 33, he has to buy the boots to travel to join back in, but then they had no creeps for him to actually get to. So he boxes in, but he's nowhere near them, and Nightfall gets isolated
There we
again.
go. Falcons down the mid. Skeeter's got the rapier in his hands, ready to finally put an end to this game 3. They won't have any DK. Lorinov dead for 70 seconds. 500 gold is short of the buyback.
All 3 waves pushing in as well, too, with these megas.
They're ready to close it up. Falcons.
He's found.
They get the jump on him.
He's able to reset. Skeeter is going to start hitting the throne. It dies fast.
Yeah, they're looking to just close it up. They'll drop the golem. They're going to try and burst through Skeeter. It's a lot of damage. Skeeter gets caught by the Doom. He has to back out of the fight for now. Nightfall, caught by the silence and the bash. The Rolling Thunder from Marion comes through again. Nightfall in trouble. He's able to get the waveform away just in time. But Marion will look to chase on forwards. Bounce here over towards the Morphling. Nightfall. He's going to try and stand his ground to get back. But the swashbuckle bash is there. It's going to be over. Surely the fortification comes out. But after this fortification ends, they should be able to close this, as indeed GG is called. Falcons will take game 3, and with that, the series.
The way Skeeter died was actually pretty funny. He was backing away, and the creeps spawned around him, and I think they actually did the little bit of extra damage from the die, but at the end of the day, of course, none of that matters. Falcons, methodical, I would call it. The way they just kind of danced around, played around these ultis. Yep. They were confident that they could play versus Nightfall, even though he's playing this Morphling versus the Razor matchup. It really was him versus the world. A 1v5 in all essence for the side of Tundra that just could not work out. He did 32,000 hero damage, but look at Lorinov's. He could only do 9,000 damage, and then you look at Team Falcons, everybody doing a ton, and it doesn't even show the objective damage, which they were able to do, the majority.
And I really feel like it was indeed because they went a bit too crazy maybe with their drafted Tundra. They just weren't able to do anything.
They
and that's
couldn't catch
never
anyone.
a good sign, right? When you have the state of a game where you're not behind in gold, you're getting just as much out of the map, but you're not able to get anything done for it.
No, they got a kill, at the 12-minute mark, and then the next kill they got at the 42-minute mark. So it just shows they could not find these fights to be able to bring to Falcons, and Falcons, yeah, they just danced on it.
They really do. 2 games this series, both of the wins that Falcons got, where they just made Tundra feel pretty helpless for like a painful 30-plus minutes of each of those.
Absolutely.
And with that, yeah, Falcons, they'll take the series. It's all theirs, 2-1 today against Tundra.
Overcooked, that's what the draft was for Tundra, but all credit goes to Falcons for setting a very high tempo. Once their lineup was online, they did not let Tundra have even a single kill for the longest time. And it looked very good for Falcons, who now has a 2-1 record here in the group stages of DreamLeague here with Jenkins and Lacoste. Lacoste, this game felt like Falcons was in firm control for a long portion of the game.
Yeah, except for the mid lane, which went pretty horrible for Malrine, because he was getting destroyed in terms of CS. The Dragonite doubled CS. CS had more denies than he had CS at one point, but they made it up for it by some really good rotations, by creating a lot of stacks. This is a team that loves to stack, and you have Bristleback on your team. You also have ways of making Pango come back into the game with clearing the big stacks, but leaving ancient stacks for Bristol. Really love that Malrine also managed to make a great comeback after not having a great time. And as you said, overcooked drafts, because you have Dragonite stun, and that's about it. Maybe you throw a Warlock Golem, which is not the best follow-up that you want to do in a team fight.
I want to go back because I actually disagree with Lacoste. Malrine did not lose his lane because he was not a mid laner. He was a bot laner. There were 4 heroes in that lane on both sides, pretty much. I think it was just a Nightfall and Lornoff that were not showing up. That Lornoff just sits there and takes the tower and absolutely free farms. But I think we see why DK is not much of a mid laner. Free farm for what? To take stacks from the carry, you know?
And you're also building different items. Like, he did go for a Blink Dagger, he did go for Hurricane. Like, this is something that they do on Falcons when a Skeeter plays it from the safe lane, but they know how to play with this item build, and they also have slightly different drafts. They're used to be playing with the Dragonite with this type of an item build compared to Carry Dragonite, which goes pretty much ham with his armlet, Mask of Madness, so you're never going to lack damage. But there was no real follow-up. It was a very difficult game. It's one of those we can't do much type of a draft. We know that we flex too much with this Medusa, with this Doom. We already mentioned it on the pre-panel that when you have Doom, you need to have a great catch. Otherwise, if you Doom a target, they're going to run away.
They're just going to run away. This was also a game that secured Pugna as still undefeated for both of these teams.
11 total games. That's pretty nuts.
It's pretty nuts. It's definitely a hero more teams should be looking at, right, Jenkins?
It's all right. Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna ask him about it, and I will. Do we have Snake King? We do have Snake King.
We do.
Hello, Snake.
Hey, Jenkins. How are you guys doing?
I'm excellent, man. Nice job on the 2-1. I'm sorry it was Tundra. I know you guys, every series against them seems to go the distance. What's with that, man? Why are they lasting so long?
I mean, I think we both know each other quite well, and I think it just comes down to very thin margins and down to the wire for every win or loss. So, I mean, I think it's good for the viewers, you know? Every game is the full series.
That's right, it is good for the viewers. And speaking of good for the viewers, we saw you sucking a lot that game on Pugna. You guys are undefeated on Pugna. A lot of teams are picking it. Can you tell me what the hell is with this hero? Where did it come from? Why is it such a good 5?
I think it's just people like just start copying strategies very quickly. I think we started playing it in Boom Dacha because I realized like the buffs on the hero were quite good, and I think like people these days are very quick to adjust and adapt. And once like 1 or 2 teams start playing it, like everyone else will hop on as well.
I wanted to ask you about Boom Dacha actually. What did you do in your vacation between Boom Dacha and DreamLeague?
Well, that vacation of like 12 hours was not much to work with, so we just transferred hotel and immediately set up for the new boot camp for DreamLeague.
Are you still in Serbia right now?
Yes, we are, because there wouldn't be like enough time for travel otherwise.
Okay, so you got your full 8 hours of sleep that night then.
I did.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll send you over to BSJ now for real smart guy questions while I think of one more.
Now, I'm going to keep the tone that Jenkins was going for there. When you guys are preparing for your series tomorrow, is it going to be tonight or is it going to be tomorrow in the morning? Like, get some rest. What's your daily routine looking like during this DreamLeague?
I think it really depends on the schedule. Well, tomorrow, for some reason, I think we're first series. So, like, we have 4 time slots, which is a little unfair because a lot of other teams only have 2 or 3 time slots, but we have to play on every possible hours of the day. Sometimes super early, sometimes super late, which is not the best. But since it's so early, we'll probably have to prepare it tonight. And normally, like, I would prepare it the day of if we have a little bit more time, like yesterday when we played a pretty late series.
So what do you do to like help yourself reset in like such a short amount of time? Like, is it food for you? Is it like an activity? Is it just relaxing for a bit?
I personally like to just go on the gym and just, you know, chill a bit. I think doing something physical activity is quite good because we sit on our butts a lot, and just doing something to away from the computer, doing something physical is pretty good.
I can say while you're sitting on your butt, you're also kicking some butts. Thanks for the interview, buddy.
Hey, King, I've remembered the 2 final questions I wanted to ask you. First one is, you guys really don't want to play the qualifiers. Well, that's what we're saying here, and that's the kind of narrative. Is it top 4 you need to get, and then you don't have to play the qualifiers? Do you know the math on that?
That is correct. We would need top 4. Once we're top 4, we're on vacation, so
nice.
We need to make it happen.
Okay, so you guys are like giga tryharding every single game, every group stage in the EPT.
Yes, especially our coach, who's currently having his best time of lifetime in Japan right now.
That reminded me of my third question, actually. How is it without Aoi? Because I know a lot of people think he's a big grifter. I personally think he's a genius, but you guys look like you're recovering from your losses and things like that, as if you have a coach. So how's it without him?
I think we just have to really focus on ourselves and realize that since AUI is not here, like a lot of the replay watching, individual responsibility, like that the coach used to help us with, we need to do it on ourselves and on our own. And we just need to be very focused on our own personal responsibilities.
Right, so you guys have to play Dark Souls during the draft instead of him. Thank you so much, Snake King, for the interview, and we'll let you prepare for your next series.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And their next series is indeed at the start of the day. It's tomorrow. It's up against Extreme tomorrow morning. So based on records, they should be able to take that series, considering Extreme has not won a series yet. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna walk over to the other side of the studio because that is where Kezu is sitting down.
Clown.
And he is going
clown?
to check. What?
I think he just called me a clown.
Is my mic still on?
Yeah. Well, Shiver, I've been hard at work the last hours while you guys, did nothing in the green room.
I saw you. No, I saw you. You were like zoned in. What were you working on?
Ping pong and a social segment, which
Wow.
of course is why we're here. So we're gonna look at, the talent chat of WhatsApp out of context.
What?
Oh, he's leaking.
So we're gonna start with, this isn't super easy to read, so this is capitalist. Nothing wakes me up more than a cold cup of, Jenkins, can you help me there on the last word?
That's jizz.
Yeah, correct. So
Great.
don't we all feel this way, Jenkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So we have this slide number 1. Don't worry, guys. We have many more to come.
It was G energy or something.
Yeah,
but it
it's
was
like
meant to be.
Giga Internal Zen,
Zen,
perhaps.
yeah, something like
this
that.
This is Joe and the Juice, not sponsored, by the way.
Not sponsored. They can sponsor us any day.
Yeah, so here's Mr. Pyrian Flax, who was in some Swedish art gallery. And if anyone looks at this, you can always see that
Yeah,
this
it
is
was
Mr.
like-
Sir Action Flax.
Yeah, he's even wearing the hat that he had on Birmingham.
So this is quite sus indeed. But we can go next to Mr. Slide number 3, where, our lovely talent Jenkins. Sometimes my bro just whips out, some food at midnight. If people are starving, like me, we can just go there and eat the most average food ever.
Yeah, like he's wonderful.
He named your Jankons.
I had 8 burritos that night. I was so sick.
Jenkins makes very good burritos. You guys can see I put a lot of effort into the renaming.
I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
Slide number 4, please. I don't know how we did that. Yeah, so here we have Mr. Yannis Flukas Lucas, where we're setting up Mr. Jenkins again with the spacesuit, of course.
Yeah.
Everyone who's tuned into DreamLeague.
They
saw that.
hopefully have seen it.
It took us good 30 minutes to make that.
It did, at least. Okay, slide number, I don't know, which one are we at? 5? Yeah, so we have Yannis Lucas who was doing some laundry. Turns out he found a bra. I'm not sure what happened there, but I think at this point,
I don't know.
I think the rightful owner was found.
It did turn out to be his bra, actually.
Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have Pepe Enjoyer, so this could be, it's probably me or Lacoste. And Pyrian Flax, who might be a psychopath. I am here too, if you need bodies. I think there might be a reveal in the next coming days of what this is
Could
about.
be related to Jenkins cooking a dinner.
That's why there's way too much beef.
Yeah.
Way too much beef.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, so we have many meat enjoyers, of course.
There's
Jenkins
always
with the
room
beef.
for more met.
We have, Cat likes meat, even though it's hard for him to spell it. We did eventually make it.
Yeah.
We have a
got
couple
there.
more meat-related slides coming up. So, computer, we actually do. Meat time.
Bro, you're hungry.
I actually am
Clearly,
really
I'm
hungry.
starving right now.
I'm really hungry.
And the place we're going to might be referenced. Please, next slide. Yeah, this is just... Lacoste, any thoughts?
Yeah, we found a guy on TikTok that is doing remixes of the songs Volat Papi, and it's very interesting. This is by far the best one. You can sing it, Kez.
Snack neck. Oh, no.
Snack neck. Can miss some more. Snack neck. Till you get
I think the
snack
night
neck.
shift of last DreamLeague would really appreciate this one.
Wonderful.
Please load up the next slide. Lacoste, would you like to read this one?
Wait, I can't remember what happened here.
I actually don't know. I think this was like a week ago. Maybe I sent like a Suns fan sticker. I mean, this is why it's out of context. I don't remember what the hell happened.
What is this? This might have been out of context in the first place.
I think so.
Went to the wrong chat.
Next one, please. Yeah, Texas again. Could be about the USA. Could be about a restaurant we like. We never know.
Could be Neil. Could be Tsunami as well. He lives in Texas.
That's true, actually. We're doxing him.
His nickname.
I don't think we have that many left, so let's get into the next one.
Perfect. I want to defeat all. Let me.
He's really seeming like a psychopath.
So he wants bodies and to smash Cap with a chair. I don't know if he's doing all right, but he'll be on the night shift. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And I think this could be the grand finale.
I watched the vid, Kev, and it's a lot of flashing lights spinning. What?
I think Ted's having a really good time at DreamLeague, so we should
He's
just
getting old and dementia. Is what's happening here.
What was this about?
I don't know what this is about.
This is a man going senile.
I think this is from yesterday, so maybe people can. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the flashing lights are about. I don't know what the spinning balls are about or the bodies. But Shiva, that will conclude the segment for today.
No, it was a top tier segment. Thank you for that. We are going to move on to the second half of the day. So Tsunami will take you through that portion. And our first upcoming series is Waska taking on Bedboom.
shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, blood comes rushing, rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Gotta let it out. Wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out. Wanna shake it out. Yeah. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
No matter where you're tuning in from, if it's somewhere in Europe, then I hope you've got a long dinner planned. If it's Southeast Asia, well, then I hope you're burning the midnight oil. If it's North America, then get ready to get your day started, because we're at the halfway point, but I think the Dota's just getting started. PogChamp Pandas, let's get the second half of this day underway. That's right, friends. It's a Dream League, and in that league, we have 4 best-of-3s every single day for this Group Stage 2 phase. Don't know me. This is a cheer. It's not a laugh either. It's a cheer. It's an applause. It's a round of applause for our next 2 teams coming to the stage along with a brand new panel: BSJ, Effie, and Purge. Purge has been doing research for us, my friends.
That's
research on a Waska versus BetBoom team. Share your research with the class, please, Purge.
So, BetBoom team has been doing some kind of weird draft stuff. At the start of the tournament, we were excited to see them playing their Marcy type heroes.
Yep.
But now their carries have been weird. I mean, we've seen Pure jump from carry to offlane in the past. Now he's playing carry. But now he's playing offlane heroes as a carry.
Oh.
One of those heroes that we've seen a lot, Dawnbreaker, has been kind of trending a little bit as an offlaner, but he loves, or at least sometimes they actually pick that as a carry. Here's one of their drafts that they did. Watch the cohesion they use to take this tower. You got an enchant creep come from one angle. You got a Helm of the Dominator creep come from the other angle. How do you fight into this? At any moment, Dawn could ulti on top of somebody that gets gone on. It basically makes your pushes and your cohesion better. And then over on the other side of the map, if you try to kill a Beastmaster, the same thing is happening. You have this potentially tanky hero. You're backing him up with another tanky hero that can come from the sky, healing him, and it just makes your fight a little easier. So now, all of a sudden, you have this unpredictability. Is BetBoom going to play this Dawnbreaker in offlane, or are they going to play it a carry? You just don't know. So now they have this flex potential that other teams don't have yet, because they're not playing Dawnbreaker as a carry. They follow this up with a Warlock. In this instance, this is the last series they played against Extreme Gaming. And now you have this. Here's another example. A Magnus carry. That's supposed to be an offlaner, Neil. Now he's tanky. He's paired with a Warlock. How do you even kill this guy in lane? It's hard, right? And here's a really nice fight to round out the BetBoom clips here. They go aggressive against the Alchemist. They're down by 2k, not super far, but they can basically get more aggressive early, because it's not like he's playing a carry on the Magnus.
Yeah.
He's playing an offlane hero that's pretty happy to fight at this point with just an Echo Saber and a Treads. So I feel like these offlane heroes played as carry can get into the game earlier than they normally would be. They're harder to gank, and if you pair them with some nice supports that fit the playstyle with some nice utility in other places, it just felt good. So it's a weird thing that BetBoom is doing, but it gives them a nice advantage potentially against their opponents, and that's what Waska's got to be really careful of this game.
Based on what you're describing from these heroes, it sounds like Dawnbreaker is almost like a better Spectre, because she can show up to a fight whenever is convenient for her, but more self-sufficient in lane. And then Magnus is probably maybe like a better Sven equivalent, because Sven has not been doing very well in this tournament despite being picked a lot, but again, self-sufficiency and more of a luxury to show up to fights earlier.
And he's tankier in lane.
Yeah.
Magnus can skewer back to safety. He's got a really powerful teamfight ultimate, and he farms really fast too. So there's downsides potentially. Sven should do more single target damage, but yeah, there's little nuanced things that those other heroes can do, and they're maybe a little bit more flexible in item build too. Those weird carries.
Would you think, Effie, that it's more comfortability with these heroes because Pure has bounced between the offlane role? He's hypothetically more familiar with these heroes, or is BetBoom team seeing something about these core or carry offlane flexes that no one else is really seeing?
I think they're just comfortable doing something different. I mean, if you look at Pure as a player, even before he switched to offlane, he was doing carry Pudge, carry Leshrac, and he was playing a style of carry that other players weren't. So if there is a team that is going to experiment with these unusual picks, this definitely would be the one. And of course, his offlane experience doesn't hurt, but his offlane hero pool wasn't even that big. He played like 4 heroes. I don't think I ever saw him play Dawnbreaker, rarely ever Magnus. So it feels like it's something new that they've cooked up. The Dawnbreaker especially, I love that pick for them because they were in a position where they needed to cover their TA pick. They're on 18, and like Dawn would have been a great pick versus them, and they didn't want to expend all of these bans. They were like, let's just take it ourselves and run it as carry. What could go wrong? And it worked perfectly.
So then do you think it was always the intention to give Kiyotaka the Templar assassin? Because as it is, we don't see that hero be picked up very frequently, but then be put into the mid lane. In my mind, I thought that was like a backup plan, but you're saying that it may have been intentional almost.
Yeah, I definitely think they thought about it because the TA came out after they saw Extreme Gaming pick Puck, and they knew that would be a good lane for it regardless. And if you have the security of a hero that carries from the mid lane or does damage from the mid lane, then you can comfortably shove in a Dawnbreaker there from either the offlane or the core and be comfortable there.
And overall, I whenever I bring it up with BetBoom Team, Pure has been exceeding expectations. I think already the bar has been set exceptionally high for him as a carry player, but on BetBoom Team, it seems that he is continuing to raise the bar.
Yeah, I mean, I think the formula for the meta right now is flash farming carries, and ideally they have a stun. Alchemist being the archetype of that example, and I would say that Pure is at the carry level he's at, the caliber of the player he is. He understands why these heroes are meta and the formula that they have. And you think about Mag, flash farm and carry with a stun, and it's not that like, oh, it's just that simple, pick any hero in the game that flash farms with a stun, but he understands what works, like what is needed out of the carry, because not only is it the fact that Alchemist is like the main carry right now for most of these teams, but that means you're learning to draft around Alchemist with your other heroes. So maybe your offlaners are lacking stuns, or they need that stun from the carry role to make the rest of their lineup work. So if you don't have Alchemist, if the other teams are picking it or banning it, then having other heroes in your arsenal is just so powerful, and I think that just really separates like the people that understand the whys of the meta rather than just the whats.
And he understands why he should take risks and when he should take risks as well, because I've got a wisdom rune presented by the US Air Force showing the frequency of rapier pickups per game between Pure on a BetBoom Team and his opponent Pike on Waska, because these are actually the two ends of the spectrum. Pure buys the most rapiers per game out of any player here at DreamLeague Season 24. And Pike, granted, does not have as many ticketed games under his name, but it's perhaps a little bit more conservative in that regard. Only one rapier per 212 games, whereas Pure is out here getting one rapier for every 15 games.
That perfectly describes him as a player, honestly. Like, the beauty of watching players like Pure, and Pure in particular, as a carry, I think another player that's very reminiscent of this playstyle is also Parker from Heroic, is that it feels like they're never afraid. They're never looking at game states in a scenario where they can't fight. Even when they're behind in net worth, they always have this like knowledge of when they're gonna teeter on the edge of the fight, how long they can stay in, going in and out and making these like very confident calls. And Pure, basically that's his style of carry. He lives off of this. Like buying a rapier, it's not like he's gonna play like he has one. That's the thing about him. He'll buy the rapier and play normally. Not like, oh, if I die here, the game's over. He doesn't think like that, and that's why he works as a carry.
But he's also such a good player that he's able to wield the swords and feed them less. Like, I feel like I've never seen him buy a rapier and he just does something stupid and loses it. So you need to be that kind of a good player. Like me personally, I never buy rapiers because I don't play safe in my pubs.
Bro, I don't even buy gem. I'm afraid of losing it.
Exactly. So like, you need to be like a confident player, someone that makes very few mistakes to be confident item. And so he's doing it at the top of the world. It's a very impressive.
And on the flip side of things, I hope that Waska has not lost confidence, because we got to see them yesterday, and Parivision kind of shook them up a little bit. We were under the impression that maybe Waska were being preemptive with some of their draft picks, Brian, that they thought that it was a good idea to pick up a Doom because Parivision really loves their Chen. And then after that, their draft kind of spiraled away into irrelevance.
Yeah, that draft was probably the most impressive draft for Parivision out of like all the drafts that I've seen so far, where they just completely 5D chessed Waska yesterday. And I think what they did on the side of Waska is easily fixable, in the sense that it was a kind of a foresight trying to predict what the other team's going to do, and then it backfires because there's so many possibilities of what they could respond with, and they responded with a hero that's been picked twice the entire tournament, Disruptor. Obviously, it's a specialty hero for Ducalis, but at the same time, you can't account for everything. And if you go back to the drawing board, they're going to prepare a new strategy for this series against BetBoom team. And I'm expecting something similar from them, like conceptually. Like they're going to try to add that extra layer to the meta because BetBoom team is already doing it. If you don't start doing it now, it's going to be too little too late.
But that's why I'm worried, though, that Waska may be one step aheading themselves because they thought they were doing it against Party Vision and ended up going a little bit too far too fast. As you've already shown, Purge, there's a lot of different pocket picks that can be presented from BetBoom team. So I would kind of prefer Waska to just be conservative about it and play their game because their game was very successful in Group Stage 1.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that, so when you look at yesterday, I don't think they played well outside of like drafting bad. That first draft was bad, but that second game, they were in a winning position and they just fumbled. Like they went high ground with no vision, not really high ground, but they crossed the river on mid with like no vision set up anywhere. They got initiated on and lost the fight with Aegis. A lot of other teams like would not have made the mistake here, but that is something they can easily learn from, right? So I think that they're capable of a lot, but BetBoom are very hard to draft prep against now, especially what they've shown us the last few days. So it's like you said, if they can just play the game that they're comfortable playing, not try too hard, not outdraft themselves, and work on the mistakes they did yesterday, we should have a competitive series.
Are there any of Waska's foundations that you were especially satisfied, Purge? Because as we saw in Group Stage 1, they were carrying the torch for South America and on the whole, taking a lot of teams by surprise. So what is it about their Dota that they should probably go back to relying on?
I mean, they do have slightly unique picks. They've been picking like Death Prophet off lane to Siege Towers. If you don't have access to like a Chen or an Enchant, or maybe if that doesn't fit your playstyle as much, getting the tower pressure from a different lane can be one good solution. So that's one thing that I like that they do.
We also talked about Matthew hopefully having a renaissance on this team after somewhat fading away for most of the past year.
For sure. I think when you look at this team, like Matthew is the heart of it. Like a lot of their wins were like kind of not on his back, but he was such a contributing factor to it that if they can set him up to play his like nuisancey style of heroes and make sure that their draft allows them to skirmish at all stages of the game instead of like triple down and having all melee heroes like they did yesterday or play for a later timing, that's not cool. But if they have Matthew on like a Nyx or a Pugna or some disruptive kind of hero in a fight, and then, they've got like an Earth Spirit mid, they're always able to fight, that's when they look really solid.
But we can't go full nuisance with Ricky, Brian, where he just goes around and kills couriers for 40 minutes straight.
Yeah, right when Mira said nuisance, I was like, Pugna is kind of a nuisance hero. Now that I think about Matthew coming from Ricky. So
yeah, that's his playstyle.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they also consider picking up Pyke's hero earlier in the draft. I think his SF's been incredibly impressive to me. And like, I'm looking at their last drafts we saw yesterday, like the Sven on the 24th pick. Like, I'm telling you, these carry picks are getting... like there's just not much to pick from. Very slim pickings, and
that's why you bust out the Dawnbreaker and the Magnus. Pure's got the right idea.
Yeah, I guess like if I guess what I was trying to go off of, if I'm going to go more conservative, I would pick my carry earlier on in the draft. If I'm going to try to mimic kind of what BB Team's doing with their meta development, I would go leaving Pyke's hero till later. But I actually kind of like the idea of more conservative as well, like if they want to go that route. But I have a feeling they're not going to. I don't think they want to give up on what they were trying to do yesterday just because it didn't work. And like Mira mentioned, it wasn't purely draft. Like, yeah, the first draft went a little bit awry, but the second game, the game was definitely within their hands to take. So,
have you revised your carry tier list as we've now basically done a whole week of DreamLeague Season 24 at this point? That I feel like there hasn't been too many changes other than Luna somewhat falling off in popularity and Shadow Fiend maybe rising up in the ranks.
Alc was only A tier for me before this week, and now it's like S and a half.
S and a half?
Yeah, I mean, like, I keep looking at the teams that are still here, their win rates on Alc are like 100%, 80%. Even though the hero's not winning every single game, the teams that are still in the tournament, I think it could easily be banned for the rest of the tournament at this stage.
Outside of that, go ahead.
And just to add on to that, like when they picked Sven in their first game, they had a lot of other options. Like they had the option of Luna and Morphling and TA. 3 heroes that would have done very well in lane versus Brood 2, and they chose to go for the Sven anyway. So like some of their ideas just don't work. So I hope that they accept that.
And if I expand the list, maybe DK also, but I feel like that's more of like a Falcons thing. I don't know why other teams aren't as enthusiastic about the DK.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of why I like Alk as well, because he's a carry that gets some farm does okay in the lane, and then gets a blink dagger and goes and helps your team to get kills.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight's good for that. Sven, not so much, because you have to buy like 2 to 3 attack speed damage items. It's harder for you to get into the game if you buy a blink dagger. Maybe your BKB is delayed. So, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the non-DK and Alk sometimes. But
It was also banned
it was
in
banned.
that game one.
In that game, but I feel like there have been a lot of matches where Falcons gets their DK and they're not necessarily ramming it in. They just go second phase, whereas a lot of teams are like, well, if it's still available in third phase, then maybe I'll go for it, but they're not prioritizing it higher than that, which continues to surprise me. We'll see what Pike's favorite is going to be, though, as we're getting into the draft for game number 1 between Waska and BB Team. And if today is any indication, I'm expecting 3 games for this series. Anything less than that will be a disappointment for me.
I don't know if it's going to be 3 games, though.
Why do you think BB Team's... You think Waska's washed, Ka?
I think they are falling on the end of the meta where they are just not as good as the other teams that are remaining. That's kind of what it looked like watching them play Paravision. Paravision's very good.
Making everyone look like chumps out here.
You're right. But I just feel like BetBoom Team is a little bit ahead of the curve here with their drafting. It feels like Waska isn't like blowing anybody away with their drafts pretty consistently. They're just winning some games because they're really good players.
I think it's important to not write teams off after one bad day, too, because like bad days do happen quite often in Dota, so it's more so about what they bring to the table today. Because if today also looks bad, then you can kind of say that they're not doing anything like very well. But I think that from what we saw in group stages, like they were team fighting very well. They're very good at skirmishing, and they're really good at like late game team fights too. So this team does have a lot to work with, but yesterday was their first real hurdle.
And their extreme victory was against Ame Juggernaut, though. That's why I remain skeptical. Like, what do Waska really got?
Yeah, their 2 wins are against Juggernaut specifically. They've been able to tackle that one, but at the end of the day, I agree with what Mira said. Every team is prone to having a bad day here and there. I guess I'm confused why, like, I look through these drafts and Shadow Fiend just gets through, because I mentioned Shadow Fiend for Pike, and every game, not only is he 3-0 with it, but like every game I've seen him play, it just looks incredibly good, and I'm just wondering what about these teams that had stuff working for them and they stray away from it. Like, we talk about developing the meta, but also why are you kind of leaving strategies behind?
So you're saying it's not even that, like, why is BetBoom Team not banning the Shadow Fiend? It's more like Waska have it available. What BB Team clearly didn't respect it highly enough, so why not first phase it?
Well, that could very well be a Sacred Pango. I know he's one of the most avid Pangolier players in the offlane. But the fact that this is a flex hero, the nice part about Pangolier, if you do put it in the offlane, is it's one of the few offlaners. I think Sand King is the only other one that comes to mind that doesn't get trapped by shards. You have the swashbuckle to get out of it. So based on what we saw yesterday, I think I'm already seeing, like, I don't want to be that Doom again. Like Doom against Disruptor Monkey King, where my lane is just absolutely unplayable.
Right.
So you see the 5 position, you know what that lane's going to represent. Like, even though you don't see the carry, you know it's going to be a ranged hero that tries to diss out the damage. So Pangolier should do fine there. I like that approach a little bit based on an adjustment from yesterday's mishaps, I'd say.
So far throughout this tournament, though, Dark Mago has been exclusively playing it. They haven't flexed it quite yet, but it is still in their pocket if needed.
Yeah, I guess just like based on the order of picks, that's what I'm thinking is Sacred was the, I don't want to say he was the issue in the draft, but he was the hero that got kind of thrown into the Wolves game 1.
And that is a specialty hero for him. Like, he is known for playing this hero, so it wouldn't be surprising to see it run as offlane, even though Dark Mago's been the player.
Radiant team ban.
Other bans come out, at least in the first phase. They were very Sacred targeted. BetBoom Team take out the Mars and the Primal Beast, followed up with a Pugna, a Medusa, and a Gyrocopter ban. Still no respect to the Shadow Fiend. And Waska, they took out the Invoker, the Naga Siren, the Bat Rider, and the Muerta.
We are almost certainly getting a Miero Beastmaster based on the Gyrocopter ban, the Medusa ban, and the fact that it's one of the best heroes, in my opinion, against Pangolier for just stunning him and buffing up your team to just murk the guy, even though he's in his magic or debuff immunity state. So I'm wondering what Waska is going to do to preemptively deal with that, perhaps, like an Enchantress or a Chen, something like this. I think it's really important that you can block just because yesterday's block picks didn't go quite the way you were
block
planning.
pick against the
It's a little bit different with supports that also just kind of are all around good in the meta.
And they're going to be in a position where they can choose between Clock and Enchantress here. So it'll be very telling, because maybe if they go for this Enchantress preemptively for the Beastmaster, they can't set up for the SF.
Okay, well, I do like that. I said they'd go for the SF, but I also don't love SF into Beastmaster, so this could go either way.
Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if BB Team doesn't take it.
I suppose it's a lot of BKB piercing disable. It's good gap close. You can save people, but it is still a good pairing from Waska's sides to physical damage heavy heroes. So.
And they're still in a position where they can take the Clock right now for the SF. Because if you're BB Team, you don't want to take Clock plus Tusk because you're a support duo.
Good point.
No, this is a rare situation that most teams wouldn't have to deal with. Where is this Dawnbreaker going?
Now it's interesting for Waska, because like they're looking at this Nyx Assassin to counter the Dawnbreaker, but then it's like, what about our Clock? We can't take our Clock to secure lane for SF if we're also taking a Nyx, because then he won't be able to secure lane for Pango. So they have to make a decision which route they're going to take now in Waska.
Yeah, if they go the Nyx, they're almost certainly going to make that Pango mid, and they'll have to pick something else for Sacred, like the Death Prophet. I think the Death Prophet is like another hero that enables melee force. So that's why, you know, you think of Beastmaster, who's kind of like a pseudo-ranged offlaner where he plays off his axes and his summons. That Death Prophet also offers the push. I think it's every team needs push. You know, people are sometimes getting it from the supports like Pugna and Enchantress and Chen, but Death Prophet, that's what I kind of thought it fit for the draft. So, like you said, Mira, that's such a good counter to Dawn that it's certainly on their minds here.
So they go for the Nyx.
There it is.
But I don't think you can go for your Clock now for this SF. You just kind of have to.
What do you think is a better option?
You do Enchantress.
I think you just end, maybe, yeah, you're right.
That also does cover the flex of the Dawn, because I really think Miura would go Summons Hero if Dawn ends up carried, because you want a little bit more physical damage, as we were talking about.
Don't you struggle more in the lane against the Dawn with Enchant, though? Because, like, he just has a lot of nuke burst. And if you pair it with, like, Tusk or something, if you put SD5, like, I feel like Enchant would get shredded compared to, like, the Clockwork. Like,
yeah, once Dawn hits level 3, the hammer should be high enough range to have no problem taking you out.
But it does give them the tower push that they kind of need, and it does give them some body for SF. And
SF would also very much punish if you use Dawn's abilities to go on the 5. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
she does. They do end up going for
They
the
did
long.
Clock anyway. I mean, you still can, honestly. It just doesn't really help Pango very much.
I was gonna say
so
that, yeah.
You just throw Pango mid at this point, honestly. And then you try to enable this Nyx with like a Death Prophet, a Visage, maybe an Enigma.
But now they have to worry about the heroes that are in a counter a Pango mid, which seems to be a scarier situation to be in. We've seen a lot of Pangos go mid, and it feels like you have to ban out Huskar and Monkey King, and just seems like a lot to do.
You can also just take the L and not have like a very strong offlane, because ultimately you can still lane 2 melee heroes together and do like lane pulling shenanigans and play more on your rotations.
Bedboom are giving Waska nothing to work with.
Yeah.
This Templar Assassin could go mid or carry. Dawnbreaker can go carry or offlane.
And this is the draft advantage that they've got.
They're gonna have to show it though before Waska takes their overall last pick.
Only if they become with a very obvious. It's like if they get another carry offlane flex on Bedboom team, like a DK, like, then like Waska still don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I think they do need catch from BB Team's last pick overall. I do think the Beastmaster was pretty essential to making this duo core, the Dawn TA, work, because it buffs them both up, and then it also supplies you with Roche Vision information, auras, stun. So I really hope they ban that on the side of Waska. And I guess all I'll say about TA that I really like is it's just not vulnerable to Nyx as a gank. Like, Nyx comes... He kills you in like 4 damage instances, which are all blocked, so...
It's also just great versus SF as a
Sure.
hero. Like,
Yeah.
It absolutely shreds SF. You know, the refraction is always going to be a powerful tool against him too. And I kind of just like looking at this. I mean, TA plus Tusk would be a really fine safe lane, and offlane Dawn into the SF is also fine. Like, I think they're comfortable just not doing anything too fancy right now. And BB Team just want to take out these like range type offlaners we talked about, like the Enigma. Visage also comes to mind. Death Prophet comes to mind. Potentially even a Viper comes to mind here, if Sacred feels like being a little spicy.
Meanwhile, Waska need to figure out what is the most important things to ban, not just for any specific lane, but for the game in general. They do take out the Beastmaster in the end because no matter what, a debuff immune piercing stun is always going to be irritating for them to deal with. And then they take out what could be a mid laner, what could be a carry. They take out the Monkey King.
And this is the advantage of having the flex to the last moment, that whatever their last truly most desired hero is, they only get one ban for each role. So now they can just pivot based on what the best remainder option is, instead of like being like, okay, here comes our carry, they ban 2 of the best carries left, now they're going to third best. And a lot of times those games look underwhelming for teams. That's why these flex picks are so valuable.
I like Puck a lot for BB team. Like, Kiyotaka hasn't played at this tournament so far, but like it would be great here. It would give them Coil versus Pango. It's not very easy to gank as a Puck or a Nyx, and it gives you the means to rotate on that stuff early. Also, because you have the TA within your draft, it can't get counterpicked by something like a TA.
Is there any chance they just go DK again? Like, is that just an option for them?
And send Kiyotaka Templar Assassin mid?
Yeah, I guess like I'm also just thinking, because Mir's giving all the good mids, so I'm just thinking like if they do put the TA mid, what would the carry be? I think that's the only option, so it's either that or a hero for Kiyotaka.
The downside to a DK carry, while it can like gank with Blink Dagger, maybe if it goes like fast Blink Dagger, I'd be into it. But it feels like a tempo issue, because both TA and DK need at least a little bit of time to get moving.
Well, I just think you want a hero that naturally sets up push spell Donald. You know, like it's nice to have the counter initiation, but when you're against Nyx, that's not nearly as reliable. You want to be making the proactive plays where Nyx can't always be there. So that's why I was thinking DK. We did see Liquid win a game in Group Stage 1 with the DK Dawnbreaker combo, and that looked really good. So
Another option is Earth Spirit, just classic, tried and true.
It looks pretty good, yeah. You can help save against whoever clock goes on. Spike Carapace isn't like the biggest deal because you're tanky, and you can Blade Mill fight that stuff, I suppose.
10 seconds remaining.
That Boom team take out 2 offlaners. Enigma and Death Prophet are taken out of the pool, so hypothetically, they could be opening things up for Pure to get a matchup of his desire in the safe lane. But he has his pick of the litter. Does he want to play Dawnbreaker? Does he want to play Templar Assassin? Or does he want to play a third hero that we haven't seen yet?
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
Or maybe a third hero?
That might be Pure's hero.
Yeah.
The flex is still there, though.
The flex is still there. I guess it could be Miro Magnus.
I don't know if I like Mag against SF. That sounds a little spooky.
You mean offlane Mag into safe lane SF?
Yeah, not with like a Shadow Demon 4. You don't like have a kill potential there.
I think the best pick when you don't know the flex is this Viper here, because they would be good against all 3 of these cores no matter where they go, but I don't know if Waska feel comfortable running it here. Because if your TA is going mid, you throw the Viper on that lane. They go for Timbersaw.
Pretty good. I mean, 3 tanky boys on the enemy team. You don't care that much about Shadow Demon. I mean, it stops your potential ags, but that's off lane. Okay.
I
would TA carry if I knew what the lanes were, but I can't remember. You can't see that the other team ticks, obviously, right? So
You cannot. But I think it was most likely that it was going to be Pango mid.
What about mid Magnus? It's been a minute.
They're chatting it up.
Yeah, they're not picking it. I honestly thought that like they had an idea of what they were planning to do, and then they just wanted the illusion of flex to the other team.
But no, it's like, oh, now that they picked this Timbersaw, maybe we need to reevaluate our flex.
I think they had this. Clearly, they were open-minded about where these people were going to go. So, okay, so it is mid-mag. Okay, for a second I thought I saw a reverse, but no, it's just regular mag.
I liked mid Magnus the most here because you're just gonna farm comfortably. Like even if it is Timbersaw mid, which would be annoying, it's not really gonna slow down your farm. Whereas like if you threw it on one of the side lanes, you could be shut down more easily. And I think ultimately you want to make sure TA goes against Timber, and it's the best bet that this Timber is gonna be like ran on the offlane. Otherwise, it would be too hard to really enable your Pango. So I think just getting the TA versus Timber matchup is what they were looking for, and they did it this way.
I also think like just in case, because they weren't 100% sure as Timber offlane, I think TA safe lane against Pango with Mag against Timbersaw mid would be way better than Mag against Timbersaw
if they misread the lanes.
That's what exactly. So I think either way they have their bases a lot better covered with this route. I'm digging BB Team's draft. Something feels off with Waska's draft. Like I'm not really sure how to pinpoint it, but it feels like something's missing.
I mean, I like the TA a lot for this, like, I think if Pure plays a great game, then it should be theirs. But I actually think they might have overcooked a little bit because they could have been in a situation to like more heavily counterpick. Because I look at Waska and like it's good at brawling. They've got Pyke's SF that you've been really impressed by, and they have like Nyx Assassin to counter Dawn ult. They have Clockwork to counter initiate versus the RP. Like there are things that they can do within their draft that are good. So if they come out of lanes happy, I'll believe in them.
Yeah, they have lots of stuns to pair with the Timber Saw as well. So if somebody like starts the fight and Timber rolls in and supplies the damage, they have kill potential to kill these abnormally tanky cores on the BB team side.
Let's see if BB team overcooked with the flex or if the vibes are just right in game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
That are currently 1-1 in series, 2 teams that managed to get a 2-1 over Extreme Gaming, and 2 teams that have been 2-0'd in their other series. It's BetBoom versus Waska. Cinderin, you have a favorite for this one? Not looking at draft, just teams.
I would say I would favor BetBoom in general, based on, I think, overall performance and how their best games have looked. I think the ceiling for this team is higher. So as the tournament progresses, if you imagine that all the teams improve or play at their best later down the line, I do think BetBoom should be the formidable team.
Okay, now open your eyes and look at the First Blood and draft.
Let's wait until we get the first. How is nice melee attack from Kiyotaka there. Nice Monkey King cosplay by the Magnus. 400 range melee is very normal.
Yeah, he had to take the time to like lower his hand on the grip to launch it a little bit further. You know what I mean?
He threw his hammer.
Yeah.
Now that I see the draft.
Yes. Now that you see the draft and that there's First Blood for BetBoom.
Yeah. Well. Unless I didn't like BetBoom's draft, I would like them more because they got First Blood,
sure,
which is already an advantage. I like their picks. I think this Tricore that they're running here is actually very potent. It scales very well and it has strong laning. And it was nice to hear the panel talk about the way that they've made some adjustments in the draft that other teams haven't been able, or not that they haven't been able to, but haven't chosen to do, such as the Magnus pick. I think it's a really cool idea, and I expect it to bear fruit in more of their games, because if they can play that hero on 3 players, it gives them so much flexibility in the draft if the hero is also good in the meta. It's part of the reason that Falcons won multiple events this year, was that they had multiple cores that they could play, like Dragon Knight and Razor. They would just play in every lane, and if Magnus fits that bill, that's good news for BetBoom.
Yeah, and they were stuck in, if you did traditional lanes, you would have been stuck in some bad lane setups. Oh, nice cogs. Managed to snag save inside of there, and unsurprisingly, the Shadow Fiend lane gets a kill.
Yeah, got to be very wary of your positioning as SD in this lane. When you use Disruption offensively for the original harass on SF, you're just opening yourself up to be very vulnerable against the Clockwork. That was a nice find from Waska. I guess in terms of just the overall laning, I think both teams have a good share of each lane, so to speak. I think Magnus against Pango should be pretty even, maybe a bit Magnus favored early on, but Pango should be able to find a decent farm. The SD Dawnbreaker is my biggest concern for either team. I think this lane runs the risk of kind of getting overwhelmed by SF Clock level 3 and 5. So that one I want to give advantage Waska probably. And then up top, TA plus Tusk.
It's gotta favor TA, right?
Yeah, I think so. Timber on paper is one of the, you could say, is one of the more durable heroes against TA, but it's not really how you play offlane Timber. You don't really get multiple points in reactive armor, because then you're missing the timing of the hero in the mid game. And your 4 is a Nyx, who does very little to TA in general.
It's just a Courier Massacre up here. These guys gotta get a control over this situation.
Pure with the 2 points in meld here, it's gonna hurt. Gotta be careful in the Timber when you come in for CS. If you take a couple of these meld attacks, eventually you get in potential kill range for the Tusk. And Matthew's gonna pull the wave away. They might not want to play this lane head on anymore.
Got him inside the snowball after the timber chain, so now Sacred is in big trouble. Can only timber chain so far away, but
didn't get the meld attack. I think either he fogged him or he was just outside of range. That meld attack would have maybe killed him or at least got him in lethal range from one more attack. But
that mag is dominating the mid lane matchup. Shadow Demon Disruption. Are they going to go on Peiko? Yeah, they are. They're going to commit with the hammer. Double hit there from the Starbreaker. Miro with just a beautiful swing.
Yeah, this was a lane I was expecting to be hard. If they find kills early, Dawn
doesn't stop, man. Guys, come on.
Dawn, in theory, is one of the heroes that is best against Shadow Fiend safe lane. If you get ahead, because you have a natural gap close with the hammer, and Shadow Fiend's biggest weakness as a carry is when the enemy offlaner comes up nice and close and can stick on you.
Yep.
And you have a connection tool, and then you also have a slow that stuns and deals a lot of damage, and you're going to see it in
going on him
action
again.
right
They've already got 3 stacks of Shadow Poison on him. They aren't going to kill him, but even just bringing him a little bit low sets up an opportunity later on. Miro, though, is going to be caught. Yudomi comes back into play with the cogs. The rotation of Matthew, they will manage to get the punish. That's going to leave our Timbersaw alone in lane, and he's trying to cut waves, but...
Yeah, as it stands now, I think all 3 lanes for Bad Boom are going just fine.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Nyx had to rotate bottom just gives so much more free space to the TA. So far so good for them. This was a lineup that, as we talked about, has a lot of potential in the early stage with the solid laning, and on top of that, it also scales very well. So I think that's kind of the recipe that most teams are going for, at least the ones that get far in tournaments, is that they try to get 2 to 3 scaling cores and then finding a way of enabling their lanes so that they all get to thrive, rather than playing, you know, maybe a little bit of a more sacrificial style of That's a bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, that is.
For Katomi.
Too funny.
Ganked 1v3, and when one of the 3 is Roshan, you're not winning.
No, you're not.
Tough one. Oh, that reminds me of that patch that we had for like 6 hours where Chen could just convert Roche level 1.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't play, I just saw a clip and I was like, that's hysterical.
Domi. Oh, no. Oh, no. This has gotten so bad all of a sudden. They're going to turn around and kill the Dawnbreaker. Snowball pickup. Maybe Miro can actually get out of this, but Peik is still throwing out damage. Raise after raise. Can't finish off Kataomi instead.
Dude, how did they get a kill and not die out of that?
I have no idea.
Complete misclick from Save. Just disrupts himself, and Waska go for the play. I would have so much respect for him if that was a bait, but I'll tell you, there's 0% chance that was the case.
Sacred is getting his ass handed to him.
This is not a playable lane for him.
Oh, and Peik is in trouble.
Yeah.
Raindrop protects Miro. No turnaround potential here. And Yudomi's probably just going to die as well. Surrounded by 2 Illusion. Wait, the Rolling Thunder. Oh, this could be really good. Bounces, hits Miro twice, and a 3rd time to finish him off. Now goes inside the pit to catch Kataomi. Double kill for Dark Mago.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Matthew. He went for the blind stun, and he hit the hero that did not have a TP. Otherwise, they could have killed all 3. But he managed to clip on the Tusk, not the SD. So yeah. It's a good rotation from Dark Mago. They're going to need this on the side of Waska because the top lane is just doomed. Sacred will never stand a chance against Pure. Oh, he's going to get the Wisdom here. That is just unforgivable. Waska have nobody nearby. Double Wisdom, and this one... Oh, that is very bad news. In an early stage that already did not go great for them, now their supports are going to be starved, and Sacred, being only level 5, he could have actually really used that Wisdom Rune himself.
True.
To recover. Now instead he's going to get an RP.
Shockwave pullback RP for the kill.
Oof. Yeah, this is looking very good. All right, Matthew finds another courier. So that's good. That's his like 3rd or 4th courier kill of the game.
I mean, Matthew's really good at killing couriers. His bounty hunter is a beast.
Yeah, he had that tournament where he just went absolutely ham on courier hunting, I remember. Despite that, never really picked up the Baboka Monkey King style. He never tried that one.
That's a good point.
Miro.
Oh, no.
Bad cog knockback for him. Disruption will keep him safe. I mean, all things considered, Pyke's lane is passable. He has the same net worth as TA. And I think that Dark Mago rotation really helped out. to equalize that lane.
How many stacks do we have on both sides? Because one side does have a Shadow Demon and a TA, so I'm expecting stacks to be a focus for BetBoom, but it's more from Waska.
Yep.
But, you know, not many stacks on either side, really.
I think it's fair to criticize Shadow Demon for not having stacked more. Specifically, there are some heroes where you're like, okay, you can understand that they don't stack because moving off the lane takes so long and you leave your allied hero vulnerable. For Shadow Demon, stacking the hard camp is literally just walking a little bit top left, casting one poison, and then going back to lane. Yeah. If you're, say, a Tusk, it's a longer bench. I guess Tusk is not the best example either because he has shards, so he's actually technically also okay at it. But a lot of the other fours, like Hoodwink,
yeah,
you need to go way closer to stack the camp, and those extra few seconds of vulnerability, a lot of the time can matter a lot at this level.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're lying in wait.
I mean, look at the level discrepancy here. He's level 8 against 5. Just getting that Wisdom Rune and already being ahead in the lane. Sacred's game is in the dumps. I wonder how he's going to itemize. When you're having a bad game on Timbersaw and you're playing against this massive physical damage hero such as TA, I don't know if you can go that like standard popular build of getting Kai Assange and a Blink or whatever. Like if that's actually going to work for you, or if you have to itemize armor. If he needs to start itemizing defensively, it already feels a little bit bad to play Timber in this patch, I think. Gonna miss the window.
I think he doesn't have to do that because he's got supports that can initiate for him, right? Like, they've got stunning supports where, you know, if they get some sort of Vendetta hit into Impale, then, you know, Timbersaw just comes in and finishes them off.
So you still think Dagger is Arcane Boots Blink? Is that...
Sounds decent to me, yeah.
It's just if there is there a better...
I think it's a playstyle thing more than an item thing. I think it just changes how you're going to have to play the game. But we'll see what he thinks he needs to do here. Kiyotaka.
Should be okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
Those shards from Kataomi actually completely blocking off the play. Dark Mago, okay.
They're going to go after Pure. Chakra
only level 1
is going to be pretty quickly. Oh, no. Dawnbreaker ult's coming in. They got to back out. The Swashbuckle hits a lot of heroes there. The hammer goes through. Skewer on. Nice RP onto 3. The Requiem, those going to scare him all away. It might just protect his allies. Sacred pushes forward after getting the Magnus kill. Looking at Pure, he's got some backup of his allies, but they are not going to try and test BetBoom a second time. That fight somehow ended up going okay.
Massive cogs there from Yadomi. He gets the cog knockback on the skewer from Mag. So the Mag was going to get a 4-man RP and not get intercepted, but instead he got the knockback, so he got delayed by a second and a half, and that made all the difference. Otherwise, I think 1 or 2 more heroes are actually burst before Shadowfiend connects. You're going to see the replay here. Keep an eye out for the skewer here coming in. They are all lined up beautifully, but these cogs right there, that little bit of a knockback in the delay, I think might have just made the difference for Matthew living or dying, and maybe Dark Mago as well by extension. Yeah. So quite nice too. Sometimes it's the little things. And the biggest news for Waska in that situation, aside from avoiding a complete disaster of losing many heroes, is that their supports are finally getting level 6 now. So Yadomi's about to reach the hook shot. You have the next 6
got cogs, but...
Right, never mind. I take it back. He's dead. Well, he's close. He'll get it next wave.
Very close.
And keep in mind, they didn't get a Wisdom. So this is usually the worst part of the game for those supports, is that minute, like 7 to 12.
I don't think they have the damage for this. Dark Mago... He goes after save a little bit.
Mission failed.
What to do? Well, mission success. Maybe he just wanted to power it, you know?
Yeah.
Think about it that way.
Okay.
He's got a haste rune, and he's got Diffusal Blade, so maybe he can actually do something without Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. They do have some good pairings for it. The Clockwork Hook Cogs together with Pango is great for kills. The Nyx plus Pango is great for kills. So I would like to see them take some initiative around the map as much as possible. Bring Pango into the plays. Give Pike time to recover. And give Sacred time to recover. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this Timbers game and I'm having a hard time seeing the path to greatness at this point already. He will go for the Kaya Dagger. So pretty standard. It's just, this hero for me is very delicate in the sense that when it does well in lane, some games, offlane Timbersaw just looks like the most broken hero in Dota. And when it dies 2 or 3 times in lane, and on top of that has a bad matchup, it just tends to become a complete liability. It's a pretty polarizing hero. I would be very surprised to see Sacred end up having a strong game from this point. Even if his team recovers, I don't know if he will.
Yeah, which is the value of the flex slot from BetBoom, right?
Yeah.
They had 2 strength cores. They thought, surely we'll be able to get either a good matchup for the SF or a good matchup for the Timbersaw. Turns out they got neither.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by how well the Dawn SD lane went. But I can't say for a fact that was strategic and not just outplay. Because I feel like on paper still that Clock SF lane should have the upper hand in that lane. As long as Clock reserves his abilities defensively for the SF to protect him against Dawn.
God, homie.
Oh no. He's gonna get it.
He's gonna get it. Snowball, it's guaranteed. Another Wisdom Rune steal. BetBoom have gotten all 4 Wisdom Runes. They may.
This
Oh,
punish is
no,
gonna
it's even
fail.
worse. Sacred's gonna die.
Oh, no,
and Katomi's not gonna die. Oh, it just keeps on getting worse, and
yeah. The moment I saw the hookshot fly out, I was like, uh-oh, that's not good. You just look from our perspective, we know how strong the TA is and how weak the Timber is, and honestly, Yadomi might not be fully aware of the power level. This is something, even if you're communicating within the team, you have like a frame of reference of how your Timbersaw is usually doing, how strong he usually is, how the game state is, and just a misread on the power levels. If the lanes had gone the way Waska would have hoped, I think they could have won that fight.
Sure.
But with the numbers right now, that was just not a favorable engagement, and they will get punished very hard. So that's 4 wisdoms for BetBoom. They get 2 extra kills. And you're seeing those levels. Look at those supports. Level 9s versus 6s. Oof. That looks very unhealthy for Waska. Despite that, though, they've got to take some initiative. I don't think you can just sit back and chill. You're going to get run at. You're going to get skewered. You're going to get...
Oh, tried to hit an RP there. Almost had an opportunity for 3. Now trying to skewer away. Should be fine. Dark Mago's going to chase after them, but...
That's not really going to lead to anything. Oh, and nice shards.
Yep, he does manage to get out of those shards. Now going down river after save, but this is not a fast kill, and BetBoom, they have a chance to respond here. Requiem goes out. They hit the hook shot onto Pure. They're going to try and focus him down, but there's the RP. Locking down 3. Kiyotaka with just a beautiful setup. Screws them all together. Surely they win this, right? With all this AoE damage, they're doing good work. Sacred is still surviving, though. Another Chakram goes out. Oh, snowball dodge there just for a moment. He actually is starting to get away. The shard block missed. Timber chain from Sacred means Kataomi's gonna live. No way, Sacred. He in vain tries to chase after him. Now he's the one in trouble. Timber chain, full length every time. It's the only way to get away from all these heroes, but the snowball is chasing him down. The Chakram pull back onto Kataomi. Looks like he was managing to heal up a bit already. Kiyotaka does manage to catch up to Sacred. Yodomi's here, but Yodomi doesn't have hook shot. They just wiped Waska?
Yep, they did. And that was despite Waska killing the TA pretty fast. And I think that's the right they're recognizing the right way to access the fight as Radiant, but unfortunately not quite enough in the tank there. Killing TA first is the play, though. I think trying to kill anyone else first, like, they isolate the Shadow Demon and then they go on TA as the primary core, and I think it's the right approach, but you're just a little bit too far behind. Those couple of 1,000 gold from the laning stage, if your cores had one more little item component in that one, saw how close it was.
Dire's middle tower.
That's why that laning can be so important. Just needed a little bit extra. A couple of levels on the supports maybe could have made a difference if, you know, you had a little more damage on the Clockwork, on the Nyx. It was pretty marginal that BetBoom won that fight.
And it's about to get real scary with a Deso coming in for the Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
You start getting some of those charges, or even just using the Deso to be able to secure the Aegis. Waska is already down 7k in 17 minutes. It's going to look a lot more grim if there's an extra life in the hands of BetBoom, and they're going to go take it. Deso complete, instantly going.
Double meld and tag team. This is pretty fast.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very fast. Waska, can they get here in time? Rocket Flare goes out. BetBoom is going to back out. They say this is not worth throwing away, risking the throw anyway.
They're probably expecting Waska to be moving here now, though, so... Oh, that's...
Kiyotaka! Oh, they have vision for him! They got him!
Wait, how did they see him? Where's their sentry?
Do they have a... gem?
Do they have a sentry? Wait.
Somebody does? I didn't see a dust.
I didn't see a dust or a...
Oh, that's right, the Nyx Assassin! He's got that passive.
The innate.
So he ran into the Nyx Assassin.
The 350
right on top, dude.
walking sentry. That's right. Oh my god, I completely forgot he has that innate. Maybe Kiyotaka didn't think about it either. When he popped the Invis rune and he ran into the enemy team, he had the chance probably to blink away, but I guess he didn't assume that they saw him there. That's
so funny, man.
Man, there's so much in this game that you need all your muscle memory from like 15 years. You need to get used to a couple of little things here and there.
Crazy part is they get that pick off, and it seems like BetBoom are still going to be able to do Roche.
Yeah, they didn't really manage to gain control of the area on the side of Waska, unfortunately. And now Matthew gets caught by a trap.
Vendetta is almost up. He is dead before it can activate. So they are
charges.
Dead. Going to go for the mid tower, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to get that either. They need to push out the wave first, and this Roche is already about to die. There's still Glyph on the Dire. It's their first tier 1 tower. They will definitely Glyph for that one. Let's see. The rotations, yep, no. Just nothing in return.
They're going to get the 3rd Wisdom rune, aren't they?
Oh, don't tell me.
They've got Aegis.
Don't tell me Waska goes an entire game without getting one.
I think it's going to happen, dude. I think it's going to happen.
I wonder what percentage of pro games a team doesn't get a single Wisdom rune. It's definitely 1 digit.
Yeah.
I want to say it's probably something like 1%. It's like very rare that you get absolutely 0 wisdoms in the whole game. But
they see the Dawnbreaker, their passive. They see all these heroes, 3 of them, grouped up on this area.
Pango Axe and SF Manta, and then the Dawn got the Echo. All of these items coming through right for this fight.
I mean, this feels like do or die for Waska. If a team fight comes their way here and they lose that fight and they lose the Wisdom Rune and lose the Tormentor, seems like BetBoom might actually give respect to that. No, don't want to stumble into this high ground. They're going to pull them away by hitting this mid-tier 2.
Despite them leaving the area, there's no guarantee Waska get the Wisdom because they all left.
They all went and they missed the hook shot, and Matthew's chasing.
Oh, is he going to try to steal theirs? He won't have Vendetta long enough, will he? Oh, he will. Never mind, it was the other. It was the free pathing that was expiring.
Yeah, he won't have the free pathing, so he'll have to...
They got one.
They're going to get 2.
They got 2.
No way.
Okay. I mean, these 2 pretty much make up for the previous 4.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of like total numbers. You can't really compare the game impact, but... That's nice for Waska. It's something.
Wonder if Matthew's chilling here, waiting.
He's waiting for Courier, surely.
See if. I was thinking maybe he was like waiting to see if they would torment her.
Ah, for sure. I'm just. It's just such a classic way to.
He's sitting there. He's drinking, hands off the keyboard.
He was starting to burn down to the Tormentor. Imagine he goes. Imagine he just sits there and dies. Just waiting for them the whole time. Oh, Dark Mago. Yeah,
does he get a chance to do a Rolling Thunder swashbuckle away? No, he gets hit by the snowball and should be chain stunned up now.
Oh, they didn't want RP.
Yeah,
he's fine now.
Okay, he's good.
Huh. I really thought they were going to use it. This is a big kill.
Yeah, this is the 2nd highest net worth on Waska. Like, surely it's worth it. And it's not like it's like, oh, RP's down, now they're going to fight us. You still have an Aegis, too.
Yeah. That's a 100% guaranteed kill. It's one of those situations where if you're a little bit greedy, you feel like you can hold it and you'll kill him anyway. But yeah, definitely disagree with not RPing for that kill, for sure. You were still in a position to power play. Even if Pango respawns, I still think you're stronger than the enemy team even without RP.
Wait, did he have the Arcane Rune on at that point? It's just now expiring.
If he even had an Arcane Rune running, there's just no...
Dude, that is an egregious
decision.
That's
so greedy.
Well,
so greedy.
If he gets a really sick RP in the next like 30 seconds,
yep. Won't we look stupid then?
True. We always do.
He just needs to catch them at their tier 4s right now. This has been a relatively quiet game for Pyke. Never easy to play SF when your team is behind and you lose your lane.
Yeah.
But he'll still make some good progress on his items. He's 2,000 behind the TA, which isn't great. But Shadow Fiend always has that potential. The hero has changed a lot since back in the day when this would more or less be a death sentence if you're not owning the game. It was snowball or bust. Nowadays, it's snowball and then you crush, and if things go okay, you can still become the scariest hero in the game. So there is a plan B now, which is definitely a major contributing factor to the pro teams rating the hero higher, is that there isn't that same underlying required flawless game to it.
He's got some tools to be able to deal with the TA and Magnus now, Hurricane Pyke and Manta.
Yep.
So he's got ways to potentially dodge the RP, dodge the melt hit that comes after, and reposition. It's unfortunately not a game that he could just go BKB and feel safe.
No, and he needs the Manta offensively against TA as well.
Yeah.
It's multi-purpose. They have to be able to burn the refraction charges. Obviously, since refraction has changed, it's not as good to have Manta against it as it used to be. Now that it's barrier-based, but I still think it does a pretty solid job at just quickly cutting through the instances.
Okay, Aegis is going to expire, and Waska are smoking out, trying to catch them as the Aegis does expire. Matthew is going to spot a bunch of heroes here. Rocket Flare hits the Tusk. Hook shot, following it up. Saker tries to hit it, but the RP up there on the high ground. Now the Dawnbreaker ult on top of it. A skewer to chain it as well. Just beautiful stuff from Bet Boom. No contest in this fight.
Oh boy. They have one buyback and it's on their 5. This is probably 2 lanes.
Yeah.
The Dire lineup pushes really, really fast with the TA. Even a Magnus mid when he's this farmed and hasn't power. Well, Pure thinks it's more important to go bug hunting. And he won't even kill him. Nice play there from Matthew with the Carapace just barely getting out. Pure is killing the bottom wave instead of buildings. I respectfully disagree with this choice. I think he should be finishing off the racks. They do have an open lane top, so they don't even need to kill this bottom tower. If he would focus buildings right now, I think they would have almost taken the top tier 3 as well at this point. But all right, they're going to settle for 1 plus this tower. Could have probably got a little bit more out of that, but it's still obviously a massive win for their team.
And all that without BKB.
Yep.
Next team fight, we'll have BKB on Pure, in which case he is kind of untouchable, unless Waska were to chain stun him.
Yeah, the only way you kill TA in this game with their team when she's BKB'd is hookshot into SF just laying into her with Manta. But that's under the brave assumption that the teammates of TA don't press a button. Because they can just blink RP the SF or they can Dawn ulti.
Yeah.
And either will be more than enough protection.
And that Dawnbreaker is going to be bringing auras with him. He's got an AC complete now.
Yeah.
Jeez. His physical damage is off the charts.
Yep.
TA, Magnus, Dawnbreaker. Pretty cool.
And that's something, we didn't really talk about this, but Waska's lineup doesn't have a natural aura buyer in the way they structured it.
Roll up into Rolling Thunder. Dark Mago is going to get away. Matthew is going to try and Vendetta out. They both should escape here.
They'll dip, yeah.
BKB from Pure, that's a little awkward.
Well, like you said, there's so much physical damage on the Dire. Maybe this could have been an interesting game potentially for Crimson Guard, but who's going to buy it? I guess Timber, in theory, could do it, but he needs a Shivas for himself instead. And, yeah, you're not running.
You're talking, get it with the skewer? No.
Close call.
Ole.
Oh, nice. Satanic on Magnus. What do you know?
I would have thought one of these guys would have gotten more utility, but no, they're all carrying.
Yep.
Some real Falcon stuff going on.
I think the utility their team needs is AC and Vlad's. They have one of them so far.
True.
And I think Tusk could buy Vlad's, or, I mean, Dawn could even do it, but I think it's better that Miro gets bigger scaling items so he can become more of a carry himself. When you go this Echo Saber plus AC, you prefer to have all your slots for big items and not spend one of them on a Vlad's, so yeah, have Tusk buy that and job's done. Might even not even get their RP. Dark Mago.
He's got Demonic Purge on him that'll finish him off.
He doesn't have buyback. They don't know this for a fact though, but they could probably figure it out relatively quickly by going aggressive.
Are they going to Requiem to try and save their clockwork? They will.
Oh.
I'm not sure if that was worth it or not, but yeah, he's in pretty deep there.
They didn't save their... Oh, they did. He had a Lotus.
No,
oh, they
no.
didn't.
They did not. So now Requiem's on cooldown, and their clockwork is dead.
And Pure will get to work on the bottom tier 3 tower, and this is so fast with the Desto and the AC. This tower just disappearing. They will finish this lane before Dark Mago is back, so this is going to be 2 lanes for BetBoom in what has been so far a very nicely and cleanly played game 1. Can't really put a finger on anything they've done. They did a good job with the laning, with the draft. They got 4 of the first Wisdom runes. Just better. There isn't really... Their teamfight execution has been good. They've had good target selection. I think Kiyotaka has had 2 or 3 really nice RPs in a game where they might not be the most obvious to land. They've just found the right moments of opportunity.
Just great Dota play.
Yep.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax.
Yeah.
Since I'm filling in for Suns fan, according to Ted, I have to keep the tradition going.
Now, I would argue he has to earn it.
Radiant
It's true. What has he done to earn it?
Yeah. What's in it for us, Ted?
Smoke is going to run into Matthew, but it's also going to catch Dark Mago, and that's the more important kill. Matthew hits a great stun. Dark Mago might actually... Oh, no, the final hit is going to kill him.
Oh, they might also get the next.
Yeah.
Free pathing.
Free pathing is running.
Shockwave gonna miss. Okay, maybe he'll live.
Nope. Atomi instant punch.
Yes, he will. No, he won't. Yes, he will. No, he won't. Yes, he will. Oh, he TP'd.
He gets out. What a god.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's kind of the highlight of the game for Waska, but it was a cool escape.
Doing Roshan right as it turns daytime.
Yeah, you'll know where the enemy team is, but Rosh will also leave. But they had the ice shards to keep him at home.
Cage him in.
Yeah, if you want somebody to not leave for work, just build a wall around their house. And they go.
I believe that's a Calvin and Hobbes strip.
Is it?
Yeah, remember he builds the giant snow.
Oh yeah, Dad can't go to work because
Dad can't go to work.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. Sidran and I were sharing our love for our mutual love of Calvin and Hobbes recently.
Big fans. The best comic ever.
All right, well, BetBoom, you've got 4 minutes to close this game out with the Aegis. You've got a banner.
This goes really fast. I mean, Waska have to initiate basically right now, or the tower is gone for free, which it is.
Well, Matthew
can't really wait much longer, guys. The Megas are 3 seconds away. Okay,
Well, here goes. Rolling Thunder hit on 2. Oh, he dies so quickly. Hookshot does land onto the Templar status. An immediate RP on the Shadow Fiend. It's so easy. Kiyotaka, he had landed some great RPs and put them in this position. But once you're here, it's just a one-man RP. That's all that's needed. Just find the SF, hit that RP, the team fight's done.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't really have much to add from what we've already said, because this game kind of just spoke for itself. BetBoom with a really, really strong performance from all 5 players. Everything from the way they drafted, put their lanes, executed on said lanes, their mid-game team fights, the movements, wisdom runes, you name it. They beat them in literally every aspect of the game except courier kills, which was the one thing that Waska did better. And that was just Matthew finding 3 couriers in the top lane early on. So yeah, Waska definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board and step it up for game number 2. This one did not work whatsoever. And perhaps this is a little bit too much of a challenge for them today. At the very least, game 1, an indication that there is a little bit of a power level difference between these 2 teams. And perhaps between the 2 groups. I don't remember if BetBoom was from the group that had all the winners on day 1. Were they from that group? Or was that...
they were in the group with Extreme, Liquid, and Parivision. So...
Okay. Yeah. Well, Powervision are owning.
Yeah, that is true. But Waska, at least for this game 1, not so much. See if they can come back in game 2.
Well, it's going to be continually an uphill battle for them because they got 2-0'd by Party Vision yesterday, and day before yesterday they did beat Extreme, but again, it was an Extreme that was jugging it up. And here I was worried that BetBoom team may have flexed themselves into a pretzel, may have changed one too many variables. If anything, I was specifically worried about Kiyotaka because the last time that this man played Magnus was about a year ago, and he only has 6 professional games on the hero, but it seems that Pure is being a very good influence on all the other players and imposing his flex rules because, as far as I'm concerned, this man's Magnus performance was fantastic. Everyone did well. Miro on the Dawnbreaker and the Templar Assassin flex to carry by Pure.
Honestly, they just are better. Like, they looked so much better as a team in this game. Even that highlight that played, that initial clip, where Sacred could have clutched that fight. He could have, like, killed everybody. But the snowball, he could have just retreated the chakram on the snowball back, got the tusk, and they could have cleaned up with Nyx. But it felt like there was a little bit of choking going on in some of these moments. But overall, like, it's hard not to choke after your laning stage goes so poorly. I loved that Magnus just destroyed Pango on lane with CS. Like, you think about Empower, you think about how easy it is for him to come out as an advantage there. Timbersaw just couldn't do much versus a TA. Nyx had to leave the lane at level 2. Couldn't get that much done. Like, they killed the Dawnbreaker once, but Nyx couldn't really have that early game presence, and the cherry on top was not getting Wisdom Runes. Like, these supports were under-leveled. When your supports are under-leveled, you can't fight earlier, you're losing a lot of timings.
Yeah, I think Falcons showed everybody that being able to flex a hero across multiple roles and having your hero pools in the core roles be interchangeable is just invaluable to drafting prowess and putting teams in these weird spots. Because Timbersaw on paper, good against most of their lineup except for the TA, but now you're not just picking like, oh, it's this carry, I'm going to lane this hero against it. It's more like, I'm laning against one of these 3 cores, so I have to pick something that fares decently against all of them. We saw like the deliberation that happened between BB team after the draft ended. They were clearly open-minded about where everyone was going. Sometimes we see the illusion of the flex where they'll pick the mag where it's going to be on Pure no matter what, like no matter what they pick coming from the Waska last pick. So yeah, I just mentioned Falcons because teams are going to copy you if you're winning consistently, and I really like that BB team's kind of done their own version of this throughout the last couple series this tournament. And like Mira mentioned, I think they just had their number. They look like they're much more confident, and their plays are just cleaner.
And this is without them having Grandmaster tiers on all of them. That was Falcon's threshold, is everyone needs to be Grandmaster tier to do the flex, and now BetBoom team are doing it without. And in contrast, Waska's rigidity may have also been their downfall because we were wondering why not send the Timbersaw mid to deal with the Magnus, but then we were like, I don't really know if I've seen Dark Mago play Timbersaw all that much. We know Sacred can play the Pango, but the flip side, we don't really know if that's as much into Dark Mago's wheelhouse.
You read my mind, Neil, because that's what I was looking at right now. So Dark Mago actually has played Timber. His last game with Timber was 28 days ago, and this is his, I believe this is his competitive profile. And his win rate with Timbersaw is 56% over 18 games, but maybe he just isn't comfortable enough on it to have run it there, but they definitely would have been in a better position if they just sacked the Pango. Like, once that hero hits level 6, he can make a comeback through rotations and just given Timbersaw a better game, because like their draft had a lot that it could have done if they were actually hitting their timings and their levels earlier. Like, they had damage if Timbersaw didn't get completely destroyed, and they had setup with their 2 supports if they were level 6, like 3 minutes earlier.
And they had vision as well, most likely, because we're going to go to Purge with the Kadia Ward of the Game.
That's right, Neil. The award of the game, I think, was the gosh, what are they called?
Watchers.
The Watchers. Oh my gosh, thank you. I completely forgot. The little Watchers, they give you a vision. You grab them around the map. They're very important here. And what they helped was in this very crucial teamfight moment here. They spot the enemy lineup. They run away from this area. There is a TA trap to give vision as well. But what this gives them is Kiyotaka an opportunity to grab a lot of people with RP. He's basically fishing until he's able to grab the entire enemy team. This allows him to layer a great Dawn ulti. He does a little skewer back as well. The fight was over at the start. And it's a scary thing to fight into that, because a lot of Watchers, I feel like it's very easy to just autopilot them. You're like, I see it. yeah, somebody controls it. You forget if it's red or blue half the time that you're playing. It's like, is that ours or theirs? I don't know. But they ran right through the darn thing. They got mega RP'd, and they got smashed in that fight. And then they took the mid. They pressured the mid tier 2, and they took the racks, I believe, and they took bot tier 2 as well. So they got a lot out of that moment. You can't mess that up when you're against an a Magnus and group that much. It's a big mistake.
Do you support the current color orientation where the red always indicates that it's an enemy watcher, blue always indicates that it's an allied watcher? Or did you like blue being radiant, red being dire?
To be honest, I couldn't even tell you which way it actually is right now.
Currently, red is the enemy.
From my perspective, I am often confused about them because sometimes you like look at it and
I don't even know if they're active sometimes.
Exactly. In Fog, you look at it, it looks red. You walk up high ground, it's not active, and you're like, is that because you're not allowed to know
and then sometimes
when they used it, or
you can't convert it because it's like on cooldown and like their eyes are closed sometimes.
Yes.
And then sometimes it's like floating there but not color aligned.
What you're trying to say is it's Valve's fault that they lost that team fight, right?
No.
It's not super obvious.
Did you know today is Gabe Newell's birthday?
I did not know.
I would never besmirch Valve on such a holy day such as today. Bless up to Gabe N. And bless up to Waska, hopefully getting themselves a Game 2 recovery because things are looking rough. Let's see if they can turn it around in game number 2.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Pulled out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe. Moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. still want my MTV.
The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can't find a boy, can't find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Now when you see me, just come on down and join the party. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. When the music shakes the ground, you know the sunshine has come around. Yeah. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Get on up on the floor, singing 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2, everybody, clap your hands. Everybody, take it to your floor now. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2, everybody, clap your hands. Everybody, take it to your floor now. The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can't find a boy, can't find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for game number 2 of Waska versus Betboom team, where I'm here left wondering. We didn't see Waska at all on the mainstream during Group Stage 1, but apparently they were winning a lot. Same thing with Parivision. We didn't see them on mainstream at all, and apparently they were winning a lot. Now, I can confirm that Parivision has been winning a great deal on the mainstream in Group Stage 2, but I've yet to see concrete evidence of the latter happening. Yes, Waska got their wins against Extreme. Purge, what the hell were they doing during Game 1? Where'd they get all these wins from?
Well, in the first group stage, they actually beat every single team that they played against. At least once.
Oh.
However, they drew 4 times, and they drew against Azure Ray, Falcons, Team Spirit, and Tundra.
I mean, 3 of those teams are still in the tournament, so I count those.
The teams that they 2-0'd, they're all eliminated. It's Heroic, Palanitsa, and Talon.
Okay.
So it actually makes sense.
I'm going to call it like it is, though. Every game except for one that they took off of solid teams was with Pugna.
That Matthew Pugna.
Yeah. So just saying, maybe people have figured out, just got to ban or pick the Pugna.
Okay. I think you may be onto something there.
There's some teams that are kind of coming out of nowhere. Like Waska was not a team, I think, on a lot of people's radar. Like it's not nearly as hard to have a few solid strats, sometimes revolving around 1 or 2 core heroes to function. It's much more difficult to actually create a cohesive, you know, all-around understanding of the meta that evolves over the course of the tournament. And we already expressed our skepticism from yesterday, how we feel like a lot of the teams are kind of iterating on the current meta, and that we felt Wasco was doing the same, but it wasn't really working out for them. So at the very least, I think this group stage 2 is amazing experience for them. And by no means am I like counting them out, they're done or whatever, but they're not exactly convincing any of us right now. But this is the type of time where you get to play against teams that are doing that seemingly better than you are. And at the very least, they're going to learn a lot about this because they're clearly trying to do it, which is good. But I feel like the tier 1 teams are never going to have like a 3 or 4 level discrepancy between the off lane and the safe lane, especially when the off lane was last picked. Like that's just an oversight that you can't really afford to get away with.
The Sacred Timber song.
Specifically the Timber song. That was 10th pick, right? That wasn't like a first round pick that wasn't accounted for. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to write them off. Like I said at the start, don't want to write them off. Teams have bad days. That's pretty normal. But I just don't think they played very well yesterday. They didn't play very well in this game 1. And like, how easy is it between a game 1 and a game 2 to like fix your problems? It's not, you don't have enough time. So I'm losing a little bit of, you know,
the last
faith.
game you're like, oh, they can play bad one day.
That's just
but
that's
now
what
it's 1.5 days.
No, didn't I preface that with that's what I said? And this is how I feel now. I'm starting to lose faith.
Probably. I just
You need
wasn't
to
listening.
listen, Purge.
But if you want to talk, Purge, I'll let you talk. Do you have a thought on the topic?
What I just like is that it gives them an opportunity to keep playing games. That's why I really like Group Stage 2s. If you make it through Group Stage 1, you get to go play against like the best teams in the tournament, and they get to give you a bunch of L's. And that's okay, because it's not, if this was just like a bracket, like, oh, we did good in groups, we're in a bracket, they're going to have 2 times to get beat up before they lose if they truly didn't deserve to be there. But now they get to play all the best teams, and even if they don't ultimately win this series, it's a lot of good practice for them.
It's 1 BO3 a day, so if you do have these bad days, you at least get some recovery time. But yeah, I'm with you, Effie, that in mid-series, it's probably hard to make the adaptations necessary, especially after what we saw in that game 1. And one of the adaptations wouldn't even be possible because they can't get that Pugna that brought them so much success in Group Stage 1, as it is banned out. As we take a look at the draft for game number 2, BetBoom team take out the Primal Beast, the Mars, that Pugna, Gyrocopter, and Clockwork, and they first pick a Batrider. Waska take out the Naga, the Invoker, the Muerta, and the Tusk, and they respond with a Pango.
Yeah, I mean, the Pango looks good for them.
In the mid lane only, apparently?
Apparently, that's the thing, is that Timbersaw, had it gone mid, would have been so much better for them. Because we saw what their draft was capable of once they brought all their heroes together. Like, they were down a couple of levels. Their Timber had almost no game, and they almost beat BetBoom in that fight on the river if like they had just spellcasted a little bit better on the Timber. But I don't know why they're being very stubborn on where they're choosing to put these heroes. Like, why does this Pango have to always be mid? If you're first picking it and you're not flexing it, you're giving away half of your hand.
That's why BetBoom looks so scary, because their flexes actually felt good in multiple different places, and they're going to go for the Dawnbreaker, but they have a Batrider this time. But interesting, the Waska is basically running it back. Same thing as what they had last time.
And we saw Dawn plus Muerta 4 being played by a couple other teams. I think Batrider fits a similar bill in lane. You just have a spell that naturally throws them at the Dawnbreaker, the Deadshot, and the Flame Break. I think Dawn is the scariest offlaner when you can just press your 2 spells on the opponent. Like, she probably has the scariest 2-spell combo out of any hero in Dota, I'd say, in the laning stage. So Batrider and Paper, like a save special. I like what they're going for here. I think BKB piercing stuns are so valuable in drafts. It almost seems like something that's essential to have. And so checks a lot of boxes. Good lane duo. Dawnbreaker now also has a BKB piercing stun. Didn't have that like a year plus ago. And the flex potential we mentioned, like, I'm going to become more and more skeptical of this Pango if Waska just throws a mid again, because you can't be picking a hero like this first when that's, you're just throwing your cards out on the table. I just don't agree with that approach, and they're getting punished for it so far.
They need to go for a save hero for this SF. Like, they can't go for the traditional melee pairing because it's still gonna get beat up by this Dawn plus Bat. Like Shadow Demon could be good.
I was so confused when you said that. I thought you were saying a hero
Save
for save.
the player.
I was like, he already is Batrider.
Save the mechanic.
Save the mechanic.
Yeah. Save from save.
Yeah, the
specifically.
defensive capabilities.
On the Bet-Boom team, I was a little surprised they went for Warlock. Against the Shadow Fiend before, they went for some like tower pushers like Enchantress, but they did pair Warlock with Dawnbreaker last time in their series against Extreme Gaming. So I personally do like Warlock as a support. I think Shadow Ward is really strong right now. It's a great trading spell. It's fantastic to put on these tanky cores, so it will make their team fight better.
Yeah, the problem with earlier when Tundra picked it was they had like no stuns. Like they had a DK. I think it was a DK, right?
Yep,
that was the only stun on the entire
Other
team.
than that, it was
Medusa
Soxa,
4.
Medusa, and Morphling.
It's such a different vibe when you think of Warlock Batrider compared to Warlock Dusa supports. Like it's like Batrider does a lot of what Warlock doesn't do, and so yeah, I just think having a support that makes up for the others' holes in their plan, and yeah, you're gonna drag somebody back in, and I feel like as of right now, like Mira said, if they don't pick a save, what happens to the guy that gets Batrider lassoed? Like, I'm sorry, you're getting golemed, you're getting Dawnbreaker ulti potentially. Like that guy's screwed unless there's a Shadow Demon-esque coming out.
It should be Shadow Demon, right? Because like you put it on lane with them, and then even if Dawn is like mid swinging her hammer, you can just disrupt her.
What about an Abaddon? I know that hero's not great, but man, this is the best Dispel game. You're against Fatal Bonds, you're against Bat. Like, come on, Abaddon SF, run it back.
Or Omni, his best
Omni,
friend.
true. Omni FSF's more of a classic.
That's a good point. Omni really fell off this tournament. At the start of it, it was like, yeah, Omni's still good, and now we just don't even see it.
I feel like Ducalis would pick it here. Just pull the heroes out of the hat, you know?
I do kind of agree that I feel like Abba's better because you want more Dispel this game rather than immunity. And there's such a long cooldown for Omni.
Omni's the better hero overall, but
yeah,
like
by far.
if every hero is created equal every patch and you just took their kit, I'd say Abaddon would be better, but we'll see. We'll see if they even go that route.
And outside of having it for Lasso, they need to address the lane though, because this SF is just gonna get beat up by Bat plus Dawn. Like you need some way to stop it. They go for the Magnus steal.
Is that Mag 5?
It could still be off lane or mid, depending on where they want to put the Pango.
Could be Mag 5.
I
I'm
don't
just
believe
wondering
in
why
Mag
they have overall last pick and they're picking the 5 last.
Yeah.
It would be weird to me to do that, so...
This guy's a core player, isn't he, Neil?
Very, very self-serving.
Cores get to go first every time? Is that how it works?
Why
we get
save
to
the
go
support
last.
pick for the end?
And look at that instant reaction to a Magnus. Like Magnus's biggest strength as a hero is he can skewer like the squishy carry out of position into his team. But if you just pick a DK, a tanky carry, who once he gets skewered back, he presses BKB and stuns you, then you're already in a position where you can't make use from the mag the way that you want to. Like they already, I think this DK pick was excellent.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's got all this armor built in. He just needs BKB and armlet, and like you just simply won't die to this team. He will die if he's not BKB'd though. I mean, you've got decent amount of magic damage between the line and the SF right now, but
just you guys wait. This is the 5 position mag. They're baiting it out. They're banning Ogre and all that.
Yeah, but their carry is an SF. So like the cleave, you don't even benefit from.
It's the skewer into the Requiem.
I see.
Just wait. The Yule Scepter mag. And then
I mean, as a 5, you can still get a harpoon. I wouldn't object.
There is no way you get a harpoon as 5 mag. I mean, you'll get 5 reports.
Yes, probably.
Harpoon
or
the
4,
loss.
excuse me.
Into your arms.
5 commends from the other team, but 4 reports. I'm not sure if that's worth it.
Bet-Boom team are not taking your gambit, BSJ. They're banning out a support Ogre Magi. And Waska, not sure where this Dawnbreaker is going quite yet, so they ban out the Beastmaster and probably one more offlaner, maybe the Enigma like they banned out last time.
Yeah, I mean, I would like the DK to be carry, personally, and I don't think Dawn's a mid, so...
Yeah, I think it's a bit odd.
I feel like, yeah, this is a weird read.
There's still like Enchant and Shen in the pool too.
What
if they want to go that way.
I feel like you can just pick like a Kiyotaka Earth Spirit and just call it good.
Yep, gives the Dawnbreaker someone to follow up on.
And that's where the 5 mag comes into play, because then you go like Huskar last pick.
I mean, you may be right, Brian, but I don't think it's good.
I'm just saying. Like, if Waska just picks mag here and then goes last pick 5, I'm going to be disappointed, is all. Not saying it's not going to happen, but...
I like the ET ban, actually. I've seen some teams use that well against Dragon Knight, because once Dragon Knight's BKB is not there, he actually does die to magic damage. but they grab the safe Monkey King that'll cover them against Pango if Pango's mid, and generally give them good matchups in most other hero cases.
You could also follow the Pango, assuming like maybe Monkey King carry DK mid, and they pick something that counters Monkey or something. Viper, is that what you're doing?
No, I was saying they could run back the Timber and actually play the Mag 5.
Oh.
I still like Shadow Demon too if they're gonna run this offlane.
Just pick
What is justifying the Magnus pick? I still don't understand, other than stealing it for the sake of stealing it. Like, what is...
That's a good question. It's a steal and it's not a very good one.
Yeah.
Told you.
Damn.
Easy 5 mag.
All right, when I see a name on there, then I'll believe it. But you're probably right.
It would just be weird to pick the response being like you see the offlane duo and you're like, yep, let's pick our mid. That would, or offlane, I mean, that would have been weird to me.
It just seems weird to gimp your hero into a more abnormal playstyle just so that they don't get it. I struggle to see the value sometimes because there's such small margins with pro players.
If it was a melee core that he was paired up with, any other than the Pango, then I would be like, okay, well, you're at least making some justification out of the Empower. But this is purely going to be a damage amp, I suppose, and a BKB piercing disable, which is not that valuable against a DK anyway, because he'll just tank everything.
I mean, you can do cool things like skewer back into 3 raises. Like, there are things that they can do on lane. So if they're picking this Magnus to play it actively with the Shadow Fiend and look for kills themselves, as opposed to like combo break when the Dawn and Batrider go on SF, that would be cool. Like, if they're making the aggressive plays, I can kind of see what they're doing. But if they're picking it as a means to cover this SF, it doesn't cover the SF. It doesn't protect him against Lasso. It doesn't stop Dawnbreaker unless it like skewers her away when she's star breaking. So it's going to be a matter of how they play it. The good thing Lastica have going for them is this Storm Spirit. It's a great Storm Spirit pick. Like, there's not that much disable, like, by way of Betboom's draft. He's gonna have a good lane versus the Monkey King unless he gets mid-diffed, and maybe he can do a lot for his team. Like, he is the saving grace in this draft.
Part of me wishes Pyrion was here because I feel like, what if Lion gets empowered and has an ag?
We're gonna go to game number 2 with Captain Cinderin. Take it away.
That's a good call.
I'm with you on this. I'm with you. I'll finish Brian's thought. So he gets in power. He's got the Fists of Death.
Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Into them.
Game number 2. Okay. This is these are high skilled players, Cap. This is not your random pub game.
But he has the Fist of Death fast.
He does. And do you know why he picked that? It's because neither option is good, and you have to pick one. And he picked this one because...
Wait, is the other one really that bad?
The other one is Mana Drain does damage.
Yeah, well, isn't that better?
I mean, I personally think that's better the majority of the time, but we do see quite a lot of people just take the Fist of Death for the, you know, maybe snowballing a little bit in certain instances or whatnot.
For the hype?
For the hype.
For the hype. Yeah, production knows what I'm putting on.
So I think it's fair to say that after game number 1, it's Waska that need to come in and impress and switch things up.
Well, they don't have to. They could just lose 2-0.
That's, of course, also an option, but if they want to win...
You always have an option to be a loser, Cinderin.
True. I wouldn't know, but I appreciate that you are making it clear to everyone that you're doing it by design.
Yeah.
So that's always nice. If it's a deliberate choice, I can respect it, to be honest. They made some adjustments. They're running 5 mag, which I'm personally not a big fan of unless you have a very good reason to do it. They don't have Empower for anyone else than really a carry Shadow Fiend, so that's already a little bit of a notch down. This hero has obviously changed over time as a 5 as well. Empower used to be better. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit worried about this lane. I think last game they played Clock SF and they lost to Dawn plus Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
This time they're playing Mag SF, and I think they're playing against a stronger lane.
Yes.
With the Bat Dawn. So
it's a weaker lane versus a stronger lane.
Yes, and considering how last game went, this is a cause for concern. But maybe they learned some lessons from the last game and they're going to make the right adjustments. I fear for Pyke. I think this is the type of game that Shadow Fiend can just get completely run over, and I agree with what Effie said, that the only way what you should be trying to do in this bottom lane is take the initiative. But unless Betboom misstep, how are you going to find the skewer? Against Bat and Dawn, they very easily navigate the lane. They just play away from you all the time. If you come up close, they just sidestep. And if you don't take any initiative and they are the ones to go on you, let's say you get 2 stickies on Shadowfiend and you flame break him into Dawn, he just dies. You can't even protect him with the Magnus. So this for me is the lane to watch. The Storm Spirit should be doing well mid, so that's the good news. The Storm versus Monkey matchup is generally quite good, and Pyke is quite dead.
Very.
Great.
Skewer away, and stick charges. Actually, he's going to be okay. Good save by Udomi, but the trade-off is still very bad for them.
Yeah, and I don't...
is very low on resources on both heroes.
Yeah. All right, they'll live, but the next go is certain death. So Matthew gonna have to Earth Spike this if he wants to live. We'll do that and back off, but now he's out of mana. Pyke is...
Oh, Pyke is still dead. First blood and second blood?
Yeah, Save is happy to die for a trade if Yadomi dies first. Actually, he doesn't even die with the aggro reset. Maybe he wants to die to neutrals. Yeah, he'll do just that. Yeah, this is bad, Cap. This was my worry. This bottom lane, I'm really worried for Waska, and it's already happening 2 minutes in. They're going to have to get this under control fast.
So the talk of this being a bad game for the SF, it's not just the laning phase, but also BetBoom have a lot of heroes that can get on top of the ESF.
Yeah.
Do you think Pure should build, like Skeeter does, a fast Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight? I know you were a big fan of that.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the build in general, and I think it's even better when you're offlaner Dawnbreaker. Because that means when you go Dagger on DK as your first item, you don't really have that much solo kill power, but you're really good utility for your team. And when you have a reliable follow-through from anywhere on the map, all of a sudden you become... It's like playing with Sunstrike.
Yeah.
It's even better. It's more damage than a Sunstrike, and you bring an additional hero to the fight. So yeah, absolutely. Would love to see the Blink. Knowing Pure, he might not do it, though. He might just go for the full-on carry route because he likes to play a little bit greedier overall. And either build for me is... I'm fine with them. I don't think it is a mistake to not go Dagger. I would just love to see it.
They could certainly accomplish the same without him, right? Yeah. They've got Monkey King to set it up. They've got Bat Rider to set it up. They've got 2 different heroes to give you good Dawnbreaker ults.
Yep.
Well, if the SF lane is not going to go well, then Dark Mago better beat the hell out of this mid lane, which he is not.
I just don't think that mid lane is very Storm favored. I just think both heroes farm.
Sure.
So you're not expected to crush this lane, but at the very least, you're going to have a good start on the Storm so that you can make moves. So more so than crushing the mid lane, I want to see Dark Mago have successful early moves, specifically in that bottom lane. I think if he just sits back and farms and doesn't do much, the Monkey King is going to take the initiative instead, and then they will just be making the aggressive moves and winning everywhere. As is the current status quo, as a matter of fact. These lanes, all 3 of them currently at least a slight lead for the side of BetBoom.
At least Sacred is doing a good job CSing. 22-2 as the Pango is not beating the Dragon Knight, but he's keeping up.
And it feels so weird watching Kataomi play 5 Warlock.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, I think Yadomi's dead here, by the way. No escape plan for this, so he will go down. He will even waste his stick. This isn't really going to help him much. I'll buy a bit
Got one more shockwave in, at least.
Yeah, it's fun to see Kataomi really make this big transition. He was playing very greedy 4s. He was playing like 4 Wyvern, 4 Tiny, and he was scaling in his games and becoming another carry. Oh, Shadowfiend's dead again. Oh.
He will get the kill on save before he dies and hits Miro, takes away one of his raindrop charges. It's not good, but at least he got something out of it.
Miro's level 5. He is mega strong. Minute 5, level 5 in a side lane is super early.
Oh, Matthew's gonna come in big. Hit him with the Earth Spike, Blood Grenade.
Very nice.
Massive, massive pickup, because the side lanes are just crumbling. You had to do something about it. Or like, not this lane, but the bottom lane.
Yeah, the bot lane is in shambles. So getting Storm this kill and getting him into the game, they even give him a bottle refill with the mag TP as well. I think Dark Mago is going to have to pay it back sometime soon. As much as we think Shadowfiend is a really powerful hero this patch, and we think it for a reason, and the teams obviously share that sentiment, every hero in Dota has some meaningful counters. And Shadowfiend, a lane of 2 heroes that flat out just get on top of you and run you over is the best way of countering this hero as a carry, in my opinion. Yeah. This archetype of lane that BetBoom are playing is S tier as a solution. He's level 6 on Dawn. Holy shit. The Dragon Knight carries level 4. These are the two side laners. The Shadow Fiend is level 4. Miero is so far ahead. He could just make whatever move he wants almost.
And he's going to get a soul ring, so he's just going to be able to threaten with that hammer all the time.
Yep. And he also went for the facet that you like, the cooldown reduction on luminosity attacks.
Yep. Big fan.
Amazing when you're having a good game.
Oh, yeah.
You just keep rolling with it.
Okay, they had a Wisdom Rune problem last time around, and Matthew this time is playing a good hero to secure it. Now, he does manage to get off the Wukong's command. Dawnbreaker ult is also going to be coming in. Skewer is not where he wanted it to be, but they can just commit heroes and maybe still come out on top. Here comes Kataomi to try and even things out. And Waska's not strong enough. It was a 4 versus 2, but the combination of Dawnbreaker just being so farmed and a well-placed Wukong's command means that they actually get 2 kills out of it. In a 2 versus 4, that is disgusting. And this game is very, very one-sided.
Not 2 versus 4. There was a Fatal Bonds cap.
Okay.
The Warlock helped. He was there. I actually think it might have been necessary for that to kill him in the end. But yeah,
that last one.
Getting the Wukong out here is massive. Mag is trying to come in for the skewer, but he doesn't break him out of the ring, so they can't get any zone control here. And yep, it's just the nature of snowbally Dota. All of the stuff that happened bottom is having major ramifications across the entire map. Now again, Pyke will be brought to his knees.
Kiyotaka not even necessary for that kill.
This is looking a lot worse than game 1, and that one was already not great.
Through the gate, show up at the top lane. Monkey King using the gate, I think, is one of my favorite moves right now. Waska, they are going to try and defend here. Skewer back on Pure underneath the tower with Dark Mago doing some hefty damage. They will be able to chunk him down. Look for Kiyotaka next. Kiyotaka does manage to get the kill on Sacred, but he's going to be traded out. A good pickup for Waska. Even more, Dark Mago is getting some galvanized stacks off of this one. He's going to go for Kataomi as well. Domi can help pull him back a little bit with a shockwave. That's all that's really needed.
They bring the numbers. That was big. Finally, something going the way of Waska in this exchange. This is actually going to catapult Storm to #1 net worth.
Importance of power runes on these mid laners, right? That was a regen rune for the Storm Spirit. That's why he had so much to work with in that fight.
And the Dawnbreaker was unavailable. She didn't have ulti this time and didn't have mana. So they could get that man advantage. That was for the most part a 5v3. And that's often what you're going to have to do when you're struggling this much in the early game, is you need to find an avenue of outnumbering the opponent, because it's not a fair fight if they're there together as well. Matthew with the Hex TP.
Not going to golem for it.
How do you think this makes Matthew feel?
That he isn't worth a golem?
Yeah. Do you think that's bad for his self-worth?
No, I think it's, you're okay with it. Okay. I had that, Kiyotaka is fine. He is getting aggressive, but he isn't going to get caught in the process. You want to keep your head low, you know? Not draw any aggro. When I was in boot camp, the drill instructor didn't know my name. That was a sense of pride.
He didn't golem you either.
He didn't golem me.
That's good.
It didn't draw the aggro.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A drill instructor casting Rain of
Oh no, it's gonna be chain stun after stun. I mean, if the Shadow Fiend doesn't have a game, I know you said this hero can recover, but I don't think he has the best cores to like help him along here.
That's the biggest problem. You're fully reliant on Storm right now.
Oh,
he'll deliver.
Yeah. Catches him midway through on the tree that he was jumping to, so he instantly gets stunned. As he plummets to earth. Kiyotaka.
Okay.
Flying a little bit too close to the sun there.
Yep. Might have not anticipated that they had the vision that they do. Obviously saw him in the trees because of the high ground ward over their hard camp. That'll pay major dividends with Dark Mago with the heads-up play. But you're right. The Shadow Fiend as a hero can recover in this current day and age because of how strong he scales now as a carry. Things are definitely different. But the supporting cast and just as much the matchups he has in the game later makes you a little bit worried for him, because even if he does somewhat recover with items, he's playing against 3 BKB piercing stuns. Golem, Lasso, and the Dawnbreaker ulti can all combo break him, and as we've already talked to death, the heroes can just pile on top of him. So there is definitely a lot to be done, and unfortunately, the hero that can probably do the most work for Shadow Fiend in those clutch moments is the Magnus, but he's position 5 and has nothing. So he's not going to have like Blink Force anytime soon.
Yeah, the difference between the Mag and the Bat Rider is massive, right?
Yeah.
Bat Rider is enabled and very farmed this game and will be able to have a fast Blink Dagger.
Nice play, Dark Mago.
Dark Mago's trying to keep this game together, man.
Yeah, for sure. 4-0-2, getting every power rune. He's doing his part. Matthew gonna be a good butler.
That's why he didn't take the other facet. Didn't want to hurt the Storm Spirit.
Imagine if it worked that way. That would be great.
I'll take that.
I think we should have more spells in Dota that damage teammates. I don't see how that could ever become a problem.
Yeah, we've taken away self-denies, and we can't deny as much allies anymore.
Far enough back in the day in Dota 1, like 2004, I think you could deny creeps from full health. How do you think the meta would shift if you could deny creeps from full? What do you think would be first picked?
Maybe summons heroes, because that probably gives you the most damage at level 1 to like kill the range creep at the start.
I was thinking something like Shaker, just block the wave, and then deny all the creeps, or Clockwork with the other facet, with the hookup.
Todd, remember when you could cog block the wave and
push
him into the side lanes? Matthew, great reactions. Probably not good enough to... Oh, maybe it is. Rolling Thunder is going to go off. Okay. Boom is actually in a little bit of trouble here. The Rolling Thunder is going to land on the Dragonite, chain setting him, but here comes the Dawnbreaker ultimate. It's going to land right on the Pango, bumps him up to the high ground. Miro needs to throw the hammer to get down. He throws it onto the Pangolier to finish him off. Dark Mago does not have much mana. He's got one last jump, a little bit of bottle hits. He turns around to threaten Kiyotaka. He knows he's not going to make it out if you're alive. He's just trying to do some damage. Skewer back, RP onto 2. It's looking okay. They do manage to get 1 kill with the Finger of Death, but it is all going wrong still for Waska. They thought they had a moment off of Matthew's sick reactions.
Yeah. But I understand that they tried that, right? You're not going to get a much better entry into the fight than that clutch counter initiation and a wasted golem, but with the other heroes still getting their spells off and getting the zone control going, getting off a nice Wukong is really important here. And you're kind of just suffering as a team from the inability to structure fights in a meaningful way. This is potentially is a nice RP, but it's just coming so late. And that's that lack of items that you're facing as a 5 mag. It's so difficult to find good RPs. I bet Boom just play around it.
They got their Wisdom Rune stolen by Kiyotaka.
That's par for the course.
Yeah.
Now this next item on Storm could be a game changer. He's about to pick up the shard. Do you know how that works with Swashbuckle?
I do not. I assume it just works.
So if you cast the Overload and Pango is in range and he Swashbuckles, he just burns all the charges instantly.
I assume so, yeah.
Pretty sick. It works like that. But yeah, aside from that, maybe not the best teammates for it. Ideally, you want to play with heroes that attack a lot of the times reliably and quickly. Shadow Fiend is okay. It's not great for Lion. It's atrocious for Mag. But
the Fist of Death actually makes it worse.
Yeah, when it becomes melee.
Because like maybe as a ranged hero, he could like, throw a right click or two and actually use that shard. But if he's a melee hero, there ain't no way.
I think it would be cool if that facet got upgraded a little bit so that it's a toggle. You get like a sub-ability on your bar if you want to be melee or ranged.
Okay.
And then when you're melee, you don't only get cleave. Maybe you get like more move speed or something.
Sure, like the troll treatment. Where
kind of, yeah.
It's a little extra, yeah.
If you are going to make a facet like that, I think it needs to be quite powerful in a hero like Lion.
So we talked at the start of the game about Pure's build, and you are absolutely correct when you said that Pure is going to probably go more harder carry build to Armlet into SNY.
I was expecting a Mom, actually, when he didn't go Blink, but I guess maybe a little concerned about the minus armor versus SF, that it's a little too, he's too vulnerable, but because I think that's the build we've mostly seen Satanic do on the DK has been Armlet Mom into SNY, I think. But yeah, maybe Pure wants to bypass it. Maybe he has different plans. He wants to get the SNY and then the dagger, or maybe he wants to get SNY and then BKB. Obviously, this is an incredibly good BKB game. You're only really worried about the reverse polarity, but he doesn't have a dagger. So he'll get it eventually. He'll probably get it before the SF BKB, to be honest. Or excuse me, the Dragon Knight BKB. Well, this is a very late power run. 17-minute ability damage, yes. Amplify damage for Dark Mago. Perhaps this could help them in the next fight.
I mean, they had a damage problem.
Yep.
Then they picked up the shard on Storm Spirit. Now they have an amp damage. Feel like you may have solved your damage issues, at least in this little window.
Yeah, I would love to see them try to put this to use. I think if they just let this rune expire, they're making a mistake. It's obviously not going to be easy to catch side of Bet Boom off guard, but probably have to play for a dagger now on Dawn. Love that.
Why?
Because it lets you move.
Okay. Why does he need to move?
He has
Hammer.
He has Blink Orchid.
Ah, right.
It's very cool against the Storm and against the Pango. Pango, by the way, is going to be drained out of life and mana simultaneously by the Diffusal Monkey King. They're also going to see this nice stack of Ancients. Wonder if they're going to be... Pure is like, guys, call off the original play we had. Dad's going to go have a burger. Right now. A nice little... What are they called again? Frostbitten Golem Burger. Nice shaman.
Dragon Knight is cooking him up.
Yep.
That's why he's the fire dragon.
There goes the tower. And
they're actually going to try and fight this. See if they have solved their damage issues. Oh no, the Storm Spirit is chain stunned. Again, it's one stun into a Dawnbreaker ultimate over and over again. They do manage to kill Miro in return. A skewer back onto the Warlock, into the Requiem will finally bring him down. That was a lot of spells required. And the cores still healthy. RP immediately used on the Monkey King, but the Golem and Pure, a tag team duo that is bringing down the Shadow Fiend bit by bit. A Breathe Fire, not quite enough. Pure, now he's getting body blocked by the Golem. He's pinging it, get the hell out of my way. Let me chase down this Shadow Fiend, but he doesn't get him in the end. They get everybody else, though.
Yeah. There's an Atos just completed there on the Monkey King, which keeps Sacred in place so they get an additional kill. And Miero on arrival there, instant Orchid at the Shadow Fiend. Sure, he did die, but it completely combo broke what they were going for on the side of Waska. Not being able to use the Requiem in their first abilities. And as you mentioned, the Storm just got completely chain stunned. Dark Mago didn't even get to play the fight. All right.
Why they're laughing?
I mean, they just both tipped Miro. I'm guessing he made an insane joke.
I mean, I have to guess. I do feel like he's being a little bit targeted.
Yeah.
Which is funny because he's the last one into the team fight. Tried to hit the shockwave skewer back. Yudomi whiffs.
Dark Mago Power Rune versus Miro. Oh, he's not going to pursue. Okay, he doesn't have backup. If he had any backup there on Dawn, they actually kill Storm again. But he's alone. Miero does strike me as a guy from the interviews. He's like very nice and quiet and calm, you know. Yeah. Strikes me as a guy who could just drop a random joke that would just crack up everyone in the middle of nowhere. He's got that energy. Time for our favorite activity, Cap. It's time to talk about Bet Boom getting Wisdom Runes. And, well,
Dire are scanning.
never mind. It's time to talk about them running away from the Wisdom Rune. Up top, never mind. It's time to talk about them going back to it.
They have that ward
What are they going to do? They have good info for this.
Surely.
It's being pinged out now by Matthew. He says, let's go get the rune. Let's see what it's going to cost them. They're getting in position on the side of Bet Boom. This could be really bad if Waska try to grab it.
They're going to be a little bit late here. Yudomi's going to go for the skewer back. RP on the Bat Rider. Instant Hex. Rolling Thunder. A lot of disables.
Nice,
not enough
boundless
damage yet. Oh, save. Got him on the shield crash. Okay. I mean, that was still terrible. It was a 1 for 2 with RP being put on cooldown, but
They used RP, Finger, and Rolling Thunder, and they lost the fight 1-2. And killed the support bat. I mean, they only lost support themselves, and they did force the Dawn ulti, so maybe not all that bad.
yeah, and it was a dominating streak for the Bat Rider, so kill worth a little extra gold. Grasping at straws.
Has felt like the name of the series so far for Waska, just a little bit outclassed. And a lot of it in both games really comes back to what happens in the first 10 minutes. They're just getting into very difficult positions early on in these games. BetBoom with their... What this team became very famous for last year with their old roster was these were the early game kings. Their laning was second to none, but they never really managed to get those big trophies. Their laning could carry them to those consistent top 3 finishes with extreme early game domination. It just allowed them to beat all of the middle of the pack teams consistently, but then when they played against the absolute top of the top, they lacked some strategic depth and the mid-late game decision-making, and that's what this BetBoom team is trying to improve upon. The laning, very clearly, is definitely still there, despite a lot of the players being changed.
Jumping in after the heroes, after they took the Tormentor. Orchid, okay, got off the Rolling Thunder.
Wait, did they not have Orchid?
Who did they Orchid on?
Oh, saves the... Okay.
Yeah, save went in.
Well, there's that mid-game decision-making. He is in the middle of the enemy base being killed. Yeah, I don't know who... Oh, wait, what? Did I say Orchid? The Orchid's not on Monkey King. It's on the Dawn. I'm tripping.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so Miara would have had to ult for that. Which was a possibility. I think they could have killed the Pango with the Dawn ultimate there. But maybe they felt like they had him regardless, which is untrue.
BKB done for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's go time.
It's got to be go time.
Yeah,
the Bat Rider's dead for 12 seconds, so if you find a fight with this smoke...
You don't have Rolling Thunder, though.
Going to the wrong side of the map.
And you don't have any enemies.
Don't have any vision.
Yeah. But I still think it's the right idea. Like, you feel like you have an advantage. You got to go and take some aggressive position and try to find a move. The Storm BKB is big. The Pang ulti might not be ready by now, but at the very least, by getting out of the map now, you give yourself a fighting chance of getting some sort of meaningful information. Getting vision out, or are they seriously thinking about this Roche? This is gonna catch BetBoom off guard. I think they have no idea this is happening right now.
Yeah, totally.
Storm Shard plus Shadow Fiend will make quick work of this, and this is a nice little steal from the side of Waska that BetBoom are definitely not ready for. Pure's TPing bot now, but yeah, I think they're calling it now. Wait a second.
Too late.
Snags it under their nose there.
Aegis
Very nice.
and BKB now. This is beginning to grow into something.
Yeah, this was a really important way for Waska to have a chance of recovering this game. Now I think they arguably potentially have an advantage in the upcoming fight, even if they get everything right. Which definitely did not look likely 5 minutes ago. Maybe saying they have an advantage is an exaggeration, but there's a clear path now, right? Storm can jump in, get vision, give them information so they can get off a good Rolling Thunder so they can enable Matthew to find the right Blink Hex target that he wants. And the Storm can safely go for it the first life without using BKB, which means if it's an extended, longer fight, you can still get the same result, but just with a moving ward, essentially, that also does damage. Quite nice.
Hopefully they de-ward their base soon.
Yeah.
Whenever you're losing to a Bat Rider, you do kind of expect
2.5 minutes has been there.
By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, where did Warlock come from? We had a game yesterday, I think it was, or was it this morning that there was a Warlock?
Yep.
Picked up there as well. Why is this hero cropping up?
I don't know. I mean, BetBoom were the first ones to run it, right? They ran on Katomi and they won, and maybe some teams saw it and got inspired a little bit. I'm a little bit on the fence about this hero because, to me, it's one of the most one-dimensional supports in the whole game. It offers essentially one thing, and that's teamfight, which in the current meta and the way games are played, a lot of the time is very good. But Warlock also has very significant counters through ways of Fatal Bonds Dispel or mobility. He just suffers against, like a hero like Stormspear is actually a terrible matchup. So if the hero starts becoming meta and teams pick the right things, I still don't think Warlock is necessarily that good. But BetBoom did pick it, I want to say, did they pick it 4th this game? I think? they had Bat, Monkey King, and Dragon Knight first, right? Or was it Bat? No, it was Bat, Dawn, Dragon Knight. I think Warlock becomes a much, much more powerful pick when you can pick it fourth than if you pick it second.
Okay.
Because seeing a bigger part of the archetype of strategy the enemy team is running gives you a lot more comfort that you can enforce the type of fights that Warlock wants, because he only plays one type of fights. RP?
Sentry on the edge
Dragon Tail.
They do have
no.
the Requiem. Oh no, the Dawnbreaker ultimate is coming in. A Manta dodge actually dodged that stun away. Kiyotaka is able to get out with the shard. Dark Mongo still has plenty of mana, but he's trying to help the Shadow Fiend right now, and there's no saving him. Lassoed back into a Wukong's command, and now Mongo's just got to get out of here, save that Aegis for another fight.
And Sacred will die too. They get nothing, and they lose 4 heroes, and they burn the Matthew buyback. And that right there is a Warlock fight. Not like the hero was completely carrying it or whatever, but you know, enemy team goes on you, you're in position, you get to counter initiate, get Fatal Bonds and Golem off. That's what he does. What Warlock doesn't do is 2v2s or 3v3, like skirmishes, smaller exchanges. Warlock is a pretty bad hero aside from his ulti and Fatal Bonds in all the later stages of the game. But if you can enforce team fights like that, and you have a nice combo, Warlock loves playing with heroes that do split damage, because then the Fatal Bonds affects multiple targets all the time. So that's why a classic OG from way back used to run Warlock Earth Spirit supports, because then you put Fatal Bonds and you just kept that Magnetize burning them.
You're right.
In this case for Bet Boom, you have a lot of random residual damage from Monkey King ulti. You have burns. Bad Rider is going to do damage over time. Dawnbreaker is going to do some damage over time. Dragon Knight splashes. All of these like things that might not seem that important actually add up a lot over time. And it's also why we saw in Wallachia, the one team that was playing Warlock the most, Alliance, were running it with Pudge as core.
Oh dear. They keep on landing this. Dawnbreaker ult hits on this Storm Spirit. Now he still has the Aegis. Actually got a grab on him midway through his swing, and they'll kill Miro.
It's going to cost them.
It is. Pure's going to blink forward and go for the Shadow Fiend again. Nobody can help this poor Shadow Fiend. Rolling Thunder bouncing around trying to do what you can, but ultimately he is just way too easy for Bet Boom to get on top of and focus down.
So a 2 for 4 and you lose Aegis.
Over here now.
Pyke's had a good tournament so far. It's just such a hard game. It's one of the most pitiful Shadow Fiends we've seen, and I'm not going to put all the blame on him, because I think this was just such a difficult circumstance.
I mean, again, I go back to the draft and laning phase. Like, if you did not win Shadow Fiend Clockwork versus what was it?
Shadow
Fiend Clockwork versus Shadow Demon Dawnbreaker, then why did you think you were going to win with Shadow Fiend Magnus versus Dawnbreaker Bat? Yeah. Like,
It's a bit too greedy, I think, and a bit too cute. And I also feel like Waska would have never picked this Magnus if it wasn't for game 1. Sure. I think genuinely they felt a bit inspired by what Bet Boom did with the hero, but obviously playing it 5 and 2 are completely different worlds. Especially, I'm not theoretically against Magnus 5, and I'm also not theoretically against Magnus 5 with Shadow Fiend, but I'm not against this. And you knew it was coming too. They were showing that they had these strong heroes when you went for it, so you can't really be surprised that you end up in this tough position in the laning stage. And in my opinion, when you're playing against the best teams of this tournament, or at least some of the front runners for top 4, number 1 step to every game is making sure you don't get run over in lanes. Because it doesn't really matter that you have a very good mid-game strategy and a good idea if you are a 75 to 25 dog after 10 minutes, right? Yeah. Like, then you can be the greatest team in the world, but you're not statistically winning enough for that to be a viable strategy. So they have to, I think Waska going forward under the assumption that this game will not go their way, which looks overwhelmingly likely at this point, they have to have better laning than this against the good teams if they want to make a top 4 run at this tournament. This is just, it's just too weak what they're bringing to the table today. Boom, looking for a moment of opportunity. They'll find it.
Dragon Tail stun, bound the strike, follow up, and then a lasso if required. Yeah, they got a clean initiation. Nice quick reactions too from Pure. That was sick.
And a great golem. It actually combo broke the Magnus completely.
Pure goes straight for the Shadow Fiend. Look at that crit.
He doesn't. This is not a fair fight.
He doesn't take damage. Oh, hit him with the Boundless Strike as the Rolling Thunder was going away. Drops the Wukong's command. Kiyotaka is just trying to get fancy with it, and he still gets the kill. And they'll catch the Shadow Fiend. Force staff him out of his own fountain. He force staffs himself back in. Now with the buyback. All of these heroes are low, and yet they cannot capitalize on the situation.
No, the respawn timers are just too low on the side of Waska. This is a very disciplined disengage. I don't think BetBoom have any reason to feed over a couple of kills. They got a major advantage out of that fight. They can wait until they're reset with their cooldowns again. They spent everything. They have no Dragon Form. It's available again now, but all of their other ults are down. Get your resources back, make the same move again, and close out the game.
Are scanning.
Should be the very safe and standard way of approaching this.
Overwhelming blink for Pure next.
Yeah.
Very item slot efficient.
He bought the dagger after BKB, right? So he went armlet, SNY, BKB dagger, and then crit.
Daedalus, yeah. I think that was the build.
Be interesting to hear his thoughts about his item order. I feel like a lot of the... For me personally, when I play, I find itemizing the hardest on position 1. I think it's the most difficult role to buy the correct items on because there's so many different build paths and so many different situations that you need to account for in the game. So I think it would be kind of cool to hear a player like Pure why he, in this game, decides, okay, I'm not buying Blink first, and then I'm sure if he plays multiple more Dragon Knight games this tournament, he'll not go this build every game.
Yeah.
Like, what is the... In some cases, it's kind of obvious why you're getting what you are. In other cases, I think it could be quite illuminating. Like, what is the key thing that you see in the game that influences, okay, I'm going S and Y here before Blink? Because he was having a great game with the Armlet. He could have easily gone Armlet Blink, and I would have just been like, yep, makes total sense to me. And now he went Armlet S and Y, and it also makes sense to me. But what is the...
Are scanning.
What's the X factor?
I do agree with you on item decision making for carry. It's definitely like you can literally just lose games off of bad decision making on your items.
It feels terrible too because you feel like that you had so much responsibility, and this was a decision that it was only you making, and you just had the wrong read on how strong you were, or what the actual problems were in the game, or what your job was.
Yeah.
Where I find when I play support, or even, I genuinely think carry is just so much harder to itemize on than the other roles in general. It's just, sometimes you just remember the feeling of, man, I really messed up this one with my items. And it's just, I feel like for me, like 3/4 or more of them are just, I bought the wrong items when I played one.
Meanwhile, offlane, it's very easy.
Yeah, I think most of the time off.
What's the most broken teamfight item right now? Wraithbacks?
And even if you buy the wrong item, so to speak, on offlane, it doesn't, like, the repercussions aren't generally as strong. It's like if you should have bought one aura over another, or you should have maybe not bought Blink, or this or that. Generally speaking, the item that you buy will still find good impact. But on carry, you can almost like brick your game.
Yeah.
I find that very uncommon on offlane to do. Jump in,
Pure just jumps right in. Seems like the rest of BetBoom maybe weren't ready for his initiation. That's okay.
He has 5,000 health and an Aegis, and 58 armor? It's good. Good enough.
There's a moving tree! What is he doing? He just gave away his godlike spree. He's going to buy back. Pure goes in. He's going to try and finish the game with or without Kiyotaka. And a crit will certainly end the Lion's life. Storm Spirit trying to make a break for it.
How did they kill Storm? He BK-beat the Orchid off. He must have overextended.
Oh, got the skewer back on Pure, but here comes the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Everyone scatter.
Oh boy. I mean, okay, maybe they can get him once. No, they can't.
Nope, he pops the BKB. Oh, jeez, the damage is overwhelming. Now the Wukong's man, and Pure wants the rampage. Kataomi wants the rampage.
Okay.
He's not going to get it, is he? Oh, no, he's going to die. He gets skewered back into the Fountain Miro with the big hit. But there it is. End of the game.
All right, well, GG. so close to getting a Rampage on position 5. That is a unicorn in Pro Dota.
That only happens for a Warlock.
More or less. Maybe Crystal Maiden in some like super edge cases as a 5 can get a Rampage, but yeah, Rampages on position 5 are exceptionally rare. And that would have been cool for Katomi to get one on his record, but he'll have to settle for a measly Ultra Kill on his Warlock. But another solid performance here from BetBoom. This felt like an easy day at the office for them this series. There was not too much contention coming out of Waska today. BetBoom got to do all of the things they're best at. Strong laning, very powerful mid-game team fight with a lot of stuns and setup, team fight and follow-through, and 3 scaling cores in 2 back-to-back games gets the job done quite easily in 35 minutes.
Well, if it was an easy day at the office for BetBoom, it was even easier for us, Sindrin. We just had to sit here and talk, and we didn't have to talk for very long. BetBoom take a fast 2-0.
I mean, all things considered, this series could have been an email. They didn't even need to go into the office. They could have worked from home for this one because the BetBoom team actually, Waska are the ones who kind of phoned it in this whole series. Game 1 was not their fault. I say that BetBoom team had the upper hand with the amount of flex on display between 3 different cores. But then Waska, I still don't know what the deal with the Magnus was.
I don't usually feel qualified to give like advice to teams, but at the end of the day, you see an obvious combo. Lasso into Dawn ulti. It's in the first 3 picks.
Pick a save.
Just pick something that breaks the combo.
Get a dispel.
Pick something that addresses it in some capacity. That I feel like that honestly is drafting 101, and that it's almost disappointing to me that a team of this caliber of Waska's side that would just kind of overlook that. BetBoom, I think they just picked a solid draft and played it according to plan, and that's apparently good enough to stomp in this series, which is kind of sad, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they couldn't really get value out of their 5 Magnus either. It's not like it did anything on lane. Like, there was the one skewer away before SF was dying, but then they were both like 50 HP on the lane with no resources after, which you don't want to be in that position in the first place. Missed a lot of skewer backs, and then at times where he was gonna like get a good combo off, he would just get instant dragon tilled or like instant stunned. And if the fight did look good for Waska in any capacity, then you had this Dawnbreaker ult saving everybody. So they just did not have the tools within their draft. They picked Pyke's SF, but did not enable him at all. Like, we felt bad for him watching that game. We're like, what do you even do if you're Shadow Fiend in this game? Like, you are not, there's nothing within your draft to protect you. And the saving grace of Storm Spirit just couldn't do it all.
They even got that Roche near the end, which was their best timing, but it was too far gone at that point for them to get the recovery. So let's take this opportunity to go to Purge for the Ace of Predator head-to-head.
Okay, here we go. I also effectiveness of the position 5, which wasn't very good. The Magnus, it felt weird. It felt weird. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Take a look at the hero damage difference. It's not that close. Warlock can heal his allies. He can damage opponents. Magnus can kind of just team fight, and that's about it. The laning stage wasn't good. He's tanky, but he does 0 healing. So he lost in damage numbers and he lost in healing numbers. And I don't even think the Warlock had like a mech or anything. That was just like using his skill. 0, 9, and 10. It's a losing game, but it's just the numbers really just speak to it. They should be higher. We also have some clips to pair with some of these just to show some of the examples during the game about what was the most effective hero. This is an RP contribution. He gets blink stunned. He can't protect himself from this reaction because he doesn't have a BKB. He can't afford to get a BKB. He's just got blink glimmer. He would have needed to do like a blink RP instant skewer. I don't even think he did a blink turning RP necessarily. Maybe a player skill issue because naturally he hasn't been practicing his Magnus position 5. So like the impact of the hero just wasn't going to be there, or was less likely to be there. And look, I get it. You go from a team where you're winning most of your games, or at least half of them, or 3/4, and now you're playing against better teams, you're struggling, you have to try to get solutions. And sometimes you make drafting mistakes, but we just didn't really see the value in the same way that the Warlock was here. Just look at this Fatal Bonds damage, just kind of crashing around. It actually does end up killing the Magnus himself. So the head-to-head has to be it's the pause 5s. That's the Acer Predator head-to-head. Back to you, Neil. Hope your mic works. Don't do that to production.
I'm sorry, I'm just messing with it. My mic works fine. Thank you very much, Purge, for the Acer Predator head-to-head, where, yeah, even Warlock is not necessarily super meta right now, but it's still a traditional support hero, so I see value in that. I can't believe Yudomi's not practicing 5-position Magnus more.
I know Purge. I can't actually tell if he's intentionally making a really funny joke during the middle of that when he just says like naturally hasn't practiced his position Magnus. That's
really didn't get a brush up on that 5 mag.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I almost feel like you can tell that's overthinking because BB Team's the one whipping out Magnus and having success with it.
Yep.
And they felt pressured enough after losing to a game 1 to block pick it game 2. Clearly that was the reason. Like there's no way they thought this is the best pick for our draft. They thought we need a melee 5 and they also pick mag, so let's just do that. I really do feel like that's about what went into that pick, and I'm just nervous for them moving forward. I feel like this series combined with yesterday, we can't really give them the cop out anymore of like one day off. Like not only are they losing, but it just looks like a team of like in shambles a little bit, to be honest.
The only common thread I can feel is that they're overthinking things.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that afterwards, because for right now, we got to celebrate the winner, and I get a chance to talk to Kiyotaka of BetBoom Team. Kiyotaka, congratulations on the 2-0 series, and congratulations on playing Magnus, because I saw that you have not played that much Magnus recently, and I see that Pure is bringing a lot of flex into your team. So what was the discussion like at the end of this Game 1 draft where you see the Templar, the Dawn, and the Magnus, and you guys didn't lock in a hero for like a good 30 seconds, so what was going on there?
We just see Timber Soul last pick, so I asked Pure do he wanna play on Templar Assassin? Because I can't play to Magnus middle. I played before, but I not played a lot of pubs, so I'm not prepared for this tournament, but it's okay for me. I just took and played.
So then was this even before the pick came out, that like you were, they were talking about, hey, maybe we'll pick Magnus, and then they picked it, and then you're like, guys, I haven't really played it very much recently, or was it after the pick came out?
It's after pick.
Really?
We're not prepared to flex Magnus for middle, but when we see Timber Soul playing, I say I can go middle versus Pangolier, and it's gonna be free for me. So that's all.
Wow, I appreciate that you are clearly thrown into the deep end on a lot of these things, but you come out looking good in it. How has this team experience been for you in general? Because you getting on BetBoom Team was kind of weird. What was your plan for this year? Because I remember seeing like, oh, you've been signed as a streamer for Aurora, and then 1 week later, you're on a competitive team. So what was 2024, 2025 Kiyotaka supposed to be doing?
It's supposed to be play on tier 1 tournaments and try to win it, because my last year is so bad. I lose every open qual which I play. So now I just enjoy from my new team, from super strong players in my team, and try to learn some new things about tier 1 Dota.
It's good to see it. I can see that you have been a natural fit for this team. I'm going to pass you on over to Purge, who's got some questions for you as well.
Yeah, I have questions about Dawnbreaker and Magnus. Obviously, it makes sense to have flex heroes, but why do those heroes work so good? Are they just better, or is it just, do you like them because they have the flex potential?
We just like it because it flex. We can just open these heroes, and it's hard to close on them on lane stage. So we just open Dawnbreaker, and like he can stay every lane. And Magnus is just our signature preparing for this tournament by Ivan Maskalenko.
All right, great. What about Tinker mid? Is there any possibility that you guys might pick it, or do you think the hero is even good right now?
We'll see, guys. We'll see. I will try to play some pubs on Tinker, but for competitive, we just will see, guys.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Very sneaky Kiyotaka, not revealing too much, but I hope to see it, because I have very, very fond memories of your Tinker back in EWC 2 years ago. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. Happy to see that you're fitting in with the team, and can't wait to see what BetBoom Team do for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
See you later, Kiyotaka. That was a good 2-0 victory for them, and a good angle also on the camera. Let's see, like, so he was like standing like this maybe, and then it was coming up like this, because we've been seeing a lot of different player cameras and these angles and the lighting that they choose, and I've had policeman the Bobby Pyrian Flax on the case looking at these cameras.
All this paperwork, the chief's gonna have my ass over this. Oh, hello, Neil. Thank goodness you're here.
I want your badge and gun right now.
Oh, no, I'll never give it up. If I have to, I'll take it to the streets and I'll solve this case by myself.
What you been up to on the social media corner recently, Pyrian?
Well, we've got some mug shots to look at here in the form of player webcams, and I want you guys to vote, as in, or rate, I suppose, the other people here in the studio with me, who we think of. This is Kiyotaka, I think, on the screen.
No.
No.
No?
No.
That's what I was told it was going to be on the screen. Who have we got?
You have his name on his thing. It's Kataome.
Oh, Kataomi, sorry. All right, well, that's all right. I was
right
told Kiyotaka was going to be first. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I can barely see this. I'm sorry. What do we think?
I think it's pretty good. The lighting's decent.
He's got an interesting background.
He's dancing. This is a still of a dance. He also has a giant sign. It looks like it says love or lose. I can't tell which
it says. Lust, actually.
Does it?
It's lust.
Lust.
That boom have been using this bootcamp for a while.
The heck?
Yeah,
That's weird.
I remember
Lust.
Toronto.
That's
That's a very standard thing to have.
I think we
on the
asked.
wall in the corner.
That's really odd.
I think we asked
Very
Toronto
standard.
Tokyo about it one time, and he was just like, "What? I didn't even notice."
Well, what do we think of this one?
I think it's good. Anyone else?
What about this? This is Fortnite Man.
Oh my god.
That's good.
Bit of a contrast there. Any lighting fans will enjoy that joke.
Yeah, we are already. Oh, I see what you did there. A little light and dark.
You know,
yeah.
I may be a police officer, but it's not all serious business. We like a laugh here on the force.
He's a photographer as well.
This is not good.
No,
No lighting, unhealthy to play in the dark. I would
Damaging
suggest.
for the eyes.
Yeah, hold
Not
on,
good
I
for
can't see the
branding.
pictures anymore. Okay, all right, yeah. So what do we think? Not good. Oh, how about this?
Oh boy.
It's pretty good, but the framing could be better, I think.
So my issue with this is the framing isn't great, and also that it's all blown out on the left there.
It's a bit overexposed.
The exposure is no good.
I know that on that wall specifically, Insania and Nisha are keeping track of their pub challenge against each other. A lot of people have been asking what's on that wall. Insania told us earlier in the week that he and Nisha are in a competition to see who's going to play the most pubs over these 2 weeks, and that's the scoreboard that's super blown out right now.
I see. Well, let's have a look at the next one anyway. That's pretty smooth.
Look at this
33 there.
pose from Netta.
Yeah.
That bedhead, though.
A little
Got a bit
bedhead.
of bedhead. Lot of action going on in the background here. Looks like a soft toy collection. There's a
katana.
He's got a
katana on
katana.
the wall.
2 ring lights.
Two
I think
ring
those
lights.
are 2
Does
ring
he
lights.
have his own side stream that he has?
I don't know.
Ring lights? What's he doing over there?
Is that, if that's his room, that's probably his girlfriend's ring lights.
Oh.
You think his girlfriend would let him have ring lights and katanas in the same room? That just doesn't. The vibe doesn't fit.
I think it's all her stuff.
He's an aspiring content creator in addition to being a top tier captain.
Yeah, out of context, just like that earlier social bit, if you don't know why those things are there, there's a lot of conclusions I feel like we have to draw.
All right, let's see next. We should have XXS next.
Okay.
Looking sad. Killer wine bottle collection
I was about
on the
to say,
back
is that
there.
a wine rack back there?
Really want to get involved with that.
I think this man's using a USB webcam though. The quality's a little bit poor.
The quality is poor. And this spare chair thing going on in the background, I hate that. Let's at least stack them. They look stackable.
They go eat there afterwards.
Oh, do they?
They have, I don't know.
They just stare at the wine collection and eat food?
Yeah, exactly.
What are webcams if not USB? You said USB webcam.
You can have HDMI webcams. Like if you.
He means HD,
Really?
HD
Yeah.
I think he means. Or
Do you
you
have
said
one?
USB.
Yeah, I do.
How else
An
are you connecting
HDMI
it to your
webcam.
computer, Neil?
Does it work?
If you have a capture card like a DSLR that uses an HDMI out.
Oh, that's true. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah,
All right,
that's why
next
you
we
do
should have
A
Amar
camera, an
next.
actual camera.
Yeah.
There. So I like the color scheme here. I think the pine is nice and gentle.
It is.
Slightly off-white.
This is in conditions like they just got 12 hours to move into this boot camp because
Right.
Falcons didn't have much time.
Well, look, guys, this is a huge upgrade from Omar's previous webcam.
I do remember.
That man used to play in the dark, looking like a dungeon troll. You could barely see his
DPC
facial
webcams.
features. Yeah, and it was a bad angle too. This
I remember.
is gigantic improvement.
Yeah, and I thought sometimes when we talk to him, the framing is a lot better. Here, obviously, he's leaning to one side in
Yes.
despair, but
Even-
generally it's better.
He's improved a lot. Like his skin back in the OG DPC days was also not very flattering, but he's gotten a routine going on.
He's all
Effie, I'm
grown up.
shocked at how clear he looks now because you remember OG ATF.
I remember. He's growing up, you know? Little bro is getting bigger, you know?
All right, what about next up? What do we think of this?
I see. Lornoff does not really. He's kind of shy a little bit. I like the bucket hat in terms of aesthetic.
You like the hat?
I think it's a look.
It's hat under headphones. Obviously, it has to be.
Yeah.
I don't enjoy that. Also, this TV. What's going on with this TV? You got a TV right to your left while you're playing? How do you ever watch it? Is there a sofa to the other side? I don't know what's going on.
I mean, Lornoff's a competitive integrity player. He would never turn the stream on while
No, obviously,
playing.
but I'm saying, does he have the telly on? Is he watching EastEnders or something like that? And also, the framing is screwing me up. But it's not as bad as our last contestant. Let's have a look at this.
Oh,
this is as bad as it gets.
Is that no one?
That
This
is
is
no
complete
one.
amateur hour.
The
That's on
camera.
the table.
Yeah, but what? You could
Yeah,
barely
that's behind
see
his
it.
monitor.
Why
That
is it on the
literally-
table? It could be on top of his monitor.
It takes up 4% of the screen is no one. The rest is nothing.
In his defense, it's very possibly is a monitor that's a very thin top. My monitor is actually like that at home, and when I set my webcam, it blocks part of my screen. I can't see how many kills one of the teams usually has because I have the similar issue. So that's why some people put it. It could affect his games. He's a pro player. What if he has a thin monitor on the top?
Competitive integrity. We're maintaining competitive integrity.
Yeah.
If I can't see what this man's looking at, how can I confirm that he is playing the game legitimately?
Yeah, I mean, from this angle, it looks like he's playing on the biggest monitor ever devised. And he can't believe it.
We can't see his face though. There's too much white on one side, it's all black on the other.
Yeah.
We need some light on his face.
Come on, no one.
Come on.
Step it up.
Well,
he's got a
he's
nice
my prime
smile.
suspect.
He
He's my
does.
prime
He's
suspect.
happily smiling, Ted.
Who?
No one.
Yes, he was having a lot of fun, but we don't like to have fun here on the Force. It's a serious business, and I think there's going to be a warrant out for his arrest.
I think so, too.
I don't have any actual authority. I don't want to be charged with impersonating a police officer. You nicked, Sunshine.
That's what I wanted to hear. Well, I know one thing that is a serious business. We still got one more series here at Dream League Season 24. Stick around and we'll be back with our final series of the night.
Show me something. I paint a smile upon my face when you're gone. I tell myself I lie. That's what I wanted. But you got me like all on my own. I ain't got no worries. Never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better. I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. So I try, but who's pretending? All these memories don't keep me up till dawn. Don't need to cry, happy ending. It's getting easier for me to be strong. I ain't got no worries. Never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better. I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. Happy alone. Happy alone. Ooh, never better. Happens every day. No big deal, can't find the meaning of the perfect time and place. If you wanna know what's best for me, best to keep away on my own. Stay gone. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better. I've never been better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. Happy alone. Happy alone. Ooh, never better. wanna do is true. When I feel that pressure, I deliver. I'm most.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for our final series of the night. It's Liquid taking on Parivision, where both teams are on inverse trajectories right now. Because I just see Parivision getting better and better and better with each passing day of this group stage 2. Whereas I think I can pretty confidently say quite the opposite has been happening to Team Liquid. The other direction, downwards. Each passing time.
Well, water does tend to find the lowest level that it can.
That is true.
Which is, of course, how we know that the Earth is flat.
I don't feel like that's the wrong conclusion to be drawing from that.
Well, not what they've told me.
Who's they?
His sources.
Believe the Earth is flat.
He's done his own research, and that's
Yeah,
what
do
they
your
said.
research, Neil.
I don't.
Sorry. Sorry, Mira.
I don't do research. I let Purge do research around here because he's my tech analyst and he's been doing research on these two teams.
That's right, Neil. Look, I think there's some similarities in what we saw from BetBoom team and the way that they're drafting to what Parivision is doing, and it's about the flex heroes.
Okay.
But their flex heroes are the next level. Take a look at these are stats that I made earlier today, so we're missing some Pango games. But overall, in 46 games, Pango had a 43.5% win rate. Parivision's at 79%. It's incredible. On the other side, Monkey King, 59%, 22 games. Very respectable, but that's not 100%.
That's true.
So let's take a look at some of the players that are wielding these heroes.
Okay.
You ever heard of, I don't remember who's
off-lane
doing it this game.
DM Pango, perhaps? Off-lane
is
Pango?
DM Pango.
Is that who you're, or is maybe the Monkey King no one?
That is a no one
A
Monkey
mid-lane Monkey King no one?
I'm going to be honest, I think this is the wrong clip because I was very confused.
Well, but both the heroes you're talking about are here.
They were. I remember this clip 5 days ago, I think.
see.
But regardless, look, it's the Monkey King and it's the Pango, okay? Those are the two heroes that are incredibly well flexed because we're talking about no one's Monkey King, which was dominating at TI. They would basically like win mid, then he'd like go play around the 7-minute rune and the game would be over. That happens sometimes. And then on the other side, you got Crystallis playing Monkey King. His Monkey King is also S tier. So not only do they have a flex hero, that you know that if they just get the hero, no matter where it goes, they are going to dumpster with it. Like it's going to be incredibly, incredibly good. And on the other hand, they've also got Pangolier, which they can flex between the off lane and in the mid lane. They have lots of versatile options where they feel comfortable picking those heroes like in the first two, and no matter where it goes, they are going to have a good time.